All students are requested to participate in the awakening ceremony. Please, the homeroom teacher should organize the lines and lead them into the training ground in succession. The announcement echoed repeatedly from a loudspeaker of Dinghai Junior School. In Class 5 of Grade 6, every student wore an expression of palpable anxiety. Man, I stayed up all night gaming yesterday. I'm doomed. Will this affect my awakening? Gu Letian expressed his concern. If he were to fail the awakening, he would have no choice but to return to his village to inherit a fortune of billions. It might. Lin Hao spoke earnestly. I once read online about someone whose excessive gaming led to heightened mental agitation, causing instability in their awakening crystal and resulting in failure. Gu Tianla was taken aback by this revelation, letting out an exclamation. What was that noise? After a brief commotion, the class resumed its tense atmosphere. Hey, what do you think you'll awaken into? Gu Tianla asked in a hushed tone. As for me, if I were to become a ninja, I would at least aspire to the level of an S-class, like Senju Hashirama or Namikaze Minato. If it's a Soul Reaper Zanpakuto, I would wish for the Ice Wheel. And if it were a Devil Fruit, then maybe Nika? Lin Hao pondered before responding. Gu Tianla nearly spat out his drink. Man, if you can awaken those, then consider me your father. He exclaimed immediately. Get lost. Lin Hao retorted, exasperated. Sigh. Ever since the realms fused 300 years ago, Blue Star has transformed into a haven for class changers. At the age of 15, everyone has a chance to become a ninja, acquire a Zanpakuto, or gain a devil fruit. Gu Tianla gazed skyward, but the average person typically awakens as a low-ranking ninja, and even reaching the higher ranks is a mere fantasy. As for Zanpakutos and devil fruits, just obtaining a basic release is already commendable, while achieving a Bankai can lead directly to admission into prestigious universities like Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, most end up with the most basic abilities. Lin Hao fell silent upon hearing his friend's words. Indeed, even though he had been reborn and experienced a new life for 15 years, he felt the weight of anxiety when confronted with such a significant event. In those 15 years, he had leveraged his memories from his previous life of Naruto, One Piece, and other realms to become the top student in his school for 3 consecutive years. Yet, it mattered little without a successful awakening. All remained uncertain. Moreover, he had witnessed many talented seniors ultimately awakening as lowly ninjas, acquiring mediocre Zanpakutos or unsatisfactory devil fruits. Initially, they were reluctant to accept their fate, believing that even a mediocre outcome could still validate their worth. However, all hopes eventually faded away. As a transmigrator, Lin Hao possessed a unique perspective on this world. It resembled a realm akin to an online game. In reality, portals could transport individuals to perilous otherworlds, where tailed beasts rampaged and foreign races thrived. The wilderness was replete with various dungeons and secret realms. By defeating monsters, one could obtain crystals that could be upgraded. Low-ranking ninjas could rise to S-class and beyond. Zanpakutos could evolve from basic forms to ultimate releases, and devil fruits could advance to assimilation, creation, control, and law. Every individual possesses the chance to directly awaken at any advanced level, thus enabling them to leap ahead and forfeit a significant portion of their progression time. This group is referred to as geniuses. As Lin Hao pondered, they had already arrived at the training ground. The first 4 classes had completed their awakenings, and now it was their turn. One by one, they advanced in line, burdened like cattle. Did you see that? Just now, a student awakened as a lower ninja and, unable to accept reality, dashed headfirst into the wall. Did he die? No, he was quite resilient, even managed to create a hole in the wall. The school instructors were engaged in animated discussions. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Was it merely a matter of starting later than others? In truth, as long as one is willing to accept reality, progress gradually, and put in the effort, there will come a day when they too may attend university. It's our turn now. One by one, come forward. When the official from Longhua calls your name, hurry to the awakening platform. Maintain a positive mindset. Even if you awaken at the most basic level, with dedication, a steel rod can be ground into a needle. After all, youth never ceases. The homeroom teacher reminded them from the front. Understood. Lin Hao and Gu Tianla echoed in unison. Then, 5 full minutes passed. First up, Huang Shi. Here. Huangshi quickly dashed out from the class, and all eyes were focused on him. What kind of power would he awaken? Step to the center of the awakening platform and place your hands on the awakening crystal. Prepare to begin. Understood. Huangshi promptly responded, obediently placing his hands upon the enormous crystal before him. 1 second passed, then 2. On the 3rd second, the awakening crystal suddenly shimmered with a violet light. Wow! A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Even the official from Longwu nodded in approval. It was assuredly a middle ninja, a Shirkai, one of creation. Fantastic! Huangshi, aware of the significance, felt his face flush with excitement. Buzz! Immediately, his body emanated a purple glow, and a Zanpakuto gradually formed, appearing in his hands. Congratulations! You have awakened a Shirkai Zanpakuto, Tsubaki. Hiss! At that moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. Tsubaki had been awakened by others before. It was incredibly powerful, and the sole Zanpakuto associated with water, making it exceedingly rare. To think that this student would be so fortunate as to acquire such power. Yay! Huangshi could no longer contain himself after holding back for so long. He finally erupted, gesturing triumphantly towards the sky. Quickly descend. What are you doing? The homeroom teacher, exasperated, swiftly pulled Huangshi down. Who would have thought Huangshi's luck would be so extraordinary? Gu Letian expressed his envy. Next, Han Che. A few minutes later, the awakening platform shimmered with light once more. However, this time it was a dim yellow. Lower ninja, Akimichi Choji. Oh my! Han Che nearly fainted. This is utterly disheartening. It is truly over. Until his downfall, he wore an expression of profound despondency. Han Che is finished. I never anticipated he would awaken as a lower ninja. How pitiable. Gu Tianla merely shook his head. Stinkbug, your time is nearly upon you. I have heard of a technique for awakening. It is said that one must enter a sage state during the process. Lin Hao suddenly interjected. Sage state? Gu Tianla grasped the concept immediately, yet glanced around cautiously and whispered, You can't possibly. Next up, Gu Tianla. Get lost. With a swift kick, Lin Hao propelled him onto the awakening platform. Sage state. Sage state. Gu Tianla began to envision the state he entered after each flight, his face morphing into an expression of sheer foolishness. Look, that stinkbug's expression is so punchable. When he comes down, I will definitely give him a couple of solid punches. Is he provoking me? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 2. 7 Sisters-in-Law. None will retreat. What courage! Upon the utterance of this phrase in the Jin household, a breathtakingly ethereal figure descended from the heavens. Clad in a flowing azure robe, she unsheathed her sword and positioned herself resolutely before Qinzhua. This woman was none other than his elder sister-in-law, Li Qifeng, a direct disciple of the prestigious Qifeng sect. But Li Qifeng was not alone. As she revealed herself, 6 other enchanting figures emerged, each possessing grace and beauty beyond compare. The second sister-in-law, Yin Dongxiu, heir of the Apothecary Valley, renowned for her unparalleled medical skills. The third sister-in-law, Qi Hongxian, the celebrated courtesan of the capital's 100 Flowers Pavilion, captivating all with her allure. The seventh sister-in-law, Su Bingyin, the legitimate daughter of the Su family from Jianan, a paragon of wealth. One by one, they stood before Qinzhua, their voices soft and reassuring. Dear brother, do not fear. A long sister-in-law is like a sister. Though we have not yet entered the family, we once pledged ourselves to your brothers in marriage. Now, with the upheaval in the northern town Princess Mansion, even the most insignificant of individuals dares to provoke trouble. Yet, we sisters-in-law shall not stand idly by while you are wronged. Seeing this formidable assembly of sisters-in-law standing guard before him, Qinzhua felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. It is crucial to note that although his 7 elder brothers had made engagements with these women, they had resolved to achieve great deeds before settling down. Thus, none had yet entered the household, rendering them all widows in waiting. In stark contrast, the Jin family of Qingzhou had proven to be utterly despicable. Initially, when the northern town Princess Mansion was in its prime, the Jin family eagerly sought to forge a connection, arranging for their eldest daughter, Jin Haiwei, to enter into a betrothal with him. Yet now, in the wake of the princess' decline, they brazenly approached to annul the engagement. Their duplicity was laughable. The crux of the matter was that while he was indifferent to Jin Haiwei, the audacity of her family to use the art of sound transmission from 10 miles away was a blatant affront to the entire northern town Princess Mansion. This was a humiliation that Qinzhua could scarcely endure. However, He understood that the Jin family's boldness indicated they must have secured the backing of certain influential figures. On the day of the funeral, a momentous upheaval was surely imminent. As the Jin family's declaration echoed, throngs of visitors began to arrive at the entrance of the northern town prince's mansion. The Minister of War, Sun Jizhou, came to pay his respects. The head of the esteemed Shin family from Jinju arrived to extend his condolences. The leader of the Western region's Wheel of Fire sect made an appearance to mourn. As these waves of guests continued to pour in, the area surrounding the northern town princess mansion became utterly congested. The expressions on their faces appeared mournful. Yet beneath the surface, there lay an unmistakable glee at the misfortune of others. Whispers circulated among some, eager to witness the Qin family's disgrace. The northern town prince's mansion had once been a formidable force, and with its illustrious achievements, it had naturally garnered many enemies. As the imminent downfall of the northern king becomes increasingly evident, a fervent crowd hastens to witness this unfolding drama, with some among them even having a hand in the orchestration of the assassination plot. Under the watchful gaze of the public, the Jin family of Qishou, led by Jin Xiong and his younger sister Jin Haiwei, arrives to pay their respects to the old lord. A grand procession of horsemen approaches from afar, with Jin Xiong proudly mounted upon a valiant steed, refusing to dismount even upon reaching the gates of the royal residence. Instead, he raises his fist in salute. This spectacle only serves to deepen the amusement of the onlookers, indicating that the Jin family is resolutely determined to challenge the authority of the northern king. It is important to note that the Jin family of Qingzhou is a lineage of cultivators primarily engaged in the medicinal trade, serving as the largest suppliers of herbs to the border troops. Logically, one would expect them to curry favor with the northern king's household, as their principal source of income derives from the wounded and ailing soldiers returning from the battlefield. Yet, astonishingly, they now boldly disregard the royal dignity, refusing to dismount and openly proclaiming their intent to dissolve the engagement. This peculiar turn of events conveys a concealed message to all present. The Jin family must have secured formidable support to act so audaciously. In the grand context of the Deqian dynasty, it is evident that there exists a power even mightier than that of the northern king's residence. Those with any sense can readily deduce the identity of the formidable ally upon which the Jin family relies. The northern king's reign is nearing its end. This is the singular thought occupying the minds of those in attendance. Outrageous. Jin Xiong, have your elders not imparted the lesson that the northern king's house was bestowed by the late emperor, holding equal stature with the imperial family, to remain mounted at the gates of the royal residence? Is that not akin to rebellion? Just then, a voice of reprimand emanates from within the palace, and the crowd turns to discover the northern princess, the esteemed Lady Xiao, the first-rank consort granted by the Deqian dynasty, making her appearance. Though the decline of the northern king's household is now an irrevocable reality, it still retains a semblance of dignity. After all, it was established by the late emperor and stands on par with the imperial lineage. Jin Xiong's actions, indeed, verge on the disrespectful. Realizing this, he swiftly dismounts and performs a respectful bow, stating, "I pay my respects to the old lord and the old princess. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. However, I have come today to fulfill two purposes. The first is to pay homage to the noble spirits of the royal household, for they sacrificed their lives for our Deqian. The loyalty of the northern king's family is worthy of our utmost respect. The second matter concerns my sister, Haiwei. It is well known that my younger sister was once betrothed to Qin Zhua. Yet, that engagement was made when we were both quite young, and at that time, Qin Zhua had not yet faced his misfortune, nor did he bear the foolish demeanor he possesses today. However, since Qin Zhua has now become a fool, if my family, the Jin clan, were to forcibly marry my younger sister to him, would it not ruin her entire lifetime of happiness? Esteemed audience, consider this. If it were your own daughter or sister, would you truly wish for her to wed a fool? Thus, I, Jin Xiong, today dare to defy the world's conventions, even if it means incurring the wrath of the northern king's residence. I shall fight for justice on behalf of my sister, Haiwei. This marriage must be annulled." After delivering this statement, Jin Xiong surveyed the crowd, presenting himself with an air of righteous conviction. The spectators around him echoed his sentiments, clamoring for the marriage to be called off. Well said, it must be annulled. What if he is a young prince? Who would wish to marry their daughter to a fool? Indeed, old prince, please acquiesce to Jin Xiong. Do not let your position as the northern king oppress a vulnerable woman. This throng of onlookers, eager to seize the opportunity to diminish the reputation of the northern king's residence, joined in the uproar. as the crowd rallied behind Jin Xiong. The former lady of the Wang family, Xiao, felt her complexion shift, realizing that most of those gathered were here to witness the farce. At that moment, the final straw appeared. From the elegantly adorned palanquin at the back of the Jin family's procession, a woman of exceptional beauty and grace descended slowly. She bowed gracefully to the old lady and, with a quivering voice, implored, "Grandmother Wang, I beseech you, grant Highway her freedom. You have always cherished me the most. Yet Qinzhou has become like this. Can you bear to see Highway what a fool?" Upon hearing Jin Highway's own plea for the annulment, the old lady could no longer bear the burden. Overcome by agitation, she fainted on the spot. Chapter 3. Stepping into the Northern Realm, No Mercy. As he beheld the familiar visage of Jin Highway, the memories of his past flooded Qinzhui's mind. He recalled vividly that after their engagement at the tender age of 7, they had maintained frequent contact, with Jin Highway spending considerable time at the Northern King's residence each year. During those days, it was his grandmother who cherished Jin Highway the most. Yet, the old lady never anticipated that it would be Jin Highway herself who would initiate the annulment, as if her kindness had been met with ingratitude. In a fit of rage, her old ailment resurfaced, causing her to faint immediately. As she collapsed, before the royal physician could arrive, the second sister-in-law, Yin Dongxiu, rushed forward. It was at this moment that the crowd remembered. This daughter-in-law of the royal family was the esteemed heir of the Apothecary Valley, possessing unparalleled medical skills, surpassing even those of the imperial physicians. After a brief examination, Yin Dongxiu let out a sigh of relief, declaring, "It is nothing, old prince." The old lady merely fainted from agitation. With a deft application of acupuncture, "I can ensure your safety." Upon finishing her words, Yin Dongxiu waved her hand, and 13 silver needles materialized out of thin air, piercing several acupoints of the old princess. Remarkably, as the needles entered her body, Yin Dongxiu's delicate hands danced gracefully, performing a hand seal. It was then that each silver needle was connected by a slender thread of verdant spiritual energy. As Yin Dongxiu gently oscillated these threads, the old princess's eyelids fluttered a few times, and to everyone's astonishment, she truly awakened. "Old princess, are you all right?" Upon seeing the old princess regain consciousness, Yin Dongxiu immediately approached her with genuine concern. The old princess waved her hand dismissively, weakly responding, "Thank you, Dongxiu. I am fine, merely vexed by a treacherous white-eyed wolf, causing some turmoil in my vitality." Upon hearing this remark, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances at Jin Highway. The white-eyed wolf mentioned by the old princess needed no guessing to identify. Feeling the sting of the old princess's subtle rebuke, Jin Highway felt uneasy. She could never forget the kindness shown to her by this elder. However, as the eldest daughter of the Jin family, her marriage was a matter of great consequence for the family's future, and thus it necessitated careful consideration. Qinzhou was merely a fool, and while she had tolerated him to align herself with the once mighty Northern King's residence, it was now on the verge of collapse, making it unwise to remain aboard this sinking ship. With these thoughts, Jin Highway averted her gaze, unable to meet the old princess's stern eyes. Meanwhile, Jin Xiong scoffed, dismissing the old princess's words entirely, for in his view, the Northern King's residence was akin to a grasshopper post-harvest, having little time left to leap about. After assisting the old princess to her feet, Yin Dongxiu remained silent, casting a glance at Qinzhou, her expression reflecting a struggle within. Ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, she seemed to solidify her resolve and turned to kneel before Qin Fong and Xiao Rongyu, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Dongxiu has not been blessed with fortune, unable to wed young Master Xiao. Yet, as my purpose is to protect Qian, and in light of my peculiar demise on the battlefield, as a half-member of the Xiao family, I cannot forsake them. Today, I implore the old prince and princess to grant me permission to marry Qinzhou. I am willing to help the Northern King's residence flourish, adding to the Qin family's lineage." Yin Dongxiu's heartfelt words resonated within the royal residence, leaving all present astonished and moved. However, before they could fully process this, an even more unexpected event unfolded. Following Yin Dongxiu's bold declaration of fraternal sacrifice, 6 other women, including Li Qingfeng, Qi Hongxian, and Su Bingyan, one after another, knelt before the old prince and princess, echoing with sincerity, "We too wish to marry Qinzhou, to help the Northern King's residence thrive, and to further the Qin family's lineage." At this moment, the voices of 7 women resonated throughout the Northern King's manor, their words earnest and poignant, each syllable soaked in heartfelt conviction. a determination powerful enough to move the heavens and the earth. Madness had enveloped them all. After an indeterminate span of time, a spectator gazed incredulously at the 7 women, simultaneously casting a glance filled with envy and resentment at Qin Zhuo, whom they regarded as a fool. Unable to contain himself, he murmured. No one doubted the resolve of these women. After all, the declaration they had made signified that they had cast aside all worldly prejudices, vowing to share life and death with the Northern King's manor. What puzzled everyone, however, was why this fool, Qin Zhuo, should be the one to benefit. It was well known that each of these 7 women was a dazzling gem of the Qin dynasty, the most resplendent in nearly a century. Each one was a paragon of beauty, attracting countless suitors, a peerless woman among exceptional talents. Yet today, in the presence of so many witnesses, they had all resolutely chosen to marry a fool. The world had turned into an unimaginable spectacle for them. At this moment, it was not just the onlookers. Even Qin Zhuo himself was bewildered. These sisters-in-law were kind-hearted, a truth Qin Zhuo understood better than anyone, for his brothers had spent years away at war. These sisters-in-law would occasionally visit home, but not one had ever looked down upon him for feigning madness, bringing him numerous small gifts each time. As they said, a long elder sister is like a sister, and nearly all treated Qin Zhuo as a beloved younger brother. Suddenly, these sisters-in-law stood in unison, proclaiming their intent to marry him. How could Qin Zhuo not be astonished? At this moment, the first to regain composure were the old prince, Qin Fang, and the old princess, Xiao Rongyu. The couple, visibly gratified, assisted each woman to her feet before gently speaking. Good. Truly. You are worthy of being our Qin family's future brides. You are all remarkable. After helping the 7 women to rise, the old prince slowly lifted his head, and an immediate shift in his aura enveloped the room. His brows furrowed slightly, and a chilling atmosphere began to seep throughout the manor. Then, Qin Fang's voice rang out sharply. Did you see? Those who do not wish to marry our Zhuo are met with those who do. Now, be gone. From this day forth, the Northern King's manor and the Jin family of Qingzhou shall not coexist. Relay my command, from now on. Any member of the Jin family who dares to set foot in the Northern Territory shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 4. Drawing the line. No further entanglements. With the old princess words, Jin Xiang stumbled back several paces, blood spewing from his mouth uncontrollably. This is the prowess of the quasi-martial sovereign realm, Qin Fang, the esteemed prince of the Daqian dynasty, renowned as the foremost warrior of the founding era. Merely through his imposing aura, he was capable of inflicting grievous injuries upon a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, causing them to spew blood profusely. Ah. So this is the tyranny of the Northern Town Prince's manor? Today, I, Jin Xiang, concede defeat. However, do not revel in your triumph too soon. The days ahead are still long. Your Northern Town Prince's manor may be formidable for a moment, but cannot remain so forever. With that, he cast a cold glance at Qin Zhuo's 7 sisters-in-law and spat disdainfully. Bah, you self-deprecating wretches. Little did he anticipate that, at that very instant, a voice would suddenly interject. Whom do you insult? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd quickly regained their composure. Yet, no one expected that the speaker would be Qin Zhuo himself. My grandfather kindly spared your pitiful life, and you show no gratitude? How dare you insult my sisters-in-law? Where is the commander of the Northern Dragon Riders? Relay my command to assemble the troops and encircle Jin Xiang and Jin Highway, since they do not wish to depart. Let none of them leave. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. According to prior rumors, was this lad not a fool? Unable to cultivate by nature and never concerning himself with military matters, he was clearly deemed useless. Why was he so bold today? After Qin Zhuo finished speaking, the commander of the Northern Dragon Riders gazed at him in disbelief before shifting his attention to the old prince. After all, mobilizing the Northern Dragon Riders was no trivial matter, and he could not rely solely on Qin Zhuo's word. Yet, Qin Fang nodded imperceptibly, a peculiar glimmer appearing in his gaze as he looked at Qin Zhuo. I shall heed the young prince's decree. With Qin Fang's approval, the northern commander immediately knelt before Qin Zhuo, producing a military seal which he raised to the heavens, summoning forth a white dragon's ethereal form that soared skyward, letting out a resounding roar. Suddenly, the air was filled with the synchronized sound of hoofs. In no time at all, tens of thousands of northern dragon riders had arrived, surrounding the Jin family with an air of murderous intent. Jin Xiong was taken aback by Qin Zhuo's seriousness and, in his fury, could not help but point at him, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Qin Zhuo did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Just as Jin Xiong uttered a single word, you, Qin Zhuo sprang into action. His figure paused momentarily before he shot forth like a cannonball, instantly closing the distance to Jin Xiong. With a swift backhand, he sent Jin Xiong flying. Blood gushed from his mouth, his face swollen like a pig's head, and he could not ascertain how many teeth he had lost. Before Jin Xiong could rise, Qin Shua's foot came to rest upon his chest, and he sneered, "Do not say I did not give you a chance. Kneel and apologize to my sisters-in-law." At this moment, Qin Shua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of dominance and strength that instantly astonished everyone present. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the fearless young Lord Qin Fong of yore, perhaps even surpassing him. In that instant, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't it said that Qin Shua was a worthless waste? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Judging by the speed of his previous strike, he must surely have reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. A 15-year-old at the pinnacle of the innate realm? It was impossible to find another soul like him in the entire Great Qin, who had dared to claim that Qin Shua was inferior to his 7 brothers. Clearly, the other members of the Qin family were unworthy even to carry his shoes. In that moment, the most surprised individual was undoubtedly Qin Fong. When Qin Shua had stepped forward, he had sensed something amiss. For in the past, Qin Shua had never shown any interest in military matters, yet today he had actively summoned the Dragon Riders. Could it be that his grandson had been concealing his talents all along? Qin Shua's sudden display of power only served to confirm this notion. A 15-year-old at the pinnacle of the innate realm. It surpassed even Qin Fong's own accomplishments in his youth. He could hardly fathom that the most gifted martial artist in the family had been this overlooked little grandson all along. Marvelous. Truly, he was worthy of being my grandson. If only your brothers had known of your potential sooner, how wonderful it would have been. Witnessing Qin Shua's resolute spirit filled the old lord with excitement. But he couldn't help but remember his other 7 grandsons who had met untimely fates, casting a shadow over his elation. At such a thought, Qin Shua's expression turned icy, and he unconsciously strengthened his stance. Jin Xiong felt as though his chest were about to be crushed and hurriedly exclaimed, "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I will bow down. I will bow down to them in apology." Hearing these words, Qin Shua's murderous intent dissipated, and he kicked Jin Xiong away. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Jin Xiong reluctantly rose to his feet. Sensing the ferocity in Qin Shua's gaze, he became fearful and obediently knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times with great force. Observing this scene, Qin Shua let out a cold laugh and casually uttered a dismissive word, indicating that Jin Xiong and his companions could leave. Humiliated in such a manner, Jin Xiong felt as though his lungs might burst with rage. However, upon meeting Qin Shua's disdainful gaze and the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the Northern Dragon Riders, he dared not act out and quickly retreated with his men, heads hung low. Before departing, Jin Haiwei cast a deep glance at Qin Shua, as if attempting to see through him. Finally, she performed a graceful bow and, with a hint of regret, said, "Qin Shua, I admit that I previously underestimated you. However, this does not alter anything. As the eldest daughter of the Jin family, I bear the weight of its destiny. My future husband must be the most exceptional man in the world, and you, alas, are not my suitable match. I wish you peace and take care." After uttering these words, Jin Haiwei turned to leave, while Qin Shua gazed at her retreating figure, secretly mocking her in his heart. Despite her words, did she not look down upon him? Just wait, you shall regret this in due time. It was only after the Jin family departed that the Prince of Northern Town's expression softened slightly, as he gestured to Qin Shua's 7 sisters-in-law, saying, "All right. The disgraceful members of the Jin family have left. I thank you for standing up for the Qin family and defending the dignity of our Prince of Northern Town. However, discussing the matter of marrying my foolish grandson is a bit excessive. You are all good children, although you once had a betrothal with our Qin family. It is a pity that my grandsons are destined for misfortune and unworthy of such bonds. Depart now. I shall annul the engagement. And I apologize for the wrongs done to you. From this day forth, let there be a clear boundary between you and the Prince of Northern Town, with no further entanglements." Chapter 5, The New Emperor's Edict, Concealing Threats. Upon hearing these words, many guests nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the old prince's handling of the situation as the correct course of action. Though it was merely a momentary impulse from these young ladies to speak up for the Prince of Northern Town, it was evident to all that the prince's estate was akin to a massive ship on the verge of sinking. It would be prudent to establish a clear boundary early on to avert future calamities. Moreover, even if these young women truly wished to marry Qin Shua, the forces and families backing them would never consent. With the new emperor ascending to the throne, the various factions within the Qin dynasty would be reshuffled, necessitating careful alignment of loyalties. A single misstep could lead to the obliteration of one's entire lineage. Yet, unexpectedly, after Qin Fang spoke, the 7 young women knelt once more. As the ancient saying goes, once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Though we are women, we understand the principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Having entered the gates of the Qin family, we are bound to them in life and death. Our husbands, though fated for misfortune, are nonetheless heroic figures who sacrificed for the nation. They would surely not wish for the Qin family to be extinguished. Now that only the youngest brother remains capable of procreation, if we do not marry him, whom else could we wed? Old prince, we sincerely wish to remain in the Qin family, to share in the fate of the prince of Northern Town. If you do not grant our request to marry Qinzhua, we shall remain here, kneeling indefinitely. As these words were spoken, several sisters-in-law's eyes brimmed with tears. Witnessing this scene, even Qin Fang, a battle-hardened warrior, could not help but feel his eyes redden as he silently shed tears. The 3 matriarchs of the Qin family, namely Qin Fang's 3 daughters-in-law, Qinzhua's mother, and his 2 aunts, shared in this poignant moment. Initially, they stood with their backs to the crowd, silently offering paper offerings in remembrance of their deceased son and husband. At this moment, they could no longer contain themselves and turned to embrace the young women, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, the guests sneered, deriding their actions as a futile pursuit of death, asserting that the new emperor would never permit the Qin family to flourish, despite Qinzhua's exceptional talents and intellect. How could one individual possibly stand against the might of the emperor? It was a pity for those exquisite young ladies, each a jewel of our great Qin dynasty. If they resolutely chose to follow the sinking ship that was the Northern Town Prince's residence, they would surely meet a tragic fate. As the guests exchanged hushed whispers and speculations, a sudden command echoed from outside. The Northern Town Prince's residence kneels to receive the decree. A sharp, discordant voice pierced the air, sending a shiver through all present. They recognized that voice all too well. It belonged solely to the chief eunuch, Yuan Shang, whose piercing tone was infamous within the palace. What left them further astonished was his proclamation that the Northern Town Prince's residence must kneel to receive the imperial edict. It was crucial to note that the Northern Town Prince had been honored by the previous emperor, enjoying royal privileges, and had nearly been conferred the title of a co-regal prince due to his military achievements. However, the old prince humbly declined such honors, prompting the previous emperor to amend the terms, placing the Northern Town Prince on equal footing with the emperor. Hence, it was evident that the emperor did not kneel. Yet, the very first words from the chief eunuch commanded the Northern Town Prince's residents to kneel and listen to the decree. The implications were glaring. The new emperor, Tianwu, was unreservedly demonstrating his intent to publicly suppress the entire Northern Town Prince's residence. At this moment, Qin Fang's expression darkened significantly. Nevertheless, as a loyal subject, he resolved to adhere to his duty to the state, urging those in the Qin residence to kneel and prepare to receive the decree. Under the watchful eyes of countless guests, Qin Fang sorrowfully knelt before the chief eunuch, whose voice was as grating as a duck's quack. "Grandfather," Qinzhua cried, his eyes reddening as he stepped forward to assist, only to be gently restrained by Qin Fang, who insisted on kneeling. With a voice laced with bitterness, Qin Fang commanded, "Kneel and receive the decree." Qinzhua fell silent, exchanging glances with Yin Dongxiu and the others, who ultimately, with complex expressions, knelt behind the old prince. Watching his grandfather's desolate figure, Qinzhua seethed with indignation. "How dare you, emperor? You have already brought ruin to the 10 male heirs of the Northern Town Prince's residence. And now you compel us to swallow our pride and endure this humiliation?" As 9 figures knelt before him, the old eunuch's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk, and he slowly unfurled the imperial edict to read. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor declares, the Qin family of the Northern Town Prince has shown unwavering loyalty and valor for our great Qin dynasty. I am deeply pained by their loss. Given that only one bloodline remains in the Qin family, and that he is of a similar age to Princess Lu Ping, I hereby permit Qinzhua to enter the capital. When Qinzhua reaches adulthood, I shall personally grant marriage to the 2 of them. Thus it is decreed." Upon the conclusion of the imperial edict, the elderly eunuch slowly raised his head and addressed, "Prince of the North, receive the decree." Qin Fang's countenance darkened like never before. He outright refused to accept the edict and abruptly turned to gaze at the Qinzhua behind him. The guests nearby, upon hearing the content of the decree, could hardly contain their glee. "Alas, His Majesty is truly benevolent," bestowing upon the Prince of the North a son-in-law, evoking envy in all. Indeed, the current emperor's favor towards the Qin family is remarkable. One wonders what grievances they might still harbor. The beloved Princess Lu Ping is the emperor's most cherished, and to wed her to Qin Zhua is akin to placing a flower amidst dung. Amidst the incessant chatter, the Qin family remained resolutely silent. Yin Doxiu turned to look at the kneeling Qin Zhua, her face betraying her concern, though her words faltered. Qin Zhua met his grandfather's gaze, his lips moving. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The emperor's sweet words, invoking the sole bloodline of the Qin family and proclaiming a marriage to the Prince of the North, ultimately masked a desire to ensnare the Qin family entirely. With the remains of the 3 sons and 7 grandsons of the Qin family still unburied, the decree arrived at an unrelenting pace, demanding Qin Zhua to travel to the capital as a son-in-law. It was evident to all that the emperor sought to use Qin Zhua as a hostage to control the Prince of the North and ensure the complete eradication of the Qin lineage. Qin Zhua's fury simmered just below the surface, wishing to tear the eunuch apart. However, he refrained. The prior conflict with the Jin family had been one matter, but the esteemed Prince of the North held dominion over the northern territories, and the Jin family could not incite any significant turmoil. This situation was different. The decree represented the emperor's authority. Qin Zhua met his grandfather's gaze and understood his intentions. With the Qin family cornered to such an extent, rebellion seemed the only recourse. He had no doubt his grandfather would commit acts of treason for his sake, yet he could not allow such deeds to unfold without restraint. The reason was simple. His grandfather's illustrious reputation must not be marred by the stain of treachery in his twilight years. In that moment, countless eyes converged upon Qin Zhua. Chapter 6. When oppression becomes excessive, rebellion is preferable. Among the spectators, some reveled in misfortune, others sighed in lament. While only Li Qifeng and his companions genuinely worried for the Qin family. After a prolonged silence, Qin Zhua clenched his teeth and raised his hands high above his head. I, Qin Zhua, receive the decree and express my gratitude for the emperor's grace. The elderly eunuch stepped forward, placing the edict in his hands, and audaciously added, Your Highness. The emperor holds your house in high regard. Do not disappoint him. Qin Feng's eyes flared, responding with a curt, Get lost. The eunuch was taken aback, his face paling with anger. Yet Qin Feng paid him no heed, his demeanor icy. Clutching the edict, the Prince of the North would still hold some respect. Without it, the eunuch was merely a castrated man. Swiftly approaching Qin Zhua, Qin Feng asked bitterly, Zhe, why must you do this? Qin Zhua shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The guests present were merely here for the spectacle, now that the Jin family had been dealt with and the imperial edict received. They saw no reason to linger. The irate eunuch departed, and the guests followed suit, with few offering condolences to the Qin family. A stark reminder of the coldness of human sentiment and the fickleness of societal ties. Once everyone had left, the entire royal residence was left with only family members. Yin Doxiu could no longer contain her grief and suddenly broke down in tears. Her sobbing triggered the other 6 women to weep uncontrollably as well. Li Qifeng, being a woman of the martial world, possessed an inherent resilience comparable to that of men. After a moment, she wiped her tears and grasped Qin Zhua's hand earnestly, imploring him, Brother, you must not go to the capital. The new emperor clearly intends to sever our family's lineage and compel the Qin family to guard the northern borders. Your departure will not resolve anything. Rather, it will plunge the Qin family into dire straits. Her words were met with nods of agreement from the others. Suddenly, 7th sister Su Bingyin spoke up. Brother, the new emperor is exceedingly tyrannical. Why not revolt? My Su family may lack many things, but we are not short on silver. The Northern Defense Prince's residence commands an army of tens of thousands. United, our families need not fear failure. The 7 sisters voiced their indignation for the Northern Defense Prince's cause. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of sorrow yet immense comfort. Raising a hand to quiet them, he said, You all have good intentions, but this is indeed a grave crime of treason. Let us first hear what Zhua has to say. Upon hearing this, the 7 sisters fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Qin Zhua. Should he nod in affirmation, they and their families would unhesitatingly sacrifice everything for the Northern Defense Prince. However, after a prolonged silence, Qin Zhua ultimately shook his head. His grandfather had served 2 emperors, establishing significant merit for the Daiqian dynasty. Despite numerous urgings to rebel at that time, his grandfather had not yielded, and it was even less conceivable to do so now. Are you truly willing to become a hostage in the capital? Qin Zhua smiled faintly and asked, Do you know my current realm? At this, Su Bingyin and the others suddenly recalled Qin Zhua's fierce display of power. even from 10 miles away. Jin Xiong could convey messages. Though injured by Qin Fong, he was far from a mere paper tiger. Qin Shuo had sent him flying with a single blow, and later compelled him to kneel and confess, a clear indication of his formidable innate strength, while Su Bingyin and the others were oblivious to the nuances of martial realms. Li Qingfeng's face lit up with astonishment. Disbelief etched across her features as she pondered. Brother, you cannot possibly mean. Qin Shuo smiled slightly. Regardless, our Qin family has thrived under the Deqian emperor. For the sake of my grandfather's illustrious legacy, I shall not act against the new emperor. Then what do you intend to do? Qin Fong asked, puzzled. I shall personally journey to the capital as the grandson. I will represent the Qin family and formally delineate our separation from the Deqian imperial lineage. Outside the gates of the northern king's residence, an innumerable array of carriages stood parked, yet as the elderly eunuch departed, they scattered like startled birds. The two attendants responsible for greeting and bidding farewell gazed upon the scene with expressions dark as thunder. Once the crowd had dispersed, one of them suddenly cursed, "Damn it! How is that useless fool still alive? Wasn't he supposed to be frail and sickly? How could he survive drowning?" The young man's face twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. I had long harbored hopes for the woman I desire, believing that with that waste out of the picture, I might seize my chance. Yet it seems that fortune has favored him instead. Do not fret, young Master Zhao. There will be ample opportunities ahead, interjected a lecherous man with a goatee standing nearby, eager to appease the enraged youth. Li Qifeng may merely be acting on impulse. After all, she was once betrothed to the heir of the northern king's residence. Given the recent turmoil, if she were to annul the engagement as swiftly as the Jin family, it would surely invite a torrent of gossip. Pausing for a moment, he continued thoughtfully, Li Qifeng is intelligent and would never jeopardize her future. Even if she were to marry that imbecile out of a sense of duty, we could still find a way to eliminate him, could we not? Zhao Qiuyang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Su Yun, you make a valid point. The man known as Su Yun smirked, attempting to project an air of superiority, though his demeanor was far from dignified. In truth, Zhao Qiuyang had long coveted the beauty of Li Qifeng, and the incident of Qin Shuo's drowning had been orchestrated by him through Su Yun. However, they were taken aback by the widespread rumors that the young master of the northern king's residence, presumed to be delicate and weak, had miraculously survived the incident. This unforeseen turn of events left both Zhao and Su in shock, with Zhao Qiuyang furiously beating Su Yun in frustration. Reflecting on this matter, Zhao Qiuyang felt a weight in his heart. Had he anticipated such a twist, he would have instructed Su Yun to eliminate the fool back then. A single stab to the heart would have averted the current predicament. According to his scheme, once the northern king's residence was eradicated, all assets would fall into the hands of the chief steward, Huang Diao, who was his uncle. At that point, his uncle's possessions would become his own. However, the failure of their plan, compounded by the resolute stance of Qin Shuo's 7 sisters-in-law, had thoroughly derailed their intentions to divide the northern king's estate. With his hands clasped behind him, Zhao Qiuyang gazed into the distance, taking several deep breaths to suppress the rising tide of irritation and fury within him. He understood all too well what the clear declarations from Li Qifeng and her associates signified. The northern king's residence would henceforth forge a close alliance with the Qifeng sect and the Apothecary Valley. Consequently, those who might consider striking against the northern king's residence would now be compelled to weigh the risks and benefits with great caution. Although individually, the forces of the Apothecary Valley and others might seem inconsequential, their combined might was indeed formidable. To provoke the Northtown Prince's residence is to pull a thread that could unravel the entire fabric. One must carefully consider the consequences of such actions. After a considerable time, Zhao Qiuyang turned to Su Yun and uttered, "Let us return. This matter requires careful deliberation." Chapter 7. One person must not venture forth under any circumstances. Within the Northtown Prince's residence, Qin Shuo, with a resolute visage, articulated his grand design in one breath. Yet, upon the utterance of these words, the attendees were struck with terror, their faces paling considerably. Qin Fong, who had served 2 emperors, exclaimed, "Zhuar, you intend to journey alone to the capital and sever ties with the emperor? This is utterly unacceptable." Li Qifeng and others were equally alarmed, hastily imploring him, "Brother, do not act impulsively. Even with your extraordinary prowess, such a risk is insupportable. Since the establishment of the Great Qian, who knows how many martial heroes have been covertly recruited? With the new emperor's ascension, he is undoubtedly concerned for his own life and safety, rumored to be perpetually shielded by top-tier experts. Do you not fear being forcibly detained in the capital?" Yin Dongxiu quickly added, "Indeed. Your 7 elder brothers have already fallen victim to that new emperor. He is now fixated on you. Should anything happen, our vast residence would be left without an heir. Qinghua sighed heavily. He was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead. Yet, whether for the grievous vendetta of his forebears and brothers, or for the future tranquility of the North Town Prince's family, he felt compelled to proceed. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Qin Feng suddenly grasped his arm. Zhuar, the Qin family has but you left as a sole descendant. If you were to meet with misfortune, how could your grandmother and I endure? Glancing at his grandfather's noticeably aged face, Qinghua felt a surge of emotion, nearly succumbing to tears. Observing Qinghua's steadfast gaze, seemingly unyielding in his intent to journey to the capital alone, Yin Dongxiu and the others exchanged glances and, in unison, knelt before him. Startled, Qinghua instinctively moved to assist them, but Li Qingfeng resolutely remained on her knees, her eyes brimming with tears as she clenched her jaw, declaring, "Brother, the reason our sisters-in-law have publicly expressed their desire to marry you is solely to ensure the lineage of the North Town Prince's residence continues. Your departure renders our survival uncertain. If you are determined to brave the dragon's lair, we shall accompany you. Sisters-in-law, please, do not do this. Rise and let us speak." Qinghua's expression was complicated, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was well aware of his sisters-in-law's intentions. They risked public scorn to stand resolutely in support of the North Town Prince's residence, even willing to bind themselves to him to foster its lineage. The new emperor may be an adversary of the North Town Prince's residence, but that was merely the surface. Beneath lurked numerous treacherous currents, with countless unknown foes concealed in the shadows. If the sisters-in-law were to emulate the Jin family and publicly announce the dissolution of their betrothal to the Qin family, they could preserve their own safety. Yet, they chose not to do so. The forces behind the 7 women have already intertwined with the Northern Town Prince's estate, creating a situation where any loss would be shared. The hidden enemies would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eradicate them. If I stubbornly insist on traveling to the capital to pay my respects to the emperor, it would clearly be akin to a lamb walking into the tiger's den, especially with my sisters accompanying me. Observing the resolute yet tearful expressions of the 7 women before him, Qinghua fell silent. After a prolonged moment, he extended his hand to assist the 7 women to their feet, expressing, "My dear sisters, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness and virtue." Li Qifeng, unable to wipe away her tears, urgently inquired, "What about the capital?" Qinghua replied with a sorrowful smile, "I shall not go." While facing death unflinchingly was one matter, he could not allow his sisters to bear the consequences of his recklessness. Upon hearing this, Li Qifeng and Yin Dongxiu finally managed to smile through their tears. Yet, in that fleeting moment of joy, the surrounding light seemed to dim. However, Qinghua was far too troubled to notice such beauty. With a furrowed brow, turmoil stirred within him. Whether to ascertain the true cause of the deaths of the 10 male members of the Qin family or to protect his 7 sisters, he knew he must grow stronger and swiftly. He needed the capability to shield his family before the enemies made their move. The guests had long departed, leaving only the Qin family within the Northern Town Prince's estate. After weeping together, the 7 sisters convened to discuss strategies. Yet, the current chaos rendered their words mere empty rhetoric. Ultimately, under the guidance of the Northern Town Prince, Qin Feng, the group prepared to bid farewell to the 10 male members of the Qin family. As the old prince commanded, Qinghua slowly regained his senses. Looking around, a sense of desolation washed over him. As the last male descendant of the Qin family, it was imperative that he led the funeral procession, guided by his 7 sisters. Qinghua held a large tray, atop which were the spirit tablets of his 10 family members, arranged with the utmost respect. At the sight, Qinghua's eyes brimmed with tears, and he bowed deeply 3 times before his sisters. Even as his forehead swelled from the impact, he paid it no mind. On one hand, Qinghua sought to convey his gratitude to his 7 sisters through this gesture, but more so, he aimed to vent the fury and resentment that swelled within him. With his family nearly obliterated, the new emperor seemed poised to trample the Qin family underfoot. Yet he found himself powerless, forced to endure in silence. Such feelings were beyond the comprehension of others. "Brother, please do not do this. Rise," the 7 sisters urged, their hearts softening at the sight of Qinhua's fervent bows, rushing to support him. Yin Dongxiu grasped Qinhua's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. "Brother, from now on, we 7 shall be your wives, sharing both honor and disgrace. Together, we will avenge the fallen men of the Qin family." Beside them, Li Qifeng nodded vigorously, her tone shifting from its usual gentleness. "Moreover, since we sisters have decided to marry you, you must take responsibility for us. You cannot let us down. Otherwise, even if the others might forgive you, I shall not. Qi Hongxian felt a twinge of compassion and gently rubbed the large bump on Qin Zhuo's forehead, turning to admonish, "Sisters, please refrain from speaking so harshly. My brother is not foolish, so why must you be so severe?" Li Qifeng appeared momentarily lost in thought, yet upon regaining her focus, her tone remained stern. "There is not a single man in the Qin family who can serve as a sentinel, even if my brother is frail by nature. He must stand upright and conduct himself with propriety." Upon hearing these words, the others adjusted their expressions accordingly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed the scene with a sense of gratification. Once everyone's emotions had settled, he spoke earnestly and slowly. "The fate of the Qin family is immutable. You are all good children and need not sacrifice yourselves in vain. Take these savings as a betrothal gift from the Qin family to you 7. With a heavy sigh, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the door, saying bitterly, "The new emperor is intolerant of dissent. I suspect he will send someone to seize our home by tomorrow. With those funds, you can all live better lives." "Your Highness." Li Qifeng sprang to her feet, her voice raised in concern. "If we leave, what will become of you?" The other women, including Qi Hongxian and Yin Dongxiu, cast anxious glances in his direction. However, Qin Feng did not turn back, merely waving his hand in dismissal. "Do not concern yourselves with me. You must leave first." The 7 women exchanged sorrowful glances, each filled with despair. As dusk descended, the once opulent and bustling estate of the North Town Prince had grown eerily silent. The vast manor now housed fewer than 30 souls. Once dinner was prepared, the chief steward, Huang Diao, instructed 2 maids to arrange the tableware before personally inviting the old princess and Qin Feng to join them. Despite the new emperor's treachery, the customs of the North Town Prince still held substantial weight. If Qin Feng and the old princess did not begin their meal, the servants would have to wait until their masters signaled before they could seek out scraps to eat. However, with the present circumstances, the dwindling population of the manor rendered such traditions inconsequential. The old princess and Qin Feng took their seats, and upon noticing Huang Diao and the others standing at a distance as usual, she sighed and beckoned, Come, sit with us and share the meal. It will be more lively. Who knows, the manor may not exist tomorrow, so why adhere to these customs?" After Qin Zhuo sat down and heard her words, he smiled and nodded in agreement. "Steward Huang, do not just stand there foolishly, come and join us for dinner." Huang Diao, appearing quite apprehensive, declined several times before finally taking a seat. Just as Qin Zhuo was about to jest about Steward Huang's formality, his expression suddenly changed, his brow furrowing. The soup before him was poisoned. Upon closer inspection, he noted that 3 bowls of soup contained a colorless and odorless toxin, while the other dishes appeared normal. Alarmingly, the 2 bowls of poisoned soup were placed directly before Qin Feng, the old princess, and Qin Zhuo. It became evident that someone was intentionally targeting the Qin family. Almost instinctively, Qin Zhuo reached out to overturn the dining table, but upon suddenly glancing around, he found everyone blissfully unaware. His brows knitted tighter in thought. After a prolonged contemplation, he ultimately resolved to remain composed and observe the unfolding events. As his grandparents lifted their bowls in preparation to savor the soup, Qin Zhuo hesitated for a moment before likewise taking up his bowl. The next instant, without a trace of hesitation, he drank the entire bowl of soup in one gulp. The flavor of today's soup was remarkably exquisite, delightfully savory. Wiping his mouth, Qin Zhuo smiled and uttered a remark, yet his gaze immediately swept the room. Sure enough, the chief steward Huang Diao and his nephew Zhao Qiuyang exchanged a furtive glance. It was indeed them. A cold smirk formed in Qin Zhuo's heart, though his face betrayed nothing. Qin Feng and the old princess had already tasted that bowl of soup. They were just about to indulge further when they suddenly heard Qin Zhuo say, "Grandpa, Grandma, this soup today particularly suits my palate. Otherwise, you too." Qin Feng paused, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Zhuar, when did you become so fond of soup?" The old princess, however, doted on Qin Zhuo and, without further ado, directly handed the bowl to him, saying, "Since Zhuar enjoys it, do have more. Why question so much? It's merely a bowl of soup." With that, the old princess snatched the soup bowl from Qin Feng's hand and presented it before Qin Zhuo. Qin Feng, helpless against her insistence, waved his hand dismissively and turned to sample other dishes. Qin Zhuo flashed a radiant smile at the old princess, then proceeded to down 2 bowls of soup in quick succession. Once finished, he deliberately patted his belly. "Take it slow, don't choke." The old princess, witnessing this, wore an expression full of maternal affection. Almost 3 bowls of soup had vanished into Qinzhuo's stomach, after which everyone resumed their meal as usual. However, just as they reached the halfway mark, the old princess began to feel her eyelids grow heavy. She gently rubbed her eyes and murmured, "I feel so drowsy." Qin Fang, hearing this, tilted his head to look over. "Could it be that you have been overexerting yourself these days?" Upon hearing this, Shi Hongxian and Yin Dongxiu hastily set down their chopsticks and approached the old princess, gently asking, "Shall we help you back to your room for a rest?" "That would be good," she replied with a slight nod, then offered an apologetic smile to everyone before being assisted away by the 2 women. At this moment, it was not only the old princess who remained oblivious. Even Yin Dongxiu, hailing from the renowned Medicine God Valley, failed to perceive the deadly poison concealed within that bowl of soup, underscoring the insidiousness of the toxin. Qinzhuo bid farewell to his grandmother with a smile, then lowered his head to continue eating, yet his mind was already racing with thoughts. That poison was colorless and tasteless, exceedingly cunning, and it was a slow-acting toxin. Once contaminated, the afflicted would succumb to slumber within moments, and once their eyes closed, they would never have the chance to reopen them. Even more astonishing was the fact that this toxin could not be traced, even if the world's most skilled forensic expert were summoned. Not a single clue could be uncovered, leading to the mistaken belief that the victim had succumbed to a sudden death. It is evident that the perpetrator harbors an extremely malevolent intent. Stealing a discreet glance at Huang Diyao and Zhao Qiuyang nearby, Qinzhuo gritted his teeth, wishing he could crush their skulls at that very moment. However, he refrained from acting on his impulse. Given that these 2 had the audacity to strike against the master of the Northern Town Prince's residence, there must be someone orchestrating their actions from behind the scenes. As for the identity of this puppet master, it would soon be unveiled. With this thought in mind, a sudden plan formed in Qinzhuo's mind. Oddly enough, he felt a bit drowsy. Feigning intoxication, he shook his head dramatically, pretending to exhibit the symptoms of poisoning. He bid farewell to his 7 sisters-in-law and grandfather, then staggered back to his chamber alone. He intended to simulate being poisoned to draw out the snake from its lair, aiming for a complete capture. As his family members departed one by one, Qin Fang lost his appetite and merely picked at his food before retreating to his room as well. Once the dining table was cleared of others, Zhao Qiuyang and Huang Diyao exchanged glances once more, a sinister smile shared between them, full of cunning. "Uncle, the 3 of them have already consumed the poison given by young Master Lu. They will be in a deep slumber in a few hours. When shall we strike to plunder the Northern Town Prince's residence?" Zhao Qiuyang inquired, his impatience evident. "What is the rush? Have you not heard that haste makes waste?" Huang Diyao replied, maintaining his composure. After ensuring no one was eavesdropping, Zhao Qiuyang lowered his voice to explain, "Uncle, it is not my anxiety that drives this urgency, but rather that young Master Lu is growing impatient. Otherwise, shall we not sever that useless Qinzhuo's head tonight to prevent any unforeseen complications?" Initially, Huang Diyao displayed some irritation, but upon hearing the name of young Master Lu, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The 2 then huddled closer, whispering their conspiratorial plans. Little did they know that outside the door, Qinzhuo stood listening intently. Although the uncle and nephew had lowered their voices to the bare minimum, their words still reached Qinzhuo's ears. The mention of young Master Lu sent a jolt through him, connecting numerous pieces of information. Chapter 9. The Puppet Master Revealed. It turned out that the mastermind behind this scheme was none other than Lu Yunhua of the Lu family. Huang Diyao and Zhao Qiuyang had served at the Northern Town Prince's residence for many years, consistently displaying diligence and loyalty, to the extent that even Qinzhuo had failed to notice their abnormalities. Unexpectedly, they were conspiring with the Lu family to betray their own. It seems that the incident from his youth, when he was pushed into the water, was inexorably linked to the Lu family as well. "You despicable Lu family!" Qinzhuo's eyes glinted with cold fury as he thought. "A gentleman takes 10 years to exact revenge, but I am no gentleman. I do not let vengeance linger overnight. Since you are so ruthless, do not blame me for turning my blade against you, Lu family." After casting a final glance at the scheming duo, Qinzhuo swiftly departed from the scene. In the present day, the Wangfu of the northern town is sparsely populated, allowing Qinzhuo to effortlessly infiltrate his grandparents' chamber. At this moment, the old princess has succumbed deeply to poison, drifting into a state of profound slumber. Although the old prince, Qin Fang, is a martial arts master, he too has fallen prey to the toxin in an unguarded moment, and his condition is far from optimistic. Approaching swiftly, Qinzhuo silently muttered an apology before proceeding to press several acupoints on the old princess's body. First, he sealed several critical meridians within her, and only then did he channel his internal energy into her, aiding her in swiftly resolving the toxins within her system. This seemingly simple process, however, consumed nearly an entire hour. Even for a master like Qin Zhuo, completing this task left him drenched in sweat. After taking his grandmother's pulse and confirming her safety, he then turned his gaze to his grandfather, Qin Feng. After repeating the same procedure on him, Qin Zhuo finally felt a sense of relief. After all, Qin Feng, being a martial arts expert, was not to be compared with the ordinary old princess. Under Qin Zhuo's guidance, Qin Feng's internal energy began to circulate rapidly along a specific pathway, soon resolving the toxins autonomously. Having accomplished this, Qin Zhuo wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and stealthily departed as quietly as he had arrived. He did not seek trouble with his uncle and cousin, but returned to his own chamber, sitting cross-legged on his bed to commence his meditation. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the restless Huang Diyao and Zhao Qiuyang finally made their move, stealthily entering Qin Zhuo's room. "Uncle, I cannot be the one to behead someone. You should handle it yourself," said the nephew. "Fool, it's not as if you are being asked to kill a living person. What is there to fear in severing the head of a corpse?" The uncle and nephew exchanged hushed words as they crept toward the bed. However, before they could reach their destination, a sharp sound rang out, and the room was suddenly illuminated. There sat Qin Zhuo at the table, a mocking smirk adorning his face as he regarded the two intruders. "Manager Huang, guard Zhao, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The abrupt brightness startled Zhao Qiuyang and Huang Diyao, and the voice that followed sent them nearly into a panic. Huang Diyao fell to the ground in shock, pointing at Qin Zhuo with a trembling finger and stammering, "Why you re not dead? This cannot be. I distinctly saw you drink 3 bowls of soup. How could you possibly be unharmed?" Qin Zhuo merely curled his lips, disinclined to offer an explanation. Observing his silence, the increasingly agitated Huang Diyao began to spiral into wild conjectures, suddenly grasping his nephew's collar and demanding loudly, "Was that poison truly given to you by Lu Xiao? Could it be a ruse?" It was no wonder he thought this way. With such a massive dosage, even an elephant would perish. And it was inconceivable for a normal person to remain alive and well. Zhao Qiuyang, having never been exposed to the grander world, was utterly paralyzed by fear, merely shaking his head in silence despite Huang Diyao's relentless interrogation. Frustrated by his cowardice, Huang Diyao cursed him as useless and turned his fierce gaze toward Qin Zhuo. "It matters not. Even if you are not poisoned, we shall surely kill you today." As he spoke, he struggled to rise from the ground, drawing a dagger from his waist. Advancing toward Qin Zhuo, Huang Diyao continued his tirade, seemingly to bolster his own courage. "You, a weakling, have been frail since childhood. While your brothers have achieved remarkable martial prowess, you cannot even lift a stone lock. What does it matter that you fought the Jin family?" Jin Xiong was first injured by the old prince, and then, wary of your Qin family's might, he bore your blows in silence. Others may think you have concealed your strength, but I know the truth. You are undeniably worthless. Chapter 10. To kill is to kill. Revenge is best served swiftly. To kill is to kill. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, his form vanished, reappearing behind Huang Diyao. With the swiftness of lightning, he struck, not allowing his opponent even a moment to turn around before sealing his acupoint. "You." Huang Diyao managed to utter a single word before a cascade of cold sweat enveloped him. He could hardly fathom that the usually refined young master, who had always appeared so genteel before him, truly possessed innate prowess. Casting a glance at the still-dazed Zhao Qiuyang, Qin Zhuo sighed. "I offer you one final chance. Speak of all you know, and I shall grant you a merciful end. Otherwise, you will come to intimately understand the torment of being unable to live or die." Huang Diyao's gaze was unyielding, utterly unmoved. In stark contrast, Zhao Qiuyang lacked his composure. Witnessing Qin Zhuo consume poison yet remain unharmed, and now witnessing his uncle subdued with ease, he could no longer withstand the psychological strain and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me. I shall speak. I shall tell everything." "Is that so? It appears you are the clever one," Qin Zhuo replied, then swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the back of Huang Diyao's head. With a sickening pop, his skull burst open, before the lifeless body could collapse. Qin Zhuo wiped the bloodied mess from his hands onto Huang Diyao's garments, addressing Zhao Qiuyang, yet seemingly speaking to himself. "One willing to speak is sufficient. You may perish now. Oh, and do be sure not to inform the King of Hell that I was your murderer. The true instigator of your demise is Zhao Qiuyang." With his uncle now deceased, Zhao Qiuyang felt no shred of hesitation and hurriedly divulged everything he knew. "Your Highness, spare me. I shall reveal all. It is El Yunhua from the elf family who has orchestrated the poisoning of 3 individuals, including the late royal consort. several years ago. It was he who instigated the incident in which the young prince nearly drowned. It appears that the elf family has been scheming against the Duke of Jinbei for many years. Moreover, they have long coveted the sister-in-law of Qinzhua. What leaves Qinzhua both amused and exasperated is the audacity of Zhao Qiuyang, a man of little merit, to also desire the beauty of Li Qifeng. One must possess self-awareness, yet this fellow seems to be utterly deluded. After hearing Zhao Qiuyang's account, Qinzhua's expression darkened considerably. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly turned to Zhao Qiuyang, stating, "Since you delight in poisoning others, why not experience the taste yourself?" Zhao Qiuyang's complexion paled dramatically. "Spare me, Your Highness. You promised that as long as I divulged everything, you would." Qinzhua remained silent, forcefully searching Zhao Qiuyang and ultimately discovering a small paper pouch. This must be the very poison that El Yunhua had provided to the two conspirators. Ignoring Zhao Qiuyang's pleas for mercy, Qinzhua flicked the pouch into his mouth. To hasten the effects, he pressed his hand against Zhao Qiuyang's abdomen, channeling his internal energy to expedite the toxin's onset. "No, I do not wish to die." With a continuous infusion of energy, Zhao Qiuyang succumbed within mere moments. Looking down at the two lifeless bodies, Qinzhua said nothing. Under the cover of darkness, he discreetly transported the corpses back to their respective chambers. Noticing that time was still on his side, he seized the opportunity to scale the wall and investigate the elf family. Scholars often preach the virtue of avenging wrongs openly and without haste. However, Qinzhua held no such regard. If he harbored a grudge, it must be settled that very day, lest he find no peace in sleep. In the city of Jinling, 1,000 miles from Beilong, the grand and enigmatic palace remained brightly lit. Deep within its confines, a tall middle-aged man sat upon the dragon throne. Suddenly, a faint patter of footsteps disrupted the tranquility of the hall. A respectful, sword-bearing guard hurried in, kneeling without lifting his head to report, "Your Majesty, news has arrived from Beilong. The funeral of the Duke of Jinbei will proceed as scheduled, and the Duke's army remains unperturbed." The tall man merely paused momentarily in his actions, quickly regaining composure. He nodded to acknowledge the report, and the guard continued. "Furthermore, upon learning of the upheaval at the Duke's residence, the Qin family of Qizhou promptly called off the engagement. The wasteful heir of the Qin family did not oppose as strongly as anticipated. Instead, he appeared somewhat disdainful of the Qin family's opportunism. Women such as Li Qifeng, Qi Hongxian, and Yin Dongxiu did not distance themselves from the Duke's family as expected, but publicly declared their intention to marry the Qin family's ineffectual heir. What? Upon hearing this, the man abruptly lifted his gaze, shock and fury unmistakable in his voice. With a resounding clap, the man slammed his hand on the table, causing the kneeling guard, armed with a blade, to prostrate himself on the ground. "How dare you defy my decree? Truly, you are oblivious to your own peril. I merely wish to spare the innocent. Do you believe I lack the resolve to act against them? Immediately issue a command for all to spring into action." The man's tone was frigid and resolute, his supreme authority unmistakable. As his orders were disseminated, an atmosphere of tension and impending violence enveloped the entire palace. Countless figures cloaked in black departed the palace under the cover of night. A bloody conflict was on the verge of erupting. The new emperor intended to wield the most ruthless methods to punish those who dared to challenge his authority, ensuring that the world bore witness to the consequences of defiance. Meanwhile, Qinzhua, having donned his night attire, resembled a nocturnal creature, leaping gracefully from rooftop to rooftop, until he arrived at the residence of the elf family. Indeed, the elf family possessed a remarkable lineage, having once held the esteemed position of local general. El Yunhua's ancestors had produced 3 prominent military figures, yet over time, the family had gradually fallen into decline. Presently, apart from the eldest son El Yunshu, who still fought in the military, the others had abandoned martial pursuits for commerce. Silently infiltrating the El estate and dispatching the bothersome servants and guards, Qinzhua ascended to the rooftop. Cautiously lifting a tile, the scene within the room came into view. Given the circumstances, it seemed that, barring unforeseen events, Huang Diao and Zhao Qiuyang had likely succeeded. The Qin family? The Prince of the Northern Defense? What of it? The Qin family is on the brink of extinction. The last remaining heir has been poisoned, and it won't be long before his head lands in my hands. At that point, once I deliver that head, what worries would the elf family have in soaring to greatness? Leaning down for a closer look, Qinzhua realized that the speaker was not El Yunhua, but rather El Yunshu, the eldest of the elf family. Meanwhile, sitting beside El Yunshu, El Yunhua wore a furrowed brow, his gaze tinged with a hint of resentment. Chapter 11. The Prince's Sudden Change, a Fate Resilient. After a moment of silence, Qinghua suddenly heard El Yunhua in the room below say, "Elder brother, how is it that Qinghua possesses such resilience? He cannot even be drowned." Which is rather peculiar, don't you think? Upon hearing his brother's lament, El Yunshu shook his head in resignation. Have you forgotten? His second sister-in-law is of the Medicine God Valley. It is merely a matter of drinking a few sips of water. With the prowess of the Medicine God Valley, saving a person is a trivial task. Enough of that. El Yunhua waved his hand lightly and turned to say, "Once our plan is complete, I must have Li Qifeng for myself. My desire for her has not been a fleeting whim. Once she is in my grasp, I shall make her a caged bird." Haha, you, my brother, will inevitably meet your demise at the hands of a woman. The two brothers conspired in hushed tones about matters unfit for public ears, their words becoming increasingly unsavory. These conversations, falling upon Qinghua's ears, ignited a deep-seated fury within him. How dare they covet my sister-in-law? They are courting death. Although he now possessed the ability to crush both individuals with a single hand, he refrained from acting impulsively. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated Qinghua's eyes. Eureka! Given the despicable tactics employed by his adversaries, it would be apt to return their treachery in kind. With a calculated mind, Qinghua slowly retrieved the small paper pouch he had previously found on Zhao Qiuyang. This colorless and odorless substance was indeed suitable for the two men. With a deft flick of his wrist, he discreetly scattered the powdered drug from the rooftop, sending it directly above the heads of the brothers, El Yunhua and El Yunshu. The potency of this toxin was formidable. Even a mere inhalation could lead to one's demise. Initially, the brothers remained blissfully unaware, shamelessly crafting their splendid plans to seize the Northern King's mansion. However, as time elapsed, they began to feel an overwhelming fatigue. After approximately half an hour, both brothers collapsed in succession. Once they succumbed to slumber, they would never awaken again. Observing the unconscious figures, Qinghua felt a grim satisfaction as a measure of his hatred was appeased. With his vengeance fulfilled, he wasted no time in deftly departing from the scene. Yet, on his journey back, his thoughts raced as he contemplated strategies. The audacity of Zhao Qiuyang and Huang Diyao to attack the Northern King's mansion seemed to stem from the El brothers' instigation. However, Qinghua suspected the situation was more complex. It was unlikely that the El family alone would dare to confront the Northern King's mansion. Who knew if they had a more formidable ally backing them? Having eliminated all immediate threats, would that greater power retaliate against him? After much deliberation, Qinghua remained unconvinced that the situation was secure. With the new emperor openly opposing him and countless enemies lurking in the shadows, the Qin family faced an uphill battle. The following morning, Qin Feng and the old princess awoke languidly. Thanks to Qinghua's ministrations, their health had been restored. However, before they could sense anything amiss, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from somewhere within the mansion. Shortly thereafter, a guard rushed in, his face ashen, exclaiming, "My lord, my lady, a grave matter has arisen. Butler Huang and guard Zhao have inexplicably perished in their quarters, and the butler's head has exploded." Qin Feng and the old princess were taken aback. And Qin Feng's expression darkened as he urgently inquired, "Both have died? How could this be?" The guard, visibly anxious, nodded and, licking his lips nervously, replied, "My lord, this matter is exceedingly strange. It seems someone infiltrated the mansion under cover of night." After a brief pause, he added, "However, in my humble opinion, it would be unwise to publicize this incident widely. It would be best to notify their families to claim the bodies." Qin Feng remained silent, exchanging a meaningful glance with the old princess. The two individuals were not foolish. They naturally sensed that Guangda had secretly engaged in actions detrimental to the Wangfu of the Northern Protectorate. However, they had long been unable to obtain conclusive evidence. Thus they chose to turn a blind eye for an extended period. Now, with both of them having met an inexplicable demise, although peculiar, it occurred amidst a tumultuous season, leaving the members of the Wangfu preoccupied with their own safety, unable to divert attention to such matters. After a brief discussion, Qin Feng resolved to minimize the situation, opting not to delve deeply into the circumstances surrounding their deaths. He waved his hand and stated, regardless of the circumstances, they were once part of the Wangfu. Their sudden and strange demise warrants the Wangfu to provide each family with 50 taels of silver as burial expenses. Please inform their families. With that, Qin Feng turned to attend to other affairs, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, deep within, Both he and the old princess were acutely aware that the Wangfu of the Northern Protectorate had indeed fallen into a state of decline. It would not be long before the adage "when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter" would ring true for the Qin family. The untimely deaths of Huang Diyao and Zhao Qiyang might merely be the beginning of a series of troubles. No one could predict whether more misfortunes awaited them in the future. Nevertheless, the Qin family must not face extinction. As the principal figure of the Qin family, Qin Fong and the old princess had to summon their strength to uphold the last vestiges of dignity for the Wangfu. Particularly, they had to safeguard the last surviving heir of the Qin lineage, even at the cost of their lives. Unexpectedly, as Qin Fong contemplated these thoughts, a piercing scream echoed from the rear courtyard. This time, he and the old princess exchanged a glance, no longer able to remain composed. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The rear courtyard was, after all, the residence of their grandson. With the mysterious deaths of Huang Diyao and Zhao Qiyang, and now a scream from the courtyard. Could it be that Qin Zhuo was in peril? They raced towards the rear courtyard in a frenzy. What happened? Is Zhuo all right? Upon reaching the courtyard, Qin Fong and the old princess encountered a frantic maid. Grasping the maid's wrist, Qin Fong's eyes reddened as he demanded, "Why did you scream? Did something happen to Zhuo?" My lord." The young master. The maid appeared thoroughly rattled. Upon seeing her master's approach, she hastily attempted to explain. However, in her panic, she stammered incomprehensibly. Observing her distress, the old princess, fearing for her beloved grandson, fainted immediately. Quick-witted, Qin Fong caught her, gently laying her aside, while he himself stormed into the room at the rear courtyard. Upon entering Qin Zhuo's chamber, Qin Fong's eyes widened in shock. "Zhuo, you just a fleeting glance left him rooted to the spot. Grandfather, grandfather." Upon seeing him, Qin Zhuo beamed with joy, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Chapter 12. First poisoned, then plundered. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, his gaze vacant and hollow, akin to a soul lost, only able to manage a foolish grin. Qin Fong immediately discerned the peculiar state of his grandson, his face reflecting utter disbelief. Just then, Yin Dongxiu and others rushed over upon hearing the commotion, prompting Qin Fong to hastily urge, "Dongxiu, please go and see what has happened to Zhuo. He was fine yesterday. Why is he only smiling foolishly today?" Yin Dongxiu and Li Qifeng, equally unprepared for such a turn of events, did not dare to delay upon hearing Qin Fong's words, and quickly stepped forward to assess the situation. Even upon encountering the 7 sisters-in-law, there was no improvement in Qin Zhuo's condition. Placing his hand on Qin Zhuo's pulse, Yin Dongxiu's expression darkened within moments. It was as if his brother had been poisoned. His internal energy chaotic, with certain areas suffering severe trauma, clearly indicating that this was a deliberate act. Qin Fong, disregarding everything else, stepped forward anxiously and inquired, "Can you cure him?" Yin Dongxiu remained silent, her brow furrowed as she continued to check Qin Zhuo's pulse. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely under the anxious gazes of Qin Fong and Li Qifeng, until at last, Yin Dongxiu slowly withdrew her right hand. However, before anyone could voice their concerns, she suddenly burst into tears. This unexpected turn left everyone astonished, and Qin Fong, as if realizing something grim, collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Could it be that Zhuo was beyond saving? Cursed emperor, having already slain so many of the Qin family as sons. Now he would not even spare our last hope? How deeply must he fear the resurgence of the Qin family? With a resounding thud, Qin Fong slammed his fist onto the ground, shattering the thick stone slab beneath him. "Your Highness, perhaps the situation is not as dire as you perceive." Yin Dongxiu gradually stifled her sobs and approached to help Qin Fong to his feet. She explained, "It appears my brother was first poisoned and then gravely injured. Fortunately, he has quietly become a master of the innate realm, with a robust internal energy that has managed to suppress the poison, thus preserving his life. However, the conflict between these two forces has adversely affected his mind, rendering him akin to an imbecile at present. Yet, this does not preclude the possibility of healing." Upon hearing that the family's sole bloodline had become an imbecile, Qin Fong felt as though the heavens had collapsed, overwhelmed by despair to the point of breathlessness. Yet, when he heard Yin Dongxiu's subsequent words, a flicker of hope reignited within him. "Do you have a solution?" Yin Dongxiu, however, bitterly shook her head. "Your Highness, I lack such abilities. Yet, within this world, there are countless extraordinary individuals and phenomena. As long as there is a breath of life, there may indeed be someone capable of healing my brother." Sighing deeply, Qin Fong appeared worn and helpless, opening his mouth only to exhale a heavy sigh. "Zhuo, my Zhuo." At that moment, A sudden wail from the old princess outside pierced through the air, as the crowd collectively raised their heads. The old royal consort rushed in like a gust of wind. She paid no heed to those present and immediately flung herself towards the bed where Qinzhua lay. The old consort wept inconsolably, and upon hearing Yin Dongxiu's explanation, she nearly fainted from grief. In contrast, Qinzhua, resembling a 3-year-old child, began to cry as he witnessed his grandmother's tears. However, it was not long before his cries ceased. Noticing his grandmother still holding him, the bored Qinzhua began to play with the old consort's hair. Although Qinzhua had previously been frail, he had never exhibited such behavior as he did now. Observing Qinzhua's reactions, the onlookers exchanged glances, having concluded that he had regressed into a state of folly. Just as despair loomed over the gathering, a guard hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, trouble has befallen the prince and princess. The new emperor has sent men to raid the estate, and a large contingent of soldiers is en route to the royal residence." Qin Feng remained silent, dismissing the guard with a wave of his hand. At that moment, his countenance darkened, as if it could drip with water. Although he had been aware of the situation, the reality of it stirred a tempest of rage within him. The cruelty of the imperial family knew no bounds. The new emperor truly intended to extinguish the Qin lineage. After gritting his teeth for a moment, Qin Feng raised his gaze towards the old consort and his grandson, his expression transforming into one of resolute determination. "Let us proceed to the main hall and await our fate. I shall see what charges the new emperor dares to level against the Qin family." His voice resonated with authority and indignation as he strode forward. At that moment, Li Qifeng suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Your Highness, could the sudden change in my brother's condition be linked to the deaths of Huang Diyao and Zhao Qiuyang?" They had barely passed when Qinzhua inexplicably became a simpleton. Might it be possible that someone infiltrated the town northern king's residence, first utilizing Zhao Qiuyang and Huang Diyao against Qinzhua, and then silencing them to eliminate witnesses? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng paused momentarily but continued onward. Li Qingfeng exchanged glances with Yin Dongxiu and the other women, his expression darkening as he found himself at a loss for a solution. Ultimately, under the comforting and persuasive words of the 7 maidens, the old consort, accompanied by the now foolish Qinzhua, slowly made her way to the main hall. The family must remain united if a raid were to occur. Their dignity must not be forsaken. The 3 generations seated themselves in the grand chairs, but as Qinzhua had become senseless, he could hardly contain his restlessness and soon began to dart about. Li Qifeng and the others, their minds in turmoil, had no inclination to chase after Qinzhua and allowed him to frolic as he pleased. Before long, the guard returned with more news. "Your Highness, the soldiers have completely surrounded the royal residence, and the leader appears to be General Wang." Qin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing this and stated, "What is there to panic about? What is destined to come will inevitably arrive." He grasped the old consort's hand, and together they rose to their feet. Seeing Qin Feng still fiddling around aimlessly in the corner, a wave of emotion washed over him. However, he quickly composed himself, beckoning Qinzhua to come closer, and said, "Zhuar, let us accompany your grandparents and see what absurd charges they can concoct against our family." Upon hearing the invitation, Qinzhua turned around, and in the next moment, he was filled with exuberance. "Great, let's go outside and take a look." Subsequently, under Qin Feng's guidance, Qinzhua skipped joyfully out of the main hall. Yet, before they had ventured far, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from a distance. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a sea of fully armed soldiers surrounding the entrance. As the Prince of the North, Qin Feng instantly recognized that the men encircling the Prince of the North's residence were none other than the Imperial Guard of the Qian. Among them stood a man, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, who was reveling in the misfortune of Qin Feng and his kin from atop his steed. Chapter 13. How much can one endure? Before Qin Feng and the others could exit the gates, he boisterously proclaimed, "Those within the Prince of the North's residence, listen well. Do not act rashly. I, the general, have come at the behest of His Majesty the Emperor to conduct a search. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be dealt with on the spot." Zhou Hanqing. Glaring at the man before him, Qin Feng's anger was palpable. Yet, the latter remained unfazed, cheerfully acknowledging him while lifting the imperial decree in his hand, exuding an air of triumph as if to say that even Qin Feng, his former superior, could not change the course of his actions. The few maids and servants at the door, upon hearing the words of the imperial decree, were so frightened that they fell to their knees, not daring to breathe a word. Taking advantage of the distraction, Qin Feng, holding the hands of the old princess and his wife, discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, he was feigning ignorance. The Qin family found themselves besieged on all sides, with the new emperor eager to eradicate any remnants of their lineage. After a night of contemplation, Qin Shi was unable to devise a viable plan to save the Qin family. The only feasible solution seemed to be to pretend to be oblivious, allowing the new emperor to believe that the Qin family was on the brink of extinction, thus eliminating any threat of resurgence. Only by adopting this strategy could the members of the Qin family and his 7 sisters-in-law hope for a sliver of survival. Looking up, he recognized the young commander seated high on his horse as Zhou Hanqing, once a centurion under his grandfather Qin Fang's command. In days gone by, this individual had garnered much attention from his grandfather. Yet, as the saying goes, one can paint a tiger's skin but not its bones. One can know a person's face but not their heart. Who would have suspected that Zhou Hanqing, once favored by his grandfather, would resort to embezzling military funds and allowing his soldiers to commit atrocities against innocent civilians? Upon learning of this, Qin Fang had been enraged and exiled him. Yet now, inexplicably, he had ingratiated himself with the royal court and, after many years, had transformed into the commander of the Imperial Guard. At this moment, Zhou Hanqing, with a face full of malice, waved the decree in his hand and addressed Qin Fang and his family, declaring, "All members of the Qin family of the Prince of the North, heed the decree. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. The Wangfu of the Northern Protector has now become a mere shadow of its former self, reduced to a handful of elderly individuals and a worthless grandson. It seems the Qin family is truly facing annihilation this time." After speaking, he provocatively glanced at Qin Shi, eager to witness the reaction of this notorious wastrel, the last remaining bloodline of the Qin family. Should this fool dare to defy the imperial decree openly, Zhou Hanqing would show no mercy and would execute him on the spot. Qin Fang and the old queen consort remained silent for a long while. Although they harbored deep discontent towards the new emperor, they were, after all, living under his roof, and rules were rules. Ultimately, they knelt down. The remaining maidservants and servants within the residence, witnessing their masters bowing, also fell to their knees in a wave. Qin Shi, naturally unwilling to kneel, was reluctantly forced down by Qin Fang's strong pull. Ahem! Zhou Hanqing cleared his throat and theatrically unfolded the imperial edict to commence the reading. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to our attention that the offspring of the Northern Protector have secretly colluded with barbarian tribes, conspiring to betray the nation. Considering the contributions of Qin Fang in valiantly defending our territory against the barbarians, we shall weigh merits against faults, and thus, the death penalty for the Qin family is commuted. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the living crimes cannot escape. All assets, lands, properties, and servants of the Northern Protector shall be confiscated, and the members of the Qin family shall be reduced to commoners. Listening to Zhou Hanqing's proclamation of the imperial decree, Qin Fang and the old queen consort's eyes nearly ignited with fury. The Qin family had sacrificed themselves for the imperial family in countless battles, longing for martyrdom on the battlefield, only to be wrongfully accused of colluding with barbarian tribes and conspiring against the nation. What a profound humiliation! Despite having mentally prepared for such a possibility, hearing the decree laden with unfounded accusations was still unbearable for the Qin family. Qin Fang could not comprehend why the new emperor seemed intent on targeting the Qin family. His descendants had given their lives for the imperial family. Why must they bear such a disgrace even in death? Nevertheless, the situation was now beyond remedy. Any further words would be futile. Exchanging a glance with the old queen consort, a bitter smile filled with despair and helplessness crossed their faces. At that moment, they lacked even the strength to cry out in protest. In this dire situation, no one could clear the Qin family's name. All they could do was endure their fate. Not to mention, just observing the imperial guards who had come to confiscate their belongings indicated that the new emperor was resolutely intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Qin family. Otherwise, he would not have sent a petty man like Zhou Hanqing to lead the charge. While Qin Fang and the old queen consort did not voice their thoughts, they had already made up their minds. They did not aspire for vindication. They merely hoped that the new emperor would not be so cruel as to eradicate the entire Qin lineage. After all, the only remaining descendant of the Qin family had become a simpleton. Surely the new emperor would not be so heartless as to spare not even a fool. Criminal Qin Fang, I accept the decree. Qin Fang gritted his teeth as he received the edict. The next moment, Zhou Hanqing could hardly contain his eagerness as he issued the command. Search thoroughly, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Leave not a single penny of wealth for the criminal family. Moreover, he suddenly raised his whip and pointed at Qin Fong and the others, declaring, "You must remove your garments. You are all now condemned and unworthy of such fine attire." In the next instant, those soldiers surged forward, unceremoniously herding Qin Fong and his companions into a room. They were forcibly searched and then clad in coarse linen garments. Qin Fong and the old Queen Mother had never endured such humiliation in their lives, feeling an overwhelming sense of disgrace that made them tremble with rage. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Fong pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Hanqing, exclaiming, "Zhou Hanqing, you heartless wretch! Were it not for my mercy in sparing your life back then, would you have attained your current status? I never imagined you to be such a despicable scoundrel. Had I known, I would have had you torn apart by horses." Seemingly stirred by his grandparents' emotions, Qin Zhua, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly erupted in fury. "I will not change my clothes. I refuse to change my clothes." As his cries echoed, the soldiers attempting to forcibly search him and change his attire were unexpectedly hurled aside by Qin Zhua. This spectacle left the onlookers in astonishment, and Zhou Hanqing was rendered speechless. What was happening? Was it not said that Qin Zhua had been incapable of martial arts since childhood, a complete waste of potential? How could such a supposed failure escape the grasp of several soldiers? The soldiers who had been thrown back struggled to rise, their expressions darkening as they looked up. They had intended to seize an opportunity for profit but found themselves humiliated by a mere child. This was intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, several soldiers brandished their weapons and charged forward. However, as they approached, they too were swiftly sent flying by Qin Zhua. Zhou Hanqing, witnessing this, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. He had once followed Qin Fong and knew all too well of Qin Zhua's limitations. Chapter 14. The Imperial Guard Strikes. Rooting out the weeds. Understanding Qin Zhua's past made Zhou Hanqing's incredulity all the more profound, soon giving way to furious wrath. "How dare you, Qin Zhua? Lay hands on the Imperial Guard. Seize him." With Zhou Hanqing's command, dozens of armored soldiers wielding long spears surged forward. These were clearly battle-hardened warriors, and their strikes aimed directly at Qin Zhua's vital points. As the spear tips grazed his skin, a chilling intent to kill coursed through him. Qin Zhua, momentarily taken aback, not only felt no fear, but instead began to clap in delight. "Excellent, splendid. Let us all play together." Zhou Hanqing furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could this boy still smile when he was in imminent danger of being pierced like a beehive? "Zhuar, do not act recklessly," Qin Fong exclaimed, his heart racing as he witnessed his precious grandson threatened by the spears of dozens of soldiers. At this moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with dignity or reputation. Stepping forward, he hastily explained, "General Zhou Han, last night, someone infiltrated the estate, poisoned and injured Zhuar, who has now become a simpleton. I implore you to show mercy and let him go." After uttering these words, Qin Fong quickly turned to Qin Zhua and urged, "Zhuar, quickly apologize to General Zhou." "I am sorry, General Zhou." Qin Zhua obediently complied, having just been in a fierce altercation with the soldiers. Yet now he genuinely bowed and apologized. This scene caught Zhou Hanqing's attention, and his brow furrowed slightly. Was this lad truly foolish? You claim you were in the wrong? Very well, then enlighten me on what exactly your error was. Zhou Hanqing leaned down slightly, gripping the mane of his horse, gazing down at the pair of grandfather and grandson, evidently skeptical of Qin Fong's account. With a dazed expression, Qin Zhua chuckled foolishly, saying, "I do not know where I went wrong. Since my grandfather wishes me to apologize, I shall do so." With that, Qin Zhua unexpectedly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards Zhou Hanqing with relentless fervor. "General Zhou, I was wrong. I was wrong." Zhou Hanqing thought to himself, "Indeed, a simpleton." Rolling his eyes, he turned his gaze elsewhere. "You lot, put away your weapons and escort this fool to where he belongs. And do take those women with you." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhua finally ceased his bowing. Yet, he remained prostrate on the ground, not out of reluctance to rise, but rather to conceal the tears of humiliation welling in his eyes, fearing that Zhou Hanqing might perceive his distress. Get up, get up." The soldier who had been knocked aside by Qin Zhua earlier approached, wearing a sinister grin. After quickly regaining his composure, Qin Zhua continued to feign ignorance, looking up and smiling vacuously at the other. However, in the next moment, the soldier delivered a vicious kick to his face. With that single blow, Qin Zhua's nose erupted in blood, leaving him in a pitiful state. Qin Fong and the old princess attempted to intervene, but were met with the soldiers' blades drawn against them. In Dongxiu, Li Qingfeng, and the others watched with hearts heavy with sorrow, yet felt powerless, being forcibly taken away by the soldiers, unable to resist. At this moment, Qin was heartburned with rage, yet he could not reveal a trace of it. For the sake of his grandparents, his 7 sisters-in-law, and the future of the Qin family, he must endure. Not only that, he must continue to play the fool. The more others perceive him as easy to bully, the safer he and his family would be. Only in this way could he one day achieve vengeance. Damn it, daring to lay hands on my grandfather. You think you're impressive? Come on, try it again. The soldier laughed menacingly, seizing Qin Zhuo by the hair and brutally dragging him away. Feeling the excruciating pain on his scalp, Qin Zhuo grimaced, yet he clapped his hands vigorously. As this scene unfolded before the eyes of others, expressions of disdain and contempt emerged on their faces. Ultimately, Qin Zhuo was dragged to a location where other members of the royal house were imprisoned. Just as he was thrown inside, 7 sisters rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Among them, Yin Dongxiu immediately enveloped him in an embrace. Witnessing Qin Zhuo's bloodied and disheveled appearance, tears streamed down the faces of the 7 women. Before long, the soldiers had thoroughly searched the Qin residence. One soldier approached Zhou Hanqing, reporting loudly, "General, all 21 members of the northern town prince's estate have been apprehended." Zhou Hanqing nodded and then stated, "In addition to the imperial decree, the emperor has given me a verbal order. Should the Qin family dare to resist, they shall be executed on the spot. However, if they comply, considering the old prince's contributions to the court, the emperor is willing to spare Qin Zhuo's life, provided that Qin Feng and Yu Fengji are handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial." What? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo's eyes widened in shock. As Zhou Hanqing finished speaking, he waved his hand gently, and immediately soldiers came forth to escort Qin Feng and the old princess. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhuo could no longer contain himself. The reason for his feigned ignorance was to protect the lives of his family. He had thought that even if the new emperor was ruthless, he would not go so far as to annihilate the only remaining bloodline of the Qin family upon learning that they had been rendered foolish. Despite being kicked in the face by those soldiers, he had refrained from retaliating. But to endure all of this only to find that his grandparents were to be handed over to the capital's Ministry of Justice was unbearable. Would there be any hope for them in the capital? Qin Zhuo let out a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot as he prepared to rush out and exact vengeance. In the next moment, Qin Feng and the old princess suddenly turned around. Zhuo, don't. Their complex gazes fell upon the enraged Qin Zhuo, a flicker of something unusual passing through their eyes, quickly replaced by despair. The old princess attempted to convey warmth, shaking her head gently at Qin Zhuo, her lips parting to speak, yet the words failed to escape. Suddenly, Qin Feng erupted into laughter, forcefully shaking off the grasp of several soldiers, boldly striding towards the estate's exit. "Zhuo, the new emperor has shown mercy and spared your life, so live well. Though rendered foolish, it does not hinder the continuation of our lineage. You must carry forth the bloodline of the Qin family." Grandfather, grandmother. Qin Zhuo desperately tried to break free. But Li Qingfeng and the others understood the unspoken message in the eyes of the old prince and princess, gripping Qin Zhuo's hands tightly, refusing to let go. Li Qingfeng urged urgently, "Brother, do not act impulsively. If you go out there, you will surely be killed." Yin Dongxiu nodded vigorously. Yes. If you die, everything the prince and princess have done will be in vain." Qin Zhuo was acutely aware of this. Yet he could not bear to watch as his grandparents walked towards their doom, just as he was prepared to exert every ounce of his strength to rescue his grandparents. Li Qingfeng suddenly erupted, delivering a swift chop to Qin Zhuo's neck. Chapter 15. On the Road to Exile, Continuation of the Lineage. In the next moment, Qin Zhuo's eyelids fluttered before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this event, Zhou Hanqing harbored no suspicions. He merely assumed the fool was reluctant to part with his kin. Particularly upon hearing Qin Feng's remark about continuing the lineage, he rolled his eyes dramatically. Continuing the lineage, indeed? Were the offspring of a fool not destined to be fools themselves? Did they truly expect a simpleton to avenge the Qin family? Enough, it was futile to dream. As he observed Qin Feng and the old queen consort board the prison carriage, Zhou Hanqing turned and issued orders. If anyone attempts to escape during the journey, they are to be killed without exception. His gaze was icy and forbidding, as if he did not regard the members of the Qin family as worthy adversaries. After uttering these words, he led a multitude of guards away from the town north prince's residence. Subsequently, the members of the prince's household, enveloped in despair and reluctance, slowly embarked on the path of exile. Gazing at the unconscious Qin Zhuo, Yin Dongxiu wept profusely. Did she not understand that the prince and princess were heading to the capital only to meet their demise? Yet, she felt powerless to change anything. Nor could she bear to watch Qinghua march towards his death. The prince and princess offered no resistance, obediently boarding the prison carriage, clearly sacrificing their lives to secure a glimmer of hope for Qinghua. How could those destined to become Qinghua's wives betray the noble intentions of the prince and princess, due to Qinghua's faintness and the soldiers' urgent insistence on hastening their journey? The only martial artist in the group reluctantly took it upon himself to carry Qinghua on his back. In reality, Qinghua had awakened midway. Yet he chose to remain silent, casting a discreet glance at the toxic mist. Only 19 souls emerged alive from the town North Prince's residence, all trudging forward in dejection. Among the survivors, 7 were Qinghua's sisters-in-law, while the others were servants of the estate. Upon closer inspection, every face bore a heavy expression. This weight stemmed not only from the upheaval at the town North Prince's residence, but also from a profound despair regarding the future. The journey from the town North Prince's residence to Ninguda was countless in distance. If they were to walk, it would take no less than half a year to arrive. Furthermore, the group had been stripped down to bare essentials by Zhou Hanqing, lacking even the most basic provisions for sustenance and warmth. Coupled with the constant surveillance of fully armed soldiers, there was no possibility of finding a shortcut under such circumstances. Qinghua was silently cursed within, reflecting on how the new emperor was truly duplicitous, speaking sweetly while harboring malicious intent, with no intention of sparing the remnants of the town North Prince's residence. The upheaval at the town North Prince's residence had become known throughout Baiyang, and as the group was escorted away, many onlookers had gathered nearby. These common folk whispered among themselves, and some, having benefited from the prince's household in earlier years, shook their heads in lamentation. Some individuals, having experienced the punitive measures of the Wangfu, revel in the misfortune, wishing for the complete demise of its members. Others, detached from the conflict, observe with a sense of cold mockery. There are also astute individuals who discern the truth, yet refrain from defending those of the Wangfu. In essence, everyone harbors their own motives, their expressions reflecting a myriad of sentiments. Among the members of the Wangfu, Qinghua is carried by Li Qingfeng, while 6 sisters encircle him protectively, fearing a covert assault from the soldiers. The Wangfu has accrued numerous adversaries over time. In the past, these foes might have endured in silence due to the power wielded by the Wang, but now, with the new emperor's relentless targeting, the Wangfu has crumbled, leaving its members vulnerable and emboldening their enemies. It is abundantly clear that along the treacherous route to Ninguda, they would undoubtedly face hostility. After traversing a distance, Qinghua notices that Li Qifeng is perspiring profusely, prompting him to abandon the pretense of unconsciousness. Yet, upon dismounting from Li Qingfeng's back, he continues to feign ignorance. To maintain this fragile semblance of tranquility, Qinghua discreetly surveys his surroundings. Among the onlookers, there likely lurk those intent on their harm, whether out of vengeance or a desire to exploit his 7 exquisite sisters. With a heavy heart, Qinghua reflects on the unparalleled beauty of his sisters-in-law. Each a paragon of grace, even in the emperor's harem, they would be regarded as rare gems. Prior to joining the Qin family, they had attracted countless suitors. Those with the means to pursue them are numerous, not to mention those who, lacking resources, covet their beauty. With the decline of the Wangfu, it is inevitable that they would become targets for ill-intentioned individuals. However, when trouble inevitably arises, what recourse will they have? Is it truly realistic to rely on the heavily armed soldiers for protection? Along their journey, Qinghua has repeatedly observed soldiers casting inappropriate glances at his sisters-in-law. If these soldiers themselves harbor such intentions, protecting them becomes a far-fetched notion. The Wangfu members tread cautiously, maintaining silence as they move forward, heads bowed. When they have traveled over 10 miles beyond Baiyang, the sky has plunged into darkness. The leading soldier calls out, and the procession gradually halts, seemingly preparing to set up camp for the night before continuing their journey the following day. Qinghua and his companions are herded into a corner, where he remains silent, crouching and surveying the scene. As his gaze sweeps over the servants and maids exiled to Ninguda due to their association with the Wangfu, he notes the vacuity in their eyes. A few familiar maidservants and attendants gathered in small groups, occasionally casting complex glances towards Qinghua and the 7 sisters-in-law. Perhaps noticing Qinghua's unwavering gaze upon them, Yin Dongxiu let out a soft sigh and, lowering her voice, explained, "Brother, these individuals serve in the royal household. Although they are required to work, their lives are far better than those of ordinary folk. Now, entangled in the affairs of the royal residence, they undoubtedly harbor some resentment. We must exercise caution. Following the direction of her gentle voice, Qingjue discovered that the second sister-in-law was discreetly retrieving something from beneath her skirt. With the flickering light of the campfire casting shadows, he discerned that it was a small water pouch. Yin Dongxiu glanced around hastily and quickly pressed the water pouch into Qingjue's hands. Noticing him staring blankly at her, she felt a wave of concern. Just yesterday, he had been perfectly fine, yet overnight he had transformed into a fool, unable even to drink water. She raised the pouch to his lips and whispered, "You haven't had any water during the journey. You must be thirsty. Please drink quickly, but do not let anyone see." Chapter 16. First the second sister-in-law, then the seventh sister-in-law. However, Qingjue noticed that the second sister-in-law's lips were parched and devoid of their usual luster. He shook his head, intending to return the pouch, when suddenly a loud shout pierced the air. "How dare you hoard a water pouch?" Turning to look, he saw a soldier glaring in their direction. With quick reflexes, Qingjue swiftly shielded Yin Dongxiu behind him. The soldier strode forward and, without hesitation, raised his whip to strike. Qingjue's expression hardened. He was about to retaliate when a shadow unexpectedly interposed itself before him. To his astonishment, it was the second sister-in-law. With a resounding crack, the whip fell heavily, and Qingjue distinctly felt the tremor that coursed through her delicate frame. "Sister-in-law," he cried out, witnessing the soldier prepare to swing the whip again. In that moment, he could no longer hold back. He swiftly turned and pressed Yin Dongxiu down, attempting to shield her with his own body from the impending blow. However, the impact caused him to draw in a sharp breath. Seeing the scene unfold before her, Yin Dongxiu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother, are you all right?" she implored. "Sister-in-law?" Just as Qingjue began to speak, the soldier swung the whip once more. It hurts. Please stop. I was wrong." Qingjue began to wail in supplication. Even in this dire moment, he clung to his pretense of foolishness. Witnessing Qingjue being punished, Yin Dongxiu could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, her heart shattering. She had attempted to push Qingjue away to take the lethal lash herself, but her frail strength was insufficient. As the soldier raised the whip yet again, Yin Dongxiu, with tear-streaked cheeks, pleaded, "Please, sir, do not strike. He has already become a fool. It is futile to punish him. Everything is my fault. I concealed the water pouch in secret, and I shall never dare again. I implore you, do not strike me." Yet, the soldier showed no signs of mercy, turning with a sinister glare and bellowing, "Shut your foolish mouth. I can strike whomever I please. When did it become your place to dictate? Speak another word, and I shall end you." The soldier continued to lash the whip, mercilessly striking Qinjue's back with each crack. As he whipped, he cursed, "Damn it, have you become a fool? How dare you try to emulate a hero saving a maiden? Who gave you such audacity? A hero, is it? Saving a maiden, you say? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences. Let us see if you dare again." The curses grew louder, and the whip crackled through the air with ferocity. However, within, Qingjue was cursing vehemently. He had thought that pretending to be foolish would spare him unnecessary trouble. After all, who would bicker with a simpleton? Yet, this soldier seemed to be deranged, truly confronting him. In mere moments, he had already received over 10 lashes. Clearly, he was being treated as less than human. Even a mule could not withstand such punishment. Crack! Another lash fell heavily, but to Qinjue's bewilderment, it did not hurt. Turning back in confusion, his eyes widened in shock. Sister-in-law. It was his seventh sister-in-law, Su Bingyan, who had shielded him from the whip. Coming from a prominent family in Jiangnan, Su Bingyan had been pampered since childhood, and it was an understatement to say she was unaccustomed to hard labor. Such delicate skin, and she took a lash directly, blood bursting forth from her back. Witnessing the pain etched across her brow, Qingjue could barely contain his urge to kill. Upon hearing her brother's call, Su Bingyan endured the pain and managed a strained smile. Before she could utter a word, the soldier viciously kicked her aside. "You wretched woman, go away. There will be plenty of time for you to take your beating later." With a cry, Su Bingyan fell to the ground, unable to rise. The soldier raised the whip once more, preparing to strike Qinjue's back again. It appeared that he intended to beat Qingjue to death tonight. First his second sister-in-law, now his seventh sister-in-law. Clenching his teeth, Qingjue resolved to no longer endure. To hell with the emperor, to hell with the soldier. They say patience brings peace. But taking a step back only fuels further anger. It is one thing to strike me, but to dare strike my sister-in-law? Truly, they are courting death. How dare you strike my sister-in-law? I will kill you. Qingjue suddenly roared, swiftly grasping the descending whip. With a vigorous pull, the whip slipped from the soldier's grasp. What do you think you are doing? The soldier's face paled, seemingly unprepared for Qinzhua's audacity to resist. In the next moment, Qinzhua sprang to his feet, his movements appearing clumsy yet executed with remarkable speed as he lunged forward to ensnare the man's neck with his whip. With a sudden forceful tug, the man's face flushed crimson. It was at this juncture that the guards finally grasped the imminent danger, desperately attempting to call for help. However, despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage to utter 3 words. Among the convoy escorting the prisoners, only one captain was present, Hu Daji, who had been seated around a campfire grilling meat with others, immediately rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Qinzhua, what are you doing? Release him at once, or I shall slay you. Hu Daji brandished his sword menacingly towards Qinzhua's nose, his tone icy and lethal. Not only he, but the other guards also drew their weapons, effectively surrounding Qinzhua. Their expressions were grim, suggesting that at their captain's command, they would not hesitate to strike down their target. Qinzhua glanced around, not foolish enough to confront so many adversaries head-on. Upon hearing Hu Daji's command, he reluctantly loosened his grip on the soldier. Damn it, I almost met my doom. The soldier gasped for breath, cursing under his breath, and turned to reprimand Qinzhua further. Unexpectedly, Qinzhua began to weep profusely. As he wiped his tears with his sleeve, he pitifully lamented, "You're all bullying me. You're all villains." Though he appeared foolish and oblivious, Qinzhua's mind was sharper than any of theirs. What seemed like a display of childish sobbing was in truth a discreet observation of the shifts in their expressions, although they had already distanced themselves from Bailong. Venturing into desolate territories, with his strength, Qinzhua could have potentially eliminated all the soldiers escorting them, even at the cost of his own injury. Yet, he could not gamble with the lives of his 7 sisters-in-law. Moreover, slaying these men would be futile. Who could tell if there were loyalists to the emperor remaining in Bailong City? Should word of his actions reach them while he was still in the midst of violence, it would likely lead to far greater troubles. Thus, Qinzhua resolved to endure this humiliation, biding his time until he could act in a place where the heavens were far removed and the emperor's reach was distant. Chapter 17. The Fury of Resistance, a Lesson to Others. The impetus behind his sudden violence stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the soldier had attempted to whip him to death. Should he perish, no one would be left to safeguard his 7 sisters-in-law. Secondly, Qinzhua harbored thoughts of setting an example. By subtly showcasing his strength, he aimed to issue a small warning to these individuals, ensuring that should they harbor malicious intentions in the future, they would think twice before acting. Observing Qinzhua's dramatic weeping, the others exchanged glances, each wearing a look of exasperation. They had long heard tales of a useless wastrel from the northern king's residence, but little did they expect that this fellow would also be a simpleton. What significance is there in quarreling with such a person? However, the soldier whose neck was gripped by a hand did not share this sentiment. He felt a loss of face, and despite Qinzhua's seemingly foolish demeanor, he was unwilling to let the matter rest easily. "How dare you lay your hands on me?" he shouted in fury, drawing his sword and charging at Qinzhua. Just as Qinzhua pondered whether to resist, Hu Daji's voice resonated calmly. "Enough, enough. Why argue with a fool? Let it be as it is. If you truly kill him, how shall we explain it to our superiors?" Gently patting the soldier on the shoulder and seizing the long knife from his grip, Hu Daji turned away. The soldier, seething with rage, glared at Qinzhua. He intended to utter something but was momentarily taken aback by Qinzhua's vacant gaze. After a brief pause, he spat contemptuously at the ground. "What terrible luck!" The soldier then turned and rejoined his comrades by the campfire, roasting meat and sharing camaraderie. Meanwhile, Qinzhua found himself amidst several sisters-in-law, genuinely savoring the sensation of being surrounded by beautiful women. Yin Dongxiu, anxious and eager, pulled Qinzhua close, insisting on examining his back. "Brother, quickly remove your shirt so we can see how your back has fared." The other sisters-in-law gathered around, their faces etched with concern for Qinzhua's injuries. When they beheld the numerous blood-stained wounds across his back, their hearts ached and tears began to flow. "What shall we do?" After witnessing Qinzhua's injuries, Yin Dongxiu, who lacked any medicinal ointments, was overwhelmed with distress. Li Qifeng, standing nearby, furrowed her brow. As soon as she reached out to touch Qinzhua's back, he winced in pain. "Ouch, ouch. Big sister, please don't." As he protested, he glanced back at her. It wasn't that the pain was unbearable, but rather, the coolness of her delicate hand gliding across his back was something no ordinary man could withstand. At that moment, Qinzhua longed to shout for the sisters-in-law to give him some space to regain his composure. All right, I won't touch anymore." Li Qifeng, startled, quickly withdrew her hand and turned to comfort Qin Zhua. Brother, don't cry out. If you upset those people, it could lead to trouble. She barely finished her sentence before her compassion prevented her from continuing. Qi Hongxian, feeling helpless, grasped Qin Zhua's hand in a gesture of solace. The 7 women, deeply pained by Qin Zhua's injuries, remained oblivious to the change in his expression. Seeing that the 7 women showed no intention of departing, Qin Zhua took the initiative to speak. Sisters-in-law, I'm no longer in pain. I feel quite tired and wish to sleep. Upon hearing this, Yin Dongxiu nodded in understanding. Indeed, we've traveled all day. You must be exhausted. Tonight, I shall keep you company while you sleep. Although I lack any healing supplies, at least I can take care of you. Qin Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide as he gazed at the other party. Li Qingfeng and the other 6 women blushed deeply, lowering their heads in shyness, unable to meet Qin Zhua's gaze. Qin Zhua pondered, Sister-in-law, what are you uttering such audacious words for? How can one sleep together? However, Yin Dongxiu, unperturbed by such thoughts, took action without hesitation. She gently pulled Qin Zhua down beside her, even going so far as to enfold his face within her bosom. Qin Zhua found himself devoid of any desire for slumber. Even if he had wished to sleep, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him rendered such thoughts utterly impossible. The softness of Yin Dongxiu's delicate form, even through the coarse fabric of her garment, was unmistakably felt by Qin Zhua. As a normal man, he found his mind wandering in this situation. Had his resolve not been exceptionally steadfast, it was likely that an embarrassing incident would have ensued at that very moment. With his sister-in-law's sincere affection, Qin Zhua felt helpless, only able to let out a silent sigh, accepting this peculiar treatment with both pain and pleasure. In truth, Yin Dongxiu had never contemplated the distinctions between genders. To her, this brother was destined to be her man, especially now that he had become a fool. What could a fool possibly comprehend? Sleeping closely beside his sister-in-law, while certainly testing a man's fortitude, was still preferable to being under the attentive care of 7 distinctly styled sisters-in-law. As time passed, both Qin Zhua and Yin Dongxiu eventually drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence, and come the dawn of the following day, someone approached. Qin Zhua looked up to find it was the soldier from the previous night, the one he had choked. The soldier now held a stack of dry pancakes, evidently there to distribute breakfast to everyone. Each person, including Li Qingfeng and Qi Hongxian, received a pancake, but when it came to Qin Zhua, the soldier bypassed him entirely. It was evident that this was a form of retribution for the humiliation Qin Zhua had inflicted the previous night. Observing that he was overlooked, Qin Zhua refused to let it slide and called out, I'm hungry too. I want a pancake. The soldier turned back, glaring fiercely. You want to eat? Fine. In the next moment, he actually produced a pancake, ominously handing it to Qin Zhua. Confused, Qin Zhua thought, is he really giving it to me? This guy clearly still harbors a grudge. He must be up to something. Despite his doubts, Qin Zhua rose to accept the pancake. However, just as his fingers were about to touch it, the soldier abruptly let go, causing the pancake to fall to the ground. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zhua realized the soldier was attempting to play a trick. The pancake landed in the dirt, instantly becoming soiled. To make matters worse, the soldier then lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the pancake, twisting it until it was reduced to crumbs, before finally retracting his foot. Looking at Qin Zhua with a cold smile, he taunted, Aren't you hungry? Go ahead and eat. Qin Zhua raised his gaze to meet the mocking eyes of the man before him, a surge of anger swelling within him, wishing to shatter the man's skull with a single blow. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, he forced himself to suppress his rage and bent down to retrieve the discarded pancake from the ground. Chapter 18. The scorching sun burns the heart, exhaustion overwhelms. The dragon swims in shallow waters, mocked by shrimp. The tiger, fallen in the plains, is bullied by dogs. What fate had befallen him and his sisters to be at their mercy? Silently picking up the pancake, Qin Zhua mixed it with the dirt and fed it to his mouth. Upon witnessing his obedience, the man felt a sense of satisfaction. Yes, eat more. Do not waste it. The soldier, feeling quite pleased, wished to throw more pancakes at his feet. Brother, please don't do this. Li Qifeng stepped forward, grasping Qin Zhua's hand with concern. Sister has pancakes here. If you're hungry, you can have all of them. Yin Dongxiu and Qi Hongxian, along with the other sisters, hurried over, offering their pancakes as well. Brother, you are still growing. Eat more. Looking at the several sisters before him, Qin Zhua felt a swell of gratitude but refrained from appearing too clever in front of the soldier, instead smiling foolishly and repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful his sisters were. When he glanced up, he noticed that the soldier showed no intention of leaving. Reluctantly, Qin Zhuo began to eat. As he consumed the food rather quickly, Qi Hongxian and the others kindly patted his back, fearful he might choke. At that moment, as Qin Zhuo chewed on the dry pancake, he silently expressed his gratitude to his sisters. Observing this scene, the soldier could no longer maintain his amusement. "Eat all you want, choke on it," he muttered through gritted teeth before turning away in frustration. After a while, once all the soldiers had eaten their fill, Hudaji finally signaled for everyone to set off. The autumn wind howled, marking the time of year with the greatest temperature fluctuations between day and night. The midday heat remained reminiscent of summer, with the relentless sun baking the earth, making it feel akin to a furnace. Yet, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to endure the sweltering heat and continue their journey. Since setting off, Qin Zhuo had ceased to feign ignorance, maintaining a quiet demeanor throughout, showing no inclination to stir trouble. During their march, he frequently glanced back, noting that they were still quite close to the northern Liang city, and he resolved to endure a little longer. The soldiers, having eaten and prepared themselves, found the oppressive heat unbearable, and the maidservants in their midst were even worse off. Beads of sweat streamed down their faces, each step they took causing sweat to drip from their chins to the ground. In contrast, though the soldiers suffered similarly, they at least had steeds to ease their burden, sparing them from excessive hardship. As Qin Zhuo surveyed his surroundings, his gaze inadvertently lingered on one of his sisters. For some unknown reason, seventh sister Su Bingyan walked with a slight limp. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhuo deduced that her feet were likely blistered. As the daughter of a prominent family in Jiangnan, Su Bingyan's delicate skin resembled that of a peeled white radish, and her customary mode of transport was a horse-drawn carriage. Traversing such a considerable distance was undoubtedly taxing for her. Yet, the mere act of gazing upon her caused Qin Zhuo to momentarily lose his composure. Su Bingyan, already a vision of unparalleled beauty, naturally exuded the grace and poise characteristic of women from the Jiangnan region, making it nearly impossible for anyone to avert their gaze. However, in that moment, she appeared quite disheveled. Her body was drenched in fragrant sweat, and her alabaster cheeks were flushed red from the scorching sun. Despite her disarray, her allure only intensified. In comparison to the other sisters-in-law, Su Bingyan's captivating presence was equally formidable. Eldest sister-in-law Li Qingfeng possessed a strikingly heroic demeanor, maintaining a taut expression even in her disheveled state. The second sister-in-law, Yin Dongxiu, wore a frown that belied her gentle nature. The third sister-in-law, Qi Hongxian, possibly due to her experiences at the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, bore an impassive countenance, advancing slowly with an air of detachment, unperturbed by her surroundings. Each of these seven sisters-in-law possessed an enchanting beauty, and their figures were equally commendable. Previously, Qin Zhuo had been too preoccupied to notice such details, but now, in his state of ennui, he found himself acutely aware of their extraordinary qualities. As a man, he understood all too well the profound impact such beauties could have on men. Even he, who had spent countless days in their company, found himself momentarily entranced in their presence, let alone other men. The sheer perfection of his sisters-in-law posed a considerable dilemma. If there were only one or two, it might be manageable, but he was faced with seven stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law. It was not that Qin Zhuo feared he might inadvertently tarnish their innocence. Rather, he was concerned about potential dangers they might encounter along the journey. The path was fraught with mountainous terrain and dense forests, leaving the possibility of bandits lurking in the shadows. Should any ill-intentioned individuals target his sisters-in-law, he would be powerless to protect them. Thus, while beauty is a delightful asset, it can also serve as a double-edged sword. To avert unnecessary troubles on their journey, the sisters-in-law, with an unspoken understanding, tore pieces of fabric from their sleeves to conceal their faces, clearly apprehensive of such predicaments. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, everyone emerging from the northern king's manor was utterly exhausted. Fatigue was one matter, the heat and thirst were another. The arduous trek beneath the blazing sun had caused each person to sweat profusely, enough to fill a porcelain bowl. At least the soldiers marching at the front and flanks had brought along ample fresh water, though they were not inclined to share it with others. After some time, a soldier in the lead retrieved his water pouch and took several hearty gulps of cool water in front of the weary group. The refreshing liquid coursed down his throat, eliciting a sound of satisfaction from him. The scene left the onlookers entranced, with several individuals of wavering resolve already beginning to swallow in anticipation. Without comparison, there can be no suffering. Witnessing others quenching their thirst only intensified the parched sensation for those already thirsty. Qin Zhuo merely lifted his gaze for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting his eyes. He immersed himself in the journey ahead, uttering not a single word throughout. At this juncture, they continued along the expansive and level official road, devoid of any trees to provide shade. Yet, Qin Zhuo was acutely aware that after traversing a certain distance, they would encounter a dense thicket, which would serve as an excellent resting spot. When that moment arrived, should Hu Daji and the others exhibit no inclination to pause, he would take the initiative to suggest it. But what if the soldiers objected? That would be easily resolved. Qin Zhuo had no qualms about persuading them with a fist. Of course, he would only deliver a sound thrashing, for he dared not strike too forcefully, lest he invite insurmountable troubles. Thirsty, are we? Then let us hasten. Otherwise, should anyone perish from thirst here, they would have no one but themselves to blame for my ruthlessness. Ahead in the procession, Hu Daji's voice resonated. Chapter 19. Prioritizing the bigger picture, staying the course. Upon hearing Hu Daji's call, Su Bingyan glanced up and instinctively quickened her pace. However, due to the excruciating pain beneath her feet, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The delicate, porcelain-like skin barely grazed the surface before it was seared, prompting her to cry out in pain. Qin Zhuo, quick of reflex, rushed forward to assist her. The ground, scorched by the relentless sun, resembled a boiled eggshell. Prolonged contact would surely inflict severe burns upon the fragile skin of sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Qin Zhuo inquired with genuine concern. Just then, a tirade of curses erupted from the front of the line. For heaven's sake, move faster. At this pace, when will we ever reach our destination? To Qin Zhuo's dismay, the voice belonged to the man who had previously humiliated him with dry bread. Lifting his gaze ahead, Qin Zhuo's expression darkened, his fists clenching subtly. Were it not for the greater good, he would relish the opportunity to crush that man's skull, suppressing the fury boiling within. Qin Zhuo continued to feign ignorance, smiling foolishly at sister-in-law Su Bingyan. If you are unable to continue, I shall carry you. After consuming so many cakes this morning, I have plenty of strength. Su Bingyan regarded him with a pained smile, shaking her head in refusal of his generous offer. She could not bear to burden Qin Zhuo further. After enduring the lashes from that man the previous night, her back bore scars that had yet to heal. Adding her weight would only exacerbate his plight. What are you all staring at? Yes, I'm talking to you. Why the dawdling? If you don't move along, I'll tie you up and drag you. The man who had once humiliated Qin Zhuo with dry bread, named Wang Lu, had unexpectedly turned back and was now brandishing his whip at the two with a barrage of insults. The utterance of that curse immediately captured the attention of the soldiers ahead. The leader of the troops, Hu Daji, halted his horse and turned to glance at the source, intending to speak, but suddenly his eyelids flickered. In the next moment, Qin Zhuo seized a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it with great force towards Wang Lu's face, bolstered by the strength of Qin Zhuo's right hand. The stone flew forth like an arrow released from its bow, striking Wang Lu squarely on the forehead. Taken by surprise, Wang Lu, perched atop his steed, let out a piercing scream as the impact resonated. The startled horse beneath him reared up, causing Wang Lu to be unseated and tumble onto the dusty ground below. As he fell, clutching his bleeding forehead and howling in agony, he rolled desperately on the scorching earth, leaving the onlookers from the Northern King's manor utterly astonished. Their eyes darted back and forth between Qin Zhuo and Wang Lu, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Not only them, but the other soldiers were equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It must be said, Qin Zhuo's timing was both precise and ruthless, truly catching everyone off guard. Ah, it hurts. Damn you. You're just pretending to be a fool. I swear I will kill you. Wang Lu's pitiful wails echoed far and wide, his voice a haunting lament akin to a death knell. In stark contrast, Qin Zhuo, observing the scene before him, felt no fear. Instead, he erupted into applause, laughing heartily. Well done. Well done. For bullying me and my sister-in-law. I shall strike you again next time. He displayed a signature foolish grin, dancing with glee. At this moment, Hu Daji's expression darkened to an extreme. Dismounting swiftly, he strode over to Wang Lu's side, assisting him to rise from the ground before prying open his hands to examine the injuries. The sight that greeted him was shocking. The stone had not only struck Wang Lu's forehead but had also shattered his eye socket. After a brief glance, Hu Daji shook his head and remarked, "Your vision is lost." Without hesitation, he thrust the horsewhip into Wang Lu's mouth. "Bite down. I shall remove that eyeball for you. If not, the other eye may suffer the same fate." With deft movements, he withdrew a dagger and a vial of healing ointment from his waist pouch, proceeding to excise Wang Lu's damaged eyeball with unflinching resolve. Severing the nerves and applying the medicinal salve, his actions were swift and precise, as if he had performed the procedure countless times before. Witnessing their comrade in such a dire predicament, the other soldiers seethed with anger, collectively casting furious glares at Qin Zhuo. However, Qin Zhuo remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the peril surrounding him, continuing to applaud and laugh with abandon. In such a situation, it was evidently a stark warning to the soldiers, making it abundantly clear the tremendous cost of bullying others. While Hu Daji was tending to his wounds, Wang Lu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Boss, this wretch is utterly detestable. Avenge me." Despite the tremor in his voice, it did not diminish his murderous intent towards Qin Zhuo. Upon hearing this, Li Qifeng, Su Bingyin, and the other women turned pale with alarm. Yin Dongxiu, upon hearing these words, hastily stepped forward to defend Qin Zhuo. However, before they could utter a word, Hu Daji firmly rejected Wang Lu's plea. "We cannot kill. Why not?" Wang Lu retorted, bewildered, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Zhuo. "He has blinded me in one eye. If we do not kill him, how can my hatred be assuaged?" Hu Daji chose not to engage with him further, instead turning his icy gaze toward Qin Zhuo. "Listen, boy, whether you are feigning ignorance or truly simple-minded, one warning is enough. This time, I shall spare you. However, should you dare to act in such a manner again, I assure you, I will ensure your suffering without any need for Wang Lu's intervention." Hu Daji radiated a fierce aura, yet he had granted Qin Zhuo a reprieve. Upon hearing this, the seven sisters released a collective sigh of relief. The reactions of others from the northern Wang manor varied. Some maidservants, like the seven sisters, secretly rejoiced for Qin Zhuo. They had previously shared a bond with him and recognized his kind heart, knowing he would never bully those beneath him. Yet, others were less pleased. For reasons that were all too clear, Qin Zhuo maintained a silly grin, oblivious to the gazes of those around him, still savoring Hu Daji's words. "One warning is enough?" This phrase seemed to suggest a defense of himself. However, after gazing at Hu Daji's face for some time, he found no hint of familiarity. This was clearly not someone he had known before. Why then did he act in this manner? Had he been bribed by those from the northern Wang manor? "Boss, what is the meaning of this? Are the eyes of a brother, who has fought alongside me, worth less than the life of a criminal?" Chapter 20. Disobedience and Murder. Wang Lu, filled with resentment, shouted at Hu Daji, his face contorted in fury. Hu Daji cast a calm glance in his direction, sheathing his dagger before stating solemnly, "His Majesty has decreed that we are permitted to take lethal action only against those exiled from the northern Wang manor who attempt to escape or defy orders along the way. The fool who blinded your eye merely acted out of a misguided sense of protection for his sister-in-law. Being a simpleton, he is incapable of discerning right from wrong. Thus he does not fall within the parameters outlined in the decree. If you were to kill him, it would be tantamount to defying His Majesty, a crime punishable by the eradication of your entire clan." Yet, Wang Lu opened his mouth, wishing to defend himself, but no words could escape his lips. Ultimately, he let out a cold snort and turned his gaze toward Qin Zhuo, his remaining eye brimming with resentment and hatred. Qin Zhuo met his gaze with an air of indifference, devoid of any fear or retreat. Perhaps intentionally, he even flashed a foolish grin at Wang Lu, a demeanor that prompted the seven elder sisters-in-law to shake their heads in disapproval. "All right, brother, look ahead. Let us hasten our journey," Su Bingyan urged, struggling to rise and pulling Qin Zhuo's arm forward. Regardless of Wang Lu's thoughts, Su Bingyan found Qin Zhuo's expression remarkably provocative at that moment. Were it not for her knowledge of his condition, she might have believed he was deliberately taunting Wang Lu. If this continued unchecked, there was no telling what excessive actions Wang Lu might take in his fury. Should another conflict arise, it was likely that her brother would truly meet a dire fate today. Wang Lu found a shaded spot to rest for a while before, with Hu Daji's assistance. He mounted his horse, and the group continued their slow advance. The recent commotion had cost them considerable time, yet thanks to Qin Zhuo, the members of the northern town king's household had regained some strength. However, the relentless sun had only intensified their thirst. Gazing ahead, Qin Zhuo noticed that the grove was not far off. At their current pace, they would reach it in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Thus, he discreetly abandoned the thought of seizing the water pouch carried by the soldiers. Su Bingyan's feet still throbbed painfully, and having just sweated profusely, her gait appeared unsteady and somewhat comical. After enduring for a while longer, she suddenly stumbled and fell. The other women around her were in no better condition. Despite witnessing Su Bingyan's fall, they lacked the strength to assist her. Ultimately, it was Qin Zhuo who reacted swiftly, rushing forward and catching Su Bingyin in his arms. "Sister-in-law, can you not walk? Allow me to carry you. Do not worry, your brother has plenty of strength." Su Bingyin shook her dizzy head and glanced at Qin Zhuo. She had intended to refuse, but the pain in her feet was unbearable. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Qin Zhuo squatted before her, and Su Bingyin, biting her lip, cautiously climbed onto his back, careful not to aggravate the wounds on his shoulders. However, Qin Zhuo was not so delicate. Without much effort, he lifted her with ease. Su Bingyin was quite light, barely weighing 90 pounds, which was nothing for Qin Zhuo, a master of innate strength. Not only could he walk while carrying her, but he could also sprint for dozens of miles without breaking a sweat. "Sister-in-law, let us be off." Qin Zhuo let out a hearty laugh and strode forward, completely oblivious to the fact that the woman on his back had flushed a deep crimson. Su Bingyin, resting against his back, could faintly sense the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Blushing, she silently scolded her foolish younger brother, yet her heart remained surprisingly tranquil. As Qin Zhuo marched on, he cheerfully declared, "Those people bully my sisters-in-law, and I will fight them. Although I have never been in a fight, I am quite accurate at throwing stones." Su Bingyin's mind felt foggy, lacking the energy to engage with his words. Qin Zhuo, undeterred, continued to ramble on. Eventually, he even began to hum a whimsical tune of his own making. Observing his carefree demeanor, the soldiers around them wore grim expressions, while those from the northern town lord's residence felt a rare lightness in their hearts. As Qin Zhuo's singing grew increasingly absurd, one soldier could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. This outburst immediately drew the ire of Wang Lu, who turned and glared. "Tai Zhu, what the hell are you laughing at?" Faced with Wang Lu's displeasure, the man named Tai Zhu stifled his laughter, pondering for a moment before replying. "I'm not laughing at you. I just remembered something amusing. What could possibly warrant such laughter?" Wang Lu pressed. Under the scrutiny, Tai Zhu hastily fabricated a response. "Oh, it's nothing. I just counted on my fingers, and it seems my old sow is about to give birth." Wang Lu retorted. "Is that really something to be happy about? It's not like your wife just bore you a son. Do you think I'm a fool?" Having already lost one eye to Qin Zhuo, Wang Lu felt his anger boiling as he faced the ridicule of his comrades. Yet, Tai Zhu was a brother. Even in his fury, Wang Lu could not take any drastic action. In desperation, he turned his gaze towards Qin Zhuo, who continued to sing merrily, his teeth grinding in resentment. This was all due to him. If not for Qin Zhuo, he would not have become a one-eyed man. "Just you wait, kid. For now, I'll let you revel in your moment. When the opportunity arises, I shall deal with you." Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Wang Lu gradually withdrew his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally arrived at a dense thicket. By this time, the members of the northern town lord's residence were drenched in sweat, their energy nearly depleted, while Qin Zhuo appeared as if nothing had happened, still full of vigor. However, to avoid drawing attention from the soldiers, Qin Zhuo set Su Bingyin down and pretended to be exhausted, plopping down onto the ground and gasping for breath. "I can't go on. It's too hot and I'm too thirsty." "Brother, don't say that." Su Bingyin's expression changed, and she hurriedly covered Qin Zhuo's mouth. Yet, Qin Zhuo, stubborn as ever, threw a tantrum and began rolling on the ground. As he rolled on the ground, he vociferously protested, "I refuse to leave. Absolutely not. They can all ride horses. Why must I walk? I want to ride a horse too." Chapter 21. Burdened by Sin. Refrained from resistance, the soldiers surrounding him gritted their teeth at this scene, thinking, "What a fool. You wish to ride a horse? At your current state, it would be more fitting for a horse to ride you." Wang Lu, already harboring a deep resentment towards Qin Zhuo, was about to reprimand him when he inadvertently turned, causing his wound to flare up with excruciating pain, forcing him to swallow his words. Perhaps out of sympathy for Wang Lu's plight, another soldier shouted, "Get up. Who told you to lie down? Do you think this is a leisurely study abroad? You are burdened with sin. If you don't get up, I'll strike you down." The speaker was the deputy captain of the escort team, who, from earlier conversations, Qin Zhuo learned was named Han Chu, a robust man standing 8 feet tall. Throughout the journey, he had taken a dislike to Qin Zhuo, but had restrained himself out of respect for Hu Daji. Now, with Qin Zhuo lying on the ground without permission, he had solid grounds to accuse him of disobedience, and he immediately began to scold him loudly. According to Hu Daji's earlier words, Qin Zhuo's disobedience warranted immediate punishment, even to the point of death, even if Hu Daji were present. There would be no justification for Han Chu to refrain from tormenting Qinzhua. Han Chu glared at Qinzhua, expecting the foolish boy to continue resisting. He waited for that moment, ready to draw his blade and strike if Qinzhua dared to utter another word. However, to Han Chu's surprise, Qinzhua stood up at once, staring at him with a dazed yet defiant gaze. I'm parched and exhausted. I can't move. If you have the guts, kill me. Enraged, Han Chu dismounted swiftly, unsheathing his sword as he strode menacingly towards Qinzhua. You insolent brat. I've never liked you. And now you dare to provoke me? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Just as the tension escalated between them, Hu Daji's voice suddenly broke through. Enough. Stop this nonsense. Are you not weary? After walking for so long, even the horses are beginning to tire, let alone us. There's a patch of woods here offering some shade. Let us rest properly. If even the horses can no longer continue, we shall all be forced to walk. After delivering his command, he turned to Han Chu, instructing, Look, your horse is starting to foam at the mouth. Go and tend to it. Han Chu frowned, halting in place as he turned to glare at Hu Daji. Qinzhua, upon hearing this, could not suppress his curiosity and looked over. He had anticipated that this deliberate provocation might escalate into a conflict, possibly leading to violence. Yet, he was astonished that Hu Daji, from the opposing camp, had once again stepped in to defend him. In light of the earlier incident involving the blinding of Wang Lu, Hu Daji took it upon himself to defend his actions. Qinzhua could not help but harbor suspicions that this individual might have been covertly bribed by someone from the Northtown Prince's mansion. Who could it be? Could it possibly be his grandparents? Such a scenario was not entirely implausible, otherwise there would be no reason for a soldier with no connections to the Northtown Prince's mansion to repeatedly come to his aid. Yet, who exactly was this Hu Daji? Qinzhua quietly surveyed the crowd around him, noting the weary expressions etched on the faces of the men and women emerging from the Northtown Prince's mansion. After pondering for a moment, he could not conjure any useful information, thus deciding to take a step at a time and to pay closer attention to the soldier named Hu Daji in the future. Captain, is it not permissible for me to discipline the fool who refuses to follow orders? When did this place become your personal fiefdom? Han Chu had already begun to harbor discontent towards Hu Daji, and at that moment, he openly confronted him. That fool disobeys. Am I expected to turn a blind eye? Clearly, Han Chu was not as easy to negotiate with as Wang Lu, exhibiting a demeanor that was both rigid and domineering. Hu Daji had intended to turn and groom the horse, but upon hearing those words, he glanced back, his gaze gradually turning icy. Am I the captain, or are you? Since when must I seek your approval to carry out my duties? Han Chu, gritting his teeth, initially intended to unleash his frustration, but upon meeting Hu Daji's frosty stare, the words lodged in his throat. In the military, prowess was paramount. Here, ascending the ranks demanded genuine skill. Clearly, Hu Daji was superior to Han Chu, whose apprehension of Hu Daji's strength was palpable. With a heavy snort, Han Chu fell silent and turned to find a large tree where he could close his eyes and rest. Though quiet, his dissatisfaction had not diminished in the slightest. Having been in this line of work for many years, Han Chu was well aware that, in most cases, he would avoid conflict with the refugees, as he understood that they were desperate souls who had lost everything. If pushed too far, they might resort to violence against him. Tasked with escorting the refugees, risking his life would be utterly unworthy. Over the years, he had witnessed the consequences of oppression, and he knew the importance of discretion. It was best to complete his tasks, collect his reward, and avoid unnecessary entanglements that could lead to trouble. As he reassured himself, Han Chu's breathing gradually steadied. Meanwhile, at Qinzhua's side, Li Qifeng sat down next to him and gently said, Brother, you have worked hard. Qinzhua turned to look at him, his simple smile contrasting with his words as he shook his head, saying, It's not hard at all. Seventh sister-in-law is quite light. I can carry her effortlessly. At that moment, Su Bingyin was seated beside Qinzhua, leaning against the tree as she removed her boots. Upon closer inspection, the once pristine soles of her feet were now marred with numerous blisters, and her socks bore the stains of blood, suggesting that the journey had undoubtedly been painful. Upon witnessing the scene, Qinzhua and several of the other sisters-in-law hurried forward to investigate. Ursao Dongxiu began rummaging through her belongings, seemingly in search of something to dress Su Bingyin's wounds. However, all personal items had been confiscated prior to their exile, leaving only a rather unclean coarse linen shirt, utterly inadequate for treating injuries. Dongxiu, well aware of this predicament, hesitated before tearing off a small piece of her garment. Yet before she could proceed with the bandaging, Qinzhua was suddenly interjected. The fabric is unclean. Applying it would lead to festering. What? Yin Dongxiu paused, her face a mask of disbelief as she turned to Qin Zhua, clearly astonished that the seemingly simple-minded Qin Zhua possessed any knowledge of medicine. Qin Zhua offered no explanation, instead raising his voice to call out, "Hey, blind man. I'm talking to you. My sister-in-law is bleeding from her foot. Bring some hemostatic powder." Wang Lu was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, he was so enraged he nearly bit his own tongue. "Blind man? Who are you insulting? Moreover, what gives you the audacity to demand my hemostatic powder?" He turned to Qin Zhua, who wore an expression of unfazed entitlement. Wang Lu was so furious he found himself at a loss for words. It was utterly absurd. "Get lost," he shouted angrily, instinctively retreating a few steps, fearing that the foolish lad might hurl another stone. To his surprise, Qin Zhua was relentless, rising to his feet and threatening with a clenched fist, "Will you give it, or not? If not, I shall have to beat you." Though Qin Zhua's demeanor appeared foolish, a certain arrogance gleamed in his eyes. This expression infuriated Wang Lu to the point of exasperation. He turned to Hu Daji, his voice tinged with grievance. "Captain, you must see this. This is too much." Hu Daji, having overheard Qin Zhua's shouting, furrowed his brow in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a simple-minded individual could create such a commotion. On this mission, he had packed only a limited supply of medicine. With Wang Lu sustaining an eye injury that would require continuous treatment, distributing medication to the refugees would jeopardize Wang Lu's access to necessary supplies. However, upon surveying the situation, Hu Daji realized that denying assistance would only exacerbate the woman's foot injury, thus hindering the entire team's progress. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly waved his hand, conceding, Fine, give it to him. The woman has merely a blister on her foot. It won't require much medicine." "But Captain, our supplies," Wang Lu began to protest, only to be silenced by a piercing glare from Hu Daji. Shrinking back, Wang Lu closed his mouth. He dared not oppose the captain and, in resignation, begrudgingly retrieved the hemostatic powder, tossing it to Qin Zhua. Upon witnessing this scene, some soldiers could no longer contain themselves and posed a question to Hu Daji. "Captain, you have administered medicine to them, but what will happen to Wang Lu?" "Indeed," another added, "even if the remaining medicine suffices for Wang Lu, what if other comrades sustain injuries?" Suddenly, Han Shu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and confronted Hu Daji. "Yes, Captain. Can you guarantee that the others will return unscathed?" Hu Daji surveyed the group and fell silent. Clearly, the weight of responsibility on his shoulders was considerable. However, having risen to the rank of captain, he was not one to be easily swayed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Have you all considered this? Wang Lu's injuries are so severe that mere application of the medicine will not suffice. I merely dressed his wounds momentarily. For a complete recovery, we must seek the expertise of a physician." He then pointed towards Qin Zhua and Su Bingyan, asserting confidently, "If we withhold medication from them, the injured will undoubtedly impede our progress, which, in turn, will affect Wang Lu's condition. Wouldn't you agree?" The soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Observing their silence, Hu Daji continued, "Enough of this. We are all men here. Let us not bicker over trifles." With that, the soldiers ceased their complaints, and even Wang Lu's reluctance began to dissipate. Qin Zhua watched this unfold with admiration, thinking to himself, "No wonder he is the captain, with just a few words. He has broadened the perspective of the group. Such a person, if he cannot command respect, then who can?" Unexpectedly, after administering the medicine, Hu Daji endeavored to further benefit the group by instructing his subordinates to search for a water source, so as to prevent delays due to the oppressive heat. At that moment, Qin Zhua was thoroughly convinced of Hu Daji's leadership abilities. Such a person understands the delicate balance of authority and compassion, truly a valuable asset. The soldiers ventured out to find water, and upon their return, the parched members of the Northern Town Prince's household were revitalized. After a brief respite, the journey resumed, with Hu Daji leading the way, while Han Shu and others flanked the Northern Town Prince's contingent. Qin Zhua and his 7 sisters-in-law found themselves in the midst of the group. Although Su Bingyan had received treatment for her foot, she could still not walk and had to rely on Qin Zhua for support. During this leg of the journey, Qin Zhua, who had previously caused quite a stir, was surprisingly subdued. In truth, when the soldiers were not bullying others, Qin Zhua had no interest in provoking them. After all, if trouble were to arise and draw the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, only to be discovered feigning ignorance, it would be a fool's errand. Interestingly, throughout the trek, Qin Zhua's 4th sister-in-law, Sing Manin, would periodically steal glances at him, her beautiful eyes glimmering as if she was contemplating something profound. The fourth lady is the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family, one of the four prominent clans of the Great Qian. In the past, when the Qin family wielded immense power, the Zhang family sought to align themselves with the Qin and willingly married Zhang Ban into their ranks. With the support of the Qin family, the Zheng family has soared over the years and now subtly exhibits a momentum that may surpass the other three noble families. Earlier, upon learning of the northern town prince's predicament under the new emperor's scrutiny, Zheng Ban promptly informed her family. In her letter, she earnestly advised her family to devise a response strategy and urged her father to set ambushes along the way, emphasizing the necessity of rescuing her from peril. Compared to the other six daughters, she is arguably the most rational. She believes that her marriage into the Qin family was motivated by their formidable power. Now that the Qin family has fallen into decline, the Zheng family's utility has diminished, and she sees no reason to remain with the Qin. From her public declaration of marriage to Qin Zhuo to her later expressions of loyalty to Qin Feng, even in her current predicament, her demeanor has been a fade. With a few more days, she anticipates that her family will receive her carrier pigeon-s message. By then, she hopes to extricate herself from her suffering with the assistance of her kin. Glancing at the foolishly dazed Qin Zhuo beside her, Zhang Ban reassured herself that despair was unwarranted. All that had transpired and the sufferings she endured had largely been anticipated. The only surprise had been Qin Zhuo's sudden transformation into a simpleton. She had retained a glimmer of hope for him, but with his current state, any prospect of his resurgence was extinguished. This thought lingered in Zhang Ban's mind until just now, when she experienced a moment of uncertainty. Qin Zhuo, on their path of exile, seemed to have changed, presenting an inexplicable and uncharacteristic demeanor compared to his previous self in the royal residence. It was precisely for this reason that she often glanced at Qin Zhuo, hoping to uncover some clue through his expressions and gaze. Chapter 23. Feigning Foolishness. I will accompany you. Having thrown a stone that blinded Wang Lu's eyes, he lay stubbornly on the ground in the woods. Claiming his clothes were unclean and that dressing his wounds would lead to festering, insisting on demanding medicine, this series of events appeared to lack any traceable logic. Yet Zheng Ban felt convinced that these were not actions typical of a fool. Based on these occurrences, a terrifying thought emerged in her mind. He might be pretending to be foolish. If that were the case, and Qin Zhuo had been deliberately feigning ignorance throughout their journey, using this guise as a protective charm, then he would be truly formidable. He had deceived the old prince and princess, and even the 7 sisters-in-law had been completely misled. Zheng Ban was startled by her own thoughts, yet before she could delve deeper, she dispelled the notion. She pondered for a long time, but could not arrive at a reasonable explanation. In the tranquil town of the northern king's residence, the heir, once in a position of privilege, found himself destitute and bereaved due to the new emperor's machinations. Rather than contemplating revenge, he feigned ignorance. What purpose does such pretense serve? If pretending to be foolish could lead to great accomplishments, then the entire world would be filled with simpletons. Perhaps I am overthinking this. The northern king, Qin Feng, has been captured and is unlikely to survive. The rest of the Qin family has met a similar fate, leaving only Qin Zhuo. Even if he were to deliberately act the fool, it would merely reveal his cowardice, proving him unworthy of any grand endeavors. With a silent sigh, Zheng Ban finally withdrew her scrutinizing gaze from Qin Zhuo. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the ulterior motives of his fourth sister-in-law. Even if he were aware, he would remain passive. The Qin family is shattered beyond repair, and he cannot prevent his sister-in-law from returning home. For him, these 7 sisters-in-law are not a blessing but rather an intangible burden, and he would gladly see them depart. Once he becomes a solitary figure, he would be free to act without reservations, finding ways to escape from the escorting entourage. As time progressed and the sun began its descent in the west, the oppressive heat finally relented, bringing a sense of relief to the northern king's people. The unbearable torment of the morning had dissipated during their journey. The group persevered through the day, and as night fell, they were fortunate that no one succumbed to dehydration or heat stroke. Glancing at the twilight sky, Hudaji halted his horse and called back, "Let us rest here for today. Everyone, stop." A collective sigh of relief echoed through the ranks, and soon, the weary travelers collapsed to the ground to rest. According to protocol, the deputy captain, Han Chu, distributed rations, which consisted solely of dry cakes, with not a drop of water in sight. After a day of arduous travel, the people of the northern king's residence were parched, yet the soldiers provided no water, leaving them helpless. In despair, they could only watch enviously as the escorting soldiers feasted and quenched their thirst. Among the group, Wang Lu tethered his horse to a tree and produced a water pouch, drinking deeply. Refreshed, he soon entertained ulterior motives. Casting his gaze upon the weary maidens in the procession, particularly the 7 sisters-in-law of Qinzhua, a palpable greed gleamed in his remaining eye. I have water. Anyone who wishes to drink should come with me. As long as you obey, I assure you won't suffer from thirst along the way. His proclamation drew the attention of many, and though they understood the implications of his words, no one rose to follow him after he spoke, much to Wang Lu's astonishment. The maids either gazed longingly at the water pouch in his hand or lowered their eyes, continuing to gnaw on their hard bread. Qinzhua observed for a moment and instantly grasped the situation. Women of this era, deeply influenced by the principles of subservience and virtue, generally regarded chastity as more precious than life itself. How could they possibly offer their bodies for a mere sip of water? Noticing the lack of attention towards him, Wang Lu's expression darkened. At that moment, a voice rang out. Blind man, I want some water. Can I come with you? The once hopeless Wang Lu turned eagerly towards the source of the voice. However, upon recognizing the speaker, his face turned a shade of green, as if he had just consumed something vile. There stood Qinzhua, grinning foolishly, now rising to fix his unwavering gaze upon him. The entourage from the Northern King's mansion was parched to the extreme. Qinzhua could not bear to see them suffer. And just when he was troubled over the lack of water, Wang Lu had boldly presented himself, making it impossible for Qinzhua to let him slip away easily. Wang Lu glared fiercely at Qinzhua, instinctively ready to curse. What I want is a woman. What can you do for me? A mere troublemaker? Damn Qin family fool. I will kill you one day. Though seething with anger, Wang Lu, recalling previous events, dared not show disrespect towards Qinzhua, stifling his words. Let us go. I'm parched. Seeing Zhao Lu unmoved, Qinzhua boldly approached him, sending a shiver down Wang Lu's spine. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Hu Daji's voice emerged slowly. Wang Lu, don't act recklessly. Just eat your meal quietly. At this, Qinzhua halted, and Wang Lu exhaled a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was genuinely afraid that this foolish lad might, in a moment of anger, do something rash. Hearing the captain's words, Wang Lu hastily explained, Captain, I was just joking with them. I'll go eat now. You should rest early too. Offering a sheepish smile, he hastily retreated. Yet, just a few steps away, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Hu Daji, asking, Captain, have you noticed anything unusual this afternoon? What is unusual? Hu Daji furrowed his brow. Wang Lu scratched his head, gesturing towards the people from the Northern King's mansion seated nearby, saying slowly, these folks seemed quite unwell this morning. Yet by afternoon they appear completely fine. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept over the numerous women in the group. With just a look, the women instantly heightened their vigilance. This one-eyed dragon must be plotting something. Among the group, Qinzhua's sister-in-law, the cold half-smoke, shot Wang Lu a disdainful glance before returning to her bread, secretly vowing to teach this lecherous man a lesson when her family came to rescue her. In contrast, Qinzhua was too indifferent to ponder Wang Lu's intentions. Chapter 24. No need to worry. Propose a search. In Qinzhua's mind, Wang Lu had long been sentenced to death. Once the opportunity arose, he would personally bring about his demise, rendering him indifferent to trivial matters. The other soldiers, upon hearing Wang Lu's words, exchanged glances and revealed knowing smiles, a shared understanding that only men could grasp. Throughout the long afternoon journey, the behavior of Qinzhua and his companions was exceedingly obedient, making it difficult for others not to speculate. Hu Daji, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow and reprimanded. What is so unusual about this? Must you hear them wailing in despair to deem it normal? While he scolded, Hu Daji was inwardly perturbed. Wang Lu was indeed a troublemaker, always seeking out issues. Unfazed by the rebuke, Wang Lu leaned in and whispered, Captain, you misunderstand me. That is not my intention. I merely find something amiss. Hu Daji, growing impatient, urged, spit it out. I have no time for your roundabout talk. Wang Lu nodded and, with an air of righteousness, declared, Captain, I suspect these individuals are clandestinely concealing provisions and water bags. They have been secretly consuming food and drink along the way. Otherwise, they could not have endured until now. Hu Daji's brow furrowed even deeper as he remained silent, staring at Wang Lu. Wang Lu chuckled, Consider it, Captain. Most of these people are women. How could they possibly possess such stamina? I propose that we must search each of them. Otherwise, upon arrival, if it is discovered that they have defied the imperial decree by hoarding supplies, we shall all face dire consequences. His argument was logical, yet everyone, including Hu Daji, understood that Wang Lu was merely fabricating excuses to satisfy his own desires. The suggestion stemmed from the realization that none of the women would willingly leave for a mere sip of water. To put it bluntly, it was a thinly veiled opportunity for exploitation. The other soldiers, upon hearing Wang Lu's proposition, exchanged mischievous glances with Hu Daji. Upon his command, these ravenous men would undoubtedly rush towards the women, searching them, or rather, searching the bodies of such beautiful women, even if they were exhausted, would be a welcome endeavor. How could Hu Daji fail to discern their thoughts? With a tightened brow, he fell into silence. What a bold defiance of imperial authority. Wang Lu, you truly possess the gift of persuasion, attempting to leverage the emperor against me, your captain. This matter was not trivial, should he reject Wang Lu's proposal. He might risk committing an offense against the emperor. Yet, if he acquiesced, it would surely lead to severe repercussions for these refugees. Who could predict what might occur if they were driven to desperation? The more he contemplated, the more agitated Hu Daji became. All he desired was to carry out this escort of refugees with integrity and peace. Was that too much to ask? If it were not, why then did a multitude of issues arise along the way? As a group of ruffians cast their scrutinizing gazes in his direction, Hu Daji fell into a contemplative silence. Sen Sa, sensing the tension, could no longer contain herself. She rose in indignation, ready to vociferate her grievances, asserting her allegiance to the Zheng family, warning that any harm befalling her would not go unpunished. Yet, before she could fully rise, Qin Zhuo swiftly grasped her, forcibly pressing her back to the ground. Brother, what are you doing? Zheng Banyan glared at him, exasperated. Qin Zhuo, however, merely flashed a foolish grin and reassured her, sister-in-law, do not be afraid. I shall protect you. As he spoke, he thumped his chest, attempting to convey a sense of strength. Protect me? You can hardly protect yourself, Zheng Banyan sighed in resignation. Shaking her head and falling silent, Qin Zhuo redirected his gaze towards Hu Daji and Wang Lu, his heart filled with derisive laughter. He had his own plans concerning Wang Lu, and he was determined not to let his sister-in-law disrupt the rhythm of his strategy. The reason for his inaction was to observe the captain's forthcoming decision. Should he deliberate and ultimately decide to allow his men to search the women, Qin Zhuo would not hesitate to intervene once more. His intent was not to eliminate Hu Daji, for he had previously defended him on multiple occasions. Qin Zhuo would not resort to murder over such a choice. Rather, he aimed to rid himself of the one-eyed Wang Lu, delivering a decisive blow to instill fear. They were already 100 miles from the city of Beilong, and if Wang Lu was unable to restrain himself from mischief, it was even more so for Qin Zhuo. The victim, eliminating Wang Lu and subsequently controlling the other soldiers to prevent any leak of information, seemed to Qin Zhuo a thoroughly viable and prudent scheme. As time passed, the night deepened. They found themselves in a remote wilderness, where they might encounter prowling wolves or tigers. Hu Daji remained silent, believing that his priority was to settle down and establish a watch among his men to prevent any beastly incursions that could cost them their lives. However, Wang Lu's disruptive antics compelled him to address the situation. After an indeterminate period, as Wang Lu and his companions grew increasingly impatient, Hu Daji finally spoke. Wang Lu, do you have any evidence that these refugees are hoarding food and water? Oh, Captain, what more evidence do we need? Wang Lu exclaimed, exasperated by the captain's prolonged silence. Yet Hu Daji fixed him with a steely gaze, questioning each word deliberately. Did you witness anyone in the group pilfering food? Or did you find their water pouches? If you merely say you saw it, regardless of its truthfulness, I will permit you to search them. Captain, you? Wang Lu, realizing the captain was unyielding, could only stare in frustration, powerless to change the situation. Hu Daji then turned his attention to the women. Should it be discovered that anyone is indeed hoarding food and water, I will not hesitate to execute them. And I shall not utter a single word of dissent. What evidence is there? Wang Lu and his many brothers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. As they watched the beautiful maiden sway before them, they knew that if they did not indulge, sleep would elude them that night. Just as Wang Lu and his comrades were preparing to muster the courage to fabricate evidence, Hu Daji interjected, resolutely stating, before we proceed, I must remind you, if you discover someone defying the imperial decree and have concealed this until now, you may be implicated in willful concealment, which is equally punishable. The words lingered on the tip of Wang Lu's tongue, but he swallowed them back, to shield the commoners, especially those from the northern king's manor, who were seen as thorns in the side of the new emperor, was a burden he could scarcely bear. Chapter 25, The Beautiful Maidens. worsening condition. Upon hearing Hu Daji's words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. However, glancing at the beautiful maidens, Wang Lu found it hard to abandon his pursuit and, steeling himself, asked Hu Daji, "Captain, even if I find no evidence, can we not entertain suspicion? We are brothers. They're the outsiders. Why must you persist in this contradiction?" Unexpectedly, Hu Daji remained steadfast, retorting, "I speak only the truth. How does that become a contradiction?" Not wishing to provoke Hu Daji further, Wang Lu hastily waved his hand, saying, "I misspoke. Captain, please do not take offense." However, he suddenly shifted his tone. "If I suspect they are secretly hoarding water and provisions, do we not have the right to search them?" This time, Hu Daji relented, spreading his hands. "You may search if you wish, but do not forget the reason for your blindness." Wang Lu was momentarily rendered speechless, instinctively glancing towards Qin Shui's direction. Hu Daji caught Wang Lu's eye before addressing the other soldiers. "Has anyone seen the commoners stealing food or drink?" With Wang Lu's chastening experience fresh in their minds, the soldiers bowed their heads, none daring to respond. Only a fool would confront the captain in such a situation. It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Satisfied that he had subdued the crowd, Hu Daji nodded approvingly. Night had fallen, and the forest was home to wild beasts. They would take turns keeping watch. Stay vigilant. Do not let yourselves fall prey to those creatures. After imparting a few simple instructions, Hu Daji turned to attend to his own matters. Meanwhile, amidst the throng, Qin Shui quietly observed the soldiers' every move, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. As the last scion of the Northern King's manor, he was unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. Although the current circumstances were dire, he believed they were merely temporary. With his resolve, he was confident that brighter days lay ahead. When one finally reaches a realm far removed from the emperor's gaze, it is then that one can truly spread their wings and pursue grand ambitions. Yet, at that moment, it is also the time when these soldiers face their impending demise. The lives of the soldiers are of little concern to anyone, yet this captain Hu Daji stands apart. In Qin Shui's eyes, Hu Daji is clearly a man of intellect, possessing a sense of righteousness and loyalty. Should the opportunity arise in the future, it would be wise to win him over. As they venture further, when the time comes to take lives, it would be prudent to grant him a choice about his fate. With this thought in mind, Qin Shui's gaze instinctively turned towards Hu Daji. At that juncture, would Hu Daji choose to submit to him, or would he prefer to meet death with unwavering resolve? The people of the Northern King's residence gathered around a grand tree, seated together. Sister-in-law Li Qingfeng took the initiative to suggest that Qin Shui sit within the circle, while she and the others enclosed him in protection. Qin Shui understood that his sister-in-law was trying to safeguard him, but he could not acquiesce to such a notion. A dignified young man of 7 feet should not find himself in a position where he needs protection from women. It would be better to perish than to endure such humiliation. Thus, he feigned ignorance, sprawling out with arms and legs wide, loudly proclaiming, "I prefer the outside. I shall protect my sisters-in-law." Qi Hongstin sighed, patiently urging him with a gentle tone, "Brother, be obedient. You are the last scion of the Northern King's residence. If anything were to happen to you, your sisters-in-law would have no way to explain to your grandparents." In Dongxiu also spoke in soft, persuasive tones. Yet Qin Shui paid them no heed. Growing weary of their entreaties, he simply turned over, presenting his back to the 7 sisters-in-law, declaring defiantly, "I refuse to listen. I shall sleep right here." Seeing him in such a state, the women exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of helplessness. In Dongxiu could not restrain herself and murmured, "What is the matter with him? He used to heed our words without question." Su Bingyan glanced at Qin Shui's broad back and suddenly felt a flush rise to her cheeks. It seemed her brother had matured. Earlier in the afternoon, he had offered to carry her when she could not walk. Hearing this, Li Qifeng recalled certain moments and whispered, "Indeed, I wonder if it is just my imagination. But it seems that during our time at the residence, he was at his most ill. After leaving, he appears to have improved, becoming sharper in speech and action." In Dongxiu furrowed her brow. "That shouldn't be. Recovery does not happen so swiftly." Qi Hongxian contemplated and suddenly brightened. Could it be that heaven, seeing our family's plight, has favored us with a recovery for our brother? Fourth sister-in-law, Zhang Banyan, hesitated for a moment before interrupting the discussion. If heaven truly had eyes, it would not have allowed the Qin family to suffer such calamities. I believe our brother has not merely improved but has grown even more severe. Consider, he was once so refined and gentle, never resorting to violence. Now he has even struck a man blind. How brutal. Upon hearing his words, Li Qifeng and the other women exchanged glances, their expressions instantly darkening. It seemed indeed plausible. Could it be that the recent events had overwhelmed the younger brother, exacerbating his condition? The group of women huddled together, whispering anxiously, each face reflecting deep concern. Their murmured words reached the ears of those around them. Individuals exiled due to their ties to the Wang family of Jinbei, who too fell into contemplation. Not only Li Qifeng and her companions sensed the change. The maids and servants also felt it. The young master, once so different, now bore an unmistakable fierceness that had previously been absent, exuding an aura of fearlessness. As if he dared to confront anything. What are you all chattering about? Hurry up and sleep. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. If you attract wild beasts, none of you would suffice as a mere morsel. Wang Lu, already irritable, could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of the women. The ladies, fearful of provoking him, shrank back and fell silent. Yet, just as the atmosphere quieted, Qin Zhuo's voice rang out once more. If wild beasts truly come, the first to be devoured would be you. Wang Lu, already settled down, sprang up at this remark. He glared at the figure sprawled on the ground. His teeth clenched in frustration, but ultimately refrained from unleashing his anger. It was not that he lacked the desire to strike. Rather, he had seen the stones lying near Qin Zhuo, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Chapter 26. To protect the sisters-in-law, this fool appeared oblivious. Yet there was an undeniable edge to him. Even a mundane stone in his possession could transform into a deadly weapon. Grinding his teeth, Wang Lu reluctantly lay back down, though he did not close his eyes. Instead, he began to plot silently in his mind. Ah, you fool, when it is my turn to keep watch, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate you. Once you are gone, those exquisite beauties will surely fall into my grasp. No one dared to speak further. The only sound was the crackling of the burning wood, enveloping the area in profound silence. Qin Zhuo turned over and swiftly drifted into slumber, while Li Qifeng and the others, concerned for his safety, quietly conspired to take turns keeping watch. Throughout the night, the moon hung high, and the stars were sparse, with the occasional roar of a beast echoing through the woods. Wang Lu and the others seemed unfazed by the environment, their faces betraying no emotion. Except for the sentinels on watch, the rest gradually succumbed to sleep. However, unbeknownst to them, less than 100 meters from the campfire, a towering tree concealed a figure. Upon closer inspection, it was a lithe silhouette clad in nocturnal garb. This individual clearly possesses the skills of a master in covert assassination, her entire presence meticulously concealed, her form shrouded in darkness. She silently perched upon a tree trunk, observing the slumbering figures by the campfire. It was only when the sentinels began to doze off that a cold smile crept across her lips. What did it matter if she spared the life of a fool and 7 women? Could they truly stir any tempest? It baffled her why that esteemed figure was so relentless in seeking the annihilation of the Qin family. Shaking her head, she raised her fingers to begin counting. 1, 2, 3, 29. The members of the northern town prince's residence, along with the soldiers escorting the refugees, were far too numerous for her to eliminate alone. It seemed she would need to enlist some assistance. Frowning, the woman appeared greatly averse to such tasks, muttering a few complaints before deftly vanishing into the night. Not long after her departure, the previously soundly sleeping Qin Zhuo abruptly opened his eyes. Sisters-in-law, do not sleep. Rise quickly. Qin Zhuo began to fervently shake the nearby individuals. An expression of grave concern etched upon his features. The recently roused Li Qifeng and others rubbed their eyes, recognizing that the night remained dark, and could not help but turn to Qin Zhuo, questioning with confusion, "Brother, did you have a nightmare?" Qin Zhuo vigorously shook his head. "It is not a nightmare. Something approaches us swiftly. I can hear it coming, and I am terrified." His brow furrowed, and upon noticing the peculiar gazes from his sisters-in-law, he suddenly remembered the ruse he was playing and hastily reverted to a foolish demeanor. After speaking, he pointed in a certain direction. Upon hearing his words, the women's anxiety escalated. They had witnessed Qin Zhuo's prowess firsthand and were well aware of his formidable strength. Thus, they harbored no doubts regarding his assessment. However, as they strained their ears, they detected not a whisper, leaving them in a state of perplexity. Qin Zhuo did not intentionally lower his voice, and as a result, the soldiers, including Wang Lu, also awakened amidst the disturbance. Naturally, they were displeased to have their dreams interrupted at such an hour. Though they were irked by Qin Zhuo, Wang Lu was the first to draw his sword and survey the surroundings for safety's sake. Yet, after a moment of waiting, he discovered nothing amiss. He assumed Qin Zhuo was merely indulging in folly once again, and, In frustration, he began to curse. "Qin fool, are you seeking death? What nonsense are you spouting in the dead of night? Where is this thing you speak of?" Qin Zhuo cast him a glance, indifferent to his ire. Wang Lu, heavy with sleep, had little inclination to quarrel with Qin Zhuo at that moment. After a few more curses, he intended to lie back down. Had he scrutinized Qin Zhuo's expression more closely, he would have realized that the latter was not indulging in folly, but rather bore a countenance of utmost seriousness, devoid of any semblance of foolishness. With his astonishing innate vision, Qin Zhuo discerned certain scenes under the faint moonlight. A figure clad in black was charging directly toward them. Behind this enigmatic individual, countless flickering lights resembling ghostly flames trailed, and upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves as a horde of wild beasts. In this desolate wilderness, they were either feral dogs or wolves. As the black-clad figure approached within mere hundreds of paces from the campfire, he bent his legs and, in the next instant, leapt onto the branch of a towering tree. In a heartbeat, that silhouette vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, the beasts, their eyes glowing with a sinister green light, seemed to receive an unspoken command, racing madly toward Qin Zhuo. In mere moments, realization dawned upon Qin Zhuo. The black-clad figure was not being pursued by the wolf pack but was deliberately leading them astray. Narrowing his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flickered within his pupils. Qin Zhuo mused to himself. Has the hidden mastermind finally lost patience and decided to strike at me and my sisters-in-law? So be it. The sooner it begins, the sooner it ends. Casting a sidelong glance at the concealed location of the black-clad individual, Qin Zhuo refrained from acting hastily. He yearned to confront and incapacitate the man. Yet the presence of his numerous female companions necessitated his protection. With the wild beasts drawing nearer, he could not remain indifferent. Sisters-in-law, I am a man. I shall protect you. Quickly, take refuge behind me. Without regard for their thoughts, Qin Zhuo extended his arms and gathered them all behind him. As Qin Zhuo continued to chatter, Wang Lu could no longer contain his annoyance and bellowed, "Qin fool, are you never done? If a fool doesn't need sleep, then you go keep watch." Just as Wang Lu unleashed his tirade, Hu Daji's voice suddenly rang out. "Wake up, everyone. Don't sleep. The fool is right. Something is indeed approaching." Hu Daji, truly deserving of his captaincy, possessed a sharper intuition than Wang Lu. Springing to his feet with a nimble motion, Hu Daji spoke rapidly. "Quickly, find the fire starters and light the torches." As he shouted, he dashed toward the location of their supplies, deftly igniting a torch. Howling. Almost at the moment the torch ignited, a chilling wolf howl echoed from a distance. Following that, a cacophony of hurried footsteps reached their ears. The recently awakened soldiers were still in a daze, and before they could react, a massive maw descended toward one of them, aiming for his throat. With a sickening crunch, the man had no time to resist as a gray wolf severed his neck, blood spraying forth in a gruesome arc. Chapter 27. The Wolf Pack Strikes. Prepare for defense, my goodness. It's a pack of wolves. Hu Daji's face paled, and he shouted once more, "Look at their size. That gray wolf is the alpha. Everyone, brace yourselves." Witnessing a comrade's throat torn asunder, this horrific scene finally jolted the soldiers into full awareness. Amidst the chaos, the crowd frantically ignited torches in preparation to confront the advancing wolf pack. Qin Zhuo observed keenly. Traces of anxiety marred the faces of those around him. The nature of wolves is such that they show no distinction between soldiers and commoners. Once they close in, they strike with lethal ferocity. If the wolf pack is not dealt with, it is certain that everyone present will perish this night. The womenfolk, having never encountered such a scene, were quaking with fear, instinctively seeking refuge behind Qin Zhuo or hiding behind the great trees. The soldiers, however, displayed some semblance of training, brandishing their blades as they engaged the wolves. Yet, the wolves were no ordinary adversaries. They maneuvered with agility, refusing to yield even an inch. Hu Daji swung his blade fiercely, yet it met only air. Frustrated, he retracted his weapon and adjusted his stance, cursing his misfortune for encountering a wolf pack. When selecting the campsite, he had deliberately positioned it at a considerable distance from the dense forest, ensuring that the bonfire would burn throughout the night. Such meticulous preparation should have been foolproof. How then could the wolves have targeted them? But the situation was dire, leaving no time for further contemplation. Drawing upon instinct and experience, Hu Daji fought while retreating, ultimately discovering a cache of meat at the location where their supplies were stored. He hastily scattered the meat, reasoning that wolves typically attack humans when hunger strikes. Yet, after devouring the meat, the wolves merely turned back, their gaze fixated on the humans. The most perplexing sight was that of the lead gray wolf. Standing nearly at human height, which ignored the meat entirely. It merely emitted low growls, its piercing eyes locked onto Hudaji. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qinzhua quickly assisted his sister-in-law onto a branch. Just as she steadied herself, Qi Hongxian gasped, "Look, there are wolves everywhere." Following her pointed finger, it became evident that countless famished wolves were surging forth from the depths of the forest. Although the soldiers wielded sharp weapons, they were unable to gain the upper hand and could only struggle to hold their ground. They too wished to climb the trees for safety. But as more and more hungry wolves arrived, their escape routes were effectively blocked. After ensuring the women were safely on the branches, Qinzhua nimbly ascended himself. Observing that their immediate threat had been mitigated, he resumed his act of feigned simplicity, grinning foolishly as he pointed at the soldiers battling the wolves, exclaiming, "Blind men, see? I told you the beasts would come for you first, and you didn't believe me. Qin fool, how dare you speak?" Wang Lu, currently embroiled in the fierce struggle, seethed upon hearing Qinzhua's taunting words laced with mockery. Turning to see that Qinzhua and the others had climbed to safety, he almost spat blood in exasperation. Yet, with the relentless assault of the wolves, he found no energy to concern himself with Qinzhua's antics. This was a matter of life and death. Leaving no room for distraction, the flickering light of the bonfire illuminated the scene, revealing the multitude of ravenous wolves encircling them. As the wolf pack amassed in significant numbers, the alpha wolf seemed to sense victory within its grasp. It ceased its aggressive pursuits, opting instead to occasionally emit low growls, directing the pack to assault the soldiers. Perhaps it was the scornful remarks from Qinzhua that incited the alpha's displeasure. It lifted its gaze toward the individuals scaling the tree and unexpectedly trotted over to the base of the grand tree. From a distance, it was hard to perceive. But now, standing beneath the alpha, everyone was struck by the sheer enormity of its form. With a resounding howl that pierced the sky, the alpha commanded attention. And in an instant, the famished wolves, previously engaged in combat with the soldiers, halted their attacks and converged towards Qinzhua. Just moments ago, Qinzhua had been mocking Wang Lu, but now his expression turned rigid. The most astonishing sight was that, under the alpha's command, the ravenous wolves began to stack upon one another. A group of wolves formed a base, while another group climbed atop their backs, creating a precarious tower that astonishingly allowed them to leap onto the tree trunk. This spectacle rendered the women watching speechless. Their faces drained of color as screams erupted around them. "Ah, the wolves are coming. I am so frightened." Qinzhua's cries rang out even louder than the women's. As he hastily snapped a branch and began to swing it wildly. Despite his outward panic, he managed to knock down every wolf that had ascended the makeshift pyramid. Curse be it, he never anticipated revealing his strength in this scenario, and it seemed inevitable that he would be suspected henceforth. Qinzhua cursed under his breath, feeling quite helpless. If his suspicions were correct, the cloaked figure that had lured the wolves here had not yet departed, and was likely observing the unfolding events from a nearby tree trunk. His actions, taken to protect the women, would surely draw the attention of this individual, and he braced himself for potentially more vicious threats ahead. Nonetheless, this sense of melancholy dissipated almost as quickly as it arose. Though he felt helpless, he did not succumb to fear. This was, in part, because he understood that whatever was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. One could evade the initial dangers, but not the subsequent ones. Furthermore, he was a master of the innate realm, capable of navigating various challenges with ease. As long as his adversary did not summon an overwhelming army to crush him, he had little to fear. His thoughts raced, yet his actions remained relentless. Countless wolves charged at him, but each one was effortlessly dispatched by Qinzhua. To the women watching from behind, his prowess appeared almost divine, leaving many in a trance-like state. Not only them, but the cloaked woman hiding on the tree branch nearby also let out a soft exclamation upon witnessing Qinzhua's display. It is said that outsiders observe the spectacle while insiders discern the intricacies. She immediately recognized the remarkable skill that Qinzhua possessed. Each of his movements, seemingly casual, struck precisely at the wolves, and even in the face of overwhelming numbers, he maintained his composure, an extraordinary feat not typical of an ordinary person. Was it not said that the young scion of the Qin family had become a simpleton? How then does he possess such remarkable prowess? Could it be that he has been undergoing training all along, and his exceptional skills linger within him, merely manifested subconsciously after his mental decline? The woman in black gasped in surprise, her eyes fixed intently on Qinzhua in the distance, murmuring to herself, "With such strength, even my elder brother and second brother would find themselves at a disadvantage." Indeed, he is the bloodline of the northern guardian king, Qin Fang. Each one is a source of concern. As she pondered this, her brow furrowed deeply, forcing her to reconsider certain matters. Although Qin Zhua has become a fool, his abilities remain intact. Coupled with the unjust suffering endured by the Northern Guardian's family, which breeds resentment toward the imperial family. Should someone with ulterior motives find and exploit Qin Zhua, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 28. Surviving the Catastrophe. The fool's valor casting her gaze once more upon the battlefield below, the woman in black mused. I had assumed he was merely an ordinary simpleton. Yet his formidable strength is undeniable. It seems these hungry wolves are powerless against him. This will not do. Given his current demeanor, even if I were to intervene, I would likely gain nothing of value. It is best to return promptly and report to the esteemed one for further judgment. After casting a lingering glance at Qin Zhua, the woman sighed softly and took flight, departing from the scene. Meanwhile, on Qin Zhua's side, having effortlessly repelled all the hungry wolves, the soldiers below soon found themselves in dire straits. Unable to subdue Qin Zhua and his companions, the wolf pack turned their aggression upon Hu Daji and the others. The soldiers, entangled in battle with the wolves for an extended period, began to sustain injuries and were on the verge of collapse. Hearing the shouts and cries for help from below, Qin Zhua felt a deep sense of helplessness. These men were official soldiers dispatched by the court to escort him and his companions. Should they perish here, it would surely arouse the suspicions of the new emperor, leading to even greater troubles. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhua grasped a branch and leapt down. Once on the ground, he carefully controlled his strength, striking the wolf with only a fraction of his power while shouting words of encouragement to himself. Big bad wolf, come at me. I am a man now. I fear you not. With a resounding crack, the branch broke in two, and the once ferocious wolf let out a mournful cry. Its fierce demeanor instantly diminished. This scene did not strike Hu Daji and the others as particularly astonishing, for they had already witnessed Qin Zhua's astonishing martial prowess prior to the wolf pack's assault. Come here, watch me slay you. Qin Zhua taunted the lead wolf, still wearing a foolish expression on his face. The lead wolf staggered a few steps. Being a creature not yet fully aware, it sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Qin Zhua and immediately became fearful, no longer daring to initiate an attack. As if sensing the lead wolf's trepidation, the other wolves also ceased their assault, gathering around their leader. Thus, Qin Zhua confronted a multitude of ravenous wolves alone, and astonishingly, he managed to drive them back. With a low growl from the lead wolf, the once frenzied pack suddenly followed their leader into the depths of the dense forest. The onlookers exchanged glances, and only when the wolves had completely vanished did they finally exhale a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Qin Zhua collapsed onto the ground, dropping the branch in his hand and bursting into inconsolable tears. Wang Lu and the others, bearing injuries, wore expressions of profound gratitude for having survived. Hu Daji paused to catch his breath before approaching Qin Zhua, expressing his heartfelt thanks. His expression was one of genuine appreciation. In truth, Hu Daji had witnessed the scene clearly. Had it not been for Qin Zhua's fierce assault on the lead wolf, they would have surely perished that day. Although all their soldiers wielded sharp weapons, they were no match for the sheer number of wolves. It was Qin Zhua who had saved them all, instilling in Hu Daji a deep respect alongside his gratitude. However, Qin Zhua paid him no heed. After his tears, he turned his gaze toward the great tree. Sisters-in-law, you may come down now. It is safe. The women, led by Li Qifeng, exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether Qin Zhua was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Observing Qin Zhua's reaction, Hu Daji did not mind, and even took the initiative to assist the women in descending from the tree. Once everyone had regrouped, Hu Daji promptly ordered, "We must leave this place quickly. It is not safe to linger." The women, now devoid of complaints, rose and began to move. The recent events had been the most perilous they had ever encountered. Although it had turned out to be a false alarm, the memory still filled them with dread. Sisters-in-law, stay behind me. If the big gray wolf returns, I shall drive it away. Qin Zhua naively stepped ahead of the women, arms outstretched, presenting them only with his back. Perhaps due to Qin Zhua's valorous display that had saved everyone, the women's gazes toward him shifted, and even the soldiers no longer regarded him with hostility. Fearing the wolves might return, the group hastily pressed onward. It was not until the dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, that they collectively felt a sense of relief. One of the women, recalling the harrowing scene from the previous night, suddenly faltered and collapsed. Yet the soldiers merely glanced back, offering no reprimands. As the eastern sky brightened, the weary group sought out a clean area to rest. About an hour later, once everyone had mostly regained their strength, Hu Daji commanded them to continue their journey. Qin Zhua had contemplated bringing along the carcasses of the fallen wolves, as they represented a rare and valuable source of sustenance. However, before he could act on this thought, he heard Hudaji urging, "Qinzhua, we must go." Turning to look, their eyes met across the distance. This time, Hudaji's gaze lacked the previous coldness and unfamiliarity, while his tones softened considerably. The transformation of Qin Shaozi into Qinzhua was a clear indication of the captain's change in attitude. "No, I want to eat wolf meat." Qinzhua, with a foolish grin, disregarded the admonitions of Hudaji and the 7 sisters-in-law and turned to dash back. This scene startled everyone. Wang Lu instinctively moved to pursue him, only to be stopped by Hudaji. "Captain, if he could just wait a moment." Hudaji glanced at Qinzhua's retreating figure, then surprisingly resumed his seat. Wang Lu and the others, fearing that Qinzhua might escape, attempted to chase after him several times, but were thwarted by Hudaji. Li Qifeng and the others anxiously paced back and forth, worried about Qinzhua encountering a pack of wolves. Fortunately, Qinzhua, having rushed away, returned even more swiftly. Before long, he reappeared in their line of sight, dragging the carcass of a famished wolf. The group was left speechless. Wang Lu slapped his forehead and muttered, "As expected of a fool, he has an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. At a time like this, he still insists on dragging a wolf along. I am at a loss for words." Not only him, but the members of the town Northern Prince's mansion were equally rendered speechless upon seeing Qinzhua sprinting back with the wolf's hind legs in tow. Hudaji's mouth twitched slightly, yet he refrained from further comment and urged everyone to continue their journey, perhaps sensing that the group had not rested well the previous night. The soldiers noticeably slowed their pace. After traveling a short distance, Hudaji turned back and remarked, "Just hold on a little longer. There's a village ahead where we can rest." Chapter 29. The sisters-in-law's old friend. Upon hearing Hudaji's voice, Wang Lu appeared most exhilarated. "Wonderful. My eyes are finally going to be cured. Quick, quick, everyone, stop dawdling." About 4 or 5 miles ahead lay an unremarkable little village. Although small in size, it was mostly equipped with a physician, though the quality of their medical skills varied. Wang Lu was bursting with excitement, eager to gallop there immediately. Just then, however, Qinzhua spoke up at an inopportune moment. "If your eyes are gone, can the physician still treat you? If you don't shut up, no one will think you're mute." Wang Lu snapped back, only to fall silent upon seeing Zhao Yang grinning at him. This fellow, though foolish, would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent in a fight. Should I retort? No, he is a fool. What if he got angry and gave me a beating? Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Lu suddenly felt a pang in his nose. Damn it, why is it so frustrating? No, this fool must die. When it's my turn to keep watch tonight, I must discreetly eliminate him. Without this fool causing chaos, wouldn't all the women among the refugees be mine for the taking? As he contemplated this, Wang Lu felt a sudden lifting of the shadows that had clouded his heart, and an unexpected anticipation began to blossom within him. The troop proceeded at a leisurely pace, and when they were but 2 miles from the village, they unexpectedly encountered a caravan of camel merchants. Leading the procession was an opulent carriage, closely followed by over 30 camels burdened with goods. Moreover, flanking the luxurious carriage were nearly 100 armored guards. Upon witnessing such a grand assembly, Hudaji immediately became wary. Judging by its scale, this caravan likely belonged to a prominent family. After all, ordinary merchants would scarcely dare to transport such a substantial load, let alone be accompanied by a fully armed retinue of 100 guards. As the distance between the two parties diminished, Hudaji raised his fist, signaling the people behind him to halt. He then scrutinized the caravan for a few moments before leading his group to the roadside. He was merely a captain escorting a band of refugees, lacking any substantial backing. In the eyes of those refugees, he held a measure of respect. But before a true noble family, he would be of little consequence. If they wished to dispose of him, it would be no more troublesome than swatting an ant. Following Hudaji's lead, the group gradually made their way to the roadside, and Qinzhua did not cause a ruckus, obediently moving aside. The lavish carriage approached slowly, passing grandly before the onlookers. When the second carriage rolled by, the curtain suddenly lifted, revealing a pallid face before the crowd. "Stop," commanded the ailing individual, and without hesitation, the coachman brought the carriage to a halt. The rest of the caravan followed suit. The sickly man frowned, first covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, then casting a disdainful gaze over the assembled crowd. His brow furrowed even more sharply upon noticing that one among the group was carrying a dead wolf. Yet this state of discontent did not linger long, as his attention shifted to the woman beside Qinzhua. Sure, is that you?" the ailing man inquired. surprise evident in his voice as he raised an eyebrow. It has been a long time. How have you fallen to such depths? Lu Shih met his gaze, her eyes betraying no hint of timidity. However, given her current plight, she could not help but feel a pang of inferiority. After a brief exchange of glances, she quickly lowered her head. Qin Zhua, upon hearing the exchange, glanced at his sister-in-law and then at the ailing man, realizing that she was acquainted with him. It was evident that he had recognized her among the refugees, prompting him to order the caravan to halt. Yet, observing Lu Shih subtly retreat behind him, Qin Zhua surmised that she did not regard this man as a friend and wished to avoid any interaction. Even in such dire straits, you still look down on me? The ailing man pressed, his brow furrowing deeper. Lu Shih remained hidden behind Qin Zhua, avoiding any eye contact with him. Observing Lu Shi's reaction, the ailing man let out a soft sigh, and with the assistance of a maid, he descended from the carriage, still holding a handkerchief to his mouth and nose. He surveyed the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I had no intention of involving myself in this matter, but since Shih is present, I presume you all are the refugees from the Duke of the North's estate? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Qin Zhua, who stood protectively in front of Lu Shih. With a smile that danced between amusement and mockery, he inquired, Young brother, could you be the grandson of Duke Qin Fang? Qin Zhua, do you know me? Qin Zhua had no desire to engage with the man, but recognizing the necessity of civility, he feigned ignorance and retorted. The man chuckled lightly, then casually remarked, Be a good lad and go play over there. I'll reward you with some candy. As he spoke, he gestured lightly, prompting a maid beside him to produce a beautifully wrapped confection. Qin Zhua observed this scene with a sense of incredulity. So, you offer candy for letting you take my sister-in-law? You truly think me a fool. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he would have relished the opportunity to slap this man across the face. He glanced at the candy the maid presented before turning his head again to the ailing gentleman. Are you a brother or a sister? The man's expression froze, momentarily rendering him speechless. He had always loathed having his gender questioned. In days gone by, he would have made anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner acutely aware of his prowess. However, mindful of the presence of the ethereal Lu Shih, he gritted his teeth and stifled his rising fury. A guard, having overheard Qin Zhua's remarks, approached with an unfriendly demeanor. Yet the ailing man merely smiled, raising a hand to halt the guard, and said, Young Master Qin is in poor spirits. His words were unintentional and should not be taken to heart. This was not due to any particular magnanimity on his part, but rather an attempt to present himself as gracious in front of the luminous Lu Shih. Seeing that Qin Zhua remained unyielding, he turned his attention to Lu Shih. Shih, we have already missed a fortuitous bond. Must we allow fate to slip through our fingers once more? Lu Shi's expression was peculiar. She said nothing, instead burying her face against Qin Zhua's back. The ailing man's tone grew resolute. Shih, with just a word from you, I would risk incurring the wrath of the soldiers today to take you away. With this declaration, an uneasy silence enveloped the gathering. No one anticipated that this ailing man would possess such audacity, willing to provoke trouble for the sake of a single woman. As the captain, Hu Daji, found himself compelled to intervene, even if he had wished to remain in the background. To attempt to abduct someone in front of the escorting soldiers was tantamount to jeopardizing his livelihood. Even the offspring of prominent families should not be subjected to such indignities. With furrowed brows, Hu Daji approached, his expression dark and foreboding. Considering that the other party had not yet committed any egregious transgressions, he refrained from exhibiting excessive rashness. First, he respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, and then spoke, Esteemed sir, I am the captain of this escort team, Hu Daji. May I inquire your name? You are the captain? The sickly man reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Lu Shih, casting a sidelong glance at Hu Daji. After a cold appraisal, he replied icily, I am Jin of the Jin family from the southern region. Upon hearing this, Hu Daji's heart sank. Indeed, he was dealing with a scion of a prominent family. The Jin surname was not uncommon in the Great Qian, but only one family would dare to declare themselves as the Jun family of the southern region, the richest merchant in the Great Qian. Although the Jin family lacked the backing of influential figures in the court, nor did they possess military clout, their wealth was enough to rival nations. Even the new emperor of the Great Qian would think twice before attempting to act against them. It is no exaggeration to say that the wealth possessed by the Jun family would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to squander, and even combined, the four major families could not match their opulence. Realizing the identity of his counterpart, Hu Daji became increasingly respectful, bowing again and clasping his hands. Ah, it is the esteemed young Master Jin. It is an honor to meet you. Though he spoke these words, Hu Daji's heart was already cursing his fate. How unfortunate to cross paths with such a group. As the captain of the escort, his duty was to protect the prisoners, and now, facing an overt attempt to seize them, it seemed that offending this nobleman was unavoidable. After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Daji steeled himself and said, "Young Master Zhen, I have heard what you just mentioned. In other matters, I might grant you a favor, but as the captain of the escort, I must adhere to my responsibilities. What is it that you wish to convey?" Zhen Jinjin, now devoid of patience, interrogated him with bluntness. Hu Daji paused briefly, carefully weighing his words before continuing. "It is nothing of great consequence, merely a reminder that these refugees are the families of the convicted traitor, Qin Fang, each bearing their own sins. To forcibly take them would violate the laws of the Great Qian. Moreover, their exile was decreed by His Majesty, and should you insist on this course, it would be tantamount to defying the Emperor's will." "Are you threatening me?" Zhen Jinjin's expression darkened, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Just a single phrase from him nearly compelled Hu Daji to kneel in fear. "I would never dare to do so, even if I had multiple lives. I would not threaten young Master Zhen. It is merely my duty to ensure the safety of these refugees. Should anything go awry, we would all be implicated. I hope, young Master Zhen, that you might show magnanimity and allow us to depart in peace." Before Hu Daji could finish his plea, Zhen Jinjin interrupted disdainfully. "What do I care if your entire clan perishes?" After uttering these words, Zhen Jinjin shifted his gaze back to Lu Shishir, a woman he had long coveted. Previously, constrained by the authority of the Northern King, he could only watch helplessly as Bai Yueguang was taken away. However, the circumstances have changed. The male heirs of the Northern King's residence have nearly perished, and even the Northern King himself is in a precarious position, making it impossible for him to protect others. Without the Northern King's residence as a stronghold, Lu Shishir has become a free-spirited canary, able to confine herself within her own cage if she so desires. Given such a fortuitous opportunity, how could he let it slip by? Hu Daji silently cursed under his breath, yet his words remained respectful and polite. "Young Master Zhen, I humbly request you to spare me and not make things difficult." Beneath his words lay a subtle plea. After all, Hu Daji was merely a low-ranking escort captain, and in the presence of a member of the Zhen family, whom even the Emperor feared, he could not afford to offend. If the other party truly intended to create trouble, he would be utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, Hu Daji was convinced that this individual had the audacity to seize someone. Seeing that Hu Daji was not acquiescing and was forcing him to back down, Jinjin opened his mouth to scold him. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back with great effort. His gaze shifted between Hu Daji and Lu Shishir, and suddenly Jinjin spoke. "You say I am troubling you? Very well, I shall offer you a mutually beneficial solution." Raising his hand to gesture behind Qinzhua, Jinjin matter-of-factly stated, "If you hand her over to me, I will arrange for someone to testify on your behalf, claiming that you encountered bandits on the way. After a fierce battle, you vanquished them, yet Lu Shishir tragically fell to their blades." Hu Daji looked up at him, his expression changing dramatically. Jinjin, however, paid no heed to his internal thoughts and continued, "Rest assured, no one will uncover the truth. As for the bodies of the bandits, I will take care of them for you, including Lu Shishir's. Just give a nod. And you need not worry about the rest. I guarantee there will be no issues. In this manner, both of us can achieve our desires. And you may even receive commendation from the court for your contributions in eliminating bandits. How does that sound?" With that, Jinjin cast a sly, triumphant glance at Hu Daji, awaiting his response. This was already his greatest concession. If this escort captain had any sense, he should agree. Yet, if he proved to be obstinate and defiant, then Jinjin would have no choice but to resort to force. He would take Lu Shishir by any means necessary, eliminating anyone who stood in his way. It was merely a matter of silencing witnesses, a task he had accomplished before. The escort soldiers and the common people hardly posed a significant threat. Those soldiers, who had initially been filled with trepidation, found a flicker of hope reignited upon hearing Jinjin's proposal. Indeed, this plan was feasible. Not only would it avoid offending powerful families, but it would also yield benefits, effectively a win-win situation. Silently, the soldiers all turned their gazes toward Hu Daji, collectively hoping he would nod in agreement. Hu Daji fell into silence, his expression shifting uncertainly. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Zhen, I sincerely apologize. But though this method seems mutually beneficial, it is truly beyond my capacity to comply." Zhen Jinjin's eyes widened in fury. Hu Daji slowly straightened his back, locking eyes with Jin Jinjin, and spoke resolutely. Allow me to offer a word of caution, young master. Consider your actions carefully. To oppose the imperial court for the sake of a single woman is hardly a prudent choice. His gaze was unwavering, and his tone brooked no argument. He wished he could acquiesce, yet to do so would condemn his conscience to eternal reproach. Chapter 31. The East Window Incident. A Night at the Lin Family. It must be said that Jin Jinjin's plan was nearly flawless. However, one must not underestimate the unpredictable. Should the East Window incident come to light one day, Hu Daji and his compatriots could face dire consequences, perhaps even the annihilation of their lineage. In contrast, Jin Jinjin, backed by the Jun family, would remain unscathed. Perhaps it was this very assurance that fueled his audacity. Seeing Hu Daji refuse his proposal, Jin Jinjin erupted in rage, exclaiming, "You wretched cur! When did it become your place to lecture me?" With a thunderous roar, countless armored guards swiftly surrounded them, encircling Hu Daji and his companions in an instant. Hu Daji's expression shifted, instinctively tightening his grip on his sword. Lu Shirshir, hiding behind Qinzhua, glanced up at the unfolding situation, her delicate frame trembling slightly. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. She harbored not a shred of affection for Jin Jinjin. In fact, from the very beginning, she had held a deep-seated aversion for this two-faced man. The hero she truly admired was one who cared for the world and embodied humility. Never someone as despicable as Jin Jinjin. Years prior, she had resolutely rejected Jin Jinjin's advances, forging a marital pact with Qinzhua's brother. Yet fate had its own designs. None anticipated the upheaval that would befall the Northern King's residence, nor did Lu Shirshir foresee encountering Jin Jinjin during her exile. As events unfolded, it seemed inevitable that conflict would erupt between Hu Daji and Jin Jinjin's forces. With Jin Jinjin fully armed and outnumbering Hu Daji's men, victory would certainly favor Jin Jinjin. Even if a battle ensued, the likely outcome would see others fall while she was forcibly taken by Jin Jinjin. The more Lu Shirshir pondered, the more she found herself in a moral quandary. Not only she, but Qinzhua was also on edge, his entire being taut with tension. If he were to leverage his identity as a fool and suddenly seize Jin Jinjin, using his life as a bargaining chip to compel the Jin family guards to release everyone, it seemed a possibility. However, such an action, while potentially resolving their immediate peril, would undoubtedly earn Jin Jinjin's unyielding enmity. Even if they managed to escape, they would surely be pursued relentlessly thereafter. Moreover, the family behind Jin Jun is not an ordinary force, and the means of retaliation could become exceedingly brutal. One's fists are powerless against many hands. It is likely that he would struggle to withstand the consequences. Alas, under the current circumstances, it seems implausible to resolve the matter by feigning ignorance. However, should he choose to expose his identity and directly eliminate Jinjin and her companions, the repercussions would be no less dire than threatening his own life. What course of action should he take? Qinzhua pondered endlessly, his mind a tumult of thoughts, unable to conceive a flawless solution, leaving him utterly frustrated. Should a violent conflict erupt, he would find himself caught in the middle, unwilling to reveal his identity in such a precarious situation, where he would lose all agency. Just as Qinzhua was deep in contemplation, he was compelled to act, when his sister-in-law, Li Qifeng, suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Jin Shirshir is now married and has become part of the Qin family. You may think that the Prince of the North's residence has fallen into decline, rendering it inconsequential. However, I must remind you that we are not merely the daughters-in-law of the Qin family. We have other formidable allies behind us. Our banishment was merely due to the Emperor's decree, not because our support has waned." Li Qifeng, true to her reputation as a heroine of the martial world, spoke with sharp words and an imposing presence. With her statement, she stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Jinjin, her eyes brimming with pride and confidence. Jinjin had long recognized Li Qifeng. Her family's business acumen ensured they were well informed of the Jin family's affairs. The mantra of the people do not contend with the officials was their survival strategy. The Jin family had undoubtedly conducted thorough research on the once mighty Prince of the North's residence. Had it been any other individual from the princess household, Jinjin could have easily dismissed them, but Li Qifeng was a different matter entirely. As a direct disciple of the Qifeng sect's leader, she embodied the values of the martial community, which held dear the principles of loyalty and vengeance. Offending someone of her stature would render the Jin family incapable of conducting business smoothly in the future. With eyes dark and brooding, Jin Jun regarded Li Qifeng with a mix of trepidation and reluctance to surrender. Just as he was torn between the decision to engage in a desperate gamble or retreat, a voice suddenly emanated from the second carriage. Young master, we should hasten our journey. I understand your infatuation with Miss Lu, but there is no need to rush. The road of banishment is long and fraught with uncertainty. We will have ample time in the future, do you not agree? Though the speaker remained unseen. The weight of his words suggested a person of considerable status. Upon hearing this, Jinjin's expression darkened, yet after a lengthy contemplation, he ultimately relinquished his intention to take action. Casting a fierce glance at Li Qingfeng and Hu Daji, Zhenzhen turned and retreated to his carriage. Let us depart. Within the carriage, the previous voice resounded once more, prompting the armored guards to turn and return to their respective positions, while the caravan commenced its gradual journey. Observing their departure, Hu Daji exhaled deeply, concurrently feeling a heightened wariness towards the group of refugees he was escorting. Even the Jin family dared not provoke them lightly. It appeared that there were significant figures among this entourage. Fortunately, he had refrained from committing any egregious acts earlier. Otherwise, after the Jin caravan had moved on, he would have been in a precarious situation. Once they arrived at a small village, the refugee contingent halted to make adjustments, while Hu Daji accompanied Wang Lu to seek medical attention for an eye injury. Upon their return, the group resumed their journey. It was not until dusk that they reached the next village. Hu Daji entered the settlement and exchanged a few words with the village head before leading everyone inside. A compassionate farming family was willing to offer shelter for the night, consisting of a couple devoted to their elderly parents and 2 children of their own. Upon learning that these refugees were indeed the kin of the Northern King, the couple disregarded Hu Daji's vehement objections and immediately began to prepare a sumptuous feast, slaughtering chickens and geese for Qin Zhuo and his companions. Furthermore, the wolf carcass that Qin Zhuo had carried throughout their journey was transformed into a delectable dish by this hospitable couple. The warmth of their hospitality astonished the members of the Northern King's household. It was said that kindness fades with distance. Yet here were individuals who extended such generosity to the downtrodden. As conversations unfolded, Qin Zhuo gradually uncovered the truth. I am Lin Hu, a former vice-general under the Northern King. Due to severe injuries, I was compelled to leave the military prematurely. The Northern King showed me great kindness upon my departure. He graciously bestowed upon me several dozen acres of fertile land and 100 taels of gold. His benevolence is etched in my heart, a memory I shall never forget. May I inquire about the changes that have befallen the Northern King's household? Why have the Qin family been reduced to refugees? In an era when transportation was arduous and news scarce, Lin Hu remained oblivious to the recent developments concerning the Northern King's estate. Seizing the opportunity during the meal, he knelt before Qin Zhuo, inquiring earnestly about the fate of the Northern King, Qin Feng. The Northern King was a figure akin to a war god. What calamity could have befallen such a prominent individual, leading to the ruin of his family? Hu Daji glanced up briefly, his expression impassive as he explained, the Northern King, Qin Feng, has been accused of treason and is currently in the custody of the Ministry of Justice in the capital. The reason his family has become refugees is due to the Emperor's benevolence, who, recalling the Northern King's past contributions, has shown them mercy. It is merely a coincidence that we find ourselves here tonight, encountering General Lin. I implore you, General Lin, to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, lest your family be drawn into this turmoil. Lin Hu gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, and after a prolonged moment, his expression of fury gradually subsided. Hu Daji spoke with reason. He was no longer the vice-general under the command of the King of the North, but merely an ordinary citizen. He lacked the capacity to intervene in such matters, for it was the Emperor's decree, and any interference would be tantamount to treason, an outcome that no one could bear. Nevertheless, despite these sentiments, Lin Hu quietly resolved to do what he could for the family of the King of the North. Raising his gaze, he noticed Hu Daji and others watching him with wary expressions. Lin Hu chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand, saying, I would never dare to defy His Majesty's will. However, the King of the North has treated me kindly in the past. Since I have encountered his family now, I wish to do something within my means. He added, this meal shall serve as a small token of my gratitude to the King of the North. I hope you gentlemen will not take offense. After speaking, he turned to cast a glance at his wife. She did not respond verbally, but quickly turned and left. Upon her return, she held over 100 taels of silver in her hand. Lin Hu cautiously placed the silver on the ground and pushed it forward, stating, Gentlemen, regardless of the circumstances, the King of the North has made significant contributions in the past. I kindly request that you do not cause difficulties for his family during your journey. This silver is meant for your enjoyment, a humble gesture of respect. Upon seeing such a generous sum before them, Wang Lu and the others beamed with delight. Their initial thoughts of making things difficult for Lin Hu vanished, and they began to regard him with greater favor. The deputy captain, Han Chu, even patted his chest and assured, "Brother Lin, you are being too modest. We hold the King of the North in high esteem and have never allowed his family to suffer on our watch. Your noble generosity shall ensure that we take even better care of them in the future. Rest assured, they shall not endure any hardship." Such declarations were undeniably shameless, a fact well understood by Qin Zhuo and the others. Yet, none dared to expose the deception in such a setting. All the escort soldiers exchanged pleasantries while happily accepting Lin Hu's silver. Even Hu Daji, who usually prided himself on integrity, did not refuse. In his years of service, he had encountered such situations frequently, and typically, they would not decline. Hu Daji understood that when someone offered money to these lowly soldiers, it was merely an attempt to secure their cooperation. For instance, Lin Hu's intention in offering money today was to ensure they would take good care of Qin Zhuo and his companions. In plain terms, it was bribery, a quintessential exchange of power and wealth. The giver had an agenda, while the receiver tacitly accepted the terms, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Accepting the bribe was straightforward, but refusal could lead to conflict. These escort soldiers merely wished to complete their tasks peacefully, not risking their lives in the process, which is why they often accepted such monetary gifts. In life, one must learn to be adaptable. Upon witnessing the silver in their hands, Lin Hu's demeanor noticeably brightened. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he and his wife eagerly retreated into the kitchen to prepare meals for Qin Zhuo and the other refugees. Hu Daji observed their retreating figures, feeling a slight sense of relief. This matter seemed to have settled amicably, pleasing all parties involved. In truth, from the very beginning, he harbored a subtle suspicion that Lin Hu was not an ordinary man. It was only after hearing Lin Hu's self-introduction that he learned he was a general of considerable renown. The King of the North commanded an army of hundreds of thousands, with numerous valiant generals, and anyone who could rise to the rank of deputy general was undoubtedly exceptional. To put it bluntly, had Lin Hu remained in the military, the powerful figures at court might have dismissed him, yet Hu Daji regarded Lin Hu as an extraordinary individual. The latter had openly expressed his gratitude towards the King of the North and even voluntarily offered a monetary bribe, merely requesting that Qin Zhuo and the others be treated with extra care, which was already a significant concession. Should Lin Hu choose to withhold favor, Hu Daji and the others would surely face hardship. With a quiet sigh, Hu Daji thought to himself that they had indeed stumbled upon a hot potato, having to escort the family of the King of the North. After the meal, Lin Hu personally arranged a spacious room for Qin Zhuo and the others to rest. The women, including Li Qifeng, expressed their profound gratitude for his kindness. Lin Hu, saying little, urged everyone to rest early before departing the room. Noticing that it was still somewhat early, Qin Zhuo feigned ignorance and ventured outside. He approached Lin Hu directly and boldly extended his hand, declaring, "I am thirsty. Fetch me some water, young master." Lin Hu stared at Qin Zhuo, momentarily rendered speechless with excitement. Even while preparing the meal, he had noticed Qin Zhuo's eager expression. As a former deputy general under the King of the North, Lin Hu was well aware of the existence of a young master within the royal family. Years ago, when Qin Zhuo was just a small child, Lin Hu had even held him in his arms. Back then, the young master was frail and delicate, in stark contrast to his robust brothers, and Lin Hu had felt a deep sense of pity for him. At that time, the estate of the King of the North was at its zenith, yet now, with both the king and the old queen consort gone to the capital, their fate uncertain, their progeny reduced to this singular child, now rendered simple-minded. Indeed, the world had changed, leaving only memories tinged with sorrow. "Come here, young master. There is tea and water available." Chapter 33. A profound depth of character. Lin Hu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he beckoned Qin Zhuo closer. He could not alter the circumstances of the royal family's plight, but the least he could do was ensure that everyone, including the young master, was well fed and rested. Lin Hu ushered Qin Zhuo into his room, and upon witnessing this, Hu Daji and Han Chu swiftly followed suit. They bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of every refugee. If a sudden turn of events causes some among the refugees to flee, they will surely invite calamity upon themselves. "Young master, please take a seat." Lin Hu warmly beckoned Qin Zhuo to sit down, completely disregarding Hu Daji and Han Chu, showing no intention of inviting them to join. Han Chu, having been reminded by Hu Daji, realized that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. Despite his inner discontent, he dared not provoke a confrontation and thus suppressed his impulses. Under the watchful gazes of Han Chu and Hu Daji, Qinghua sat down and, with an innocent grin, remarked, "Uncle, I believe I have seen you before." Turning to glance at him, Lin Hu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we have met. But at that time, young master, you were still quite young and rather naive." As he spoke, memories of his past military service flooded back. Lin Hu let out a heavy sigh, choosing not to dwell on that topic any longer, and instead shifted to an unrelated subject. "Young master, are you aware? After years of recuperation, my health has nearly returned to normal. Recently, I reached out to some old comrades, intending to rejoin the military, but alas, before I could embark, the Prince of the North encountered such misfortune." At this point, the stalwart man could not restrain his tears. Observing this, Qinghua scampered over, using his sleeve to dab at Lin Hu's tears while cheerfully saying, "You wish to serve in the army? There will surely be opportunities in the future. Don't cry. Don't cry." After performing this act of kindness, Qinghua hurried back to quench his thirst. He drank several cups of tea before patting his belly and swiftly exiting the room. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Hu fell into a contemplative silence. Truth be told, he found Qinhua's words perplexing. There will be opportunities in the future? What opportunities? The Northern Prince is no more, and the Northern Army is leaderless. Its morale in disarray. It will not be long before it changes hands. By that time, even if I rejoin the military, what significance would it hold? I have always sworn my loyalty not to the Emperor of the Great Qin, but solely to the Prince of the North. The young master had seemingly become a fool. Perhaps lost in nonsensical thoughts. Why should he take them seriously? With a sigh of despair, Lin Hu turned to leave, only to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment. He noticed that Qinghua, who had just run out, was now standing not far away, turning back to look at him. Their eyes met across the distance. And in that fleeting moment, Lin Hu's expression changed dramatically. To his shock, he realized that there was not a hint of foolishness on the young master's face. On the contrary, it was filled with unwavering resolve, gazing at him with intent. "Young master, you in an instant." A flurry of revelations struck Lin Hu's mind like a cascade of lightning, leaving him utterly astounded. The young master had not become a fool. He was merely feigning ignorance. How clever of him to employ such a ruse to evade the new emperor's scrutiny. Lin Hu gasped, suddenly comprehending the entirety of the situation. It is no wonder that the young master would assert that there will be future opportunities to join the military. It appears he is quietly preparing for significant undertakings. Indeed, none in the Qin family can be dismissed as mere trifles. They are all remarkable individuals. After exchanging a glance with Lin Hu, Qinghua offered a half-smile, then reverted to his foolish demeanor. Though his time spent with Lin Hu was brief, he had already discerned that this former military leader remained loyal to the Prince of Northern Town. By deliberately allowing Lin Hu to perceive his act of folly, he had essentially provided him with a sense of reassurance. Consequently, Lin Hu would refrain from acting rashly at this juncture and would instead choose to conceal himself, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. Should the day arise when Qinghua decides to rise in rebellion, Lin Hu would undoubtedly be among the first to offer his allegiance. However, if Qinghua's assumptions were incorrect and Lin Hu had ceased his loyalty to his grandfather, it would matter little. It would merely result in a fleeting disappointment for him. Observing the changes in Lin Hu's expressions, Qinghua felt confident that he would not expose him to Hu Daji and the others, even if, hypothetically, he did report Qinghua to Hu Daji. The latter had no cause for fear. Throughout this journey, his foolish persona had been firmly imprinted in the minds of Hu Daji and the others. Who would believe he was anything but a fool? If he were not a fool, how could he have clashed with Wang Lu? If he were not a fool, how could he have carried a dead wolf for an entire day? Upon returning to the room prepared for them by Lin Hu, Qinghua fell into a deep slumber without uttering a word. The 7 sisters-in-law and the ladies of the Wang residence exchanged glances but refrained from disturbing him. After all, given his current state, what meaningful conversation could they have? It was already a considerable feat to protect him without holding past grievances against him. As the night deepened, everyone gradually succumbed to slumber. Close to the midnight hour, in a location not far from Lin Hu's estate, dozens of figures clad in black gathered. Leading them was a graceful woman. Had Qinghua been present, he would have instantly recognized her as the one who had commanded the wolf pack to assault them not long ago. Lady Fueying. The refugees from the Prince of Northern Town are just ahead. They should all be asleep by now, one of the black-clad individuals hurriedly reported, kneeling before the woman. The one addressed as Lady Fueying nodded in acknowledgement, her tone laced with anticipation. Fueying, one of the assassins under the command of the esteemed Chancellor Zhong Ti in the Great Qin dynasty. was here on a mission to carry out a second assault on the Prince of Northern Town's household. Though she was unaware of Zhong Ti's reasons for seeking the complete annihilation of the Qin family, Fui Ying understood that her role was simply to follow orders without needing to inquire further. Compliance was all that was required. Glancing up at the night sky, Fui Ying murmured to herself, "A moonless night with a rising wind is an ideal time for murder." With a commanding tone, she instructed, "Go forth, leaving none alive." At her command, the surrounding figures in black echoed in unison, their voices low and synchronized, revealing their training as skilled assassins. As the dark-clad figures prepared to act, Fui Ying suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, there are 3 individuals we must be wary of. The escort captain, Hu Daji, possesses considerable skills, so it is advisable to strike in numbers. The owner of this courtyard is no ordinary person. He was once the deputy general under the Northern King and may prove to be quite formidable. Aside from these 2, the foolish Qin Zhuo of the Qin family also has commendable prowess. If the opportunity arises, we should take their heads while they slumber, if they awaken. We must unite our forces against them and never underestimate the threat they pose." With a wave of his hand, countless dark figures silently advanced towards Lin Hu's courtyard. Chapter 34. A night of murder beneath the dark moon under the cover of darkness. Dozens of figures stealthily infiltrated the courtyard. Though the walls were high, they posed no significant obstacle to these skilled intruders. Their swift movements revealed that they were far from ordinary. Upon entering the courtyard, the black-clad assailants divided into 3 groups, each wielding long knives as they approached the room where Lin Hu, Hu Daji, and Qin Zhuo were located. Fui Ying, armed with a sharp sword, led the charge towards Lin Hu's chamber. In her estimation, among the many individuals in the courtyard, Lin Hu posed the greatest threat. Eliminating him would ensure the success of their assassination mission. The others, despite their skills, would be powerless to alter their fate. The numerous women of the Northern King's household, along with the insignificant escort soldiers, could easily be dealt with by her group. As for the foolish one, while he might manage against unthinking beasts, he would be no match for her trained assassins. Just as she contemplated this, a sudden cry pierced the night. Not good. We've been ambushed. It was Han Chu who was on watch that night. He had begun to doze off when a cold wind jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of countless armed figures in black closing in on the courtyard. The sight terrified him to the core, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouted out a warning. However, as soon as his voice rang out, a flash of cold steel gleamed, and the vice-captain Han Chu felt a spray of blood erupt from his neck. He had scarcely a moment to draw his blade in defense before his eyes closed forever. Fui Ying, not far off and making her way towards Lin Hu's room, turned back with a glare, muttering, "Useless, you couldn't even handle this." With their cover blown, there was no need for further concealment. Fui Ying strode confidently towards Lin Hu's room, kicking the door down with a fierce force. Han Chu's dying cry had indeed roused those resting within the chamber. The members of the Northern King's household suddenly awoke, with Qin Zhuo leaping up in alarm. Vigilantly, he cast a wary glance towards the door, prepared to fend off the intruders. Inside Lin Hu's room, startled cries erupted, and the next moment, the glow of a firebrand illuminated the windows. Lin Hu's family was awakened, and without a moment to spare, Lin Hu seized the treasured sword hanging on the wall, ready to rush out. Hu Daji and others' fates were of no concern to him. The safety of that young heir was paramount. However, just as he arrived at the entrance, the door was violently shattered by a single kick. Wood splintered and flew towards him, prompting Lin Hu to instinctively raise his hand in defense, only to find a sharp blade aimed directly at his throat. Alarmed, he hastily swung his treasured sword in a desperate arc, narrowly deflecting the lethal thrust. Stepping back several paces, Lin Hu focused his gaze. In the dim light of the moon, he discerned the identity of the intruder, cloaked entirely in black. Only her hands and eyes were visible, revealing her as a woman by her figure. Seeking death, enraged, Lin Hu brandished his sword and launched a fierce assault. The two soon entangled in a fierce duel. The courtyard resonated with the clashing of blades, punctuated by the occasional scream. Clearly, the assailants invading his home were numerous. Outnumbered, the escort soldiers struggled, and Lin Hu's heart raced with urgency. He longed to pierce the chest of the woman before him with his sword and rush to aid Hu Daji and the others. Yet, the woman proved to be a skilled swordswoman, matching him blow for blow. Meanwhile, in the chamber where Qin Zhuo and his companions resided, chaos erupted. The women, still haunted by the previous wolf attack, now faced the onslaught of the cloaked assailants, trembling in fear. Some martial practitioners, emboldened by their training, approached the doorway. striving to shield their defenseless companions. The remaining escort soldiers had already engaged in combat with the attackers, but the sheer number of foes overwhelmed even the formidable Hudaji. While some assailants restrained Hudaji's group, others breached the windows to confront Chinjue directly. The remaining attackers coordinated seamlessly, with some focused on eliminating Hudaji and his comrades, while others kept watch to prevent any rescuers from intervening. Their strategy was straightforward: eliminate the toughest opponents first, then eradicate those who posed no threat. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Chinjue's heart raced, anxiety gripping him. Returning to Lin Hu's room, the fierce battle raged on. But Lin Hu's wife was not idle. She concealed their child in a corner before rising from her bed to approach the wardrobe. Having accompanied her husband to the front lines in years past, she had faced far grimmer and more desperate situations, and fear held no sway over her now. Floing, observing her reaction, was momentarily taken aback. What was this woman thinking? Did she fear nothing? And if not, why was she moving toward the wardrobe at such a critical moment? Floing furrowed her brow, sensing that her opponent seemed to regard her with disdain. In the duel of masters, victory could hinge on a single moment of distraction. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hu thrust his sword forward, catching Floing off guard, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. As she deftly parried the relentless onslaught, Fu Ying coldly remarked, "I have long heard tales of a battle tiger within the Northern Defense Army, and today, I find it truly lives up to its reputation. Had it not been for your grievous injuries from years past, I might not have been your match." She gracefully floated back a short distance, casting an appreciative glance at Lin Hu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hu took a moment to catch his breath, his eyes scanning for any weaknesses in her stance, and replied stiffly, "If you are aware of my prowess, why do you dare to come seeking trouble? You seem to be a trained assassin fostered by a significant figure. Speak, who sent you? You need not concern yourself with such matters. Merely know that you shall meet your demise tonight. I hardly believe you possess the capability to kill me." Fu Ying smirked at his retort, her tone dripping with disdain. "I never claimed that I could kill you. For now, it suffices to merely hold you at bay." With that, she deftly brandished her sword, taking a position at the door without advancing, clearly prepared for defense. Lin Hu, incensed, chuckled derisively. "I, Lin Hu, have fought alongside the Northern King for many years. Aside from the king himself, none had dared to claim they could hold me back." Just as Fu Ying was about to respond, her expression abruptly shifted. In that moment, she realized why Lin Hu's wife had approached the wardrobe. It was to retrieve a weapon suited for her husband. The battle tiger was already formidable, and should he arm himself with a suitable weapon, she might not be able to withstand him. She resolved then and there that he must not succeed. With this thought, Fu Ying feigned a move, finally abandoning her passive defense. Chapter 35. Rising with Fury, unleashing terrifying power. Seeing Fu Ying take the initiative, Lin Hu, however, did not defend himself. Instead, he swiftly turned and dashed toward his wife. As he seized the flying daggers from her hands, he also retrieved a hidden iron halberd from the wardrobe. With a roar, he swung the halberd fiercely towards Fu Ying, unleashing a tempest within the room. The clash of metal resounded as Lin Hu unleashed his full combat prowess. His presence surged, and the heavy halberd whipped through the air like a storm. Despite Fu Ying's preparations, she was struck to her knees under the force. Lin Hu showed no mercy. With a swift maneuver, he shattered the sword in her grasp, leaving her with a sharp gasp as blood flowed from her right hand. She had intended to seize the chance to flee, but the iron halberd caught her clothing, and as she sprang up, she was violently thrown back into the room. In the next instant, the halberd was thrust against her chest, all unfolded in the blink of an eye. Feeling the icy touch of the halberd, Fu Ying was drenched in cold sweat, though she was regarded as a top-tier swordswoman in the martial world. Facing Lin Hu, who had truly emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, she realized she was scarcely a match for him. Lin Hu, gripping his iron halberd, cast a cold gaze upon her and spoke, "Your swordsmanship is quite remarkable. You must not be an ordinary individual. I shall grant you the opportunity to reveal your name." However, Fu Ying merely glared at him in fury, showing no intention of responding. Lin Hu, dismissing further dialogue, swiftly tore away the black cloth concealing Fu Ying's face. Beneath it lay a delicate visage, flawless yet marked by an icy demeanor. Lin Hu chuckled softly. "No wonder your swordplay is so extraordinary. It appears you are merely a hound raised by the minister of the central carriage." "Fu Ying, did you ever imagine you would find yourself in this predicament?" In the face of Lin Hu's scorn, Fu Ying remained resolute, preparing to bite her tongue in a bid to end her own life. Though the mission had failed, the revelation of her identity was a fate worse than death. Even if she refrained from taking her own life, Her return would surely result in a death sentence from the minister. At this moment, Fu Ying ceased to ponder her fate. She wished only for the other assassins to eliminate everyone in the Northern Duke's manor. Perhaps, in light of her years of service, the minister might spare her family. Nevertheless, Lin Hu, a seasoned warrior, had long discerned Fu Ying's intentions. As she opened her mouth to end her life, he deftly swung his halberd, striking her across the cheek, rendering her unconscious. Lin Hu cast a glance at her, instructing his wife to bind her, before charging forth with his weapon in hand. Meanwhile, during the fierce confrontation between Lin Hu and Fu Ying, Qin Zhua had already dispatched all the assassins who had entered through the shattered windows. He did not showcase extraordinary martial prowess. Instead, he shouted and blustered as if to frighten them, while effortlessly crushing the necks of his foes. This display left the remaining assassins utterly astonished. Witnessing their comrades meet a grim fate at Qin Zhua's hands, they exchanged apprehensive glances, momentarily hesitant to advance. However, they did not intend to retreat. Rather, they resolved to first eliminate Hu Daji and his companions before concentrating their efforts on Qin Zhua. Observing Hu Daji and the others in dire straits, Qin Zhua furrowed his brow. Escorting refugees inevitably entails various dangers, and those capable of undertaking such tasks are typically skilled. Especially since Hu Daji was responsible for escorting the family members of the Northern Duke, their character and abilities must be commendable. Otherwise, they would struggle to contend with the potential troubles along the way. In reality, Hu Daji and his companions were not weak. Regrettably, they faced overwhelming numbers of well-trained adversaries. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Despite their exceptional skills, Hu Daji and his companions could not break free from the encirclement. Particularly for Hu Daji, he found himself facing 6 or 7 black-clad assassins alone, each moment fraught with peril, his own abilities stifled. The black-clad figures were not in a hurry to kill. They were merely toying with their strength, wearing him down. As Hu Daji and his companions exhausted their strength, death awaited them. Qin Zhua, initially indifferent to the fate of Hu Daji and the others, realized that their demise would endanger his own group. Was this not a case of the lips perishing when the teeth are gone? Casting a glance at the women behind him, Qin Zhua felt no confidence in his ability to protect them all by himself. Yet, if he charged in to rescue Hu Daji, the safety of these women would be jeopardized. Just as Qin Zhua found himself in this predicament, a thunderous roar suddenly approached from afar. With a swift thrust, an iron spear flew through the air, impaling 2 black-clad men who were caught off guard and pinning them to the ground. This shocking scene startled the onlookers. And before they could react, Lin Hu soared into the fray, seizing the iron spear and joining the battle. Qin Zhua and Hu Daji were filled with elation upon witnessing this. The black-clad assailants, however, were taken aback. Why was he here? Had Lord Fu Ying failed? The unexpected arrival of Lin Hu caused the black-clad assassins to change their expressions dramatically. Lin Hu, who should have been dealt with by Lord Fu Ying, now charged in alone. And the black-clad men immediately sensed the perilous shift in their situation. Undeterred by their thoughts, Lin Hu began his assault with relentless ferocity. With each swing of the iron spear, 2 of the black-clad men were sent flying. Though the assassins were well-trained, their weapons were no match for the weighty iron spear. Outmatched in skill and now disadvantaged in weaponry, they stood powerless against Lin Hu's onslaught. As he brandished the spear, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The black-clad assassins who had once surrounded Hu Daji and the others were now being pursued by Lin Hu. With each strike, more black-clad figures fell. Such astonishing combat prowess widened Qin Zhua's eyes in disbelief. Was Lin Hu truly this formidable? As the black-clad assassins fell one after another, Hu Daji and his companions felt the pressure lift with this timely rescue. General Lin, I am here to assist you, Hu Daji exclaimed, taking a deep breath before rejoining the pursuit of the remaining assassins. Meanwhile, Qin Zhua observed Lin Hu thoughtfully. The combat capabilities displayed by this vice commander far exceeded his expectations, establishing him as an invaluable ally. Furthermore, Lin Hu's unwavering loyalty to his grandfather made him a potential asset for the future. Quietly noting Lin Hu's address, Qin Zhua resolved to personally invite him to assist once the timing was right. Chapter 36. Driven by circumstances, one must act reluctantly before long. The dozens of black-clad assassins who had launched a night raid on the Lin family were completely annihilated. Some attempted to escape over the walls amid the chaos, but were swiftly pursued and slain by Wang Lu and his companions. Once the dust settled, Hu Daji, upon taking stock, realized that aside from the deputy captain Han Chu, who had suffered a fatal throat wound, the escort soldiers had only sustained varying degrees of injury, with no other fatalities. This was largely attributable to the timely intervention of Lin Hu. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to General Lin for your assistance, Hu Daji said, clasping his hands in respect as he bowed to Lin Hu. Lin Hu waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a casual manner. No need for such formality. After all, this is my home. I could hardly stand idly by and watch. Moreover, some among them were indeed targeting me. As he spoke, he gestured toward a figure not far off. The onlookers followed his gaze and beheld Lin Hu's wife dragging forth a stunning woman clad in dark attire, who was presently unconscious. Lin Hu, feeling a pang of concern for his wife, drove his iron spear into the ground and strode forward to take the woman, whom he carelessly dropped at Hu Daji's feet. The assailants, particularly Wang Lu, who had narrowly escaped death, seethed with resentment towards the intruders. Without needing a directive, someone quickly fetched a basin of well water and poured it over the woman's face. The woman, known as Fui Ying, was unharmed. Having merely been rendered unconscious by the blow from the spear, the cold water roused her instantly. Upon opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, her expression shifted to one of utter dismay. It was glaringly evident that her assassination mission had failed. Glancing at the scattered corpses around her, Fui Ying resolutely closed her eyes, offering her neck for the kill. Her demeanor suggested a silent challenge, as if to declare that the onlookers could do as they pleased. But she would not divulge a single word. Hu Daji, puzzled, turned to Lin Hu, seeking clarification. The deputy commander had decimated all the assassins upon entering the fray, leaving only this woman alive, placed deliberately at his feet. What could this signify? Was this female assassin of notable origin? Sensing Hu Daji's bewilderment, Lin Hu elucidated. Her name is Fui Ying, an assassin under the command of the Minister of the Central Carriage, Zhang Ti. Hu Daji's expression changed as he recognized the name, muttering, "Is she not the fabled assassin known for her lethal strikes?" At that moment, Li Qifeng approached, his brow furrowed upon overhearing their conversation. If my memory serves me right, this Zhang Ti was favored by the King of the North, who bestowed upon him immense trust. Yet, mere days after the upheaval at the Northern King's residence, this fellow is already plotting our demise. How treacherous! Li Qifeng gritted his teeth in anger, prompting a disdainful eye roll from Fui Ying. The incessant talk of gratitude and loyalty struck her as utterly naive. How many individuals in this world are devoid of selfishness? The interactions between people are merely a dance dictated by mutual benefit. The so-called loyalty and gratitude are but illusions. Those who do not act in their own interest are destined for ruin. The reason the Minister of the Central Carriage had once shown such deference to the King of the North was solely due to the latter's ability to advance his career. In the present day, the Wang family of the northern town lies in disarray, signifying a complete rupture in the mutual interest that once bound them. To clarify, the northern town prince has lost his significance. Given this, why does the esteemed lord of the central vehicle still dwell on past matters? The new emperor regards the northern town prince as a thorn in his side. Eliminating Qin Zhuo and his associates would surely elevate the lord of the central vehicle's standing while simultaneously averting gossip among others in the court. What then is there to lose? Yet, despite these thoughts, Fu Ying found herself at a loss for words in such dire circumstances. Having failed her mission, she must now bear the consequences of her defeat. Turning her gaze towards Lin Hu, Fu Ying coldly urged, "Since you recognize me and understand that all of this is at the behest of the lord of the central vehicle, there is no need to spare my life. Go on, kill me." How naive. Lin Hu scoffed, casting a knowing glance towards the still-dazed Qin Zhuo, who had been unwaveringly fixated on this scene. Upon meeting Qin Zhuo's gaze, Lin Hu broke into a grin. A slight nod from him indicated he comprehended the young master's intentions. He then shifted his attention to Li Qifeng before him, his expression imbued with respect. In the current predicament, among the Wang family's kin, Li Qifeng was undoubtedly the most qualified to make a decision. "Madam, the other assassins have all perished, leaving only this Fu Ying of considerable standing. To my knowledge, she has engaged in many unsavory deeds for Zhang Ti, making her one of his formidable subordinates. Killing her may incite Zhang Ti's wrath. With the Wang family now exiled, should Zhang Ti dispatch additional assassins, it would spell trouble for them all." Li Qifeng felt her cheeks flush at being addressed as madam. Fortunately, the darkness concealed some of the awkwardness. Glancing down at the desperate Fu Ying, she shook her head. "Why is General Lin sharing this with me? I am in no position to make decisions, even less so than you. Though I harbor deep-seated hatred for Fu Ying, having fallen to the status of a refugee, I dare not act decisively before Hu Daji and the others voice their opinions. Such presumptive actions could breed discontent among them, rendering our future quite precarious." Lin Hu had intended to elaborate further, but his wife, noticing Li Qingfeng's anxiety, gently nudged him. Only then did Lin Hu realize and swiftly turned to Hu Daji. Captain Hu, how do you propose we handle this situation? Hu Daji furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before responding. I had long suspected that there would be attempts to eradicate the remaining members of the Qin family during our journey. Yet I never anticipated it would be orchestrated by the lofty lord of the central vehicle. This mission's failure may not be the end. There could very well be subsequent attempts. Those seated high in the halls of power will not spare us simply due to one setback. Casting a furtive glance at the distant corpse of Han Chu, Hu Daji's expression grew increasingly grim. He gritted his teeth and said, at this juncture, regardless of our choice, we shall be implicated. It is better to eliminate her. This way, we will have one less enemy on our path ahead. Brothers, what do you think? After uttering these words, Hu Daji raised his head and scanned the injured comrades around him. He deliberately spoke for the escorting soldiers, as the current situation was precarious. He needed them to understand that it was not just the refugees of the northern King's Manor who were in danger, but they, the escorting soldiers, were also on the assassination list of the esteemed minister of the Central Chariot. Therefore, Fu Ying must die. Hu Daji was a clever man, always reluctant to court trouble or offend others lightly. However, the circumstances had changed, and avoiding conflict was no longer an option. Chapter 37. Parting Ways. Each on their own path, they had nearly been annihilated. What was there to deliberate? From the performance of the black-clad assassins today, if Zhong Ti were to employ such tactics against the people of the northern King's Manor again, these escorting soldiers would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. Hu Daji was not one to provoke trouble, yet he was no coward. Given the situation, it would be better to sever ties completely. Although they could not directly confront the minister of the Central Chariot, if they could eliminate his capable subordinates, then even if they faced misfortune later, it would not be a total loss. Upon hearing Hu Daji's words, Wang Lu nodded and gritted his teeth, saying, understood. Since Zhong Ti does not regard us as human, we need not regard him with any respect. Regardless of how furious the minister might be, he would not dare to act openly against us. We can face him head on. Hu Daji nodded in satisfaction, about to express some words of praise, but then he heard Wang Lu change his tone. However, Captain, if we simply kill her, wouldn't that be a bit too lenient? Lenient? Hu Daji was momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he realized that Wang Lu was gazing eagerly at Fu Ying, who lay on the ground. Wang Lu grinned and said, Captain, how about we have a bit of fun before we finish her off? Hu Daji furrowed his brow. At such a time, you still have the mind for such things? Captain, we nearly lost our lives at the hands of these people. If we do not act decisively, how can we resolve the resentment in our hearts? Lin Hu and Hu Daji both looked at him with disdain upon hearing this. Wang Lu was indeed audacious, nearly voicing his thoughts outright. Staring at this fellow, Hu Daji angrily rebuked, Han's corpse is still warm, and you were thinking of women at this time? You truly are a hopeless case. Wang Lu chuckled mischievously, wanting to say more, but was silenced by the fiery anger in Hu Daji's eyes. With a swift draw of his blade, Hu Daji disregarded Wang Lu's thoughts and pierced Fu Ying's heart. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and Fu Ying instantly perished. Li Qifeng opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. It is not out of pity for this fleeting life, but rather out of consideration for Lin Hu's position. Originally unrelated, they had now incurred the enmity of the prefect of the central vehicle due to their actions, leaving Li Qifeng with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Sheathing his treasured blade once more, Hu Daji expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Hu with a cupped fist. General Lin, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon us today is beyond repayment. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we would not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. With that, he took out the silver that Lin Hu had previously gifted him and offered it back, feeling unworthy to accept such a gift. Especially now that he owed Lin Hu a life, Hu Daji insisted that the general take it back. Witnessing this, Wang Lu and the others also willingly produced their silver. They were well aware that had Lin Hu not arrived in time, each one of them would have perished at the hands of those dark-clad assassins. Thus, they held no grievances against Hu Daji's actions and were more than willing to contribute. However, this sentiment was not shared by all. Wang Lu was particularly disgruntled. Yet, seeing his companions dutifully returning their silver, he felt compelled to follow suit to avoid drawing trouble upon himself. Reluctantly, Wang Lu imitated their actions, returning the silver. Observing the coins in their hands, Lin Hu felt no sense of camaraderie. His thoughts were elsewhere, preoccupied with how to navigate the days ahead. It was painfully evident that the prefect of the central vehicle would be enraged upon learning of the assassination failure, having crossed paths with Zhong Ti during his military days. Lin Hu was aware of the man's unscrupulous nature, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. With all the assassins dispatched today, it would not be long before another wave descended upon them, determined to eradicate everyone in the northern town prince's residence. As the former vice commander who had vanquished many dark-clad assassins, Lin Hu knew he would face Zhong Ti's relentless vengeance. This place had become a perilous ground, utterly unsuitable for lingering. Once Hu Daji and the others departed, his family would also have to relocate. Lin Hu fell silent, enveloped in an oppressive stillness that settled over the courtyard. Aside from the escorting soldiers and Lin Hu's family, the others wore expressions of grave concern and unease. They all understood that this assassination attempt was merely a precursor. With dozens of assassins eliminated, the next wave would surely be more formidable. Furthermore, the prefect of the central vehicle might resort to even more insidious tactics, complicating their defenses. Not to mention, their adversaries extended beyond just the prefect. The northern town prince had ruffled many feathers in the past. With Jinjin's unyielding obsession with Lu Shih, the prefect Zhang Ti, and the new emperor in the capital. These were merely the enemies they could identify. Countless others lurked in the shadows. It is no exaggeration to assert that as long as they drew breath, innumerable perils awaited them on the horizon. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Li Qingfeng gritted her teeth and spoke. General Lin, in your efforts to rescue us, you have already offended Zhong Ti. It would be unwise to linger here any longer. With that, she began to search through her hair. After a brief moment, she produced a jade pendant of striking emerald hue. Taking a deep breath, she extended the pendant with both hands and said, If General Lin finds himself without a suitable refuge, I suggest you seek shelter at the Qifeng sect in the southern region. The master there will surely provide protection for your family. Lin Hu gazed at the pendant, momentarily engulfed in hesitation. Though reluctant, he recognized the truth in Li Qingfeng's words. She urged him further, General Lin, do not linger in indecision. The master of Qifeng sect is my mentor, who has always held the Northern King in high regard. If you explain your circumstances, he will undoubtedly offer his protection to your family. After much contemplation, Lin Hu finally accepted the pendant. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, It is true that I once had the pleasure of meeting your mentor many years ago. Since the esteemed lady has spoken thus, I shall take my family and seek refuge there. In that case, this pendant may no longer be necessary. He began to loosen his grip on the pendant. However, Li Qifeng insisted on returning the pendant to him. With this jade, my master will know it is a token from me, which will spare you further troubles. Very well. Lin Hu conceded, seeing her determination. After passing the pendant back, Li Qifeng added, If you encounter my mentor, please convey my regards. Inform him that Captain Hu and the others have taken excellent care of us, and we have never been wronged. He need not worry. Once we reach the borders of Ningguda, we will find a way to survive. Chapter 38. A Dry Well. Cast in directly upon hearing this, Hu Daji and the others exchanged glances, the expressions in their eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. Li Qingfeng's words were not mere folly. As the most esteemed sister among the seven, having spent countless days in close proximity to Qinzhua, she had long sensed something amiss with him. Throughout their journey of exile, she maintained a low profile, yet her nerves were perpetually on edge. Whether it was the escorting soldiers or the women of the Northern King's household nearby, she kept a watchful eye on them. Initially, her intent was to guard against any potential threats to Qinzhua, but as time passed, she became increasingly convinced that something was indeed awry with him. Despite his efforts to portray a foolish demeanor, Qinzhua's actions were far beyond what a simpleton could achieve. Whether he was protecting his 7 sisters-in-law or resolving issues that posed a threat to them, his behavior was suspect. Once or twice might be dismissed as coincidence. But as occurrences accumulated, doubt inevitably grew. Though Li Qifeng did not voice her thoughts aloud, she had come to a firm conclusion. Her brother was certainly no fool. Reflecting on the events, she found it hard to believe that just a day prior, he had been using his innate powers to subdue Jin Xiong, and then, overnight, he had transformed into a simpleton, all while fortuitously encountering a raid. Such coincidences seemed implausible in this world. Casting a discreet glance at the other 6 women, Li Qifeng felt an overwhelming joy within her heart. Though she had discerned the truth, she understood that as long as Qinzhua did not reveal his identity, she must refrain from hasty actions. The realization that Qinzhua was merely feigning ignorance transformed her previously despairing mindset into one of renewed hope. Regardless of the tumult surrounding the Northern King's residence, as long as Qin Zhuo remained alive, there was still a glimmer of possibility for them. Lin Hu clasped his fist in gratitude, assuring, "Rest assured, my lady, I shall convey your words." At that moment, someone inquired, "What shall we do with these corpses?" Lin Hu waved his hand dismissively. "There is a dry well in the backyard. Simply dispose of them there." Fully aware that time was of the essence, Hu Daji and the others dared not linger and immediately began to handle the bodies. Once they had cast the corpses of the black-clad assassins into the dry well, a slightly shorter soldier, with a bitter expression, asked, "Captain, what shall we do with the vice-captain's body?" Glancing at him, Hu Daji remembered the man's name was Wang Zhuang. He patted Wang's shoulder in a gesture of consolation, feeling a shared sorrow. The black-clad assassins were merciless, and Han's death, at least, was devoid of suffering. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Let us find something to cover the body. We shall take it with us and bury it in a serene spot amidst the mountains and rivers. After all, we were brothers in arms, and he deserves a peaceful resting place." Wang Zhuang nodded in agreement. He followed Lin Hu to seek out straw mats, while the other escort soldiers disposed of the black-clad assassins' bodies into the dry well and promptly sealed it. Meanwhile, Lin Hu's family did not remain idle. They hurried back to gather their valuables. With so many lives lost, even in the absence of immediate danger, they dared not linger in that place. After a night of toil, dawn gradually broke. Hu Daji and the others prepared to depart, while Lin Hu's family hurried to set out as well. Amidst the flurry of activity, Qin Zhuo seized the moment, quietly slipping into Lin Hu's room while the others were distracted. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a young boy and girl, both around the ages of 13 or 14. To his surprise, neither Lin Hu's wife nor the two young children exhibited any signs of panic after witnessing the carnage of the previous night. Particularly, Lin Hu's wife busily admonished her children, seemingly unfazed by the events that had transpired. After a moment's reflection, Qin Zhuo understood this phenomenon. Lin Hu's wife had accompanied him into battle for years, their bond forged in the crucible of war. Moreover, the children had been born amidst conflict and had, from a tender age, been exposed to the horrors of the battlefield. To them, the loss of a mere few dozen lives did not evoke fear. Qin Zhuo cleared his throat, and upon noticing the lady turning to look at him, he spoke slowly. "Madam, I am Qin Zhuo, the grandson of the king of the north, Qin Fang." This time, Qin Zhuo refrained from feigning ignorance, instead gazing intently at her. "I have a matter I wish to entrust to you, and I earnestly hope for your agreement." Lin Hu suspected Qin Zhuo was pretending to be simple-minded, but his wife remained oblivious. Initially, upon witnessing Qin Zhuo's foolish demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy. However, upon hearing his words, she suddenly realized, her expression transforming into one of surprise, and she instinctively knelt. Yet, Qin Zhuo was quick to support her, stating, "I would like to trouble you to convey a message to General Lin after we depart." The lady nodded. "Please, Your Highness, speak. Please inform General Lin that if he is willing, he should come to Ningguda to find me in a year's time. During this year, I will endeavor to assemble a loyal army for the Qin family, and if he comes, this army will be under his command." Although Qin Zhuo did not emphasize his words, they struck the lady with a force akin to a thunderclap. "Your Highness, you cannot be serious." Her eyes widened as she gazed at Qin Zhuo, momentarily at a loss for words. Her heart was filled with both astonishment and reflection. She lamented the fall of the once mighty Qin family, now reduced to such a plight that even the last bloodline of the King of the North could only survive by pretending to be a fool. The shocking reality was that Qin Zhuo, now a fugitive, still harbored thoughts of vengeance. "You wish to seek revenge? How do you plan to raise an army? It is a miracle that the people of the King of the North's residents have made it this far. Anything beyond that is mere fantasy. Even if, hypothetically, Qin Zhuo reached Ningguda alive, their every move would undoubtedly be under the watchful eye of the new emperor. The new emperor would be eager to eradicate everyone from the King of the North's estate, leaving them no opportunity to rebel. Should anyone discover that Qin Zhuo was not truly a simpleton, they would face dire consequences. Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, the lady could not bring herself to voice them. Had anyone else uttered such words, she would have scoffed. Yet, standing before her was the only bloodline of the King of the North, and she held a lasting gratitude towards him. Even if Qin Fang were lost in delusion, she was willing to convey his message. With a slight nod, her expression remained complex, and she said nothing. Qin Zhuo smiled as he affectionately patted the heads of the two children before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, the lady murmured to herself, "The great general is formidable, and his highness is no ordinary man. but surrounded by wolves. Seeking revenge seems as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Chapter 39. The starved camel is bigger than the horse. After disposing of all the bodies, Hudaji eagerly led Qinzhua and the others on their journey. Lin Hu accompanied them a considerable distance before turning back to the courtyard. Upon stepping through the threshold of his home, Lin Hu's son, Lin Shangzhang, abruptly ceased his task of tidying up and hastened to his father, exclaiming, "Father, I believe the son of the northern town king is not a fool. He must be feigning ignorance." Lin Hu's countenance shifted dramatically at these words, and he could not help but inquire, "How do you know this?" The notion that Qinzhua was merely pretending to be simple-minded was a conclusion Lin Hu had drawn from the glint in Qinzhua's eyes earlier. Yet he remained uncertain until now. His son had only encountered Qinzhua a handful of times, with no close interaction. How could he possibly possess such insight? At that moment, Lin Hu's other son, Lin Qingmiao, approached, his voice soft as he said, "Father, that young lord just spoke with mother. He seems quite astute." Hearing this, Lin Hu could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within him. Reflecting on Qinzhua's bold request for water the night before, Lin Hu's suspicions solidified further. Qinzhua was indeed playing the fool. Raising his gaze to his wife, Lin Hu pressed, "My dear, what exactly did the young lord say?" The woman, unable to withhold the truth, recounted the entire conversation. After absorbing this information, Lin Hu felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Excellent. It seems he has inherited the ferocity of the old general. The heavens have not forsaken the Qin family." With the young lord's words echoing in his mind, Lin Hu resolved to journey to Ningguda. The great general had suffered unjustly, and the family had been reduced to wanderers. It was his duty to aid the young lord in seeking vengeance. Unlike his wife, Lin Hu held no doubts about Qinzhua's capabilities. With the fate of the old general, Qin Feng, uncertain, Lin Hu had placed all his fervent hopes in the young lord. For him, Lin Hu had developed an almost fanatical admiration, setting aside all else. It was the young lord's composure in the face of danger and his ability to deceive all that convinced Lin Hu of the young lord's potential to rise again. After his fit of laughter, Lin Hu turned to his wife and children, his tone gravely serious as he admonished, "You must remember to keep the young lord's words to yourselves. Not a soul must know. Understood?" The woman gathered the two children close, nodding emphatically. They were not foolish and understood the purpose behind Lin Hu's request for secrecy. Seeing their agreement, Lin Hu's demeanor softened considerably. Lowering his gaze to his son, he said, "Shangzhang, did you not express a desire to be a formidable presence on the battlefield, much like your father? Though the old general is no longer with us, the young lord remains, and you shall have your opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lin Shangzhang's face lit up with excitement, though it was quickly shadowed by concern. "Father, will we truly go to that young lord in a year?" "Indeed, I shall take you with me," Lin Hu replied. At this affirmation, Lin Shangzhang's face blossomed into a radiant smile. From a young age, he had endured his father's rigorous training, harboring the dream of one day stepping onto the battlefield like his father, achieving great deeds. During the previous encounter with the dark-clad assassins, had it not been for his desire to protect his sister, he would have rushed out to fight alongside his father. Although merely 14, he had already absorbed his father's teachings and exhibited signs of surpassing his mentor. The youth, brimming with vitality, felt a surge of anticipation upon hearing his father's words. Observing the flush of excitement on his son's face, Lin Hu nodded with satisfaction. In truth, Lin Hu had long contemplated bringing Lin Shangzhang to pledge allegiance to Qinzhua. Initially, he intended to enlist his son in the military once his injuries healed, rejoining the venerable General Qin Feng in battle. However, he had not anticipated the upheaval at the Northern King's manor, which disrupted his plans. Now, learning of the ambitious aspirations of the old general's bloodline, he felt invigorated. The young heir, unwilling to succumb to despair, was assembling an army to restore the former glory of the Northern King. Particularly after being exiled to Ningguda by the new emperor, a clear indication of his intention to challenge the new sovereign. If this were to become known, it would undoubtedly provoke a sensation throughout the empire. Hence, he earnestly urged his family to keep this secret. Although Lin Hu was a man of brute strength, he was not foolishly loyal. He perceived many realities with clarity. He understood that the many lives lost at the Northern King's manor were not due to any genuine treason, but rather because the new emperor deemed their accomplishments a threat, leading to such treacherous actions. The Northern King's manor had been a bastion of loyalty, having rendered remarkable services to the Deqian, yet they met such a tragic fate. Such an emperor was not worthy of allegiance. In contrast, Lin Hu preferred to stand by Qin Zhua's side, even knowing that Qin Zhua intended to rebel and that his ultimate fate might not be favorable. He remained resolute. Had he known that the young heir was merely feigning ignorance, his father should have urged him to perform well. Reflecting on this, Lin Hu felt a pang of regret. Just moments ago had been an excellent opportunity for the young heir to make an appearance, but alas, fate had not favored Lin Hu, and he had missed the chance. Observing his father's expression of dismay, Lin Shangzhang smiled reassuringly, saying, "Father, it's all right." As his father looked on, Lin Shangzhang rolled up his sleeves and confidently flexed his muscles, declaring, "The young heir is no fool. If I truly possess ability, there will be ample opportunities for him to recognize my worth in the future." At that moment, the spirited youth stirred a mix of emotions in Lin Hu. You must temper your pride and avoid complacency. Do not be so quick to feel accomplished, Lin Hu cautioned with a pause before abruptly shifting his tone. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten to gather our belongings and depart from here. The matron is truly a benevolent soul, having found us a refuge. The family returned to their dwelling to continue gathering their belongings, while Qin Zhua and his companions pressed onward. Following the events of the previous night, the demeanor of the escorting soldiers towards Qin Zhua and his group had grown increasingly amiable and courteous. They had witnessed Lin Hu's treatment of Qin Zhua and had come to realize that even without the presence of the Northtown Prince's manor, the individuals they were escorting were not easily subdued. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. Although many of the former retainers of the Northtown Prince had pledged allegiance to the new emperor, there remained a considerable number of loyal supporters. Lin Hu from the previous night was a prime example. Despite the downfall of the Northtown Prince's household, none of the escorting soldiers doubted that should Qin Zhua command it, Lin Hu would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Fully aware of this reality, they dared not intentionally create difficulties for the group, as none could predict whether even the slightest provocation might cost them their lives. Chapter 40. Doubt not your 9 lives. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this brief period, Hu Daji and his companions found a suitable location to lay Han Chu to rest. To avoid unnecessary complications, the group traveled with trepidation, even passing through the courtyards of farmers without a sound. After 2 days of enduring the elements, fatigue had set in, yet no one voiced their grievances. After all, everyone understood the terror of their current adversary. The chancellor of the central carriage would not relent, and an ambush could occur at any moment. They had to remain ever vigilant. Having traveled a considerable distance, the group finally set foot upon a grassland. Although the expanse was not vast, traversing this area would lead them to Lingong City, a bustling metropolis rivaling the capital. Upon arrival, they could finally set down their burdens and rest. After a night spent encircled by a campfire, as dawn broke in the east, the group resumed their exiled journey. Before departing, Hu Daji perched upon his horse, gazing into the distance. This grassland appeared innocuous, yet it was far more perilous than the roads they had previously traversed. There were no shelters from the wind and rain here. Should danger arise, they would be in dire straits. Thus, they must hasten their pace, leaving no time to waste. Do you all understand? Upon turning back to call out, he saw the group nodding in silent agreement, and he continued, "Everyone must remember, if danger arises, do not act recklessly." With that, he urged, "Let us be on our way." After surveying the surroundings, Hu Daji dismounted, clearly wary of the latent dangers within the grassland. No longer daring to be as ostentatious as before, the escorting soldiers forged ahead, clearing the path as the retainers of the Northtown Prince followed closely behind. The grass on this plain reached half a man's height, necessitating careful steps. In addition to the tall grasses, there were extensive patches of traveler-esque banana plants nearby, severely obstructing their line of sight. Navigating through such a grassland, the group remained in a state of heightened alert, feeling that this terrain posed greater peril than any road they had previously traversed. Fortunately, the first day passed without incident, and the group encountered no dangers. Perhaps sensing their relief, Hu Daji promptly began to explain. It turned out that they were merely traversing the outskirts of the grassland, where true venomous creatures and ferocious beasts did not congregate. Thus the day unfolded without peril. Yet, genuine dangers awaited them ahead. On a brighter note, navigating through the grassland offered a singular advantage. The canopy of vegetation provided shelter from the scorching sun, allowing the group to escape its relentless heat. However, as this issue was alleviated, another arose. The scarcity of water sources on this grassland was alarming. Neither babbling brooks nor serene pools could be found. This expanse seemed devoid of any water. To quench their thirst, the group had no choice but to rise early to collect dew from the grasses and leaves. Nonetheless, This was still preferable to the oppressive heat of the sun. Moreover, in this untamed wilderness, they no longer had to fear assassination attempts. With such dense foliage, it was questionable whether any assassins could locate them. Although venomous creatures and wild beasts posed potential threats ahead, they seemed far easier to contend with than human adversaries. To safeguard the group, Qin Zhuo took the initiative to lead the way. Simultaneously, to ensure his companions could rest adequately, he would periodically stir up activity, allowing them brief respites. Despite Qin Zhuo's seemingly unreasonable behavior, the escorting soldiers no longer dared to bully them. Eventually, to avoid further disturbances from Qin Zhuo, Hu Daji would propose breaks after a certain distance, providing the group with moments to catch their breath. At this juncture, the main body had already covered a distance of 500 li from the city of Bailong. Although they were far removed from the imperial court, Qin Zhuo had yet to entertain thoughts of violent retribution or fleeing with his sisters-in-law. Observing Hu Daji and the others from behind, he silently resolved to endure a while longer. Meanwhile, within the confines of Bailong City, at the residence of the Minister of the Central Vehicle, Zhong Ti had received urgent reports confirming the complete annihilation of Fu Ying and his forces. In a fit of rage, he had shattered countless teacups. Fixing his furious gaze upon the kneeling scout before him, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Is it true that everyone perished?" "What of Fu Ying?" The spy, trembling uncontrollably on the ground, cautiously replied, "Lord Fu Ying has also met his end. I witnessed them discard all the bodies into a dry well." The spy recounted his first-hand observations to Zhong Ti, hastily attempting to absolve himself. "My lord, because I was at a distance and the light was dim, I could not discern the exact events, but I vaguely saw Lin Hu seemingly engaged in fierce combat with Lord Fu Ying. Perhaps it was Lin Hu's victory over him that led to this mission's failure." Before dawn, the members of the Northern Defense Prince's residence hurriedly set out. While Lin Hu's family had also vacated their location, the small one has already dispatched someone to secretly follow them, with but a command from the elder. They could swiftly pursue and eliminate them without mercy. "Enough, enough." Zhong Ti's expression darkened as he waved his hand dismissively. "I am fully aware. You may leave." The spy, feeling as though he had received a pardon, respectfully acknowledged and hurriedly departed. Seated in the Grand Master's chair, Zhong Ti gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn Lin Hu. I never expected that after all these years, you remain as foolish as ever. Everyone in the Northern Town Prince's manor has become a criminal, and yet you still stand up for them. Truly remarkable." As a former colleague, Zhong Ti understood well the formidable strength of Lin Hu. Had Lin Hu sided with Qin Zhuo, the annihilation of Fu Ying and the others would have been inevitable. The loss of so many lives, though regrettable, was merely a trivial matter. Yet, the thought of such a capable assassin as Fu Ying perishing at Lin Hu's hands caused Zhong Ti considerable anguish. Fu Ying was a prominent member of the clandestine night predator organization that Zhong Ti had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Her untimely death was a wound to his very soul. However, this sentiment was short-lived. Zhong Ti quickly regained his composure. Death had come, and rather than dwell in sorrow, it was far more prudent to contemplate the next course of action. The extermination of all remaining survivors in the Northern Town Prince's manor, particularly the elimination of Qin Zhuo, the last bloodline of the Qin family, was paramount to Zhong Ti. Only by accomplishing this could he demonstrate his loyalty to the new emperor, a matter that would determine his future rise to prominence in the court. Therefore, Qin Zhuo must die, and it must be at his hands. Narrowing his eyes, a cold glint flickered within them. If one attempt failed, then he would make several more. If 40 men were insufficient, he would raise the number to 100. He could not believe that Qin Zhuo possessed 9 lives. Chapter 41. The weak fear the strong. After pondering for a considerable time, Zhong Ti slowly rose and turned his gaze to the corner. There stood a tall yet lean figure, clad in tight-fitting soft scale armor, 2 long swords prominently displayed on his back. With Fu Ying gone, it was time for you to complete her task. The man knelt on one knee, his demeanor and expression imbued with utmost reverence. His name was Xian Yi, one of Zhong Ti's 3 most formidable assassins. "Go," Zhong Ti commanded. Xian Yi nodded once more and departed with steady steps. Just then, Zhong Ti offered a cryptic reminder. With Fu Ying's death, the difficulty of this task is self-evident. However, I do not wish to hear excuses. Success is the only option. Failure, as you know, will have dire consequences. Xian Yi's steps momentarily faltered, but he did not turn back. Instead, he quickened his pace to leave. Unbeknownst to anyone, as this capable subordinate of the Central Carriage Department exited, his eyes brimmed with an overwhelming intensity of hatred and murderous intent. He was originally a free man, but in a bid to coerce him into submission. Zhang Ti resorted to threatening his family. To safeguard his loved ones, Xian Yi had no choice but to serve Zhong Ti. Had it not been for this constraint, Zhong Ti would have likely met his demise beneath Xian Ye's dual blades. Meanwhile, on the grasslands, the group proceeded at a slow pace. "Mother, I can no longer walk. My feet hurt terribly." A child from one of the women suddenly halted, her voice quivering with tears. Throughout the arduous journey, the little girl had been remarkably understanding, never once uttering a complaint during their many days of travel. Now, however, her words betrayed the unbearable pain she was enduring. The woman, filled with maternal concern, gathered her daughter into her arms in an attempt to alleviate her suffering. Yet, navigating the vast grasslands alone was already a significant challenge. Holding a child would surely deplete her strength in no time. At that moment, Qi Hongxian approached, first offering gentle words of comfort to the little girl before cautiously examining the soles of her feet. To her dismay, upon inspection, Qi Hongxian's eyes brimmed with tears. The child's feet were covered in blood, the result of blisters that had gone untreated, compounded by the long distance they had traveled. This meant that the little girl had persevered in silence, refusing to burden others even as her feet were severely injured. What remarkable fortitude she possessed! As Qi Hongxian and the others paused, the pace of the group slowed, drawing the attention of the soldiers escorting them ahead. Wang Lu turned back, noticing the unsanctioned halt. And his displeasure was palpable. "Who allowed you to rest? Keep moving." Qi Hongxian met his gaze but remained silent, perhaps feeling disrespected. Wang Lu angrily cracked his whip and shouted, "Don't think that just because we are treating you well now, you can act with such impunity. It's up to us when you can rest. You'd best not provoke us." The group, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, remained silent. While most would deem it unworthy to escalate the conflict after a few harsh words, Qin Zhuo was not one to indulge the one-eyed tyrant. Yet, before he could speak, a tender voice unexpectedly interjected. The little girl, held in her mother's embrace, bit her lip defiantly and glared at Wang Lu, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "You promised General Lin to take good care of us. How can you go back on your word? Bad uncle, I dislike you." Wang Lu, already in a foul mood, found himself further irritated by the audacity of a mere child questioning him. His face darkened, and he turned his head, glaring coldly at her with his remaining eye. "You little wretch, dare to repeat that?" he snarled. "Just because we've shown you a bit of kindness for a few days, you think you can forget your place?" As the malevolent intent flickered in Wang Lu's eyes, Qi Hongxian, fearing for the child's safety, hastily covered the little girl's mouth, anxious that she might utter something inappropriate. "Military sir, the child is merely a child, speaking nonsense here. Please do not hold her accountable," she said, attempting to defuse the tension with a feeble smile directed at Wang Lu. She quickly signaled the little girl to remain silent. Yet, while she could lower herself for the sake of the child's life, Li Qifeng could not tolerate the situation. "Wang Lu, what do you mean by this? Do you believe we have overstepped? If that is the case, why did you not voice your concerns before General Lin?" Li Qifeng boldly positioned himself in front of Qi Hongxian and the mother-daughter pair, unflinchingly locking eyes with Wang Lu. "General Lin saved you all. Is it truly to deliberately vex us that you act this way?" His words dripped with scorn, mocking Wang Lu's cowardice in the face of authority. Wang Lu's face turned ashen with fury, yet he found himself at a loss for words to retaliate. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, he instinctively tightened his grip on the riding whip. Just as he was about to lash out, Qin Zhuo's naive voice chimed in. "Hey, little dumpling is so brave. You can say whatever you wish. Don't be afraid of this blind man. If he dares to bully you, I'll help you beat him." Upon hearing the term blind man, Wang Lu's eyes widened in indignation, but he inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. It was fortunate that the pain reminded him of the recent incident where Qin Zhuo had blinded him in one eye. Reflecting on the fool's formidable strength, Wang Lu ground his teeth in frustration, yet ultimately refrained from raising the whip. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Qin Zhuo, seeing no further movement, lost interest in engaging. He then turned his attention to the lady present, grinning as he extended his hand. "Sister, let me carry the little dumpling. I am strong and one tea tire." "Your Highness, this is not permissible." The lady was taken aback by Qin Zhuo's unexpected request, shaking her head in disbelief. However, Qin Zhuo was undeterred, nearly snatching the little dumpling into his arms. Li Qifeng, observing this scene, felt his heart soften. Although he suspected Qin Zhuo was feigning ignorance to evade trouble, he could not help but be touched by the boy's kindness. Seeing Qin Zhuo's determination, the lady hesitated, but ultimately relented, thanking him before she began to caution the little girl. The little dumpling appeared unafraid of Qin Zhuo, even wrapping her arms around his neck. "Little dumpling, we are off." With the little one secured on his back, Qin Zhuo strode forward with purpose. Wang Lu, watching the duo's retreating figures, seized the moment to rally the others to continue their journey, returning to the side of his companions. Though no confrontation with Qin Zhuo had ensued, his mood remained exceedingly bleak. Chapter 42. A dire attack from cattle and sheep. As time progressed, he increasingly felt that the refugees from the northern Wang Manor were becoming increasingly difficult to control, and he sensed that he had subtly lost his grip on the situation. Particularly concerning was Qin Zhuo. Despite his apparent foolishness, this individual consistently managed to overshadow him, even exhibiting a burgeoning dominance over all the escort soldiers. If only this man were not so lacking in intellect, they might have already been unable to maintain control over the refugees. Although Wang Lu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the fool, he found himself utterly powerless against him. There had been numerous occasions when he contemplated seizing the opportunity to eliminate Qin Zhuo, yet upon reflection, he deemed such thoughts impulsive, aware that the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. The arbitrary killing of refugees by escort soldiers would constitute a grave violation of the laws of Deqian, and while the act may offer fleeting satisfaction, the inevitable repercussions upon return were daunting. At the same time, Wang Lu recognized Qin Zhuo's potential role, hoping that he might rise to the occasion in times of peril. Thus, regardless of the reasons, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Watching helplessly as events spiraled into uncontrollable territory, Wang Lu nearly lashed out at the refugees again. And the subsequent change in his demeanor upon returning to the ranks did not escape Hu Daji's keen observation. With a sigh of resignation, he too felt a profound sense of helplessness. The situation was undeniably escalating beyond control. Hu Daji understood this all too well. Like Wang Lu, he found himself bereft of solutions. If even Wang Lu acknowledged that Qin Zhuo was untouchable, what hope did he have? Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Merely serving as a captain of the escort team, he faced meager rewards, excessive responsibilities, and the constant threat to his life. Surrounded by individuals who offered no peace of mind, had he known this would be the outcome, he would have declined the assignment altogether. Upon returning, he resolved never to engage in such work again. Let others pursue it if they wished. After another long day of travel as night fell, they had ventured far into the grasslands. Although they had yet to reach the inner circle, they were not far from it. Along the path, small creatures such as mice and rabbits occasionally scurried past, and even a fawn detached from the group could be seen. These animals were largely non-aggressive, instinctively fleeing upon sensing human presence, thus adding a semblance of amusement to the otherwise monotonous journey. "Big brother, what is that?" The little girl suddenly pointed in a particular direction, then playfully tapped Qin Zhuo on the head and asked loudly. Qin Zhuo, unperturbed by the gesture, followed her and continued his charade of foolishness, misidentifying the fawn as a sheep. After his proclamation, he drooled slightly as he added, "What a large sheep it is. Roasted. It must be delicious." Hu Daji, overhearing his words, chose to ignore them and instead reminded the group, "Since we can already see living creatures, it indicates that ferocious beasts such as wolves and leopards may be nearby. Stay vigilant, do not let your guard down, for your lives depend on it." With extensive experience in escorting, Hu Daji possessed the ability to infer significant information from minute details. After a brief pause, Hu Daji pointed ahead. "There is a relatively clean area up ahead. Let us rest there for the night." The group formed a circle, ensuring that in the event of a beastly attack, they could respond promptly. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement, quickening their pace significantly. Though traversing the grasslands was no longer as unbearably hot as before, after a full day of walking and with scarce water sources in sight, fatigue had settled upon them, making them eager for a moment of respite. Under Hu Daji's guidance, they continued onward, but before long, they suddenly halted. As the group looked up in confusion, Hu Daji's alert voice rang out. "Be cautious, everyone. Danger approaches." The commotion indicated the presence of a formidable entity. They had to prepare themselves. Hu Daji was the first to notice the rustling of the grass ahead. The amplitude of the movement clearly suggested it was not merely the wind. Something was encroaching upon them. Whether it was a tiger or some other beast remained uncertain, yet he was confident that whatever it was not a timid creature like a deer or a mouse, given the number of them present. Qin Zhuo also sensed the impending peril and promptly placed the small bundle on his back into Li Qingfeng's arms. He tensed every muscle, ready to combat the beast should the need arise. In that moment, every individual present held their breath, as if such an act could somehow avert the looming danger. However, Amidst the heightened tension, the small bundle suddenly succumbed to a cough. Apart from the gentle rustling of the grass in the breeze, the prairie was eerily silent, making even the faintest cough resonate painfully clear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Qingfeng's face paled, and she hurriedly attempted to cover the small one's mouth. Yet, despite her swift reaction, it was too late. Almost instantaneously, the surrounding grass quivered violently, and before anyone could react, a glimmering sword shot forth, aimed directly at Hu Daji's heart. It turned out that the encroaching threat was not a ferocious beast, but a human, caught off guard by the sudden assault. Hu Daji instinctively reacted, having been tempered by years of perilous journeys. As the sword lunged towards him, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The blade whistled past him, and without a moment's hesitation, it redirected its aim toward Li Qifeng and the small bundle in her arms. The intent was unmistakable. It sought to skewer them together like candied hawthorn. Hu Daji watched in horror as the sword thrust forward, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. In such a perilous situation, all he could do was adopt a defensive stance at the earliest moment, striving to preserve his own life. The fate of the large and small figures lay beyond his control. Sister-in-law, Little Dumpling. The simultaneous exclamations came from Qin Zhuo and the mother of Little Dumpling. Instinctively, Li Qingfeng reached for his weapon to block, only to realize that his right hand grasped nothing but air. Looking down, he recalled that he had become a refugee and bore no weapon upon his person. As the long sword hurtled towards them, his heart raced, yet he felt utterly powerless. Just as the blade was poised to pierce the chests of the two, a shadow surged forth unexpectedly. The once menacing sword abruptly halted, its tip mere half a foot from Li Qingfeng's heart. In this moment of dire urgency, Qin Zhuo finally revealed his strength, seizing the long sword with his bare hands. Chapter 43, A Second Assassination, Desperation. Before anyone could exhale in relief, a shadow sprang forth from the underbrush, wielding a second longsword aimed at them. Qin Zhuo hastily defended once more, internally lamenting his misfortune. Indeed, Zhong Ti was as venomous as a viper. The second wave of assassination had arrived with alarming speed. The cloaked figure, thwarted by Qin Zhuo, narrowed his eyes in astonishment, evidently taken aback by Qin Zhuo's ability to counter his attack. According to the intelligence provided by Zhong Ti, this individual should be the sole bloodline left by the king of the north in this world. Yet, how could he possibly be a fool? A fool could not possess such formidable strength. In an instant, the man realized the intelligence was flawed. Qin Zhuo was no simpleton. Without consideration for a third attack, the cloaked figure attempted to flee. However, Qin Zhuo would not grant him that opportunity. With a sudden, forceful grip, he heard a sharp crack as the long sword was crushed between his hands. He then hurled the broken blade forward with tremendous speed, propelling it towards the cloaked figure, the assault exceeding that of the initial strike. The cloaked man's expression changed dramatically at this sight, instinctively raising his sword to block. Yet, as soon as the short sword made contact with the long sword, it shattered into countless fragments, raining down like iron, piercing through his chest. In the next moment, the light faded from the cloaked man's eyes, and he lacked the strength to flee. He had never imagined that the rumored simpleton, Qin Zhuo, possessed such extraordinary power, rendering him utterly outmatched. With such prowess, it seemed that only Lord Xin Yi himself could engage him in a worthy contest. Regardless of the cloaked man's thoughts, Qin Zhuo, fearing he might not die thoroughly, advanced and delivered a decisive blow, shattering the cloaked man's chest. As he withdrew his fist, the man succumbed, his life extinguished. Little Tuanzi and Li Qifeng had just brushed against the gates of death. While Li Qifeng remained relatively composed, the young Tuanzi was utterly terrified. Bursting into inconsolable tears and refusing to stay in Li Qingfeng's embrace, crying out for her mother. Her wails attracted the attention of nearby assassins searching for their targets, and the lifeblood of a fallen black-clad figure continued to seep into the ground. In the next moment, a man wielding twin swords appeared before them, followed by 7 others. Without uttering a word, they charged towards Qin Zhuo and the others with remarkable speed. The swords, one black and one green, belonged to Xuanya. Being well-versed in the ways of the world, Li Qifeng immediately recognized the identity of the leading assassin, although she had anticipated further attacks. She was taken aback by Zhang Ti's willingness to invest such resources, dispatching a master of Xuanya's caliber. While the others may not have known Xuanya's illustrious name, they could sense that trouble was brewing, their expressions shifting in alarm. To ensure absolute certainty, Xuanya brought with him 8 Earth-level assassins. In his estimation, these 8 would effortlessly eliminate everyone, including Hu Daji and his companions. The combination of 8 Earth-level assassins and himself, a Heaven-level assassin, would guarantee victory. However, to his utter astonishment, there was indeed a formidable opponent within the refugee group, and in their very first encounter, one Earth-level assassin fell. What shocked him most was that the killer was not Hudaji, the strongest among the escort team, but rather the seemingly foolish Qin Zhua. To dispatch an Earth-level assassin so swiftly, could it be that this fellow was merely feigning ignorance? Xuanya furrowed his brow slightly, but it quickly relaxed. If he were indeed pretending to be simple-minded, then this situation became quite intriguing. Xuanya did not mourn the loss of his comrade. Instead, a cold smile crept across his lips. Under his gaze, the other 7 assassins either rushed towards Hudaji and his group or charged at Li Qingfeng and her companions, deliberately avoiding the frontmost Qin Zhua. When Qin Zhua attempted to intervene, Xuanya swiftly blocked him. A talent like you is a rarity. Allow me to witness your prowess today. Xuanya stood before Qin Zhua, his eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty fervor. In this world, aside from his family, few people or events could influence his state of mind. And the man before him, who had evaded disaster by pretending to be a fool and was now compelled to reveal his true strength, was one of those rare exceptions. After studying the man before him for a moment, Qin Zhua responded to Xuanya with his signature silly grin, saying, "Has anyone ever told you how truly ugly you are?" Yet, Xuanya remained expressionless, devoid of even a hint of mockery. Drawing upon his assassin's instinct, Xuanya instinctively felt that Qin Zhua was deliberately attempting to project weakness. Aiming to lower his guard, it appears he is indeed feigning ignorance. Otherwise, he would not be so cautious. With a silent acknowledgement, Xian Yi grew increasingly vigilant. Observing his lack of reaction, Qin Zhua wore an expression of resignation. As he noticed the other assassins had already commenced their actions, Xian Yi wasted no time and lunged directly at Qin Zhua, drawing forth a long sword with a jade-green hilt from behind. He aimed a lethal thrust towards Qin Zhua's head. The audacity of a mere 6 or 7 individuals daring to assassinate such a large group indicated Xian Yi's unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Casting a glance towards the direction of his sisters-in-law, and reassured that they would remain unharmed in the short term, Qin Zhua felt a sense of relief. "You wield 2 swords while I am unarmed. Is there any sense in this?" He muttered with a hint of mockery, yet his movements were swift. He deftly maneuvered to the side of the black-clad corpse he had slain, delivering a swift kick that sent the body soaring into the air. Xian Yi, with his long sword, struck with relentless ferocity, heedless of the sanctity of the deceased, cleaving the corpse in 2 with a single blow. Seizing the opportunity to use the body as a shield against Xian Yi's onslaught, Qin Zhua launched a powerful kick. Xian Yi, expressionless, slightly sidestepped, parrying the kick with his sword while using the momentum to gracefully land on the ground. In that instant, Qin Zhua's eyes blazed with fierce determination as he charged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The night was long, and the presence of his defenseless sisters-in-law weighed heavily on his mind. He feared that any delay could result in casualties. With Xian Yi preoccupied, the black-clad assassins were formidable opponents. Should they breach Li Qingfeng's defenses and infiltrate the crowd, the consequences would be dire. However, while Qin Zhua's intentions were noble, the execution proved to be exceedingly arduous. Xian Yi, a top-tier assassin, remained unscathed after being kicked aside. His sword, a flurry of strikes resembling falling petals, relentlessly aimed at Qin Zhua. Chapter 44. It is indeed Sword Chi. Xian Yi was aware that Qin Zhua was reluctant to engage in prolonged combat, yet he deliberately refused to allow him to escape. Each of his strikes a mere test of limits. It was evident he was intentionally stalling for time. Qin Zhua lamented internally, wishing he could summon the ancestral spirits of this man to teach him a lesson. While it seemed as though they were on the brink of a life-and-death struggle, Xian Yi was, in fact, cunningly deceptive. Such a masterful opponent, if won over to his side, could prove invaluable. Yet, if positioned as an adversary, the situation could become precarious. Thus, this man before him must perish here, with the safety of his sisters-in-law at stake. Qin Zhua had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out confrontation with Xian Yi. Realizing that his opponent was unwilling to face him head-on, he recklessly charged forward. Each minute this man remained alive could mean another life lost among the women of the Northern Prince's residence, a scenario Qin Zhua could not bear to witness. He is not devoid of compassion. Although the women around him harbor some grievances, they share a bond forged in adversity. And Qin Zhua cannot simply stand by and watch them suffer. As he strode purposefully toward Xian Yi, he occasionally cast glances toward the women. Yet, the moment he looked, he was taken aback. The ladies of the town North King's residence were completely unscathed. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see his elder sister-in-law, Li Qifeng, and sixth sister-in-law, Jiang Lingxiu, engaging in fierce combat with the black-clad assassins, armed only with their bare hands. Despite their lack of weapons, their exceptional skills allowed them to hold their own against the attackers. Qin Zhuo could not help but curse inwardly at this revelation. His two sisters-in-law, who appeared so delicate in everyday life, displayed such ferocity in battle. He had thought himself the only one feigning ignorance. But it seemed they too had concealed their true strength. Was this not the essence of the saying, "The great conceal themselves in the wilderness, while the lesser hide among the world"? Upon further reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. Li Qingfeng, as the sole disciple of the Qingfeng sect's master, must have inherited the essence of her teachings. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxiu, the daughter of the previous generation's sword saint, Du Qiubai, surely possessed formidable skills, given her lineage. With his gaze now steady, Qin Zhuo felt a wave of relief. As long as his sisters-in-law could hold their ground for a moment longer, he would vanquish the man before him and then rush to their aid, thereby turning the tide of battle. That scoundrel, Zhong Ti, could never have anticipated that both of his assassination attempts would fail. Just wait, Zhong Ti. Once I rise to power, you will be the first to face my wrath. I shall not rest until my grievances against you are avenged. With these thoughts simmering in his mind, Qin Zhuo intensified his assault. However, Xian Yu was no pushover. Equipped with two weapons, he posed a significant threat. If the fight continued in this manner, it would be difficult for Qin Zhuo to avoid injury. After a moment's consideration, he devised a strategy. To swiftly dispatch the current assassin, he needed to be fully alert and not underestimate his opponent, and he must arm himself. At that moment, he noticed a black-clad figure nearby, wielding two battle axes and pressing down on Hu Daji and the others. 2 axes? Perhaps I could borrow them for a moment. With this thought, he feigned an attack and lunged at the assassin. Taken by surprise, the assassin was yanked backward by Qin Zhuo, who seized him by the shoulder. Seeing this, Hu Daji and the others plunged their weapons into the assassin's chest. The black-clad assassin perished instantly, his head severed by Hu Daji. After exchanging nods with Qin Zhuo, they turned to confront other black-clad assassins, while Qin Zhuo seized the opportunity to claim the battle axes, charging once more toward Xin Yi. In the blink of an eye, the two figures moved like phantoms, engaging in a flurry of combat exchanges that defied counting. With the Xianhua axe in hand, although it did not feel entirely comfortable, Qin Zhuo possessed the means to confront Xuanya directly, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. After several fierce clashes, Xuanya finally grasped the true extent of Qin Zhuo's formidable strength. At that moment, he regarded his opponent with a newfound seriousness. A glance around the battlefield revealed that among the escorting soldiers, only one, a man blinded in one eye, lay severely injured on the ground. The others, though bearing wounds, still retained their fighting capability. In stark contrast, 2 of their 7 elite assassins had already perished, indicating that the situation was shifting unfavorably for them. Noticing the coldness in Xuanya's gaze, which hesitated to initiate an attack, Qin Zhuo shook the Xianhua axe, deliberately provoking him. It is said that the Minister of the Central Vehicle possesses a remarkably powerful assassin organization, with spies scattered across the world. There is nothing he cannot uncover. Yet, it seems that such claims are merely exaggerated. Qin Zhuo's words dripped with sarcasm and disdain, leaving Xuanya internally lamenting his plight. Initially, it was Qin Zhuo who sought to end the encounter swiftly to assist others, but the circumstances had now reversed. It was Xuanya who dared not delay any longer. If he continued to wait, he feared that they would find themselves in a position where they might be slain instead. With a low roar, Xuanya charged forward once more. The collision of the Xianhua axe and his longsword produced a jarring metallic clang. Each held their weapon, vying for strength in a contest of wills. Gazing at the close proximity of Qin Zhuo, Xuanya's pupils widened. What a remarkable young man. I never anticipated you would possess such power. I have encountered countless masters, and you undoubtedly deserve a place among the top 3. With that acknowledgement, Xuanya resolved to unleash his most formidable attack. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you not disgusted? Your spit is flying all over my face." Xuanya, however, dismissed such trivialities, forcefully deflecting Qin Zhuo's Xianhua axe and retreating a few steps before drawing the black-hilted longsword from his back. With a fierce swing, a streak of silver light barely grazed Qin Zhuo's nose. Startled, Qin Zhuo quickly retreated. "Is that sword Qi?" he thought, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the fading brilliance. Yet, before he could fully comprehend, another sharp wave of sword Qi surged toward him. As a practitioner of the innate realm, Qin Zhuo's perceptiveness was acute. He immediately sensed the immense force enveloped within that sword Qi. Was it time for a life-or-death struggle? Yet, he remained unhurried to counterattack, instead critiquing Xuanye's offensive. It must be said, Xuanye was far superior to the female assassin from the previous night. However, when compared to Qinzhua, he was still lacking in immeasurable ways. Just as the sword energy was about to slice through Qinzhua's head, Xianhua's axe was raised and lightly tapped, blocking the lethal strike while Qinzhua's other axe fiercely swung towards Xuanye's head. Chapter 45. Unleashing Sword Techniques. Surviving by a thread. Alas, Xuanye believed that his most formidable killing move would surely annihilate Qinzhua in a single blow, but to his astonishment, it was effortlessly parried by his opponent. With a deafening clash, Xuanye instantly felt a searing pain in his palm, rendering him unable to execute his sword techniques freely. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Qinzhua's axe had severed his longsword. Following the trajectory of the axe, he noticed his shoulder was drenched in blood. As dread filled his heart, Xuanye was also struck by a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, his sword had absorbed some of the axe's force. Otherwise, had it struck him directly, he might have been cleaved in two on the spot. As the fear subsided, it was replaced by a boundless fury. With a roar, Xuanye suddenly unleashed greater strength, already considering retreat. If he could force Qinzhua back, he would disregard the mission's failure and withdraw immediately. After all, everything else is extraneous. Only life is one's own. If he were to perish here, he would truly lose everything. You'll pay for this, boy. One day, I shall personally end your life. Gradually prying the axe from his shoulder, Xuanye was about to retreat, but unexpectedly, Qinzhua ominously declared, retreating? You shall meet your end here today. With a forceful grip, the sword energy suddenly dissipated. Another axe swung down as Qinzhua feigned an attempt to cleave Xuanye's head. However, Xuanye was not a mere amateur. Sensing impending doom, an epiphany struck him. In the next moment, he ceased his assault on Qinzhua and instead hurled his short sword, aimed directly at Li Qingfeng, who was entangled with the black-clad assassin. Qinzhua's expression shifted dramatically. No longer able to concern himself with Xuanye's fate, he abruptly altered the trajectory of his axe, hurling it to intercept the short sword before it could reach its target. Seizing this moment of distraction, Xuanye decisively abandoned his fellow assassins and fled for his life. Casting a glance back, Qinzhua smirked. Having received a blow from me, he still managed to flee with such swiftness. No wonder he was professionally trained. Yet, Qinzhua felt no elation at Xuanye's hasty retreat. Instead, a heaviness settled in his heart. With Xuanye and his assassins approaching, Qinzhua could no longer afford to feign ignorance, which led Hu Daji and the others to realize his ruse. While this was manageable, as they posed no real threat to Qinzhua, the true concern was the fleeing Xuanye. If he were to report Qinzhua's pretense to Zhongti, who in turn would inform the new emperor, it would spell significant trouble for him. Once the secret is unveiled, these individuals shall truly have no hope of reaching Ningguda alive. It is futile to resist against the iron heel of the new emperor. I must devise a means of self-preservation. At this juncture, Qinzhua no longer harbors aspirations of assembling his own army and is compelled to seek alternative solutions. Initially, he had intended to rest upon arriving in Lindong City, but it has become evident that he must hasten to attend to other matters. With a sigh of lamentation in his heart, Qinzhua refrained from pursuing Xuanye and instead approached the cloaked assassin entangled with his two sisters-in-law, wielding a decorative axe. With two muffled thuds, the two relentless black-clad assassins met a grim fate on the spot. Upon witnessing their leader's retreat, the remaining assassins feigned a distraction and fled in disarray. Qinzhua, indifferent to the pursuit, stood still, coldly observing. Of the 9 assassins that had come to ambush Qinzhua and his companions, only Xuanye and 2 minor henchmen managed to escape. The rest met their end here. As for the members of the Northern Town King's mansion and the escort soldiers led by Hu Daji, save for Wang Lu, who had suffered the loss of both arms, the others emerged relatively unscathed. Hu Daji surveyed the surroundings and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He called upon his fellow brothers to tend to Wang Lu's wounds, and then approached Qinzhua's side. After studying Qinzhua intently for a moment, he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. At this moment, Qinzhua reverted to his foolish demeanor, waving his hand with a silly grin and saying, "It's nothing, nothing. My grandfather taught me to draw my sword in defense of those in distress." Hu Daji looked up, momentarily unable to discern whether Qinzhua was feigning ignorance or had genuinely become simple-minded. Although Qinzhua had displayed remarkable prowess in combat, it was insufficient to conclude that he was merely pretending. Retracting his gaze, Hu Daji expressed his gratitude towards Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu. Li Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and responded with a smile. Captain Hu, you are too kind. Our intervention was merely a means of self-preservation. Jiang Lingxiu, however, was considerably more aloof, perhaps harboring resentment over Hu Daji's earlier rough treatment. She merely snorted and ignored him. Hu Daji, unfazed, swiftly approached the two corpses, extracted their swords, and presented them to Li Qifeng. Startled, Li Qifeng gazed at him in astonishment. Captain Hu, what is the meaning of this? Hu Daji chuckled awkwardly, explaining with a hint of embarrassment, Madam, please do not misunderstand. I merely believe that we shall encounter further dangers on our journey. Since both of you possess exceptional skills, having weapons at your disposal may enable you to better protect those around you. Noticing Jiang Lingxiu's skeptical expression, Hu Daji hastily added, both of you are heroines. With weapons in hand, you may protect your companions, and I might also rely on your strength in the future. Jiang Lingxiu huffed again, wordlessly accepting the sword. It is surely advantageous to possess a weapon, as it would mitigate the perils faced in future encounters. As Li Qifeng observed his companions receiving their swords, he decided to set aside his pretensions and accepted the long sword, affixing it to his waist. At that moment, a soldier escorting them suddenly called out for Hu Daji. Captain, Wang Lu is severely injured and may no longer be able to escort the refugees. In the future, someone might need to care for him. Upon hearing this, Hu Daji turned to glance at Wang Lu, whose wound continued to bleed profusely. With one eye blinded and both arms lost, he was undoubtedly a burden. Given the perilous journey ahead, keeping him close would surely lead to his demise, and he might even drag his comrades down with him. Furthermore, the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from Wang Lu could attract predatory beasts. Hu Daji furrowed his brow even tighter as he pondered the situation. Upon reflection, it became evident that Wang Lu had spent the journey tormenting the personnel from the Northern King's manor, his mind preoccupied with women, contributing little of value and instead bringing forth considerable trouble. Wang Lu seemed to sense the shift in Hu Daji's gaze and, with great effort, cried out, Captain, you can't abandon me. We are brothers who have faced life and death together, right? Hu Daji's expression was inscrutable as he remained silent for an extended period. Chapter 46. Let it be, bury him. The soldier tending to Wang Lu's wounds spoke up once more. Captain, how shall we deal with Wang Lu? The path ahead was long, and their supply of medicine was dwindling, making it unlikely to treat Wang Lu adequately. All the escorting soldiers looked at Hu Daji with eager anticipation, and after a prolonged internal struggle, he finally made a decision, turning away from Wang Lu. He sighed and softly stated, Wang Lu's injuries are grave, and with no physician at hand, prolonging this will lead to certain death. It would be better to dig a grave and bury him. Also, let us hasten to conceal the bodies of these black-clad men to prevent the scent of blood from attracting wild beasts. One of the escorting soldiers immediately acknowledged this and began to dig a pit, hearing that Hu Daji intended to bury him alive. Wang Lu was terrified to the point of nearly soiling himself, and he hurriedly shouted, Captain, I beg you, don't leave me behind. I can manage without medicine. I can endure. Wang Lu pleaded desperately, and Hu Daji could hardly bear it. Yet, the circumstances compelled him to act in such a manner. Wang Lu, do not hold it against me for being ruthless. It is simply impractical to carry you along on this journey. If your presence leads to the demise of us all, I shall be deemed a villain for eternity. Captain, I do not wish to die. Wang Lu screamed frantically, his trousers damp and the flow of excrement unstoppable. Had he not been so grievously injured, he would have rushed forward to cling to Hu Daji's legs, beseeching him for mercy. Wiping his face vigorously, Hu Daji turned back to Wang Lu, looking him in the eye and asking, do you have any last words you wish to convey? As long as it is within our capability, we shall endeavor to assist you. At this moment, Hu Daji's demeanor and tone were remarkably gentle. Confronted with a dying individual, he felt an overwhelming reluctance. However, Wang Lu, in a desperate plea, cried out, no, I do not wish to die. I implore you, Captain, take me with you. I assure you, I will not be a burden. He simply could not accept the notion of being forsaken by his comrades. He would rather meet his end at the hands of Qinghua than succumb to such a fate. Yet, at that very moment, Qinghua, with a heartless remark, declared, you have all become useless. If I were you, I would have already taken my own life. Shut your mouth, you fool. Wang Lu's eyes turned crimson. His expression contorted with rage as he glared fiercely at Qinghua, enunciating each word with a heavy weight. Do not be so arrogant. If I die, you shall not live much longer. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the others either averted their gaze in pity or wore expressions of indifference, showing no concern for his fate. In despair, Wang Lu collapsed onto the ground, ultimately resigned to his fate. Yet, despite this resignation, a torrent of anger and hatred surged within him. You refuse to let me live? Very well. I shall await you on the road to the underworld. The Lord of the Central Chariots will not cease his pursuit. Can you evade him forever? Once you are dead, Before Wang Lu could finish his words, a long sword suddenly flew from the side, piercing through his skull. His voice was abruptly silenced, and Hu Daji turned his gaze, furrowing his brow. First, a stone was thrown to blind Wang Lu, and now a sword had pierced his head. Even the elite assassins dispatched by the Lord of the Central Chariots could sustain injuries, yet the sole bloodline of the Northern King possessed such formidable combat prowess. Had he not been deranged, one could surmise that the new emperor would hardly sleep soundly at night. But then again, was he truly a fool? As his gaze fell upon him, Qin Zhuo wore a foolish grin, clapping in approval after dispatching Wang Lu. Such behavior was indeed not characteristic of a sane individual. Taking a deep breath, Hu Daji withdrew his gaze. Perhaps it was for the best. A painless death could be considered a blessing in disguise. After a brief pause, Hu Daji waved his hand. Do not linger. Hasten to bury the bodies. We must be on our way. With so many dead, it is unwise to remain here. Beasts may already be drawn to this location. Hu Daji's words were not solely directed at Wang Lu. They primarily served to absolve Qin Zhuo, clearly wishing to prevent any animosity from his subordinates. The soldiers present were not fools. They understood the implications of Hu Daji's words, yet none dared to confront Qin Zhuo. It was not that they did not want to, but rather that they could not. After all, they had witnessed Qin Zhuo's exceptional combat capabilities firsthand, and in the uncertain future, they hoped he would save them once more in similar perilous situations. Without further ado, let us consider the present moment. Had it not been for Qin Zhuo's timely intervention today, they might have perished at the hands of the cloaked assassins. Thus, despite their awareness of Captain Hu Daji's favoritism towards that foolish lad, they raised no objections. After a brief period, all the bodies were buried, and the group resumed their journey. The sun had already dipped low on the horizon, yet they dared not linger, pressing forward beneath the stars and moon. Though this course of action greatly increased the likelihood of encountering ferocious beasts, it was far preferable to remaining in place. Wang Lu had met his demise, and his steed was now entrusted to the members of the northern town prince's residence, with the small child and her mother seated atop it, while Qin Zhuo took on the responsibility of leading the horse. According to Hu Daji's guidance, should anyone become too weary to continue during the night, they might rest briefly on the horse's back. Following the second assassination attempt, the rapport between the escorting soldiers and the refugees grew increasingly harmonious. The members of the northern town prince's entourage remained in good health, with no casualties reported. In stark contrast, the escorting soldiers had already lost Han Chu and Wang Lu, leaving them with a mere 7 survivors. This dire situation weighed heavily on Hu Daji and his companions, who found themselves at a loss. Even if they were inclined to intimidate the refugees, their spirits had waned. Moreover, they were utterly incapable of controlling the situation should the refugees rise in rebellion. They would stand no chance. Qin Zhuo, Li Qingfeng, and Zhang Lingxiu were no ordinary individuals, particularly since the latter two had acquired weapons. United, the three could easily overpower the remaining 7. Additionally, there was the ever-looming threat of Zhong Ti's third assault, which could transform them into mere pawns in a grand political struggle. In such precarious circumstances, with their own survival at stake, who would dare to meddle? Had they foreseen the multitude of dangers involved in escorting the refugees, they would have declined the mission, regardless of any pressures from above. Yet, the future is shrouded in uncertainty, and faced with the present reality, they had no choice but to forge ahead. Let us persevere a little longer. We will find a sheltered place to rest, Hu Daji urged in a hushed tone, mindful of the need for caution. We are nearing the heart of the grasslands. In a few days, we shall leave this expanse behind. Upon reaching Lingang City, we can finally afford to relax. His words undoubtedly uplifted the spirits of the group, who felt a surge of hope, though none voiced their thoughts, continuing their journey in silence. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away at Lingang City, for peculiar-looking, robust men rode furiously towards the gates, a cloud of dust trailing behind them. Upon reaching the city entrance, they pulled their horses to a sudden halt. The leader dismounted swiftly and stepped forward to confront the soldiers guarding the gate. He retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and waved it before the soldiers. The guards, sensing the significance, hastily stepped aside to clear a path. Subsequently, 4 robust men urged their horses forward, charging directly into Lingang City. The guards stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sight of the four figures. My goodness, they are from the Xing family of the southern region. What brings them here? Observing their silhouettes gradually fading into the night, another soldier was equally astonished. Judging by their attire, they must have traveled from the southern region. What monumental event could have transpired? The third soldier, overhearing his companion's discourse, scoffed dismissively, saying, "So what if they are four members of the Xing family? Look at your astonished faces. Although they carry the token bestowed by the city lord, we too have faced our share of adversities. There is no need for such astonishment. Besides, even if something significant has occurred, it cannot be that serious. Did you not notice that only four of them have arrived?" Another soldier rolled his eyes, immediately retorting, "Just four individuals means there is no major issue? Who told you that?" At that moment, another guard approached, having overheard their conversation, and curiously inquired, "Gentlemen, who exactly is the Xing family from the southern region?" "You don't know the Xing family of the southern region? They are the foremost family in our great Qian," one soldier exclaimed. "Wait a moment." Another soldier interjected, confusion etched on his face. "Isn't the Liao family the #1 family in Great Qian?" Following them, "The Jin family is said to be immensely wealthy. I have never heard of the Xing family." His companion cast a derisive glance at him. "What you speak of is ancient history, mere relics of the past. In recent years, the Zhang family has gained the unwavering support of the Northern King, surpassing both the Liao and Jin families. Prior to this, the Xing family was already renowned in the southern region. How could you be unaware of such matters?" The guard, Shan, chuckled and scratched the back of his head, muttering, "These families are so lofty and disconnected from us. Why should I concern myself with them?" Upon hearing his words, the other three soldiers felt as though they were speaking different languages, deeming further conversation unnecessary, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the four robust men who had galloped into Lingdong City came to a halt before the city lord's residence. The guards stationed there, taken aback by the audacity of riders within the city, rushed forward, weapons drawn. However, upon seeing the token presented by the leading man, their expressions shifted, and they promptly parted to allow passage, mirroring the reaction of the city guards encountered earlier. In the next moment, one of them stepped forward and respectfully addressed the newcomers. "I am Xiao Qi, the captain of the city lord's guards. May I inquire who you are?" The man holding the token performed a courteous bow and replied, "I am Zheng Shanhai from the Zheng family of the southern region. We have come to visit Lingdong City under the cover of night to discuss a matter of great importance with the city lord. I kindly request you, Captain Xiao, to relay our presence." Upon hearing the name of the Zheng family, Xiao Qi did not dare to be remiss. After a brief pause, he hurriedly returned to the city lord's mansion. Had it been anyone else brazenly riding into Lingdong City at such an hour, they would have likely been apprehended by the guards of the mansion. However, due to the Xing family's illustrious status and their possession of the token bestowed by the city lord, no one dared to act with disdain. Moreover, the visitor was none other than Zheng Shanhai, the legitimate heir of the Xing family. If all proceeded as expected, he would assume command of the family a century hence. With such a distinguished identity, Zheng Shanhai's standing was hardly inferior to that of the city lord himself. Before long, the gates of the city lord's mansion swung open, and a robust voice resonated in Zheng Shanhai's ears. "I was unaware of your late-night visit. Brother Shanhai, please forgive my lack of proper welcome." The tone was imbued with surprise and delight, devoid of any irritation or anger at being roused from slumber. Accompanying the voice was a middle-aged man dressed in casual attire, who hurried towards Zheng Shanhai, followed closely by Xiao Qi. This man was Lu Tiangang, the city lord of Lingdong. Zheng Shanhai raised his gaze and, in the next moment, embraced Lu Tiangang warmly. "It has been years, dear city lord. I trust you are well." "All is well, all is well." After exchanging pleasantries, Zheng Shanhai turned to the three individuals behind him. "What are you standing there for? Come forth and greet the city lord." Before the three could kneel, Lu Tiangang waved his hand. No need for such formalities among brothers. With hearty laughter, Lu Tiangang then instructed Xiao Qi, "Commander Xiao, these gentlemen have traveled a long way and are surely weary. Please escort them to the guest quarters to rest while Brother Shanhai and I catch up." Xiao Qi acquiesced and gestured for the three to follow him. Exhibiting utmost respect in both demeanor and expression, he led them away while Lu Tiangang and Zheng Shanhai walked side by side into the inner hall. The inner hall of the city lord's mansion was brightly lit throughout the night, with maids and servants taking turns to attend to the esteemed guests. Lu Tiangang invited Zheng Shanhai to sit, and the two exchanged warm conversation. Once the maids had served fruits, pastries, and tea, Lu Tiangang concluded the small talk. Waving away the attendants, he inquired, "Brother Shanhai, your urgent visit at such an hour must signify something significant." In his view, members of the Zheng family, being affluent and influential, seldom encountered problems that could not be resolved. Thus, if they sought him out, it was likely of great importance. As anticipated, Zheng Shanhai promptly disclosed the reason for his late-night visit. "City Lord, I shall not mince words. I have come to discuss matters concerning the King of the North." Upon hearing this, Lu Tiangong's expression stiffened immediately. He furrowed his brow, took a sip from his teacup, and gestured for Zheng Shanhai to continue. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Zheng Shanhai straightforwardly inquired, "Surely, the lord of the city is already aware of the upheaval at the Northern Prince's residence?" Lu Tiangang sighed heavily, placing down his teacup with a sense of melancholy. At this point, how many people in the world remain oblivious to this matter? Yet, out of respect for the new emperor, all discussions surrounding it are shrouded in silence. Even I, as the city lord, must tread carefully when broaching this topic, lest my words be overheard. With another heavy sigh, Lu Tiangang lamented, "Alas, the Northern Prince's family has met with such misfortune. They dedicated themselves to the nation. Their lineage of loyalty nearly extinguished, and in the end, they face such a fate, truly tragic." Zheng Shanhai, upon hearing this, wore a look of helplessness. When the birds have flown, the fine bows are hidden. When the hunting dogs are cooked, no emperor wishes for his ministers to overshadow him. However, I have never witnessed a ruler as ruthless as the new emperor, who openly seeks to eradicate his loyal subjects. Lu Tiangang remarked, "What surprises me most is that, in the face of such injustice, the Northern Prince's family chose not to resist, but rather acquiesce to their fate. Frankly, after years of commanding the Northern Liang, with an army of hundreds of thousands at their disposal, they could have stood against the Daiqian court as equals. Their failure to resist is indeed a pity." Zheng Shanhai waved his hand dismissively. "This is hardly surprising. After all, the Northern Prince once willingly relinquished his chance to ascend the throne, which speaks volumes of his unwavering loyalty." A hint of sadness flickered across his face. "Our admiration for the Northern Prince stems precisely from his steadfast loyalty." Lu Tiangang nodded in agreement. The two continued their conversation, exchanging words that would warrant execution if overheard, without concealing their thoughts. It was evident that their bond was profound, with neither fearing betrayal from the other. Zheng Shanhai's sister had been betrothed to the heir of the Northern Prince's residence, and the Zheng family had risen to prominence through this formidable alliance. As for Lu Tiangang, prior to his ascension as the lord of Lingang City, he had served as a general under Qin Fang. Both the Zheng and Lu families had ties to the Northern Prince's residence, a fact well understood by the court. This connection had led to their being categorized as part of the Northern Prince's faction by the new emperor, even though they had not actively aided him. The reason they had not yet faced repercussions was simply because the new emperor deemed them insignificant, unable to stir any trouble. In conclusion, it is rare to find individuals like Zhang Ti, who are ungrateful and solely focused on their own advancement. Nevertheless, it is futile to dwell on these matters. Lu Tiangang chose to end the discussion, turning his gaze towards the weary Zheng Shanhai and offering a wry smile. "We, as mere pawns, cannot influence the grand scheme. To speak of the Northern Prince's family only deepens our sorrow." "Oh, indeed, dear brother Shanhai, you have traveled a great distance to seek me in East City. What brings you here?" Zheng Shanhai, slapping his forehead, suddenly recalled the matter at hand. The lord of the city must be unaware that nearly all the male descendants of the northern town Prince's residents have perished. The new emperor recently decreed the confiscation of the northern town princess estate, leaving only a few female relatives and the sole descendant of the great general, Qin Zhua. Alive, however, they have all been exiled to Ningguda. Moreover, it is rumored that the young heir has fallen ill, seemingly well one day, only to become a fool by the following morning. Upon hearing this, Lu Tiangong's expression shifted abruptly, and he inquired urgently, "Is your sister among them?" Zheng Shanhai nodded, affirming, "Indeed, my sister, Zheng Banyan, is among the refugees." This revelation visibly shocked Lu Tiangang, as he was hearing such news for the first time. The annihilation of the Qin family's male heirs was already grievous, yet the remaining members were to be exiled to Ningguda. How was this any different from total extermination? It is known that the distance from Bailiang to Ningguda spans 1,000 miles. And only a few fortunate souls managed to reach Ningguda alive, with even fewer escaping its clutches. Moreover, even if they managed to survive the journey to Ningguda, they would inevitably fall victim to the savages there. Zheng Shanhai appeared to share this sentiment, nodding in agreement before stating, The new emperor seems to have granted the Qin family an opportunity to continue their lineage, yet in truth, he aims to eradicate them entirely. The exile to Ningguta serves merely to cultivate a favorable narrative about himself. Whether those exiles perish on the road or in Ningguta bears no consequence to him. His heart is truly callous. After a brief pause, hesitating to speak ill of the emperor further, Zhang Shanhai added, initially, I was unaware of the exile of the Qin family. Had it not been for my sister's message carried by a homing pigeon, I would still be in the dark. Lu Tiangang pondered thoughtfully and after a moment asked, Brother Shanhai, do you seek my assistance in rescuing your sister? East City is indeed an essential route for those from Baoyang heading to Ningguta, since the refugees of the northern town princess residents are destined for Ningguta. They must pass through here. A simple contemplation clarified Lu Tiangang's understanding of Zhang Shanhai's intentions. Zhang Shanhai did not conceal his thoughts, offering a wry smile as he nodded. To be frank, I have been grappling with this issue since my journey began, and I still have not made a firm decision. If I were to intervene and rescue someone, for various reasons, I cannot solely rescue my sister. It would be glaringly obvious that the Xing family was involved. Lu Tiangang nodded, urging him to continue. Zhang Shanhai, feeling somewhat parched, lifted his teacup and drained it, casually wiping his mouth before continuing. I believe that if we are to take action to save someone, we might as well rescue everyone from the northern town princess residence. In doing so, we can repay the northern town prince's kindness, prevent the world from maligning the Zheng family, and avoid arousing the new emperor's suspicions towards us. Lu Tiangang, however, shook his head decisively, proclaiming, No, we absolutely cannot save them. Zhang Shanhai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring as to why. Lu Tiangang patiently elucidated, Brother Shanhai, ponder this carefully. If you were to intervene and save those in peril, would the new emperor truly conduct a slow investigation? Given his temperament, he would likely impose punishment upon all families associated with the refugees without hesitation. After all, his decision to exile the members of the northern town prince's residence was partly due to his apprehension regarding their powerful familial connections. Should you take action, it would provide the new emperor with a pretext to retaliate, and he would likely act without discernment, punishing all related families. As the saying goes, a single thread pulled can unravel the entire fabric. Other families would inevitably fall into enmity with the Zheng family due to your sister's plight. My lord, I have contemplated these matters as well. Zheng Shanhai wore an expression of helplessness. Pausing for a moment, Zheng Shanhai continued, I have also imagined the new emperor secretly dispatching agents to eliminate the refugees from the northern town prince's residence, framing us for it. Just as he did with the prince himself, assigning a baseless charge and executing an entire family. Yet, to counter that, the reason the new emperor has refrained from targeting us thus far is that he does not regard us as a threat. If this is the case, then if we rescue the refugees without leaving substantial evidence, could we not let the matter fade away? The more I speak, the more fervent I become. Thus, my lord, I believe it is worth taking a gamble. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Tiangang pondered for a prolonged period before ultimately shaking his head. I maintain that the risks involved are far too great. This plan is not feasible. It is not that I fear repercussions for myself, but I am unwilling to jeopardize other families. We lack the authority to endanger others by involving them in our own perilous endeavors. Zheng Shanhai was momentarily rendered speechless, his face a tapestry of frustration and unwillingness. Observing his dismay, Lu Tiangang suddenly shifted the conversation. Brother Shanhai, what if we were to directly bribe those escorting the soldiers, ensuring a more favorable journey for the refugees? Would that not be a better course of action? Zhang Shanhai did not raise his gaze but merely shook his head. Those soldiers escorting them wield no substantial authority. Even with bribery, it would hardly resolve the underlying issues. It must be noted that when the northern town prince held immense power, he offended countless influential figures, and these individuals are eager for vengeance. Should they decide to take action, those escorting soldiers would be powerless to resist. This is the crux of the matter, if we cannot address this issue. Any further discussion is merely a waste of breath. Lu Tiangang suddenly chuckled, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. What you say holds merit. Yet if others can send agents to target the refugees of the northern town prince, why can we not do the same to protect them in secret? Zheng Shanhai, taken aback, suddenly realized the implications of Lu Tiangang's words. His reasoning was not without validity. They certainly lacked the authority to allow other families to risk their necks alongside them. However, if others could send assassins to attack the refugees, could they not also dispatch individuals to covertly safeguard them? After a prolonged silence, with his expression shifting numerous times, Zheng Shanhai finally slammed his hand on the table. Since the lord of the city has spoken, let us temporarily set aside the matter of rescuing the people. Calculating the time. The refugees from the Northern Prince's mansion should be arriving in Lingdong City shortly. The matter of bribing the escort soldiers is not something the Zhang family can conveniently involve itself in. So we will have to trouble the lord of the city when the time comes. Seeing that Zheng Shanhai had finally abandoned the thought of losing his head, Lu Tiangang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Brother Shanhai, there is no need for formality. Such a trivial matter will be taken care of by me. Even if you didn't approach me, I would still do this. We are on the same front regarding this issue. Zhang Shanhai clasped his fist in gratitude towards Lu Tiangang, unable to express his appreciation in words. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo and his companions had traversed the night under the stars, emerging from the heart of the grasslands. Looking ahead, the vegetation appeared taller than before, seemingly endless. Judging by the characteristics of the flora, Hu Daji's earlier assertions seemed accurate. They were about to exit this expanse of prairie. Fortunately, they had not encountered any ferocious beasts along the way, and now that they had left the central region, the likelihood of such encounters had diminished significantly. Considering that they had been on the move for a day and a night, Hu Daji proposed a brief rest. Let us eat quickly. Once we finish, we must continue our journey. The dangers of this place need no elaboration. I urge everyone to persevere. Once we exit the grasslands, all will improve. As he distributed the dry cakes, he spoke loudly to the group. Qin Zhuo was squatted silently, consuming his food without seeking to stir trouble at this moment. The two batches of assassins dispatched by the Imperial Chariot Minister had been defeated. Although they had not succeeded in killing the leader, Xian Yi, they had severely injured him. While they need not worry about a third assassination attempt in the short term, no one could ascertain whether Xian Yi had truly departed. Should he harbor resentment and seek vengeance, willing to perish while taking a few with him, the situation could turn dire. For this reason, Qin Zhuo was reluctant to linger. At this moment, his thoughts aligned with those of Hu Daji and the others, all yearning to leave this place swiftly and find respite in Lingdong City. With its bustling populace and myriad eyes, it was not a stronghold of Zhongti, yet it promised a few days of stability for the group. Recalling that the city lord, Lu Tiangang, had once served under his grandfather, Qin Zhuo hoped that if his intentions remained unchanged, he might find opportunity in Lingdong City. Having finished their dry cakes, the group resumed their journey. Time flew, and 3 days passed in a blink. After hurriedly traversing these days, they finally succeeded in leaving the seemingly endless grasslands. In the distance, the outline of Lingdong City became faintly visible. Witnessing this sight, the weight in everyone's hearts was lifted, and many were moved to tears of joy. No one suggested taking a break this time. Everyone was determined to reach Lingdong City as quickly as possible. Thus, in terms of security as well as daily necessities, the conditions for the populace will be significantly improved. In the city of Baiyang, within the residence of the Chancellor of the Central Vehicle Department, the weary Xuanya, having returned from a harrowing journey, finally stood before Zhong Ti. Upon seeing him return alone, gravely wounded, Zhong Ti's expression darkened instantly. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking Xuanya's life on the spot, instead choosing to patiently listen to his explanation. After Xuanya recounted the events that transpired on the grasslands in meticulous detail, Zhong Ti's countenance grew increasingly grim. It was only after Xuanya fell silent that Zhong Ti finally raised his gaze. Are you suggesting that the failure of the ambush was due to Qin Feng's grandson feigning ignorance, possessing strength that surpasses your own? Xuanya pondered briefly before responding candidly. My lord, I cannot ascertain whether he was indeed feigning ignorance. When we conversed, he bore an expression of utter foolishness, speaking nonsensically, akin to a 3-year-old child. He appeared anything but normal. Yet, in combat, his skills were remarkable, smoothly executed and ferocious, truly not the demeanor of a simpleton. Furthermore, among the refugees from the Northern King's estate, 2 women exhibited prowess comparable to that of earthly-level assassins. Their presence was pivotal to our failure. 2 women? Could they possibly be the sisters-in-law of that foolish Qin? Zhong Ti furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the table, lost in thought. Chapter 50. All are pawns if the failure of Fui Ying was attributed to Lin Hu's involvement. What of this instance? The heavenly-level assassin Xuanya led numerous earthly-level assassins into action, yet similarly met with failure. Could this also be mere chance? If so, the occurrences of chance seem rather excessive. Shaking his head slightly, Zhong Ti dispelled his concerns. The Northern King was likely destined to perish in the capital. The Northern King's estate had utterly collapsed. leaving only Qinzhua alive. Even with Qinzhua's 7 sisters-in-law, the remnants of the northern king's estate amounted to but 8. Moreover, even if Qinzhua were truly feigning ignorance, given the current circumstances, how much chaos could he possibly incite? In contrast, Zhong Ti was a dignified chancellor of the Central Vehicle Department, commanding a loyal cadre of assassins. He had little reason to worry about subduing those few individuals. With this thought, Zhong Ti's spirits lifted slightly. Looking back at Xuanye, he inquired slowly, having exited the grasslands, their next destination should be Lingdong City, correct? Xuanye knelt on one knee and respectfully affirmed, yes. Zhong Ti continued, if you were to travel at maximum speed, could you reach there before them? After a moment of contemplation, Xuanye nodded. They are merely on foot, covering at most 50 li in a day. If I were to travel at an expedited pace of 800 li, I could potentially arrive a day or two ahead of them. Zhong Ti responded with a nonchalant and the conversation fell into silence. Xuanye furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, my lord, do you wish for me to reach Lingdong City faster than them, and then launch an ambush within the city? Fool, Zhong Ti mocked scornfully. Even at your peak, you couldn't eliminate them. Now, after your failure, what can you possibly achieve, even with a few more men? With a sharp rebuke, Xuanye dared not speak again. After a moment, Zhong Ti continued, when it comes to dealing with Qinzhua and his associates, I will arrange things as I see fit. You need not meddle. Xuanye refrained from rebuttal and softly acknowledged his words. According to intelligence reports, the Lin family appeared to be heading towards the southern region. I need you to pursue them and capture them all. Can you manage that? Having returned in disgrace, Xuanye was already apprehensive that Zhong Ti would leverage his family against him. Upon hearing that Zhong Ti had granted him another opportunity, he hurriedly nodded in affirmation, rest assured. My lord, I am indeed at ease, but it is you who should be worried, Zhong Ti said, casting a cold glare at Xuanye. Though unspoken, Xuanye understood all too well. Should he return empty-handed once more, his family would be in peril. Xuanye vowed loudly, my lord, this time. Even if it costs me my life, I will complete the task. Yet, despite his fervent words, his countenance bore an expression of hatred intertwined with a yearning for approval. Zhong Ti, uninterested in further discourse, waved his hand and returned to his tea. Xuanye stood and respectfully exited the chamber. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial palace of the capital, a man sat behind a table, reviewing memorials. This was the architect behind the tragic massacre at the northern king's estate, Emperor Li Jianyuan of the Great Qian dynasty. At that moment, before him knelt a man clad in armor. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Central Vehicle Department, has sent intelligence. Since the exile of the Qin family, he has dispatched 2 groups of assassins to carry out attacks, all of which have ended in failure. The specific reasons were not disclosed. Li Jianyuan raised his eyelids slightly, but soon returned his gaze to the memorial in hand. His voice was steady and unperturbed as he remarked, among those exiles are Li Qingfeng, hailing from a martial sect, and Jiang Lingxiu, the daughter of the sword saint, Dugu Qiubai. These 2 women may appear delicate, yet both possess formidable skills. It is naturally challenging for Zhong Ti to achieve success in his assassination attempts. Unless he is a fool, he should subsequently adopt more effective methods. The man was momentarily taken aback and cautiously asked, Your Majesty, do you mean to observe the situation? Indeed. Let us watch and see how it unfolds. The man respectfully acknowledged this and then slowly exited the grand hall. Li Jianyuan rubbed his brow and leaned back, sinking into contemplation. In truth, the earlier speculations of Lu Tiangang and Zheng Shanhai were inaccurate. This new emperor of the Great Qian did not exile the Qin family out of fear of public scorn, regardless of whether it is Li Qingfeng from the martial sect, Zhang Banyan from the Zheng family, or the daughter of the sword saint, Dugu Qiubai. The forces behind these individuals are not to be underestimated. Even the mighty emperor of the Great Qian must carefully consider the implications before taking action against these women, should he completely provoke the powerful families backing them. The imperial court of the Great Qian could find itself embroiled in significant trouble. This predicament is not one that Li Jianyuan wishes to witness, which is why he reluctantly issued the Edict of Exile. Aside from this, Lu Tiangang and Zheng Shanhai's other speculations were largely accurate. The reason for bringing the King of the North and the old Queen Dowager to the capital was purportedly for trial by the Ministry of Justice. In reality, it was merely a faade to demonstrate that he was not a tyrant indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Ultimately, both of them were still destined for death. As for the exile of others from the King of the North's residence, Li Jianyuan harbored intentions of inciting those who had long harbored animosity towards the king, yet had been unable to retaliate, or perhaps to allow loyalists like Zhong Ti to eliminate them. This way, even if the people suspected that the demise of Qin Zhuo and others was tied to themselves, they would lack definitive evidence. At most, once the dust settled, he could impose a minor punishment on Zhong Ti and the others to silence public opinion. Poor Zhong Ti, in his desperation to gain the trust of his new emperor, unwittingly played into Li Jianyuan's grand scheme. To Li Jianyuan, Zhong Ti was merely a pawn, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. After 3 consecutive days of travel under the guidance of Hu Daji and others, the refugees from the King of the North's residence finally arrived at Lingdong City. However, they reached the city gates only at night, prompting Hu Daji to abandon the journey early. He led everyone to a nearby post station in Lingdong City, where he and his companions retired to their rooms to rest, while Qin Zhuo and his group were relegated to the foul-smelling stable. Following their previous battle on the grasslands, Li Qingfeng and the others had gained a comprehensive understanding of Qin Zhuo's combat prowess. Despite their awareness of his formidable abilities, the women still encircled him as usual, ensuring he was protected in the center to guard against any nighttime assaults, perhaps due to having been carried by Qin Zhuo for some distance earlier. Seventh sister Su Bingyin felt an unusual closeness to him, even insisting on holding him while they slept. Though their time on the grasslands had been brief, the group had remained in a state of constant anxiety, and now that they could finally relax, the weariness that had been suppressed rushed forth. Despite the unbearable stench beneath them, they quickly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 51. Candid exchange. Not long after Qin Zhuo fell into a deep sleep, he suddenly jolted awake, his eyes flying open. Sixth sister, what are you doing? He asked, bewildered, as he looked at sixth sister Jiang Lingxiu, who was groping her way towards him. Jiang Lingxiu seemed taken aback by his sudden awakening. After a moment of hesitation, she hurriedly gestured with her hand, clearly concerned that Qin Zhuo might misunderstand her intentions. When she noticed Qin Zhuo was still staring at her intently, she hesitated again, then made a gesture towards him before turning to leave. Observing her demeanor, it appeared as though she had something to convey to Qin Zhuo. With no doubt regarding the intentions of his sister-in-law, Qin Zhuo promptly followed her outside. The two of them arrived at a nearby location, with Qin Zhuo maintaining his usual foolish expression, grinning as he inquired, Sister-in-law, why are you here at this hour instead of sleeping? Jiang Lingxiu remained silent, instead furrowing her beautifully shaped brows as she scrutinized Qin Zhuo. Her gaze intensified, and after a prolonged moment, during which Qin Zhuo felt his cheeks flush under her penetrating stare, he finally heard her voice. Brother, you must tell your sister-in-law the truth. Have you truly become a fool? Caught off guard by her directness, Qin Zhuo hesitated as he met her fervent gaze. The reason he feigned ignorance was twofold: to evade the new emperor's scrutiny and to safeguard his family. Should his sisters-in-law discover that he had been merely pretending, it might lead to unnecessary complications. In Qin Zhuo's mind, he would not reveal his true self unless absolutely necessary. Yet, observing Jiang Lingxiu's demeanor, it seemed she had reached a certain level of conviction, or she would not have risen in the middle of the night to pose such a question. Reluctant to unveil his true nature while equally disinclined to deceive his sister-in-law, Qin Zhuo found himself in a quandary. After a lengthy silence, he discerned no hint of malice from Jiang Lingxiu. After considerable contemplation, he gradually retracted his foolish expression, gently nodding as he said, Sister-in-law, you are correct. I have been pretending to be a fool all along. But may I ask, how did you discern this? Was my performance truly so lacking? You truly have been pretending to be a fool. Despite having anticipated this revelation, Jiang Lingxiu was nonetheless taken aback, her complexion shifting dramatically upon witnessing Qin Zhuo's acknowledgement. It was as if she were meeting this man for the first time. She stared wide-eyed at Qin Zhuo, scarcely believing her ears. Qin Zhuo sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of resignation. He had always known that the ruse of feigning ignorance could not be sustained indefinitely with his sisters-in-law. Eventually, he would have to confront this moment. Thus, he had prepared his explanation well in advance. Turning his gaze to Jiang Lingxiu, he deliberately elaborated, in truth, I have not been pretending the entire time. On the eve of the raid on the Duke of Jinbei's estate, the chief steward, Huang Dio, and his nephew, Zhao Qiuyang, stealthily entered my room in an attempt to poison me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, eliminating them before they could carry out their lethal intent. However, they had already administered a colorless and tasteless poison, and despite dispatching them, I found myself engulfed in a haze of confusion. Witnessing my grandparents being taken away filled me with profound fear and fury, and in that moment, my mind cleared once more. Perhaps this is what people refer to as using poison to counteract poison. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxiu's expression grew increasingly intricate. Qin Zhuo clasped his hands behind his back and gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky. After this, my body gradually returned to its normal state. However, for the safety of the people in the northern town prince's residence, I had no choice but to endure in silence. Feigning ignorance became our shield. It was not out of cowardice, but rather a necessity for survival. Only by living could I avenge the countless lives lost in the northern town prince's service. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall lead everyone to escape and subsequently rise up, ensuring that wretched emperor pays with his life. Qin Zhuo did not deliberately emphasize his words, yet his speech resonated with an unwavering strength. In this moment, even Jiang Lingxiu, the adopted daughter of the Sword Saint, could not help but be moved by the powerful and confident aura emanating from him, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. Indeed, none who emerged from the northern town prince's residence were cowards. Brother, dear brother, Jiang Lingxiu felt a surge of heroism. Stepping forward to clap Qin Zhuo firmly on the shoulder, encouraging him, sixth sister-in-law believes in you. You will surely achieve your desires. Meeting her gaze with a smile, Qin Zhuo slowly shook his head. Sixth sister-in-law, speaking of such things now is impractical. We must remain cautious on the path ahead. I only hope that my sisters-in-law can stand by me as we face all challenges together. Rest assured, we will. Jiang Lingxiu nodded emphatically. Qin Zhuo's words bringing a sense of relief back to her heart. In that moment, the hardships endured in the past few days dissipated, rekindling her hope for the future. Though the northern town prince's residence was lost, as long as Qin Zhuo remained, their future would not be devoid of light. The two exchanged no further words. Everything was understood without being spoken. After sharing their thoughts, they returned to rest. On the other side, shortly after Qin Zhuo and the others arrived at the relay station outside Lingdong City, Lin Hu and his family, having traveled for several days, finally reached Yungang City. Upon visiting the Qifeng sect, Lin Hu's family received an exceptionally warm welcome, thanks to the jade pendant gifted by Li Qifeng. Although it was already late at night, the sect leader, Guo Haiyan, insisted on having the chef prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome Lin Hu's family. With hair as white as snow and having reached his 60s, Guo Haiyan smiled jovially at Lin Shangzhang, jesting, "The last time I saw Shangzhang, he was just a snot-nosed little brat, and now he is almost an adult. Time flies. And we have both aged." Lin Hu and Guo Haiyan had not seen each other for many years, and their mutual respect fostered a harmonious atmosphere as they exchanged toasts. Their conversation predominantly revolved around past events, particularly tales from the military. Although they appeared at ease, Lin Hu was internally conflicted about whether to reveal to Guo Haiyan the matter of the sole bloodline of the northern town prince's residence, having been feigning ignorance throughout their journey. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, as the intoxication deepened, Lin Hu finally resolved to speak up. As Lin Hu extended his hand to block the wine jug being offered by Guo Haiyan, he cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, "Master Guo, to be candid, I have come across significant news prior to my arrival at Yunshang City, which may pertain to your esteemed disciple." Chapter 52, Conspiracy. At this juncture, Lin Hu deliberately paused, his piercing gaze fixed upon Guo, attempting to discern any subtle changes in his expression or eyes. Having traversed the martial world for a lifetime, Guo Haiyan had developed a keen intuition. In fact, the moment Lin Hu revealed the jade pendant carried by Li Qifeng, Guo had already begun to piece together certain clues. Upon hearing Lin Hu's mention, he promptly waved away the other attendants, leaving only their small group in the room. Once all had departed and the door was secured, Guo Haiyan wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Lin Hu. "Speak freely, General Lin." Lin Hu carefully deliberated before continuing. "In truth, this matter is intricately linked to the grandson of the North Guardian King. If Master Guo is unwilling," before he could finish, Guo Haiyan interjected, "In that case, please proceed." With that encouragement, Lin Hu felt emboldened to recount his recent experiences. Aside from the encounter with the black-clad assassin, his family had also faced another significant event. On the eve of his departure, Qin Zhuo, the grandson of the North Guardian King, sought out my wife and requested her to convey a message to me. This young lord has invited me to join him in Ningguda in a year's time, asserting that he intends to amass an army during that year. Should I choose to ally with him, he would grant me command of this force. While many assert that the North Guardian's estate has met its end, little do they know that this young lord has been feigning ignorance along the way, harboring grand ambitions within. Lin Hu's eyes sparkled with fervor, his heart filled with hope. It was an extraordinary opportunity. Although placing one's trust in a banished sinner in Ninguda might seem impractical, Lin Hu possessed a vision that transcended the ordinary. When a nation unites as one, from the emperor to the common farmer, their collective strength becomes unassailable. However, should discord arise, that very foundation could falter. Having resolved to follow Qinghua, Lin Hu vowed never to regret his choice. The path was his to tread, and even if it led to his demise, he would harbor no regrets. With his resolve firm, Lin Hu awaited Guo Haiyan's response. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Guo Haiyan burst into laughter. Lin Hu furrowed his brow, momentarily mistaking this for mockery. After the laughter subsided, Guo Haiyan clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly, the heavens have not turned a blind eye. The North Guardian estate has not been eradicated. As long as there remains a lineage, the Qin family has the opportunity to rise once more. As the greatest benefactor of the great Qin dynasty, the new emperor's first decree upon ascending the throne was to eradicate the Qin family. It is lamentable that such illustrious ministers and generals met with ruin and despair. In such a court, what loyalty remains to uphold? Even the finest birds choose their perches wisely. How much more should living beings consider their fates?" Guo Haiyan took a deep swig of wine, his heart heavy with emotion. Were it not for his advancing age, rendering him unfit for the rigors of continual warfare, he might have followed Lin Hu's path and sought refuge with Qinghua after a year. Upon hearing his words, Lin Hu's expression softened considerably. "Master Guo, now is not the time for such reflections. The minister of the central carriage, Zhong Ti, is resolutely intent on exterminating the entire Qin lineage. It is likely that the young heir and his companions have already faced the second or third wave of assassins. The journey of exile is fraught with peril, and they must remain in constant fear. At this rate, they may not even reach Ninguda, succumbing to their fate along the way. General Lin." Could it be that Guo Haiyan squinted, gazing at him with a smile? Lin Hu, without further ado, spread his hands in resignation, saying, "I would gladly escort them. But alas, my hands are tied." Guo Haiyan waved his hand, his tone imbued with gratitude. "Your ability to convey messages on behalf of Qinfeng sect is already a significant favor to both the Qinfeng sect and the Qin family. You have done more than enough. There is no need for guilt at this juncture." It was unexpected that such a prominent figure as the minister of the central carriage would be so petty. Without the Northern King's support, would he have attained such wealth and power? Those devoid of gratitude, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends, are not difficult to eliminate. However, they invariably possess even greater backing, necessitating a cautious approach. Lin Hu was consumed by concern for the safety of Qinghua and the others, fervently wishing for assistance to help them navigate their crisis. His eyes brightened at the thought, and he eagerly inquired, "Master Guo, do you already have a plan?" Guo Haiyan did not answer the question directly but instead asked, "General Lin, do you know where they might be at present?" Lin Hu paused, scratching his head as he contemplated. "They are likely near Lingdong City. Lingdong City lies at least 2,000 to 3,000 miles away, and to reach there in time to assist Qinghua would require at least 10 days. If they set off at once with swift steeds, they might still arrive in time. Even if they were delayed, it would still be better than inaction." Seeing Guo Haiyan deep in thought, his brow furrowed, and no solution forthcoming, Lin Hu grew anxious. "Master Guo, time is of the essence. Shall we not send someone immediately?" "Absolutely not." Guo Haiyan interjected sternly, his expression grave. "If the young heir and his companions are indeed near Lingdong City, they are not in great danger. After all, even Zhong Ti, no matter how influential, cannot extend his reach into Lingdong City. If we hastily dispatch someone for rescue and Zhong Ti becomes aware, it may spell disaster, not only for them but for us as well." Lin Hu, upon hearing this, gasped in realization, finally understanding that he had acted too hastily. Seeing his silence, Guo Haiyan understood Lin Hu's feelings, and with a gentle smile, he offered a soothing remark. "General Lin need not worry excessively. You may be unaware that the Lord of Lingdong City was, many years ago, also one of the former subordinates of the Northern Protector." "What?" Lin Hu was genuinely taken aback this time, his eyes widening in astonishment as he inquired, "Is there truly such a remarkable coincidence in this world?" Amidst his surprise, his heart finally settled considerably. If what Guo Haiyan asserted was indeed true, and the Lord of Lingdong City had once served under the great General Qin Feng, then the young heir and his companions would be considerably safer. Even if Zhong Ti were to contemplate murder, he would have to consider the potential repercussions of the Lord's retaliatory fury. However, on the other hand, the Lord of Lingdong City was merely a former subordinate of the great general after so many years. Could it be assured that he would not share Zhong Ti's lack of loyalty? Contemplating this, Lin Hu felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Gua Haiyan interjected. Regardless of whether the Lord of Lintong City is willing to assist in safeguarding the young heir, I shall write a letter to him, as it at least offers a glimmer of hope. We cannot simply disregard this matter. Chapter 53, Secret Arrangements in Addition. I shall dispatch someone to pose as a merchant, hastening to Lintong City to investigate the situation. This way, we will have taken adequate precautions. What do you think, General Lin? Seeing Lin Hu glance at him, Gua Haiyan smiled faintly and poured a cup of wine for him. Just as the two were about to clink their cups, an urgent voice called from outside, "Master, we have captured a scout." A scout? Lin Hu was startled, rising to look towards the door as he questioned. How could there be a scout here? He had been exceedingly cautious throughout his journey and had never detected anyone following him. Upon entering Qifeng Gate, a scout had immediately caught up with them. It was evident this pursuit was aimed directly at their family. While Lin Hu was still in shock, Gua Haiyan had already made a decision. He waved his hand. Take him down and interrogate him. The person outside received the order and promptly departed. Lin Hu turned to Gua Haiyan, unease evident in his voice. Master Gui, the scout is likely trailing us. Shouldn't we personally interrogate him? To be honest, I have captured quite a number of scouts sent by the court over the years, but most of those individuals are unencumbered, true martyrs who seldom divulge information. Do you think I am being too lenient, General? Gua Haiyan smiled knowingly at Lin Hu, beckoning him to sit down before he replied. Regardless of who dispatched this scout, it is highly likely he is here for us. The new emperor is ambitious. In addition to targeting the Northern Protector, he will undoubtedly pursue further actions. Whatever we do, we cannot alter the current situation. After uttering these words, Gua Haiyan disregarded Lin Hu's expression and directly summoned ink, paper, and a brush to compose a secret letter. However, he exhibited no intention of sending it, leaving it idly by his side, unheeded. Lin Hu, observing the scene, was enveloped in confusion, attempting to inquire several times, but refraining out of consideration for decorum. At that moment, the voice that had earlier reported the capture of a scout resounded once more from outside the door, reporting to the master, the scout, without waiting for our interrogation, bit down on the wax pellet and took his own life. Gua Haiyan gestured for the body to be disposed of and then turned his gaze towards Lin Hu. Since this scout had been caught by us, it was effectively a warning. Given the current circumstances, we could not brazenly assist the refugees of the Northern King's manor. Master Gua, what do you mean by this? Lin Hu exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. The scout is dead. And with no one to return with news, why must we remain idle? Unmoved, Gua Haiyan retorted. Has General Lin ever seen a scout so audacious as to openly seek information? Regardless of the situation, this is the territory of the Qingfeng sect. They had even prepared the wax pellet for suicide, clearly anticipating capture. Lin Hu was taken aback. Are you suggesting it is the new emperor? That cannot be. If it were truly a warning from the new emperor, it would be tantamount to compelling us to rebel openly. Gua Haiyan shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. The new emperor is deeply cunning. He covertly instructs figures like Zhong Ti to assassinate the refugees of the Northern King's manor while publicly feigning exile, clearly intending to use others to eliminate his foes. As long as the deaths do not occur at his hands, even if we rise in revolt, it would be without justification, giving the new emperor reason to eradicate us. The rebels would perish, silencing the voices of the world, while the new emperor would reap both fame and fortune. This is his brilliance. Understanding dawned upon Lin Hu, who, upon hearing this, smote his thigh in realization, exclaiming the treachery. In contrast, Gua Haiyan, the shrewd old fox, remained steadfast, stating, throughout history, which emperor has ascended the throne without treading upon countless bones? Our new emperor surpasses them all, employing far more ruthless methods. Sighing, Gua Haiyan suddenly remarked, General Lin, at this juncture, it is likely that the new emperor has already learned of your allegiance to the Qifeng sect. Should we rashly intervene to assist the refugees of the Northern King's manor, we would likely face immediate annihilation from the imperial forces, and in our demise, be forced to wear the cap of treachery. What then? Are we to stand by and watch the last remnants of the Northern King perish at the hands of assassins? We must certainly rescue them, yet we must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford to have spies in our midst. Lin Hu nodded in deep agreement, for he was not a mere brute, well aware of the perils that lay ahead. Upon hearing Gua Haiyan's arrangements, he immediately patted his chest and offered his services, saying, Master Gui, this trouble is of our own making. Let me handle those spies. Gua Haiyan, however, shook his head once more, replying, if it were that simple, it would be a different matter. This is Qi Feng's sect. If there are unfamiliar faces, I would be more alert. General Lin need not worry. Please remain calm. Under Gua Haiyan's direction, Lin Hu and his family were escorted to their guest quarters to rest. Yet, Lin Hu couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, believing he had brought trouble upon Qi Feng's sect. After ensuring his family's comfort, he ventured outside alone. Meanwhile, after settling Lin Hu's family, Gua Haiyan took a confidential letter to his study. Upon opening the birdcage, a multitude of pigeons simultaneously flapped their wings and took flight, creating a magnificent spectacle. Having completed this task, Gua Haiyan expressionlessly activated a mechanism within the study. In the next moment, a secret passage appeared before him. Following the passage deep inside, he discovered a hidden chamber. Gua Haiyan sat quietly on a mat, awaiting his visitors. Within less than an hour, 5 individuals arrived in succession, each emerging from different secret paths, indicating this was a well-connected underground intelligence center. Though Gua Haiyan wielded no military power, his early ventures into the martial world had earned him a formidable reputation and numerous allies. Had it not been for the new emperor's apprehension regarding Qi Feng's sect standing in the martial realm and in Ning County, he might have already targeted Gua Haiyan and his family. Of course, the new emperor's restraint also stemmed from Qi Feng's sect's considerable strength. However, as the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship, and one's character is discerned over time. At this juncture, if everyone did not unite, there would be no way to break the deadlock. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. When the birds are gone, the bough is put away. If others fail to aid Qin Zhuo and his companions in their time of peril, the new emperor would have ample means to dismantle them one by one. Upon meeting Master Gua, the 5 men exchanged nods and then, in unison, clasped their fists in greeting, demonstrating Gua Haiyan's high standing in the martial world. Gua Haiyan waved his hand and said, "Time is of the essence. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The reason for this secret gathering is that I require your assistance with a significant matter." The 5 exchanged glances, unable to suppress their curiosity, inquiring, "Master Gua, what grave occurrence has transpired?" The remaining bloodline of the Northern King, Qin Feng, is under relentless assault by marauders, and I fear it cannot endure much longer. Gua Haiyan spoke without embellishment, surveying the room before continuing, "I have a task for you, regardless of the means. You must find and eliminate all spies within a 100-mile radius." Gua Haiyan's tone was calm, yet his words were imbued with a palpable menace, startling the 5 present. Gua Haiyan had withdrawn from the martial world for many years. Why was he now resorting to such drastic measures? Meeting the puzzled gazes of the group, Gua Haiyan showed no inclination to explain further, simply instructing them to carry out his orders. Moreover, this confidential letter must be delivered personally to the Lord of Lingdong City by someone absolutely trustworthy, after eliminating all spies. A figure stepped forward to receive the letter from Gua Haiyan, solemnly assuring him, "Rest assured, Master Gua, I shall not fail in this mission." Satisfied with this response, Gua Haiyan returned to his study through the secret passage. Despite completing these tasks, he still felt no sense of relief. Gazing out at the profound darkness of the night, Gua Haiyan understood that this night would not be tranquil. With no desire for sleep, he chose instead to occupy himself with writing and sketching in his study, patiently awaiting the resolution of the turmoil. As for Lin Hu, he lacked the composure of Master Gua. Upon learning that a scout was tailing him, he felt he had inadvertently caused trouble for Gua Haiyan. As the instigator of this predicament, he was determined to alleviate Master Gua's concerns. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped onto the deserted street, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The night was deep, and most households had already extinguished their lights to rest. Aside from the occasional patrolling soldiers, the streets were eerily empty. Yet, as Lin Hu walked further along the street, he failed to encounter a single soul. Where had the night watch gone? And the patrolling soldiers? After glancing around for a while, Lin Hu felt an unsettling strangeness, but could not discern its cause. Ultimately, he decided to return to Qingfeng Gate and await the dawn. At this moment, Xian Yi had already led 15 elite assassins into the territory of Qingfeng Gate. His original intention was to ambush Lin Hu's family before they could reach Gua Haiyan. However, throughout their journey, Lin Hu and his family displayed remarkable cunning, always staying several steps ahead, forcing Xian Yi to watch helplessly as they entered Qingfeng Gate. "Boss, what should we do now?" a fellow assassin whispered, leaning closer. Xian Yi's expression darkened, wishing he could strike the man. "What to do? If you ask me, who should I ask?" With Lin Hu's entire family now within Qingfeng Gate, they could only remain outside and wait for an opportunity. Otherwise, charging in like Fu Ying to kill would be futile. as the guards of Qingfeng Gate would likely ensure their own annihilation instead. Although Xian Yi was formidable, he was not invincible. After merely circling the vicinity, he quickly concluded that Qingfeng Gate was a tough nut to crack. It was one thing to have strong men patrolling outside, but inside, every few steps there were guards and sentries. Not only was the prospect of storming in to kill daunting, but even breaching the main gate seemed a formidable challenge. Although the current master of Qingfeng Gate had retired from the world, as a former powerhouse, he still commanded numerous disciples and private soldiers. Those who remain at Qingfeng Gate are either esteemed disciples personally guided by Gua Haiyan or individuals who, in their admiration for his illustrious reputation, voluntarily assist in guarding the premises, all in hopes of receiving his mentorship. None of these individuals are to be underestimated. Any one of them could rival a mid-tier assassin. After a lengthy silence, Xian Yi spoke slowly, suggesting they first find a place to settle before closely monitoring the activities at Qingfeng Gate day and night. Upon seizing an opportunity when Lin Hu was alone, as he spoke, a glint of cold determination flashed in Xian Yi's eyes as he gestured across his throat. It seemed that Xian Yi and his companions temporarily departed from the scene. After securing a base, the mid-tier assassins began to patrol the vicinity of Qingfeng Gate at intervals. Upon learning that a scout had been captured, Xian Yi immediately realized that Qingfeng Gate was even more fortified than he had anticipated. Boss, if Lin Hu remains holed up at Qingfeng Gate for the rest of his life, must we then linger here indefinitely? One of the mid-tier assassins expressed his impatience, only to be met with Xian Yi's icy glare. In truth, Xian Yi's own urgency was no less than that of his subordinates. His family was still in Zhong Ti's grasp, and after the last failed assassination, Zhong Ti was already quite displeased. If another attempt were to falter, his loved ones might face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Xian Yi could no longer remain passive, as his subordinate had pointed out. If Lin Hu continued to hide within Qingfeng Gate, waiting for eternity would serve no purpose. They needed to devise a strategy to draw him out. However, how could they possibly lure Lin Hu away? Just as Xian Yi pondered whether to send someone to Qingfeng Gate for reconnaissance, a subordinate suddenly brought forth encouraging news. Boss, good news. Lin Hu has ventured out of Qingfeng Gate in the dead of night. Is this true? Xian Yi's expression brightened upon hearing this. Considering it a stroke of fortune, having failed to eliminate Qinzhou previously, he was determined to slay Lin Hu this time, carrying his severed head to rescue his family. Thus, as Lin Hu sensed something amiss and prepared to return to Qingfeng Gate, intending to wait until dawn to search for the scout again, Xian Yi and his men descended upon him, encircling him without mercy. Lin Hu, your end is nigh. Upon seeing Lin Hu, Xian Yi felt an exhilarating surge of bloodlust. Recognizing him as one of Zhong Ti's subordinates, Lin Hu wasted no time in unleashing a torrent of curses. You scoundrel! To strike at the grandson of the great general is one thing, but you dare to ambush me? Do you truly think I am made of paper? Lin Hu had been searching for these men, and now that they had revealed themselves, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash a bloodbath. I won't show my might, and you won't realize the true extent of the king's vigilance. Come, let us face off together. As Lin Hu assumed a formidable stance, Xian Yu merely chuckled coldly, showing no intention of engaging directly. With a subtle wave of his hand, 5 elite assassins swiftly advanced to confront Lin Hu. Just as both parties prepared for the impending clash, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from a distance. Xian Ruo's expression darkened as she turned abruptly, realizing the trap that had been set. No wonder Lin Hu dared to wander alone in the dead of night. He had unwittingly played the role of bait. Without hesitation, Xian Yu shouted an order to retreat. The other assassins, realizing the danger, hastily prepared to withdraw. However, they were ultimately a step too late. A throng of individuals surged forward, a formidable group clad in uniform, encircling Xian Yi and his companions with no avenue of escape. The sheer number was staggering. Nearly 100 strong. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Xian Yi's mind spun in disarray, and he could scarcely afford to regard Lin Hu any longer. At this juncture, Lin Hu's life had become inconsequential. If he could return to Bailiang City and inform the esteemed figure of the Qingfeng sect's amassed private army, he might yet redeem himself. Driven by desperation, Xian Yi resolved to fight through the encroaching ranks. The mercenaries, though formidable, were no match for his prowess. With ease, he dispatched several foes. And under these circumstances, his escape seemed increasingly plausible. In the midst of his fervent assault, a booming voice suddenly rang out, commanding the crowd to part. As they quickly made way, Xian Yi, intrigued, anticipated the arrival of a formidable adversary. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was met with the sight of a mere youth, Lin Shangzhong. As Lin Shangzhong approached, he cracked his knuckles, his expression brimming with challenge directed at Xian Yi. The latter, however, dismissed him entirely, coldly warning, "Step aside, or I shall take your life." Lin Shangzhong scoffed. "You're here to kill my father. Do you truly expect me to comply? Your father?" Xian Yi paused, finally granting Lin Shangzhong his due attention. "If you possess the gall, then come at me. Should I fail to claim your head today, I shall change my surname to yours." In the fervor of youth and ambition, Lin Shangzhong, eager for a worthy opponent, prepared to unleash his full potential upon Xian Yi. The latter, incensed by the youth's nonchalance, felt his ire rise. After all, Lin Shangzhong was merely an undeveloped boy. Xian Yi had no doubt of his superiority. With a derisive snort, he taunted, "You naive child, have you not learned that there are always those greater than you?" Yet, Lin Shangzhong, uninterested in idle banter, swiftly kicked a stone towards Xian Yi, initiating the confrontation. The two men stood in close proximity, and Lin Shangzhong suddenly struck. Xian Yi's expression changed dramatically as he narrowly avoided the flying stone. Just as the stone grazed past his ear, Lin Shangzhong charged forward wielding a long spear. With a sharp sound, Xian Yi failed to evade in time, and his clothing, along with his arm, was torn open, blood gushing forth. In but a fleeting moment, he found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Shangzhong's subsequent attacks were as swift as thunder, relentless and fierce. Even for a master like Xian Yi, there was no opportunity to catch his breath. He could only defend himself desperately. As time passed, the signs of his decline became increasingly evident. Ultimately, with a roar from Lin Shangzhong, Xian Yi was impaled in the thigh by the spear, pinned directly to the stone slab. As the battle between the two reached its conclusion, the earth-level assassins that Xian Yi had brought along lay dead. Observing the devastation around him, Xian Yi realized that today he had met his downfall, with no hope of survival. He prepared to bite down on the wax pill in his mouth to end his life. However, Lin Shangzhong had anticipated this move. Before Xian Yi could act, he struck him with a resounding slap. Blood flowed from the corner of Xian Yi's mouth, and the wax pill rolled away onto the ground. Yet, Lin Shangzhong felt this was insufficient. He proceeded to thrust his hand into Xian Yi's mouth, disregarding the latter's frantic resistance, forcibly dislocating his jaw. Only after confirming that Xian Yi could no longer bite his own tongue to escape did Lin Shangzhong relent. The young man, fresh from obscurity, demonstrated such ruthlessness in his actions that even his own father could not help but wince. Soon after, Lin Hu and Gua Haiyan approached Xian Yi. Seeing the pitiful state of the assassin before them, Lin Hu could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Gua, I place my trust in you. And yet you have been tailing me all along. This is most ungracious." Gua Haiyan chuckled in response, saying, "General Lin, do not feign innocence. Had I not sent someone to follow you, do you truly believe you could have bested so many assassins? Indeed, you have a point." Lin Hu, with his open-hearted nature, did not dwell on the matter of being followed. After wiping the sweat of regret from his brow over his own recklessness, he spat vehemently at the ground beside Xian Yi. "You scoundrel, if you possess the skill, rise and engage me in 300 rounds." Xian Yi glared at him, attempting to voice a retort, but no sound escaped his lips. Gua Haiyan observed him for a moment before addressing Lin Hu. "Zhang Ti has sent someone to kill you. It seems the prince may also be making moves." With that, he cast a knowing glance at Xian Yi. "He's merely Zhang Ti's lackey. Bring him away and interrogate him thoroughly. Perhaps we can extract some useful information." Thus, the defeated Xian Yi was taken by the Qingfeng sect and thrown into a cell. At that moment, several burly men approached Gua Haiyan from behind. One of the individuals spoke respectfully, "Master, all the scouts have been captured, and some deeply concealed ones have also been eliminated. For now, this place is relatively safe." Gua Haiyan expressed great satisfaction with this report, nodding before inquiring, "What about the confidential message?" "It has already been dispatched." Outside the relay station in Lindong City, Qin Zhuo and the others were settled here. After enduring a long journey, Hu Daji and the others, having finally reached a place with human presence, naturally indulged in a hearty feast. It seemed that, after their travels, they had developed a measure of trust in Qin Zhuo and his companions, as they left only a few to keep watch over them. Qin Zhuo found himself unable to sleep, yet he did not wish for the sentry to notice his restlessness, so he feigned slumber by closing his eyes. However, it was not long before he suddenly opened them. The soldier tasked with watching them, Wei Yong, stealthily rose, first glancing around before quietly departing the area. To better observe his movements, Qin Zhuo pretended to sleep deeply, turning onto his side. This slight movement startled the soldier, who froze in place. peering back for a long moment until he confirmed that Qin Zhuo was still. Only then did he continue on his way, in the dead of night, rather than resting. What could he be scheming by sneaking away? Chapter 56. Danger lurking nearby silently, Qin Zhuo cautiously rose and followed him. He remembered that Wei Yong had been quite inconspicuous throughout their journey, seemingly timid and always lingering in the background during crises. Yet, there was something off about him that Qin Zhuo could not shake. He was not one to underestimate others. He understood that complacency was a grave flaw, one that could cost him his life with a moment's carelessness. As he discreetly trailed Wei Yong for a while, he suddenly saw him crouch down. Surrounding them were haystacks towering higher than a person. Fearing exposure, Qin Zhuo swiftly hid behind a stack, cautiously peeking out to observe Wei Yong. The soldier appeared vigilant, looking around before he stuffed an object into the haystack. After completing this task, Wei Yong sighed in relief and stood up to return. Seeing this, Qin Zhuo did not rush to investigate the hidden item. Instead, he promptly returned to the stable. By the time Wei Yong returned, Qin Zhuo had resumed his act of pretending to sleep. After counting the number of individuals with his fingers to ensure no one had slipped away, he settled down to rest again. It was not until dawn approached that someone came to relieve Wei Yong. Watching Wei Yong depart, Qin Zhuo wasted no time. With a swift motion, he sprang up and dashed outside. This sudden action startled the escorting soldier, who instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist. Qin fool, what are you doing? Come back. Qin Zhuo pointed at his stomach, feigning an expression of discomfort. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Go. Stop disgusting me. It seems that Qin Zhuo was underestimated, regarded as a fool, for the soldier did not think twice. Upon hearing Qin Zhuo's intention to visit the lavatory, he waved his hand in disgust. Subsequently, Qin Zhuo hurriedly dashed outside. Once the soldier could no longer see his retreating figure, Qin Zhuo swiftly made his way to the location where Wei Yong had concealed his belongings the previous night. After crouching down and searching for a moment, he soon retrieved a small cloth pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered a piece of white fabric within. However, the dimness of the night obscured any details, and coupled with his concern that the escorting soldier might notice his absence, he promptly returned the pouch to its original place, concealing the fabric inside his clothing before genuinely heading to the lavatory. As dawn began to break, he took out the fabric. With a focused gaze, he was immediately struck by a change in expression. He had thought that after enduring so many trials, Hu Daji and the others had become allies, only to realize that Wei Yong was, in fact, an adversary. While Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow in contemplation, a voice from outside interrupted him, urging from the escorting soldier, Qin fool, hurry and come out. Are you dawdling because you wish to escape? Come out, come out. With one last glance at the fabric's contents, Qin Zhuo discarded it beneath his feet. As he emerged from the lavatory, the escorting soldier displayed an expression of distaste once more. What a fool, can't even fasten his belt after using the lavatory. Let us go. We've been waiting for you. The impatient soldier shoved Qin Zhuo slightly before leading him back to the stable. To their surprise, upon their return, the others had already been roused. Wei Yong stood with the other escorting soldiers, all wearing expressions devoid of emotion. Upon seeing Qin Zhuo, Hu Daji averted his gaze and explained to the group, we just received word that the superiors believe we are moving too slowly and have requested us to shorten our rest period. Do not blame me. This is not my decision. Quickly gather your belongings. We must set off at once. Jiang Lingxiu cast several deep glances at Qin Zhuo before being the first to voice her dissent. It is still dark. Are we not afraid of encountering miscreants in our haste? The others remained silent, yet their sentiments echoed the same. Apart from Qin Zhuo, all were women. They had been relentlessly pushing forward these past days. After enduring so much to finally arrive at Lingdong City, they had hoped for a few days of respite. Yet now they were to be on the road again so soon, which inevitably led to their discontent. In the past, they would not have dared to oppose Hu Daji and the others. However, after experiencing so many trials, everyone understood that the journey ahead was likely fraught with even greater peril. Setting out meant facing death, while remaining here offered a semblance of safety. Weighing the risks, their reluctance transformed into resolve. Hu Daji was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, and his expression reflected a sense of helplessness. He patiently explained, this is the Emperor's decree. His intention is not to work you to exhaustion in Ningguda. If the Emperor does not wish for us to be overworked, then why does Captain Hu insist on pushing us onward before dawn? Is he intent on exhausting us to the point of death, thus branding the Emperor with a charge of cruelty? As soon as Hu Daji concluded his statement, Li Qifeng interjected. With a single utterance, She ascended to the moral high ground, leaving Hudaji flustered and pleading. Madam, I am merely a humble escort captain, acting under orders. Why must you hold me accountable? In truth, every time we pass through a city, messages are promptly dispatched back to the capital. This is indeed a directive from above. I do not seek to harm anyone. Li Qingfeng and Jiang Lingxiu took the initiative to support their companions, naturally aligning the others with them. Observing this, Hudaji felt a wave of frustration. The authorities had mandated a swift pace, and even Hudaji himself harbored doubts about the lack of ulterior motives. Throughout history, it has been known that exile is a one-way road. Only the strong might endure to the end, while the weak often perish along the way. They had faced numerous attacks during their journey, and now, receiving orders to hasten their pace, Hudaji suspected there might be ambushes ahead. He was no fool and certainly did not wish to perish on this escort mission, since the others were unwilling to proceed hastily, and he had laid out the stakes. He resolved to distance himself from the matter. Noticing the reluctance on everyone's faces, Hudaji ceased his urging and instead found a place to sit and rest, allowing Li Qifeng and the others to make their commotion. This scene did not escape Qingjua's keen observation, who immediately sensed something amiss. Throughout the journey, Hudaji had maintained a watchful eye over them, leading Qingjue to suspect that this man might be privy to certain secrets. If he wished for Wei Yong to meet his end here, Hudaji might very well serve as his most effective tool. Chapter 57. I want to eat meat. An idea struck Qingjue, and in the next moment he boldly approached, standing directly before Hudaji. Taken aback by this unexpected confrontation, Hudaji initially thought this foolish Qin was about to attack him, instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. However, as Hudaji prepared to draw his weapon, Qingjue plopped down right in front of him and began to whine. I refuse to move. I cannot walk anymore. It has been ages since I've had meat. I want to eat meat. This spectacle rendered Hudaji momentarily speechless, filled with a sense of helplessness. What time is it? And already he craves meat? Moreover, you are all criminals. Being able to enjoy a warm meal is already quite fortunate, and yet you desire meat? Though Hudaji initially wished to ignore Qingjue's antics, he could not withstand the volume of his demands. As he flailed his arms and swayed his body, he bellowed for meat, instantly drawing the attention of others in the station. Some, perplexed by the situation, craned their necks for a glimpse before beginning their critiques. These escort soldiers are truly excessive. Emboldened by their slight authority, they bully even the simple-minded. How outrageous. Indeed, such individuals only dare to oppress the feeble. Should a proper official arrive, would they not immediately bow and prostrate themselves? You all ought to temper your words. Those vagrants are not ordinary folk. If I am not mistaken, they are likely the kin of the Northern King. As the other officers observed the spectacle, their comments dwindled in volume. Qingjue's mere antics had caused Hudaji to suffer significant embarrassment. Noticing the onlookers pointing and whispering, Hudaji, flustered, hastily remarked, Please stop your antics. If you wish to linger, then rest a while longer. Yet Qingjue remained undeterred, persistently clamoring for meat. After several fruitless attempts at persuasion, Hudaji chose to ignore him entirely. Perhaps feeling slighted by Hudaji's indifference, Qingjue suddenly lunged at Wei Yong, sinking his teeth fiercely into Wei Yong's thigh. The sharp bite elicited a scream from Wei Yong. Startled, Hudaji rushed forward to separate them. Infuriated by the unwarranted assault, Wei Yong drew his blade, ready to retaliate. Hudaji quickly restrained him, offering soothing words, and ultimately, Wei Yong, with a grim expression, refrained from immediate confrontation. Seeing that Qingjue was resolute in his desire for meat, threatening to bite if denied, Hudaji reluctantly commanded, Someone, fetch some meat. Hooray, hooray, meat. Upon hearing that meat was forthcoming, Qingjue's demeanor shifted instantaneously. He ceased his ruckus and clapped his hands joyfully in approval. Meanwhile, Wei Yong, casting a dark glare at him, clearly harbored resentment. Realizing Hudaji was indeed acquiescing to provide meat, Wei Yong hastily interjected, Captain, these individuals are merely vagrants. Providing them with a morsel is already generous. Why offer them meat? Our brothers have not had the chance to taste meat throughout this journey. Why should he? Furthermore, we are tasked with escorting them to Ningguda. Should His Majesty learn that we treated these vagrants to meat along the way, we would surely face dire consequences. It must be said, Wei Yong, when silent, is unremarkable, but when he speaks, his words are laced with malice, directly casting aspersions upon Hudaji. Hudaji, who had intended to rest, turned sharply at his words. Wei Yong, you are aware we are escorting them to Ningguda. This fool, Qin, is no ordinary person. Should he cause a ruckus, will you take responsibility? With a resounding slap, Hudaji struck Wei Yong's shoulder, seemingly jovial in his admonition. Yet Wei Yong discerned the hidden menace lurking beneath that smile. In an instant, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead, and he dared not utter a single word. Noticing the furtive glance in his eyes, Hudaji dealt a fierce slap, sending Wei Yong sprawling to the ground. Without sparing him a glance, Hudaji's icy gaze swept the surroundings. This was not an act of favoritism. He merely contemplated that the pace of our journey was intrinsically linked to their physical endurance. Should anyone fall ill or tire along the way, who would bear the responsibility for the delay? The other soldiers escorting them exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After surveying the group, Hudaji shifted his attention back to Wei Yong. Can you take responsibility? The 2 slaps had rendered Wei Yong kneeling, and even now, his knees still throbbed with pain. As Hudaji's gaze fell upon him once more, Wei Yong hurriedly shook his head. Captain, it was my mistake. I shan't dare again. He remained on the ground, hastily acknowledging his error. Upon hearing this, the once formidable Hudaji instantly reverted to his usual demeanor, smiling as he helped Wei Yong to his feet, brushing the dust from his knees. All right. We are all brothers here. Let us not speak of such matters. Hudaji's capacity to lead these men stemmed from his exceptional qualities. Although he often mingled with them as equals, sharing meals and laughter, he was not one to let grievances slide. Wei Yong was a prime example, having merely provoked him with words. He had nearly been thrust into the dirt by Hudaji's might. Following this incident, the other escorting soldiers, having witnessed Wei Yong's fate, dared not challenge Hudaji any further. Qinshua, having successfully acquired some meat, was overjoyed, dancing with delight. However, before he could take more than a few bites, he noticed the sisters-in-law nearby, gazing at him with eager eyes. Thus, under the watchful, menacing gaze of Wei Yong, he scampered over and promptly offered the meat to several of the sisters-in-law. This gesture nearly brought tears to the eyes of Li Qingfeng and the others. Yet, at that moment, they were not particularly hungry, and given the rarity of such food, they could hardly bear to consume it. Instead, they merely sniffed it and then concealed it for future needs. Witnessing the refugees so brazenly hoarding food, Wei Yong, who had just been bitten by Qinshua, seethed with resentment, on the verge of losing his composure. In stark contrast, Qinshua acted as though nothing were amiss, not sparing Wei Yong a glance. To Qinshua, Wei Yong was insignificant, akin to an ant. Were it not for the proximity to the city and the many watchful eyes, he would have long since dispatched this nuisance. Wei Yong was a source of trouble. Qinshua would eventually send him to the underworld. It was merely a matter of time. Moreover, the message strip used by Wei Yong to convey news had already been discarded by Qinshua into the latrine. Hence, that message would not reach anyone. And there was nothing for him to worry about. Chapter 58. Fine Wine casting a discreet glance at Hudaji, who sat not far away. Qinshua had already devised a plan in his mind. The commotion caused by Qinshua granted the refugees at the Northern King's residence additional respite, and they now gathered in small clusters. Having obtained what he desired, Qinshua settled down quietly. However, no sooner had he taken his seat than Jiang Lingxiu approached him of her own accord. Glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, she softly took Qinshua's hand and, using her fingers as a pen, began inscribing letters in the palm of his hand. Do you have a plan? Feeling the delicate strokes, Qinshua subtly grasped the tender hand of his sixth sister-in-law and mirrored her actions, writing 4 words in reply: wait and see. It was evident that Jiang Lingxiu wished to be involved in Qinshua's scheme. Otherwise, she would not have hurried over to inquire. Observing Qinshua's calm demeanor, she wrinkled her delicate nose and resumed her writing. Can I assist you? Qinshua remained silent, merely shaking his head. Such matters as taking a life were ill-suited for a woman, and moreover, these scattered soldiers posed no real threat to him. There was no need for his sisters-in-law to shoulder any risk. Nevertheless, Jiang Lingxiu felt somewhat dissatisfied, perhaps finding the writing too slow. She leaned closer to Qinshua and whispered softly in his ear, Brother, this is no trivial matter. Relying solely on yourself, I fear for your safety. The warm breath of his sister-in-law tickled Qinshua's skin, sending shivers down his spine. Before he could push her away, she added, Remember to inform me in advance when you intend to take action. You must not act recklessly, understood? Furrowing his brow, Qinshua was about to shake his head when Jiang Lingxiu shot him a piercing glance. With an expression of helplessness, he regarded her, wondering what exactly she wished to achieve. I'm going to kill someone, not seeking wealth. Why are you so eagerly following me? Seeing his persistent reluctance, Jiang Lingxiu knit her brows tighter and resorted to her trump card. If you do not inform me beforehand, What if I unwittingly disrupt your plan? Very well. Jiang Lingxiu's relentless demeanor compelled Qin Zhuo to nod in agreement. Upon seeing him acquiesce, Jiang Lingxiu broke into a radiant smile, playfully pinching his cheek before finally shifting aside. Qin Zhuo shook his head and lay down to rest. Although his eyes appeared closed, he remained attentive to the sounds around him. As time passed and fatigue enveloped the group, they soon succumbed to slumber. Hu Daji glanced around, recognizing their exhaustion, understanding they would not recuperate in the short term. He chose not to urge them, deciding instead to wait until dawn. I shall also retire to sleep. Awaken me after daybreak. With that, Hu Daji returned to his own chamber. The other escort soldiers exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to the need to devise a plan themselves, taking turns to stand watch. Listening to their lamentations, Qin Zhuo's lips curled into a slight smile. This Hu Daji is indeed a clever fellow. It seems I must make an effort to win him over. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually lightened with the first blush of dawn. Yawning, Hu Daji stepped outside, only to find several escort soldiers on watch dozing off. Anger welled within him. He approached one and delivered a kick, exclaiming, "Look at your deplorable state. Is this how you guard at night? What if these prisoners escape? Can you bear the consequences?" The soldiers, roused by his reprimands, awoke abruptly. Seeing Hu Daji before them, they recoiled, fearful of retorting. All right, I understand you're weary. Here's the deal. You can take a rest. I'll keep watch." The escort soldiers exchanged glances, none daring to retreat to their quarters, wary of the repercussions from their captain. Seeing their reluctance, Hu Daji couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "I'm not sending you to your demise by letting you rest. What's with the hesitation? Go on, or I'll just take a nap myself." With that, Hu Daji kicked one soldier, sending them all out of the horse barn. Realizing their captain was not jesting, the soldiers felt a wave of relief and hastily returned to their rooms. As for Hu Daji, he first muttered a few playful curses at the departing figures before entering the barn to count heads. Once assured no one had fled, he found a clean spot to sit and produced a flask of liquor from his pocket, taking a hearty swig. The taste was potent. Was this the finest Chang'an wine on the market? Suddenly, a voice from above startled him, causing his scalp to prickle. In the next moment, a hand reached over his shoulder and snatched the flask from him. Hu Daji sprang up and turned around to find none other than Qin Zhuo. With a broad grin, Qin Zhuo nodded at him before indulging in a mouthful of the strong liquor. As the fiery liquid coursed through him, Qin Zhuo savored another gulp, relishing the warmth that spread throughout his body. "What are you doing?" Hu Daji stammered, bewildered by the sight of Qin Zhuo drinking continuously. Was he this fellow supposed to be a fool? What was happening now? Unfazed by Hu Daji's incredulous gaze, Qin Zhuo continued to drink until he emptied the flask, finally tossing it back to Hu Daji. Noticing Hu Daji's wide-eyed stare, Qin Zhuo chuckled. "I've had too much. I need to relieve myself." With that, he turned and walked away. Hu Daji stood there, dumbfounded, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. At that moment, he finally realized that Qin Zhuo was no fool. With this understanding, he was certainly not going to let Qin Zhuo slip away so easily. This lad is the last remnant of the Northern King's bloodline. If he escapes, my entire clan will pay the price. The most critical aspect is that he chose this precise moment to reveal his identity, clearly indicating premeditation. As dawn approaches, everyone else is drowsy, but only I remain alert, aware of him. Is he deliberately waiting for me at this hour? Hu Daji's expression shifted rapidly, and without a moment's hesitation, he set off in pursuit of Qin Zhuo. Fortunately, Qin Zhuo showed no signs of fleeing, allowing Hu Daji to quickly catch up. However, upon catching sight of Qin Zhuo's back, Hu Daji hesitated, unsure of his next move. Is he walking so slowly to wait for me? As Qin Zhuo turned the corner, about to vanish from view, Hu Daji gritted his teeth and followed closely. When they reached a secluded area, Qin Zhuo abruptly halted and turned to face him. Uncertain of the other's intentions, Hu Daji dared not act rashly, standing at a distance, locked in a silent stare with him. Chapter 59. Qin Zhuo's diplomatic approach. Fearing an ambush, Hu Daji kept a vigilant eye on Qin Zhuo while remaining alert for any potential threats from the surroundings. Observing his demeanor, Qin Zhuo smiled slightly and spoke candidly. "Captain Hu, there is no need for alarm. It is just the two of us here." Hearing this, Hu Daji did not relax his guard. Instead, he grew increasingly tense. "Your Highness, the foolish heir, we have no grievances or enmities. Why would you wish to harm me?" With the air cleared, Hu Daji decided to be forthright and took the initiative. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zhuo instantly grasped his intent, nodding before responding, "Captain Hu, you are straightforward, so I shall not beat around the bush. I not only have no intention of harming you, but wish to save you instead." Hu Daji was taken aback, then smirked, clearly skeptical of Qin Zhua's claim. Save me? You are the refugees. Should anyone be saving anyone, it should be I saving you. Qin Zhua's expression became solemn, refraining from rebuttal. The next moment, he clasped his fist respectfully and bowed to Hu Daji. Although Hu Daji was puzzled, he stepped aside, avoiding Qin Zhua's gesture of respect. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? I cannot accept such a grand courtesy without merit. Captain Hu, you have shown kindness to the refugees of the Northern King's residence along the way. This is a debt of gratitude, Qin Zhua said as he slowly rose. Hu Daji frowned slightly. To be honest, while Qin Zhua's words held truth, Hu Daji felt undeserving of such praise. Throughout the journey, when others troubled the people from the Northern King's residence, he merely observed without intervening. What gratitude is this? Once he lowered his hands, Qin Zhua's expression turned serious as he continued, having expressed my gratitude, I must now speak some uncomfortable truths. Although we have traveled together, I am still unaware of whether Captain Hu prefers a direct approach or a more subtle one. Hu Daji sensed an impending misfortune, his heart inevitably filled with unease. Good heavens, are you attempting to treat me with courtesy before resorting to hostility? Weighing the strengths of both parties, despite the dagger at his waist, he recognized that in a confrontation, he might not stand a chance against Qin Zhua. Previously on the grasslands, Hu Daji had witnessed the fierce combat between Qin Zhua and Xian Yi. Confronted with his own limitations, he did not believe he could inflict significant harm on such a formidable opponent. Should a fight ensue, it was likely that this foolish Qin, with just one hand, could easily overpower him. After glancing around, Hu Daji abandoned any thoughts of drawing his weapon in resistance. With a bitter smile, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Your Highness, I am bound by duty and cannot assist you in your escape. It is not a matter of recognizing one's own standing, but rather a situation beyond my control. A multitude awaits my return at home, and should I aid you, their lives would be in jeopardy. Though anxiety gnawed at his heart, Hu Daji felt compelled to declare his position for the sake of his family. Noticing that Qin Zhua remained silent, merely regarding him with a half-smile, Hu Daji gritted his teeth and made the greatest concession he could muster. While I cannot help your Highness evade capture, I promise to facilitate the people of the Northern Town Lord's residence as much as possible in the future. As the saying goes, helping others is akin to helping oneself. What say you, your Highness? Qin Zhua continued to smile, yet said nothing, causing Hu Daji's heart to race with apprehension. It dawned on him that the other party was resolute in wanting his assistance for the escape, or else his life would be forfeit. Hu Daji understood that if Qin Zhua and his companions were fortunate enough to survive their journey to Ningguda, he could return home unscathed. A mutually beneficial outcome seemed desirable. It was precisely this realization that led him to refrain from complicating matters for the Northern Town Lord's men during their journey, and he was unwilling to involve himself in the humiliation of the refugees. He had initially thought that their only trouble would be the incessant attacks, but unexpectedly, Qin Zhua had chosen this day to confront him, clearly intent on dragging him into the fray. At this juncture, two paths lay before him. Either align himself with Qin Zhua, feigning nonchalance as they continued their journey, or assist in their escape. Both choices would inevitably leave him with compromising evidence against himself. The alternative was stark and simple: death. Hu Daji regretted his curiosity, wishing he could slap himself for following along. What did it matter if Qin Zhua confronted him? He could just pretend to be oblivious, allowing Qin Zhua to hastily flee. What could he possibly do to him? The stable housed many refugees from the Northern Town Lord's residence, including Qin Zhua's 7 sisters-in-law. Hu Daji couldn't believe that Qin Zhua would abandon them to save himself. Now, curiosity had led him into a predicament. As his thoughts spiraled, Hu Daji suddenly turned away. Your Highness, I confess that I did not sleep well last night. My vision is blurred and my mind is muddled. I must be dreaming at this moment. I shall take my leave to rest. Please feel free to act as you wish. Rather than choose between those two paths, Hu Daji boldly forged a third route for himself. Fearing that Qin Zhua might cast the troubles upon him, Hu Daji fled. However, after much deliberation, how could Qin Zhua allow him to depart so easily? As Hu Daji lifted his leg to flee, Qin Zhua's hand suddenly pressed upon his shoulder. This singular motion sent Hu Daji's legs quaking, nearly causing him to kneel. Your Highness, I truly saw nothing, he implored. Please, out of your magnanimity, spare me. Qin Zhua chuckled, amused, and remarked, Captain Hu, you possess a delicate heart. It seems a pity for you to be merely a minor escort captain. Though these words were meant as praise, Hu Daji felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Zhua continued, Clearly, Captain Hu is a person of great potential. Your role as an escort captain must be due to unfortunate circumstances. In that moment, Hu Daji felt a sinking despair. What was the intent of this prince, who spoke of delicate hearts and exceptional talents? Gritting his teeth to maintain his composure, he lowered his voice and cautioned, "Your Highness, we are outside the city of Lingdong, amidst a multitude of prying eyes. It would be unwise for anyone to witness what should remain concealed. Perhaps I should take my leave first." Despite his words, Hu Daji's mind was rife with doubts. This man was the grandson of the king of the north. How could the descendant of such a formidable lineage be a coward? Having suffered indignities while playing the fool, he had not revealed his true self. Such restraint and cunning were not traits possessed by the average individual. After enduring so much, should he not seize the chance to exact revenge on those who had wronged him? Chapter 60. Your Highness, save me. Such a person is absolutely not to be trifled with. Not only should one avoid provoking him, but it is prudent to steer clear of any association. The wind howled ominously as Hu Daji exerted himself once more, striving to vacate this den of iniquity. Yet, no matter how much effort he exerted, his feet remained firmly planted. The hand upon his shoulder seemed to carry immense weight, keeping him rooted in place. Hu Daji's astonishment grew, his throat constricting as panic threatened to etch itself upon his brow. Cautiously glancing back, he met Qingjua's gaze and felt a tremor run through him. He was genuinely intimidated now. Thoughts of escape evaporated, and he could only muster a forced smile as he inquired, "Your Highness, please command me. Whatever it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to fulfill." Those who understand the times are indeed wise. Observing Hu Daji's capitulation, Qingjue nodded in satisfaction. Releasing his grip on Hu Daji's shoulder, he slowly articulated his demands. "I harbor no intention of causing harm to Captain Hu. I merely wish to discuss a business proposition with you." Hu Daji remained silent, nodding repeatedly. Observing his demeanor, Qingjue felt a twinge of frustration. "Captain Hu, I am essentially courting your alliance. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." Hu Daji nodded vigorously, concealing his thoughts while internally grappling with confusion. "Court my alliance? I cannot fathom it. And at this moment, I am too weary to contemplate further. Regardless of what you assert, I shall accept it, as long as you spare my life. You may call me a fool if you wish." Unbeknownst to Qingjue, Hu Daji's thoughts were tumultuous. He continued, "I have been observing you, Captain Hu. It appears that your relationships with others are rather strained. Is that correct? There may be no immediate issues, yet the road ahead is fraught with uncertainty. Captain Hu, do you truly wish to entrust your life to those individuals?" Hu Daji forced a smile, awkwardly responding, "Your Highness, you jest. We are merely escorting soldiers. What could possibly go wrong?" At this juncture, Hu Daji continued to resist the inevitable. Qingjue smirked slightly and candidly expressed his intent, setting others aside. "Wei Yong holds a considerable grudge against you. Are you not concerned that he might strike at you from the shadows?" Hu Daji suddenly felt a surge of confidence, as he viewed Wei Yong as nothing more than a disposable pawn. Why should he replace me? Yet, Qingjue shook his head. "If you doubt my words, let us wager. I bet that he will not be able to contain himself and will make a move against you tonight. Without my assistance, you will surely not witness the dawn of another day." "Your Highness, you jest. Such a scenario is highly improbable, right?" Hu Daji began with unwavering confidence. Yet as he spoke, he noticed Qingjue extending an object towards him. Upon receiving it, Hu Daji's confidence began to wane, replaced by suspicion. "This is..." Qingjue said nothing, merely gestured for Hu Daji to bring it closer to his nose. Reluctantly, Hu Daji complied. In the next moment, a faint scent invaded his nostrils. Hu Daji raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious glance at Qingjue. This scent seemed familiar, as if he had encountered it previously, yet he could not pinpoint when. Qingjue then indicated Hu Daji's sleeve, urging him to continue assessing the aroma. Hu Daji inhaled once more, and his expression shifted dramatically. "How could I possibly carry such a scent?" Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Qingjue calmly elucidated, "This is a poison. Had I not seized your drink, you would be the one succumbing to its effects." Hu Daji's countenance darkened, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Qingjue observed him for a moment, forgoing further dialogue, and squatted down, casting the powdered substance onto the ground. A swarm of ants traversed the powder and, astonishingly, succumbed in an instant. As Hu Daji witnessed the scene, he gasped in shock, finally convinced of Qinjue's assertions. This vile creature possessed such a malicious heart. Initially gripped by fear, Hu Daji's terror soon transformed into a fervent rage, and he turned to confront Wei Yong. Qingjue, however, did not deter him, merely stating, "If you seek trouble with him now, it will not resolve the issue. Instead, It will plunge everyone into peril. What did he mean by that? Qinzhou remained silent, turning instead to enter the outhouse. Moments later, he emerged, holding a strip of cloth in his hand. He tossed the cloth to Hu Daji, saying, "Examine this for yourself. It is the means by which Wei Yong conveys messages." At that moment, Hu Daji was utterly convinced that Qinzhou had no intentions of harming him. Upon receiving the cloth, he began to inspect it closely. As daylight gradually illuminated the surroundings, the words on the cloth became increasingly legible. Master Shen, the grandson of the northern town king, exhibits unusual behavior, raising suspicions of feigned ignorance. After perusing this, Hu Daji's expression darkened further. Noticing his reaction, Qinzhou calmly added, "Many eyes are upon me. If no one assists me, not only will the refugees from the northern town perish on the way, but you, the escort soldiers, may also fall victim to those powerful figures." Hu Daji comprehended the gravity of the situation. He refrained from responding, instead lowering his gaze to the next segment. During the turmoil, the escorting commander Hu Daji harbored clear suspicions of collusion, possibly in league with the Qin family. The contents of the cloth reached their conclusion, sending chills coursing through Hu Daji's body. He had assumed that those who had journeyed alongside him were brothers. Little did he know that a traitor lurked within their ranks. After reading the message, his perception of Qinzhou underwent a profound transformation. Previously, he had deemed Qinzhou's warnings as mere exaggeration. Now he realized the imminent danger that surrounded him, with the threat of death lurking at every turn. In the next instant, he fell to his knees before Qinzhou, crying out for help. Hu Daji was an astute man, and the wise recognized the currents of the times. Though the northern town king had fallen, remnants of his loyal followers remained, many of whom had ascended to prominent positions, while some had abandoned their loyalty. Swayed by ambition or a desire to ingratiate themselves with the new emperor, these were but a minority. Among the loyalists, many still held steadfast to their original convictions. Hu Daji believed that if the noble heir before him raised his voice, countless supporters within the realm would rally to his call. To survive, Hu Daji saw no other path before him. "Your Highness, I was blind to your significance. I implore you, save me." Qinzhou bent down to assist him, offering a gentle smile as he replied, "Let us not dwell on who the Master Wei Yong alluded to may be. It is indeed true that he wishes to see you dead. Setting aside our identities, we are both individuals facing death, and it is only through mutual cooperation that we may prolong our existence." Hu Daji nodded fervently, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, what His Highness says is entirely correct." Chapter 61. A heavy heart at this moment. Hu Daji displayed an attitude of utmost humility, harboring no desire to refute any of Qinzhou's words. To him, if the master mentioned by Wei Yong was none other than the current emperor, the mere dissemination of this information would spell certain doom for him. Not only would he meet his demise, but his entire clan would also suffer the same fate. In order to shield so many from losing their lives, Hu Daji could only look at Qinzhou with pleading eyes, hoping he might devise a means of salvation. Following a brief silence, Qinzhou suddenly inquired, "Captain Hu, what are your thoughts on silencing him permanently?" Hu Daji hesitated, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Despite Wei Yong's despicable nature, he remained oblivious to the identity of his protector. Should Wei Yong perish by his hand, the ensuing investigation would undoubtedly lead to his own demise and that of his clan. Noticing his indecision, Qinzhou chuckled lightly and asked, "What is it, Captain Hu? Are you still clinging to old sentiments, finding it difficult to strike?" After observing Hu Daji's youthful yet imposing visage, he wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately making a resolute decision. "Your Highness, you jest. There is no hesitation here. That wretched scoundrel aims to annihilate my entire clan. How could I possibly spare him? However, to execute this plan, it would be necessary to also eliminate two others. Wu Go and Ji Xia must perish as well." Qinzhou nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. Although Hu Daji appeared indecisive, he demonstrated commendable resolve when it mattered most. Such is the essence of manhood. After acknowledging this, Qinzhou pressed further, "Why must these two individuals be killed? Do they share some familial bond with you?" Hu Daji shook his head, as if suddenly grasping a revelation, his complexion paling in an instant. Tentatively, he asked, "Your Highness, Wang Zhuang and Tai Zhu are loyal to me. They harbor no ulterior motives." Might it be possible? Before he could finish, Qinzhou coldly interrupted, "No." With those two simple words, Hu Daji's countenance grew even more ashen. It was not that Qinzhou lacked compassion or was ruthless. Rather, it was that those two, like Wei Yong, were unknown to him. Should they betray Hu Daji, The consequences could lead to total disaster. In that moment, Qin Zhuo had already lost everything. He simply could not afford to gamble further. Hu Daji gritted his teeth. Sinking into silence, his expression fraught with conflict. Wang Zhuang and Tai Zhu were his trusted brothers. He was naturally reluctant to consider their execution. Qin Zhuo, however, remained patient, standing silently as he awaited Hu Daji's response. He knew that Hu Daji would not act foolishly. It was merely a matter of time before he came to a resolution. At this juncture, Hu Daji was torn between the decision to eliminate his cherished brothers and the trepidation surrounding Wei Yong's formidable backing. If the master that Wei Yong speaks of is indeed the man seated upon the dragon throne, then to slay him would undoubtedly invite even greater troubles. Should word of his involvement in Wei Yong's demise reach the new emperor, he would find himself with no avenue of retreat. Yet, if he refrains from murder, considering the enmity forged with Wei Yong under the cover of night, it is certain that the latter would employ every means at his disposal to extinguish his life. Regardless of the outcome, Hu Daji found himself in a perplexing predicament, the choice weighing heavily upon him. Observing his indecision, Qin Zhuo let out a resigned sigh and spoke. There is no need to rush into a decision. After all, I am merely offering a suggestion. Since you are unable to arrive at a conclusion immediately, Captain Hu, perhaps you might take your time to contemplate it. In the meantime, it would be prudent to keep a closer watch on Wei Yong to prevent him from disseminating further information. As he concluded, Qin Zhuo emphasized, however, this all hinges on the premise that we do not hasten our departure, allowing ourselves to linger in Lindong City for a few more days. Hu Daji furrowed his brow and inquired, why is that? To monitor Wei Yong, Qin Zhuo replied, his expression impassive as he gazed down at Hu Daji. Do not forget, Wei Yong is akin to a messenger. At each relay station, he transmits information. If we remain in Lindong City, we will have the opportunity to intercept all his secret correspondence. Realization dawned upon Hu Daji, who nodded in agreement. Your Highness is correct. This course of action seems relatively safe. Yet, what means shall I employ to extend our stay in Lindong City? That is for you to determine, Qin Zhuo responded. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, the rest was now left to Hu Daji's own discretion. With a yawn, Qin Zhuo turned to depart. I am feeling weary. Captain Hu, do as you see fit. Hu Daji, his thoughts in turmoil, watched Qin Zhuo leave, feeling increasingly restless. Meanwhile, within the resplendent chambers of the Qinfeng Gate in Yunchang City, Lin Hu, Lin Shangzhang, and Guo Haiyan convened, discussing the events that had transpired. All the black-clad assassins had perished in the streets, leaving only the resilient Xian Yi alive. Yet, this individual proved to be exceedingly tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information, which vexed the trio. It was unexpected that a hardened individual would exist in the company of such a villain as Zhong Ti. Despite being nearly at death's door from torture, he remained obstinately silent, presenting quite the conundrum. Lin Hu slapped his forehead, his agitation palpable. Lin Shangzhang sighed and turned to Guo Haiyan. Master Guo, Xian Ye's unwillingness to speak is indeed a misfortune for us, yet I find him to possess admirable qualities. It is unfortunate that he has aligned himself with the wrong master. Enough of that, Lin Hu retorted, his irritation flaring at his son's words. How could you begin to favor that scoundrel? He is but a lackey of Zhong Ti. What good could possibly come from him? Moreover, His Highness nearly lost his life at his hands. Guo Haiyan observed the father-son duo, his brow furrowed, remaining silent, as a look of concern washed over his features. Lin Shangzhang refrained from arguing with his father and instead turned to Guo Haiyan, inquiring, Master Guo, do you harbor any concerns? Guo Haiyan responded with a bitter smile, explaining, although no one witnessed the events on the street tonight, the commotion was considerable. Those scouts are dead, yet we cannot guarantee that this information will not escape. After uttering these words, Guo Haiyan fell silent, concealing further truths. Ever since he withdrew from the martial world, numerous factions had been covertly observing him. The occurrence of such incidents stemmed from either a fear of the Qifeng sect's strength or an attempt to co-opt it for their own purposes, regardless of the motive. This situation imposed an intangible burden upon Guo Haiyan. Noticing Guo Haiyan's increasingly furrowed brow, Lin Hu waved his hand dismissively. What is there to worry about? If word gets out, we shall simply claim we were attacked by assassins and had no choice but to silence them. Should anyone seek to confront us, we can return the bodies. Chapter 62. Two Matters of Cloud City. It must be said that Lin Hu's perspective was rather simplistic and crude, prompting a bitter smile from Guo Haiyan. If those influential figures were so easily deceived, the House of the Northern King would not have fallen to such a state. To fabricate a charge, one need not lack for pretext. If the powerful wish to eliminate you, even without any ties to the Qingfeng sect or the Qin family, they would certainly find another justification, given that the Qingfeng sect and the Qin family are now related by marriage, and that Li Qifeng would not forsake this connection even as a refugee. They are irrevocably bound together. At this juncture, how could the new emperor remain indifferent to the Qifeng sect? While other matters may be negotiable, Gua Haiyan feared that the new emperor awaited a misstep from the Qingfeng sect. Once evidence was in hand, he would promptly levy an unfounded accusation against them. Gua Haiyan was acutely aware that during his earlier exploits in the martial realm, he had made numerous enemies for various reasons. Should these adversaries conspire with the court to fabricate charges against the Qingfeng sect, they could easily meet the same fate as the House of the Northern King. Seeing Gua Haiyan's furrowed brow in silence, Lin Hu, impatient by nature, was about to speak. However, in that instant, Lin Shangzhang preemptively halted him with a shake of his head, clearly signaling for him to refrain from further comment. Time seemed to stretch, and after an indeterminate period, Gua Haiyan exhaled a deep, troubled breath. Rubbing his temples, he remarked, "Despite constantly reminding myself to remain vigilant, I still acted too hastily." Lin Hu, unable to contain himself, immediately interjected, "Master Gui, there is no need for self-reproach. In that situation, we had no alternative but to eliminate the threat." Even now, Lin Hu could not fathom Gua Haiyan's thoughts, always feeling that he was overly anxious. Upon hearing Lin Hu's words, Gua Haiyan initially dismissed them, but suddenly paused in realization. No other options? Indeed, Lin Hu brought his family to seek refuge, and upon learning that he was being pursued, he recklessly extended his assistance. After completing the task, he found himself caught in a web of caution and hesitation, reflecting a rather petty mindset. To put it another way, the leader of the assassins was formidable. Had it not been for the overwhelming influence of the Qifeng sect, neither he nor his companions would have been able to contain the threat. If Lin Hu were to perish on Qifeng sect's territory, would the new emperor not continue to cast aspersions upon them? Ultimately, it all boils down to the adage that one can fabricate charges against anyone. The Qifeng sect has already caught the new emperor's attention, and action from him is inevitable. Rather than waiting for doom to descend, it would be wiser to take the initiative. By making a move first, they could seize the upper hand, perhaps instilling a sense of caution in the new emperor, thus delaying his actions. For now, their only recourse is to await the prince's success. Once Qinjue successfully raises the banner, he will rally support across the realm, ensuring that Lin Hu's family and the members of Qifeng sect are not picked off one by the court. At this juncture, Lin Hu proposed, "Master Gua, I believe that instead of waiting for the new emperor to cast blame upon us, we should take decisive action and mobilize all our resources to scrutinize everyone within our domain. Should we uncover any issues, we must arrest them and subject them to interrogation." Although this approach may seem brutal, it would undoubtedly yield some results. If we can just hold out until we successfully assist the prince in Lingang City, the subsequent matters will become trivial. Lin Hu's method was straightforward and forceful. However, Gua Haiyan's perspective encompassed far more considerations. While Lin Hu's strategy could directly address certain issues, it could also provoke others, such as public outrage. If they were perceived as rebels, it would lead to significant trouble. After a prolonged contemplation, Gua Haiyan waved his hand, dismissing Lin Hu's suggestion. Rather than resorting to such measures, it would be preferable to allow events to unfold naturally. Lin Hu, growing anxious, exclaimed, "This won't do either. What exactly does Master Gua intend to do? Are you afraid of repercussions from above?" Gua Haiyan patiently elucidated, "In truth, this situation is not devoid of solutions. The Qingfeng sect boasts a considerable number of members. If those in power suspect us of harboring armed forces, I have ways to conceal our private soldiers. At worst, we could substitute them with household servants to bolster our numbers." Lin Hu, not well versed in scholarly pursuits, was momentarily taken aback, but Lin Shangzhang quickly interjected, "Master Gua, are you suggesting a cover-up?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hu finally grasped Gua Haiyan's intent, regardless of how those above perceived the situation. As long as they insisted that the Qifeng sect's private soldiers were merely temporary substitutes for household staff, an investigation would yield no complications. However, while this approach was feasible, it gave rise to another dilemma. From where could they procure such a multitude of household servants? Would summoning them from elsewhere not arouse suspicion? Gua Haiyan remained silent, beckoning the steward of Qingfeng Gate to approach. The steward stood respectfully before Gua Haiyan, addressing him as master, and awaited his commands. Upon hearing the news of a recent influx of merchants from afar, the steward nodded affirmatively. Guohaiyan instructed him to summon a few individuals to the manor. Merchants, driven by profit, possess keen intellect, but often have low moral standards, as long as they are adequately compensated with gold and silver. Persuading them to participate in a performance should pose no challenge. Yet, this approach ultimately serves as a mere temporary solution. Over time, issues will undoubtedly arise. Nevertheless, Chief Fenggate is presently in dire need of time. Every single day that can be delayed is invaluable, and solutions can be sought thereafter. Having absorbed Guohaiyan's intentions, Lin Shangzhang contemplated briefly before suggesting, Master Gue, would it not be more prudent to justify the increase in domestic servants and attendants under the pretext of constructing a residence? Oh? Guohaiyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded Lin Shangzhang with renewed interest. This strategy indeed bore an air of legitimacy, rendering any subsequent inquiries less daunting. Consequently, the following day, two significant developments began to unfold in Yunshang City. During the previous night, bandits had invaded the city, resulting in a fierce confrontation between Chief Fenggate and the marauders, leading to numerous casualties. The bodies now hung in display for all to see. Many claimed to have witnessed the events firsthand, declaring that Master Gue led hundreds in the assault against the bandits, emerging as a hero safeguarding countless citizens of Yunshang City. The second development was the sudden announcement from Chief Fenggate regarding the construction of a residence, having previously initiated recruitment for laborers, now seeking to enlist even more strong hands. Although these two matters seemed unrelated at first glance, when intertwined, they immediately captivated the attention of countless individuals. Chapter 63. The unavoidable counterattack. Once the news of these two occurrences spread, it sparked immense curiosity among the populace. As a sect of the martial world, why would Chief Fenggate require such a multitude of private soldiers? Did Master Guohaiyan harbor rebellious intentions, prompting the need for troop mobilization? Moreover, why choose this particular moment to announce the construction of a residence, rather than earlier or later? Did Chief Fenggate harbor ulterior motives? In the midst of the bustling inquiries, there were indeed those with ulterior motives, including scouts from adversarial factions, eager to uncover the truth behind these developments. As for Guohaiyan, he had already orchestrated a plan, deliberately allowing a few astute individuals to disseminate information outward. With his subtle influence, the public swiftly learned the underlying reasons. It turned out that the so-called private soldiers of Chief Fenggate were merely domestic servants in disguise during the previous night as conflict. The main force remained the adept disciples of Chief Fenggate. As for the construction of the residence, it was, in truth, an endeavor to expand the sect's ancestral hall, which explained the hesitance to publicize it earlier. While the circulating rumors within Yunshang City were decidedly favorable to Chief Fenggate, Guohaiyan could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The troubles that have long existed still persist, merely awaiting an opportunity for the adversaries to exploit. Chief, this is all the intelligence we have gathered. I have dispatched individuals disguised as farmers to infiltrate the Chief Feng sect, and they have indeed confirmed the construction of a residence, which is now taking shape. It appears unlikely that this endeavor can be completed in just a day or two. What has become of your investigation into those so-called servants? Although their hands bear calluses, they are not the result of wielding swords and knives for years on end. After hearing the report from his subordinate, the leader adjusted the black mask on his face and fell into deep contemplation. Is there truly no issue? Could it be as they claim? Xian Yi is a man of Zhongti, and during the assassination of Lin Hu, he indeed disguised himself as a bandit. If the Chief Feng sect is eradicated under the pretense of being bandits, it might seem justifiable. The messenger felt this was merely a coincidence, but as soon as he spoke, he was rebuked by the chief. Foolish. You saw clearly that night, those mercenaries acted with precision. Can ordinary servants perform to such a degree? The subordinate shrank back, no longer daring to speak. The leader furrowed his brow, muttering to himself that something was amiss. The subordinate tentatively inquired, Chief, what shall we do next? After a moment of thought, the leader replied, Since the Chief Feng sect has made all necessary preparations and erased all traces, we must remain passive. Thus, send someone fleet of foot to deliver a message, while the rest of you continue to lie in ambush here. Should any suspicious activity arise from the Chief Feng sect, we shall take immediate action against them. After respectfully acknowledging the order, the subordinate departed, while the leader paced to the window, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the luminous moon above. The tasks entrusted by His Majesty must be accomplished. This operation requires not only surveillance of Xian Yi's every move, but also probing whether the Chief Feng sect harbors treasonous intentions akin to those of the northern town prince's mansion. It seems, at present, that the emperor's suspicions were correct. The Qingfeng sect is evidently up to no good. Within the Qifeng sect, Guohaiyan wore a grave expression. Just as the individual sent for clandestine investigation returned, he impatiently inquired, "What news? Did you uncover anything?" The man knelt and clasped his fists, responding. The sect master's suspicions were indeed correct. Under the cover of night, individuals stealthily exited the city. They were well prepared, and the moment they left the city, they quickly found a fine steed. Guohaiyan's heart sank, prompting him to ask urgently, "Did you intercept them?" The man shook his head in shame. They were already prepared and possessed exceptional horsemanship. Despite pursuing them for over 10 miles, we could not catch up. Guohaiyan, struck as if by lightning, collapsed into his chair. Observing his distress, the man hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, sect master. During our pursuit, we utilized crossbow bolts for attack, which were specially modified. Even if someone were to trace the matter back, it would not lead to the Qingfeng sect." He wished to comfort Guohaiyan, but Guohaiyan merely shook his head, his complexion pale as if the sky had fallen. In the current predicament, should anyone from the outside learn of his private army, regardless of the veracity of the rumor, the Qingfeng sect would be beset by endless troubles. Alas, it seems preparations for a desperate stand must be made. With a sigh, reminiscent of one mourning a lost loved one, Guohaiyan gritted his teeth and resolved to take a stand. If rebellion was to occur, then so be it. After all, this place was far removed from the capital, as long as he ensured that the young prince successfully initiated his uprising. Even if the court dispatched a great army to quell them, he would join forces with Qin Zhuo, and together their two factions would become a formidable force. Even if the court sought to extinguish them, it would not be an easy feat. Sect master, is something amiss? Lin Hu hurriedly approached, noticing Guohaiyan's unusual demeanor, and immediately inquired. Guohaiyan glanced at him and replied gravely, "At this juncture, it appears that even if we do not wish to rebel, rebellion is now inevitable. Such matters cannot be concealed. It is merely a question of time." Guohaiyan was acutely aware of this, having previously lived in fear of the conspiracy being uncovered. Now that it was beyond containment, he resolved to await the fallout calmly. Knowing what was to come was certainly preferable to living in constant trepidation. Lin Hu, upon hearing this, was both astonished and elated. "Sect master, are you intending to align yourself with the young prince, just as I have?" Guohaiyan bitterly nodded. "The reason for gathering troops was solely to better protect my family and the common folk of the city. Were it not for being pushed to the brink, I would truly hesitate to take such risks." As he spoke, Guohaiyan raised his gaze toward the door. When officials oppress the people must inevitably revolt. If the new emperor possessed even a modicum of compassion, he would never have driven matters to this extent. At this point, such discussions were meaningless. Should the new emperor dare to march his troops against them, he should not blame Guohaiyan and the Qingfeng sect for rebelling against this tyrannical emperor. Lin Hu, witnessing Guohaiyan's resolute gaze, felt a mix of shock and understanding. It was high time for such a decision. The new emperor, inherently suspicious and ruthless, exhibited a brutal hand even towards the meritorious officials of two dynasties, executing them without hesitation, each action more intolerable than the last. Guohaiyan's decision as the leader of the Qingfeng sect was undeniably just, further solidifying Lin Hu's resolve to oppose the court. Those who engage in unjust deeds shall meet their demise. Only a compassionate army represents the righteous path. Meanwhile, at the inn in Lindong City, seeing the dawn break, Wei Yong returned to the stable. Noticing that the members of the Northern King's residence were still deep in slumber, he doused them with cold water to awaken them. A chorus of startled screams erupted, yet Wei Yong's heart showed no sign of mercy. "What are you all dawdling for? Get up and get moving," he barked. "You are a bunch of useless fools. Had you started earlier, you would have traveled quite a distance by now. Yes, I'm talking to you. Lingering about, do you wish to feel the whip?" He continued to scold them as he brandished his riding crop. The little dumpling was abruptly awakened by a splash of cold water, and in a state of shock, began to wail uncontrollably. Wei Yongxing, perhaps annoyed by the commotion, darkened his expression and lashed out with a whip. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingfeng's countenance changed dramatically, and she hurriedly raised her hand to intercept the strike. Not only she, but several other sisters-in-law and the child's mother also shielded the little dumpling with their bodies, fearful of any harm befalling the child. This display incensed Wei Yong, who sought to retract the whip and strike again, only to find the other end firmly grasped by Li Qingfeng. "Release it, or I shall strike you alongside," she threatened coldly, unperturbed by his fury. "If you dare lay a hand on the child, I will fight you to the death. You are an officer, and I am but a commoner. What of it?" A life for a life. Being a person of the Jianghu, Li Qingfeng's fierce resolve swelled her confidence, and surprisingly, Wei Yong appeared intimidated. Just as the standoff continued, Ji Shihe entered the scene. Enough of this turmoil. We shall not depart today. Wei Yong frowned and turned, perplexed. Why not? Did not the captain say we would set off at dawn? Ji Shihe sighed in exasperation. The captain has fallen ill and will be unable to move for a day or two. Ill? What a coincidence. Wei Yong immediately sensed something amiss. He found it hard to believe that Hu Daji, who had been perfectly fine mere hours ago, was now gravely ill to the point of immobility. I shall go and see. Wei Yong turned to leave and coincidentally ran into Wu Go, who was bringing someone back, glancing at the man carrying a box. Resembling a physician, Wei Yong frowned and inquired, "Is the captain truly unwell?" Wu Go rolled his eyes. Need I say more? Would the captain be so bored as to feign illness? At this, Wei Yong fell silent, his expression revealing his lingering disbelief. The two escorted the physician into Hu Daji's room, and despite the risk of incurring Hu Daji's wrath, Wei Yong felt compelled to witness the situation firsthand. Observing this scene, Qinghua smirked slightly. It seemed Hu Daji's cunning was truly remarkable. Feigning illness was one thing, but he had even summoned a physician. If his guess was correct, he must have bribed the physician to lend an air of authenticity to this charade. A day or two may appear brief, yet it sufficed for ample preparation. Casting a glance at the sun, now climbing higher in the sky, Qinghua mused that those coming to rescue them must also be making their preparations. Under the scrutiny of various gazes, the physician exited Hu Daji's room, advising Wei Yong to take good care of the patient. With a darkened expression, Wei Yong escorted the physician out of the relay station, casting a glance back towards Hu Daji's room, clearly dissatisfied with this dismissal. As soon as the physician departed, the remaining escort soldiers paired up and resumed their vigilant watch over Qinghua and the others. At that moment, fourth sister Zhang Banyan suddenly rose. Noticing the wary gazes of the escort soldiers, she blushed and explained, I need to use the restroom. As soon as these words were uttered, several women immediately rose in agreement. Observing them, Wei Yong, feeling impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Yet, before Zhang Banyan and the others could exit the stable, a sudden thought crossed Wei Yong's mind. He turned to his companion, Ji Shihe, and instructed, "You keep an eye on them. Ensure they do not escape." Ji Shihe, sporting a pair of goat-like whiskers and inherently lecherous, did not hesitate to nod in agreement upon receiving such an excellent assignment. He followed closely behind the woman named Yanzi, who seemed to be casting furtive glances at Zhang Banyan's lower half, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Qinghua, noticing this, furrowed his brow and was instantly filled with foreboding. With the exquisite beauty of fourth sister, it was alarming that the lecherous Ji Shihe was watching her while she attended to nature's call. Surely, trouble was brewing. With this thought, Qinghua promptly rose and approached Wei Yong. I want to go too. Wei Yong, already harboring resentment towards Qinghua, assumed the latter was losing his mind again as he rushed towards him and quickly sidestepped. What do you intend to do? Qinghua, one hand clutching his rear, raised the other high. I want to go to the latrine as well. Wei Yong glared at him. Go cool off somewhere else. I'm about to burst. I need to use the latrine, Qinghua exclaimed, his face flushed, while performing an array of peculiar gestures. This spectacle elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd, and feeling embarrassed, Wei Yong reluctantly acquiesced to Qinghua's request. Come, follow me. With an air of disdain, he circumvented Qinghua and began to walk outside, calculating in his mind. With Captain Hu, who was tasked with safeguarding the Qin family, incapacitated and unable to protect anyone, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to lead that foolish Qin to a secluded spot and vent his frustrations. Oblivious to Wei Yong's intentions, Qinghua cheerfully trailed behind him. However, Wei Yong overestimated his own cunning and underestimated Qinghua. As soon as he led Qinghua to an isolated area, intending to reprimand him, he suddenly felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. Before he could identify his assailant, he collapsed, unconscious. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a thought flickered through Wei Yong's mind. Could it have been that foolish Qin? Had he truly been feigning ignorance all along? After discarding the wooden stick on the ground and brushing off the dust from his hands, Qinghua hummed a little tune as he made his way toward the latrine. Indeed, there was no one inside the latrine. Fourth sister Zhang Banyan must have been taken to another location by Ji Shihe. Closing his eyes to listen intently to the sounds around him, his innate hearing soon detected a faint scream. Swiftly following the direction of the sound, Qinghua left the confines of the relay station in no time. In the thicket behind the station, Zhang Banyan found herself cornered by Ji Shihe, forced to the ground. What do you intend to do? I warn you not to come any closer, or I shall scream. Zhang Banyan retreated frantically, her face a canvas of terror and humiliation. Before her marriage, she was the cherished daughter of the Xing family in the southern region, basking in affection from the moment she was born. Never had she endured such indignity. Ji Shihe had long coveted Zhang Banyan's beauty, and today, seizing the opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. My dear beauty, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Chapter 65. Making you a eunuch. Ji Shihe let out a lewd, sinister laugh, inching closer to Zhang Banyan as he rubbed his hands together. Noting her defiant resolve, he found her struggle only amusing, his laughter growing ever more depraved. You may as well stop resisting. Even if you were to bite your tongue and end your life, it would not diminish my enjoyment. Throughout their journey, Hu Daji had inadvertently shielded these refugees, preventing those with ulterior motives from taking action. Now that Hu Daji had fallen ill, there was no one to intervene. Ji Shihe contemplated the irreversible nature of his intentions, convinced that even if he faced reprimand from the captain afterward, it would amount to little more than a few harsh words. He doubted the captain would go so far as to harm himself for the sake of these refugees. With this thought in mind, Ji Shihe lunged forward. A tearing sound echoed as a rip appeared in Zhang Banyan's sleeve, revealing her fair skin and the crimson of her bodice. The interplay of red and white made her all the more alluring. Ji Shihe's eyes gleamed with desire, relishing the fortune of encountering such a delicate woman. Zhang Banyan fought desperately against him, but she could not withstand Ji Shihe's advances. Just as she neared the brink of losing her dignity, Ji Shihe suddenly froze, a stone striking the back of his head with force. "Ah!" he cried out, rolling on the ground in agony. Turning to look, he saw Qin Zhuo observing him with cold detachment. "It's you," Ji Shihe exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury flashing in his eyes, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet before he could utter a word, Qin Zhuo struck again, sending him to his demise. "Brother, what brings you here?" Zhang Banyan gasped, her composure shattering as she turned to Qin Zhuo, only to realize she needed to cover her exposed skin. Qin Zhuo, discarding the stone, approached with concern. "Fourth sister-in-law, are you unharmed?" But as he took a couple of steps closer, he noticed the enchanting sight of her partially revealed bosom. Goodness! His late brothers had indeed been fortunate. It was unfortunate that they had not had the chance to marry before their untimely demise, leaving behind such captivating sisters-in-law as widows. Blushing, Qin Zhuo quickly averted his gaze and said, "Fourth sister-in-law, the villain has been dealt with." Zhang Banyan had never experienced anything like this before. Upon seeing her savior approaching, she disregarded everything else and plunged into Qin Zhuo's embrace, beginning to sob. Witnessing her distress, Qin Zhuo felt a pang of compassion in his heart. "Do not be afraid, fourth sister-in-law. I shall protect you." Zhang Banyan instinctively nodded, but in the next moment, she abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Qin Zhuo's eyes, incredulously exclaiming, "You are no longer foolish?" At that moment, Qin Zhuo's eyes were clear, devoid of any trace of the previous dullness. Qin Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had forgotten to feign ignorance, since fourth sister-in-law had already discerned the truth. And given that she was not a stranger, he decided to abandon the pretense and candidly acknowledge the reality. Zhang Banyan was momentarily stunned. Realizing that she was disheveled in Qin Zhuo's arms, her fair face instantly flushed crimson. "Brother, I am your sister-in-law. We cannot." Qin Zhuo, understanding her intent, promptly interrupted. "Fourth sister-in-law and fourth brother have not yet formally wed. The term fourth sister-in-law is merely a form of address, not a true binding." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Zhang Banyan's hand struck Qin Zhuo's face. Both were taken aback, momentarily speechless. "I'm sorry, brother. I did not mean to do that." Zhang Banyan was startled by her own action, retracting her hand and avoiding Qin Zhuo's gaze. However, Qin Zhuo did not express anger. Instead, he softly said, "Fourth brother is no longer here, and the Qin family owes a debt to fourth sister-in-law. Once this turmoil has passed, I will ensure that my sisters-in-law are given a proper explanation." Qin Zhuo spoke with sincerity, yet Zhang Banyan still dared not look at him. Merely responding with a timid Was Qin Zhuo being too earnest? He had saved her, yet she had struck him. Was this truly appropriate? The more she contemplated, the heavier her guilt became, feeling as though she had betrayed the kindness of the man before her. Unsure of how to convey her remorse, she hesitated for a long while before cautiously raising her head. "Brother, does it hurt? I truly did not mean it. Please do not blame fourth sister-in-law." Qin Zhuo grinned. "A simple blow, and it will cease to hurt." Just those words caused Zhang Banyan's cheeks to flush even deeper, and she hurriedly fled, clutching her clothing. Watching her retreating figure, Qinghua shifted his gaze to the lifeless body of Ji Shihan nearby, his expression turning cold. He hastily found a secluded spot to dispose of the corpse, fearing that the scent of blood might attract wild dogs. He took care to cover the body with weeds, ensuring that even if someone passed by, they would not discover it. Once he completed this task, Qinghua returned to the stable, feeling a sense of satisfaction. By the time he arrived, Zhang Banyan had changed her clothes, surrounded by several sisters-in-law who were gently comforting her. Upon seeing Qinghua return, Jiang Lingxiu swiftly approached. Glaring at him, grabbing his ear, she exclaimed loudly, "You, Qinghua, are you bullying fourth sister-in-law?" Qinghua wore an expression of helplessness. "It was not me. I would never dare to do such a thing. Who else could it possibly be but you?" Qinghua lamented, his face a mask of despair. Realizing he had unwittingly stepped into a predicament akin to stepping in mud. Observing his sister-in-law's accusatory demeanor, he understood she had no intention of hearing his defense, and thus chose silence. However, his reticence only served to solidify Jiang Lingxiu's suspicions. Her grip on his ear tightened as she scolded him. "Do you think remaining silent absolves you of blame? I have noticed how you have been sneaking glances at us these past few days. Speak the truth. Have you harbored ill intentions towards your sisters-in-law?" Qinghua frantically waved his hands, too frightened to utter a word, lest he inadvertently seal his own fate with an infamous reputation. "How could you, Qinghua? She is your sister-in-law." Jiang Lingxiu's face turned a deep shade of anger, feeling as though her brother had betrayed not only her but also the sanctity of family. Casting a wary glance around to ensure no soldiers were approaching, he finally lowered his voice to explain, "It truly wasn't me. It was that Ji Shiha who sought to bully your sister-in-law. I was merely there to rescue her." "You can ask her." "Really?" Jiang Lingxiu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing his face for signs of deceit. Once convinced of his honesty, she released her grip on his ear, but not without delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head, warning him, "You better behave. If I discover that you have any improper thoughts about your sisters-in-law, I shall ensure you become a eunuch." Chapter 66. Entering the city's sixth sister-in-law, much like the eldest, was a renowned heroine in the martial world. Qinghua had no doubt she could indeed carry out such threats. Hastily begging for mercy, "Rest assured, sixth sister-in-law, I would never stoop so low." With the Qin family now reduced to him as the sole male heir, the continuation of the family line rested solely upon his shoulders. Should sixth sister-in-law fulfill her threat, he would undoubtedly become a disgrace to the Qin lineage. Jiang Lingxiu let out a cold laugh, saying, "It's good that you understand," while her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qinghua's lower half. After a few fleeting glances, a hint of sadness washed over her. Sensing her thoughts, Qinghua chuckled and feigned ignorance. "If the sisters-in-law wish for assistance, I am always available. Get lost." Jiang Lingxiu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. Observing the assembly of his captivating sisters-in-law, Qinghua scratched his head in contemplation. Although his previous remark had been in jest, it was not entirely unfounded. Each of the 7 sisters-in-law was stunningly beautiful. Yet they had all chosen to remain widowed at such a tender age, which was far from ideal. Throughout his journey, he had pondered this matter extensively. They were now intertwined with the Qin family, making remarriage a formidable challenge. If the 7 sisters-in-law had no objections, he would be more than willing to expand the Qin lineage. It is merely a matter of leaving a seed for a few sisters-in-law. Such matters, if left unspoken by both parties, would remain unknown to anyone. Once these sisters-in-law successfully give birth to heirs for the Qin family, Qinghua would be most willing to allow them to remain within the Qin household, continuing as the widows of his elder brothers. Naturally, if all 7 sisters-in-law were to confer and express a desire to remarry him, his younger brother, he would gladly acquiesce. It is important to note that these 7 women are formidable heroines, never once uttering a complaint, even as the Qin family fell to ruin. Such loyal and righteous women inspire in Qinghua a desire to offer everything he possesses. How could he possibly treat them poorly? While he pondered these trivial thoughts, Wei Yong returned to the stable, grinning broadly. Upon seeing Qinghua standing there in a daze, Wei Yong immediately sought to provoke him. "You fool! Did you just ambush me? Such a lad, truly unaware of the meaning of danger, aren't you?" "Sisters-in-law, he is trying to bully me." Almost the moment Wei Yong's voice reached his ears, Qinghua reverted to his foolish demeanor, clutching his head and swiftly darting into the embrace of several sisters-in-law. Jiang Lingxiu playfully tapped his head, yet offered no resistance. Li Qingfeng and Jiang Lingxiu, both renowned martial artists, had weapons at hand, making it impossible for Wei Yong to harm Qinghua. Li Qifeng stepped forward, her face a mask of frost as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" He is mentally challenged. "Do you truly wish to quarrel with a fool?" Jiang Lingxiu, standing tall, echoed coldly, "If you wish to bully our brother, you must first contend with us." Having witnessed the prowess of these two women, Wei Yong dared not offend them lightly. With their fierce gazes fixed upon him, he hesitated, unwilling to advance. Though anger simmered within him, after considerable thought, he ultimately decided to retreat. Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat them, he realized that he would still need to oversee the refugees, and sustaining injuries would be unwise. "Fine, just you wait," he spat, begrudgingly departing. Previously, the journey had been arduous, under the scorching sun and parched throats, making the days feel interminable. The stable, though foul-smelling, provided a reprieve from suffering, allowing the group to sit together and lose track of time. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky. As night fell, and with Ji Shiha yet to return, Wei Yong could no longer contain his impatience and rose to inquire about his whereabouts. Upon learning that no one had seen Ji Shiha, a foreboding sense of unease washed over Wei Yong, compelling him to instinctively glance towards Qinzhua. After observing Qinzhua in his usual dazed state, Wei Yong shifted his gaze to the last person who had interacted with Ji Shiha. You. Where has Ji Shiha gone? Why has he not returned for so long?" Zhang Banyan had long received a warning from Qinzhua. At this moment, upon hearing the words, she did not falter but lifted her head to say, "The military gentleman mentioned that there is no rush to travel. He intends to seek amusement in the city." What a fool. Wei Yong was well aware of Ji Shiha's character, a man who would go to any lengths for a woman. Indeed, such a deed was within his capabilities. Given this, Wei Yong chose to relinquish his worries and simply awaited Ji Shiha's return. However, this wait extended over 2 days, during which Wei Yong endeavored to trouble Qinzhua in every conceivable manner. He would either douse him with cold water while he slept or deliberately serve him spoiled flatbreads. Wei Yong was not intent on a fierce battle with Qinzhua. He merely sought to make his life uncomfortable. In response, Qinzhua did not resist. Even when doused with cold water while immersed in sleep, awakening with a silly grin upon his face. As another night passed, the relay station delivered an imperial notice urging everyone to resume their journey. Hu Daji happened to have recovered from his illness. With a single command from him, the group set forth once more. Yet Wei Yong felt a twinge of confusion and approached Hu Daji, saying, "Captain, Ji Shiha mentioned he would find entertainment in the city. Yet he has not returned for several days. Could something have befallen him?" Hu Daji, already informed of Ji Shiha's situation, was not surprised by this news. He merely replied with indifference, "That fellow is solely preoccupied with women. We need not concern ourselves with him. We must continue our journey. Should the higher-ups inquire later, we shall speak the truth and allow him to face the consequences of his choices." While articulating these words, Hu Daji casually glanced back. One could easily deduce that Ji Shiha had likely fallen victim to Qinzhua, though he felt a pang of sympathy, having already boarded Qinzhua's ship of mischief. He saw no reason to abandon their course. With a silent vow to observe the unfolding events, Hu Daji spurred his horse, leading the way to the front of the procession. At this juncture, he had no better alternative. He could only hope that during their travels, Qinzhua would find a way to overcome the challenges ahead and save his entire family from peril. The procession slowly entered Lingdong City. The city appeared bustling with activity. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirled. Zhang Banyan's elder brother, Zhang Shanhai, remained within the Lord's manor. A messenger entered to report, "I report to you, my lord, that the Qin family refugees have passed through the city gates." Lu Tiangang expressed surprise. "They arrived so soon?" Zhang Shanhai glanced at him and nodded. "They arrived a few days later than I anticipated. I had feared they encountered some misfortune along the way. It seems they are still unable to resolve their troubles." Lu Tiangang furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles?" Chapter 67. The Lord's decision. Zhang Shanhai replied solemnly, "The Qin family's journey to Ningguta will be fraught with peril. It is possible that the forces of Zhong Ti have already infiltrated Lingdong City." Lu Tiangang frowned. "I shall dispatch someone to meet your sister and see if there is an opportunity to assist her." Zhang Shanhai shook his head, acknowledging the peril of casually engaging with the refugees, for they might attract the attention of the escort soldiers. Moreover, countless scouts had been surveilling them along the way. Just as he contemplated this, a man rushed in. "My lord, a secret letter has arrived from the Qifeng sect of Yunchang City." The mention of Qifeng sect startled both Zhang Shanhai and Lu Tiangang. They exchanged glances, pondering why a letter from the sect would arrive at such a critical moment. Lu Tiangang took the letter and scrutinized its contents, while Zhang Shanhai inquired, "What does it say?" After reading the letter, Lu Tiangang sighed. "There is good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Zhang Shanhai, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Oh dear Lord! Why prolong the suspense at a time like this?" With a measured tone, Lu Tiangang replied, "The good news is that the young prince has not truly lost his wits. He has been feigning ignorance to evade disaster." Zhang Shanhai's spirits lifted momentarily, only to be quickly dashed as he asked, "And the bad news?" The Qin family's refugees have caught the attention of numerous factions, all of whom wish to see their demise. The smile faded from Zhang Shanhai's face, replaced by a deepening sorrow. "Qinzhuo must not perish. His sister remains with the group." Contemplating briefly, Zhang Shanhai tentatively queried, "What is the purpose of the Qifeng sect's message? What do they seek?" "They wish for me to make a concerted effort to rescue the Qin family refugees." "What?" Zhang Shanhai stood frozen, while Lu Tiangang let out a heavy sigh, sinking back into his chair. To demand that the Lord of Lindong City fully commit to rescuing the Qin family is tantamount to openly defying the court. Is the Qifeng sect planning a rebellion? Zhang Shanhai turned to Lu Tiangang, gritting his teeth. As the Lord of Lindong City, Lu Tiangang was unlikely to join the Qifeng sect in rebellion. Moreover, even if he were to agree, the endeavor would be fraught with challenges. Lu Tiangang lamented, his brows furrowed in worry, but then suddenly declared, "It may not be impossible." Zhang Shanhai was taken aback. "What just is this? Rebellion is a grave matter, one that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans." Lu Tiangang raised a hand, silencing Zhang Shanhai. With a solemn countenance, he stated, "The Grand General has shown me great kindness. I would face any peril without a word of complaint. However, rebellion is not a trivial undertaking, and I cannot implicate my family." Zhang Shanhai sought to dissuade him, but Lu Tiangang would not grant him the opportunity to speak. He had resolved to face death, willing to abandon all his possessions and flee with the young prince, bearing the weight of rebellion as his only means to save the Qin family refugees. Just then, the captain of the city guard, Shao Qi, suddenly entered. Kneeling on one knee, he proclaimed with conviction, "My lord, there are spies infiltrating Lindong City, seemingly targeting young Master Zhang." Upon realizing that the approach was directed towards him, Zhang Shanhai's expression drastically altered, and even Lu Tiangang's demeanor darkened in an instant. Despite exercising utmost caution during their journey, how could they have possibly attracted unwanted attention? Lu Tiangang sighed inwardly. Indeed, while the bustling city of Lingdong was vibrant, it was also teeming with people and prying eyes, making discovery an inevitable outcome. Yet, the timing of this visitor suggested that it was likely no good fortune. Both Lu Tiangang and Zhang Shanhai fell into a heavy silence, each consumed by their anxieties. After a brief pause, Zhang Shanhai inquired of Shao Qi, "Do you have any further news?" Shao Qi glanced at Lu Tiangang, seeing no objection. Promptly replied, "We captured a spy, but despite our best efforts, we could only extract the information that they hail from the Jin family in the southern region." Zhang Shanhai suddenly exhaled in relief. "The Jin family has long been our adversary. It is no surprise they would target me, likely hoping to strike while I am isolated." However, Lu Tiangang waved his hand dismissively. If it were that simple, it would be a different matter altogether. Is there not something more insidious at play? Zhang Shanhai, puzzled, wondered if there were secrets about the long-standing enmity between the Jin and Zhang families that he was unaware of. Lu Tiangang spoke solemnly. "It is well known that the Zhang family is related to the Qin family, a fact acknowledged throughout the realm. With the fall of the northern king's residence, this information is common knowledge. The Qin refugees heading towards Ningguta must pass through Lingong, and your presence here at such a critical time raises suspicions. Even if your intent is not to rescue the Qin refugees, your alibi will be tenuous at best." How could this be? Zhang Shanhai was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by worry. Lu Tiangang continued, "If you were to be captured with any incriminating evidence in Lingdong, it would not only spell disaster for you, but it could also spell the end for the entire Zhang family." Sweat trickled down Zhang Shanhai's forehead. His lips began to tremble. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tiangang declared, "At this juncture, we find ourselves with no options. We must hasten our departure from the city." Zhang Shanhai countered, "The Jun family seeks to ensnare me. If I leave the city now, would that not heighten their suspicions? As long as you are not present in Lingdong when the incident occurs, you can later procure witnesses to attest to your whereabouts. The Jun family cannot wield omnipotent power." Zhang Shanhai remained hesitant and tentatively asked, "Who would vouch for me?" Their eyes met, and Lu Tiangang smirked slightly, shaking the missive in his hand. He softly uttered 3 words, Qi Feng sect. Zhang Shanhai was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. Although the Qi Feng sect was merely a martial arts faction, its leader, Guo Haiyan, was highly esteemed in the realm. Even after withdrawing from the martial world for many years, anyone daring to provoke him would need to weigh their own strength carefully. Upon reflection, it appeared that the Qi Feng sect was perhaps his only safe haven. As thoughts raced through Zhang Shanhai's mind, Lu Tiangang turned to Xiaoqi. "Where is the captured individual now?" Xiaoqi promptly responded, "They are currently imprisoned." "In the city lord's jail?" Although puzzled by the city lord's inquiry, Xiaoqi nodded in affirmation. "You, my friend." Lu Tiangang smacked his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Did you manage to avoid prying eyes while escorting this individual?" Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. "Alas, how foolish." Lu Tiangang sighed heavily, chastising him for his lack of foresight. "Do you not understand the importance of minimizing trouble for the lord of the city? Why not take this person elsewhere for interrogation?" Xiaoqi knelt on the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment, utterly unsure of how to explain himself. When he initially captured the individual, he believed him to be just an ordinary criminal. Little did he know the complexities involved. Chapter 68 Prelude. After a brief silence, Lu Tiangang made a firm decision. "We must escort young Master Zheng out of the city immediately, ensuring that skilled individuals discreetly protect him. Remember to distance yourselves from the lord of the city. It is imperative that no one discovers your affiliation with him. Understood?" Xiaoqi dared not defy him, and quickly clasped his fists in agreement. Zhang Shanhai realized the gravity of the situation. While he had come alone to rescue the 6 members of the Qin family, if the alliance with the lord of Lingdong City became known, not only would he suffer the consequences, but Lu Tiangang would also be implicated, potentially jeopardizing the entire rescue plan. Hearing Lu Tiangang's continued concern for his safety warmed Zhang Shanhai's heart. Yet, feeling indebted, he could only bow respectfully and say, "My lord, I have been overly careless this time and have brought you trouble. If we both survive, the Zhang family shall surely offer you a substantial reward. But let us not dwell on that. I can no longer act solely for my own benefit and only hope that my family remains unharmed." Lu Tiangang reached out to assist Zhang Shanhai to his feet and then handed him a sealed letter, urging, "Time is of the essence. You must leave at once." Zhang Shanhai had initially wished to see his sister and the refugees from the Qin family, but the trouble he had inadvertently caused Lu Tiangang was too great. If he lingered any longer, the situation could escalate further. Reluctantly, Zhang Shanhai abandoned his plan to meet his sister, expressing his gratitude to Lu Tiangang once more before swiftly exiting the room. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Zhang Shanhai suddenly turned back, his expression resolute. "My lord, this turmoil began with me. If I simply walk away, would that not be?" Lu Tiangang interrupted, exasperated. "What is the point of discussing this? The fate of the Qin family refugees is uncertain. Why must you stay here to face death?" Zhang Shanhai's expression was one of deep sorrow, feeling perpetually indebted to this compassionate lord. Seeing his distress, Lu Tiangang hesitated before finally saying, "If you feel beholden to me, perhaps you should take my son with you to safety. As long as the Lu family has a descendant, I shall have no regrets, even in death." "My lord." Zhang Shanhai's eyes reddened, realizing that Lu Tiangang was entrusting him with a precious burden, his heart heavy with bitterness. He had already caused devastation to Lu's family. Thus, he saw no reason to refuse this request. As Zhang Shanhai was about to depart Lingdong City in a carriage, he fortuitously encountered the refugees from the Qin family entering the city. From a distance, Zhang Shanhai cast a glance at the throng of refugees, feeling a deep sense of despair. If only he had been more cunning, he would not be in such a dire predicament now. Turning back to look toward the lord's mansion, Zhang Shanhai clasped his fists in gratitude from afar. He could only hope that Lu Tiangang would succeed in rescuing the Qin family's displaced people. The streets were bustling with activity. Yet Qin Zhuo paid little attention to the carriages rushing past him. As he walked, he suddenly stumbled. Turning around, he found Wei Yong provocatively eyeing him from atop his horse. "What are you staring at? Hurry up. If you delay our journey, you won't be spared." After venting his frustration, Wei Yong noticed Qin Zhuo was still staring at him and sneered. "What? Are you not satisfied?" Qin Zhuo remained silent, quietly rising from the ground to continue his journey. In that fleeting moment of standing up, he discreetly grasped a stone in his palm. Seizing the opportunity while Wei Yong was gloating and drinking from his water pouch, Qin Zhuo deliberately flicked the stone, striking the horse's rear. Startled, the horse neighed and reared up, causing the unsuspecting Wei Yong to tumble from its back, landing in a most undignified manner. Witnessing this, Qin Zhuo clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming in approval, his face alight with schadenfreude. You. Although Wei Yong had not seen Qingjue's actions, he could easily surmise it was him and glared in his direction as he got back up. However, having arrived in Lingdong City, he refrained from escalating matters, instead swallowing his anger. This was merely a trivial incident along the way. As the group steadily progressed, they eventually entered the heart of Lingdong City. Inside the Lord's mansion, Lu Tiangang awaited the arrival of Qingjue and the others. Besides him, the lurking assassins had already concealed themselves, ready for their appearance. Among the group, Hu Daji glanced at the increasingly rapid pace of Wei Yong and couldn't help but frown. Moments later, he urged loudly, "Everyone, pick up the pace, no dawdling." Yet, despite his words, he subtly slowed his own pace. Wei Yong, leading ahead, paid no heed to whether the refugees could keep up, clearly seeking personal revenge. Upon hearing his voice, Wei Yong glanced back a few times and quickly noticed Hu Daji's subtle actions. However, he dared not confront Hu Daji in such circumstances and merely matched his reduced speed. After a short distance, Jiang Lingxiu suddenly quickened her pace to catch up with Wei Yong. "I'm thirsty. I want some water," she said, deliberately drawing his attention as she walked alongside him. Hearing her, Wei Yong looked down, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "What do you want with me? Figure it out yourself. Remember, just because you become a refugee doesn't mean you can ask for so much. This isn't your home." After hurling a series of scathing remarks, Wei Yong lightly flicked his whip, attempting to drive Jiang Lingxiu back. However, she did not retreat, and more refugees gathered behind her, clamoring with unreasonable demands. In a moment, Wei Yong found himself entangled by these individuals, leaving him no opportunity to glance in the direction of Hu Daji. Observing this scene, Hu Daji immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He approached Qingjue and lowered his voice, inquiring about the situation with Ji Xia. Without even a glance in his direction, Qingjue calmly replied, "He sought to bully my sister-in-law, and I shattered his skull." Although he had his suspicions, Hu Daji felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Qingjue's composed admission. If Wei Yong were to learn of this and let it slip, it could spell disaster. What was there to fear? His time was limited. Startled by the interruption, Hu Daji instinctively lifted his gaze towards Wei Yong's retreating figure. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Have you already made preparations?" Qingjue smiled faintly, showing little inclination to elaborate. After all, they were in Lingdong City. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Qi Feng sect was poised and ready. The past few days had not been wasted. Qingjue had orchestrated this to provide the Qi Feng sect ample time to prepare. Now that they had entered Lingdong City, it was inevitable that assassins would strike. Yet within the peril of life and death lay the potential for opportunity. While casualties were unavoidable, Qingjue understood that such circumstances were beyond his control. Noticing his air of confidence, Hu Daji, concerned for his family's safety, urged softly, "Your Highness, given the gravity of the situation, please do not keep me in suspense. Can you share your plan with me?" Chapter 69. A heart of loyalty. Seeing the urgency etched on Hu Daji's face, Qingjue gestured him closer. Moments later, as Hu Daji leaned in to listen, his expression transformed dramatically after hearing Qingjue's scheme. "Is this really all there is to it?" Qingjue nodded, still wearing his characteristic calm demeanor. It is often said that success lies in human effort, yet some matters are not solely determined by endeavor. A significant portion also relies on fate. What would unfold next was entirely up to destiny. Hu Daji's mind felt hazy, caught between understanding and confusion. He intended to voice his thoughts, but seeing Qingjue's unwavering confidence, he refrained from saying more. Returning to the forefront of the group, he found that Jiang Lingxiu and the others had ceased to trouble Wei Yong and had rejoined the formation. Wei Yong, still processing the sudden turn of events, instinctively turned to look at Qingjue. Noticing him, Qingjue flashed his signature silly smile. Wei Yong furrowed his brow, though he lacked evidence. He sensed that Qingjue was up to something. Before he could ponder further, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was Hu Daji. "Now that we've finally entered the city, how about we grab a drink after dark?" "Captain Hu, perhaps it's best to refrain from that." Wei Yong shook his head with a wry smile, yet he dared not offend Hu Daji. Instead, he cautiously added, "After all, we bear the responsibility of escorting the displaced. Should anything go awry, none of us could shoulder the consequences." Hu Daji, however, merely shook his head in response. "You truly intend to abstain? You shall miss out on a delightful experience. I was considering spending another night at the inn before leaving the city, allowing the brothers there to oversee the displaced while I indulge in a drink. If you choose not to join, Then you may remain here to guard the displaced while I take the others for a feast." With that, Hudaji indeed called upon the remaining escort soldiers. After all they had endured, only 6 escort soldiers remained. Upon hearing Hudaji's invitation to dine and drink, 4 of them readily agreed without hesitation. Wei Yong observed the camaraderie displayed among the 5, sensing something amiss yet unable to discern its nature. Reluctantly, he continued on the path with utmost caution. As night fell, the Lord's mansion was ablaze with light. Lu Tiangang suddenly rose, prompting Xiaoqi to rush forward. "My lord, at such a late hour, where do you intend to go?" Lu Tiangong's expression darkened. "There is no time to waste. We must act now." Xiaoqi, realizing he was at fault, offered, "My lord, allow me to handle this. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the burden alone, ensuring you remain unscathed." His words were resolute, yet Lu Tiangang shook his head in disagreement. "The general has shown me kindness. Rescuing the Qin family's displaced is my duty. If anyone is to be implicated, it is I who has entangled you in this." Although Xiaoqi was unaware of the specifics, he had gleaned some insight from Lu Tiangong's conversations with Xing Shanhai over the past few days. Hearing Lu Tiangang now, he fervently declared, "The general has favored you, my lord, and you in turn have favored us. It is only right for us, as your subordinates, to stand with you through thick and thin." Words were unnecessary. This was a matter of life and death. Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Tiangang gazed into the night. "I have already prepared myself for the worst. If I drag you into this, I could not rest easy even in death. Consider this matter as something you remain unaware of. When the authorities investigate, you may shift all blame onto me." "My lord." Xiaoqi's voice trembled. But Lu Tiangang silenced him. He had resolved to accept whatever fate awaited him. The general had once saved his life, and if it came to it, he would return the favor. Seeing Lu Tiangong's determination, Xiaoqi fell to his knees. "My lord, think twice. Young Master Zeng has already departed from Lingdong City. Those individuals currently lack any substantial evidence to implicate you. It would be wiser to leave this matter to me." Xiaoqi was resolute in his intention to take the fall for Lu Tiangang, for he had publicly apprehended the culprit during the day, and he knew he would face punishment regardless. In light of the grim circumstances, he believed it better to assist his lord in resolving this troublesome issue. Lu Tiangang let out a helpless sigh, extending his hand to pull him up, saying, "Do not persist any longer. Your life is your own. Why subject yourself to this? You have stated that life belongs to oneself. You are but one person. How can you possibly rescue the grandson of the Northern King?" Xiaoqi, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed, "If the operation fails, not only will the refugees of the Northern King's estate perish, but you will also meet your demise." Lu Tiangang was acutely aware of the recklessness of his plan, recognizing that one man alone could not accomplish such a grand endeavor. Yet, with the situation having escalated to this point, he saw no alternative. With a call, a dozen soldiers rushed in. Xiaoqi, along with the soldiers, knelt before Lu Tiangang, proclaiming, "We have conferred and agreed. The Northern King is loyal and valiant, and the city lord is devoted and righteous. Neither side can allow the lineage to perish. Since the city lord is resolute in rescuing the grandson of the Northern King, we are willing to follow you to the death, even if it means plunging into fire and water." Witnessing the faces before him, Lu Tiangang was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. "You all," Xiaoqi firmly declared, "rest assured, city lord, we have already sent our families out of the city. We have disregarded life and death, even severing our retreat." Looking at these individuals, Lu Tiangang could not help but feel his eyes moisten. After a long silence, he clasped his hands in gratitude. "What merit have I to deserve the companionship of such esteemed individuals? Since you are willing to entrust your lives to me, I, Lu, express my heartfelt thanks to you all on behalf of the general." Straightening up, Lu Tiangang had a jar of wine brought forth. The group drank deeply together, then smashed their cups as a sign of their rebellion. Having completed this ritual, every face, including Lu Tiangong's, was etched with unyielding resolve. "Let us go," Lu Tiangang commanded. And the group proceeded to the city lord's prison. The captured spy from earlier was still confined there, seemingly convinced that Lu Tiangang would release him. Upon seeing Lu Tiangang arrive with his men, the spy swiftly turned his gaze. Even in the presence of Lu Tiangang, he maintained an air of confidence. "Have you figured out who I am? If so, why not release me immediately? Should you anger my master, you shall face treason charges before the court." Lu Tiangang glanced at the defiant spy, who was far more brazen than himself, and chuckled softly, raising his hand. The next moment, the jailer stepped forward to unlock the cell. The spy genuinely believed that Lu Tiangang, as the city lord, was intimidated by his powerful connections and, with a sense of triumph, attempted to exit. Chapter 70. Everything was a mistake, however. Just as he stood, Lu Tiangang delivered a swift kick, sending him back into the prison. How dare you? The spy glared furiously, ready to curse, but was met with the glint of a blade in Lu Tiangang's hand. Shout. Continue to shout. Lu Tiangang grinned ominously, and with a swift motion, he brought the knife down. In the next moment, a crimson line appeared across the spy's neck. The dish, caught in a dream, could hardly fathom that the mere lord of Lingdong City would dare to take his life. His face contorted with terror and shock. He desperately attempted to staunch the flow of blood gushing from the wound on his neck, yet crimson continued to seep through his fingers. Just as he was about to utter the words of rebellion, he collapsed to the ground, his vitality extinguished. Lu Tiangang returned the dagger to the waiting Shao Qi and turned to depart the prison. Without his command, his subordinates instinctively set about disposing of the corpse. Once back in the main hall of the Lord's residence, Lu Tiangang resumed his official duties as if nothing had transpired. He assigned Shao Qi to guard the city gates, instructing him to find an opportunity to relay messages to Qin Zhuo upon sighting the refugee convoy, facilitating their subsequent collaboration. The relay station was inherently unsafe. If ambushers were lurking there, aiming to eliminate Qin Zhuo and his companions, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. Lu Tiangang was acutely aware of this reality and would ensure that his men did not linger near the relay station. As he twisted the teacup in his hand, contemplating deeply, he was just about to put pen to paper when a metallic clatter broke the silence. Having spent years in the military, Lu Tiangang's keen ears immediately detected the anomaly. Before he could investigate further, a shadow abruptly surged into the room, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The two men locked eyes across a table, a palpable chill enveloping the air. Lu Tiangang's hair stood on end, instinctively drawn to the intruder. The figure was cloaked in dark attire, a long sword poised against Lu Tiangang's throat, capable of claiming his life at any moment, yet he refrained from doing so. Having been forged in the crucible of military life, Lu Tiangang quickly shed his initial shock and exuded an unyielding aura of authority. If you intend to kill me, then do it. He fixed his gaze upon the intruder's eyes, embodying an indomitable spirit. The cloaked man merely sneered, offering no response. Noting the inaction, Lu Tiangang furrowed his brow, piecing together the situation. Shifting his gaze to the doorway, he spoke with barely concealed ire. Since you have come, why hide in the shadows? Truly worthy of the lordship. Remarkable indeed. The next moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Lu Tiangang's pupils constricted as two figures appeared, slowly entering the room. The first was a strikingly handsome man with a pale complexion, who approached with a grin, nodding in acknowledgement towards Lu Tiangang. It was Zhen Jinjin from the Zhen family, a familiar face in Lingdong City. However, the man trailing behind him was decidedly extraordinary. A mere glance drew a sharp intake of breath from Lu Tiangang. To his astonishment, the Zhen family had summoned this formidable figure, emboldening them to brazenly infiltrate the Lord's residence. Feng Weilong, a fierce general under the new emperor and the commander of the garrison near Lingdong City. The Zhen family has summoned Feng Weilong, indicating their murderous intent. Observing the two before him, Lu Tiangang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his heart brimming with resolve. Soon, a group of individuals rushed in from outside. However, their attire was disheveled, suggesting they were neither soldiers nor officials, but rather local bandits. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Tiangang swiftly recognized something amiss. Though they were dressed like ruffians, their movements were remarkably synchronized. It was evident that these were likely subordinates of Feng Weilong masquerading as outlaws. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Lu Tiangang averted his gaze. It appeared that the young master of the Zhen family was orchestrating a farce of bandits storming the Lord's manor. This plan would enable him, without any formal decree or order from above, to meet his demise in utter silence, indeed a cunning stratagem. Yet, what purpose would it serve to eliminate him? At this juncture, unless the entirety of Lingdong City were to be slaughtered, there would inevitably be witnesses to divulge the truth. Wait. Observing their demeanor, Lu Tiangang's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that this band of miscreants harbored the intention of annihilating the city to silence all witnesses? If that were the case, their ruthlessness knew no bounds. Lu Tiangang's face flickered through a spectrum of emotions as he realized he had grossly underestimated their brutal methods. While Lu Tiangang was lost in his thoughts, Zhen Jinjin approached. Fixing her gaze upon Lu Tiangang, she suddenly smiled. My lord, you wish to assist the Qin family's refugees in their escape, do you not? What do you think will become of you if this reaches the ears of His Majesty? Lu Tiangang replied with a cold sneer, What crime cannot be fabricated? When you have evidence, come forth and accuse me. With the situation at hand, why persist in this charade? Regardless of Lu Tiangong's rebuttals, Zhen Zhenjin continued to voice her thoughts. Considering your relative integrity, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you wish to avoid suffering, confess everything honestly, and I may allow you a more merciful end. Lu Tiangang scornfully retorted, what is your purpose in storming the Lord's manor disguised as bandits? Surely, a man of your intelligence has not failed to surmise? Zhen Zhenjin replied with a smile. Are you truly intent on slaughtering the city? Lu Tiangong's eyes widened, despair seeping into his expression. Zhen Zhenjin merely smiled in silence, exuding an air of leisure. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Tiangang erupted, are you even human? I, Lu Tiangang, may deserve my fate, but what sins have the common people committed? To slaughter a city without cause, do you not fear retribution? This time, it was not Zhen Zhenjin who spoke, but Feng Weilong. With a disdainful snort, he crossed his arms and derisively remarked, it is precisely because of treacherous ministers like you that His Majesty must exert himself to the utmost, without sending people like you to the underworld. How could the great Qian attain peace and stability? Traitors and rebels? Peace and stability? Lu Tiangang suddenly erupted into wild laughter upon hearing these words. Countless lives had been sacrificed for the tranquility of the great Qian, only to be met with the title of a traitor in the end. Indeed, the fervent passion of those years had been a complete folly. Amidst his laughter, Lu Tiangang found the entire situation utterly ludicrous. Chapter 71. Tongue self-destruction. Lu Tiangang continued to laugh uncontrollably, while Feng Weilong remained cold and unyielding. Do not rejoice too soon. Your fate will inevitably mirror mine. Seeking death. Lu Tiangong's taunts finally provoked Feng Weilong, who scoffed and prepared to strike. Just then, Zhen Zhenjin intervened, saying, do not be hasty, we have yet to uncover his plans. And he cannot die just yet. Feng Weilong glanced at Zhen Zhenjin with some dissatisfaction but obediently sheathed his weapon. At Zhen Zhenjin's command, several individuals rushed forth to bind Lu Tiangang tightly before escorting him to the dungeons of the city lord's mansion. However, prior to this, no one noticed Lu Tiangang casually discarding a crumpled piece of paper onto the ground. As soon as Lu Tiangang and Zhen Zhenjin departed, Xiaoqi appeared in the hall. After circling the table, he quickly noticed the paper on the floor. Upon unfolding it, the contents were deeply moving. It was a directive from Lu Tiangang, instructing Xiaoqi and others to devote all efforts to rescuing the Qin family's refugees, and then to leave Lingnong City without concern for his fate. After reading the note, Xiaoqi was overwhelmed with emotion. The esteemed lord of Lingnong City, having survived battles and political strife, was now to perish at the hands of a mere Zhen family descendant. What a tragic irony. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoqi rose. He understood that even if Lu Tiangang requested it now, he could not save the lord. Any attempt would only result in a futile loss of life. Thus, the only course left was to fulfill Lu Tiangong's final request, ensuring that his sacrifice was not in vain. Clenching his teeth, Xiaoqi departed, reuniting with his comrades to expedite the rescue plan. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the city lord's mansion, Lu Tiangang, his upper body bare, had endured countless lashes, his skin marked with vivid stripes of blood. Will you speak? Zhen Zhenjin relentlessly lashed Lu Tiangang, yet all he offered in return was a suffocating silence. Observing his defiance, Zhen Zhenjin found herself both infuriated and amused. You are indeed a tough one. With a sardonic grin, Zhen Zhenjin struck again with renewed ferocity. It mattered not whether he spoke. I shall show no mercy regardless. The sound of the whip echoed incessantly, and before long, Lu Tiangang found himself on the brink of death. At that moment, he harbored no other desires, only wishing for Xiaoqi to discover the letter he had left behind, and to successfully rescue the Qin family refugees. As for the people of Lingnong City, Lu Tiangang lamented his own inadequacy, realizing he was utterly powerless to save so many. Ultimately, whether they lived or perished mattered little to him. He had long ceased to care. However, the new emperor was genuinely formidable, possessing the uncanny ability to know everything occurring within Lingnong City, despite being far away in the capital. This demonstrated the extent of the new emperor's reach and power. If things continued in this manner, even if the Qin family managed to escape this assassination attempt, they might still fall victim to future calamities. After delivering several lashes, and seeing Lu Tiangang stubbornly refuse to speak, Zhen Zhenjin, filled with exasperation, discarded the whip and turned to Feng Weilong, stating that this obstinate fellow would rather die than divulge any information, and that they needed to devise an alternative approach. Feng Weilong said nothing, silently preparing a heated branding iron. Unlike the whip, this instrument, when applied to the flesh, could bring forth unbearable suffering in an instant. Intrigued, Jin Jinjin raised an eyebrow and took the branding iron, turning back towards Lu Tiangang. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tiangang internally sighed, aware that if the situation persisted, he might not endure much longer. For the safety of the Qin family and the lives of many within Qingfeng sect, he resolved that he must perish swiftly. Making a decisive choice, Lu Tiangang bit down on his own tongue. Feng Weilong reacted with remarkable speed, immediately noticing Lu Tiangang's unusual action. Yet, it was too late. The moment Feng Weilong shouted, Lu Tiangang had already severed his own tongue. As he took his final breath, Lu Tiangang raised his head and fixed a piercing gaze upon Jin Jinjin, his eyes refusing to close in death. How unfortunate! Jin Jinjin, seemingly fearful of being tainted by ill fortune, hastily retrieved a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, quickly stepping back. Feng Weilong attempted to move forward, but upon seeing the blood cascading from the lips of Lu Tiangang, who was evidently lifeless, he silently withdrew. At that moment, a soldier dressed like a bandit entered, holding a bag which he handed to Feng Weilong. He reported, "My lord, Wei Yong's message delivery location has yielded nothing for the second consecutive time. It appears he has been compromised." Initially indifferent to this matter, Jin Jinjin's attention was piqued upon hearing the word compromised, and he swiftly turned to look. "Did you arrange for an informant?" Observing the empty bag in Feng Weilong's hands, his brow furrowed with concern. After glancing at Jin Jinjin, he explained, "The escort soldier named Wei Yong has always been a trusted agent of His Majesty, meticulous in his caution. I never anticipated he would be exposed." Jin Jinjin retorted, "Who could have discovered him? Is there truly someone daring enough to, like Lu Tiangang, risk rebellion to rescue that group of people from the Qin family?" Casually tossing the bag into the fire, he watched the flames rise, and Feng Weilong scoffed. "Young Master Jin, you are unaware that the individuals you refer to possess an influence beyond your imagination, as long as there remains a member of the Qin family alive. And with but a single command, countless individuals within the realm of the Qin would willingly rise to follow him. Such a statement is not without merit, however." Jin Jinjin remains unconvinced. With a disdainful curl of his lips, he scoffs. Is it truly possible that mere words can compel others to lay down their lives for him? Under heaven, is there not a single inch of land that does not belong to the sovereign? The people of the Qin are subjects of His Majesty the Emperor. Can it be that they would heed the summons of the Qin family? Seeing his steadfastness and opinion, Feng Weilong refrains from further elaboration. Jin Jinjin is merely a scion of a mercantile lineage. He is, of course, oblivious to the formidable prowess of the Northern Guardian King. Countless times, King Qin Feng has led troops into battle, surrounded by generals of unparalleled might. Though these warriors may have retired or chosen to live in peace, their abilities remain undiminished, perhaps even surpassing their former glory. Why are the 7 grandsons of the Qin family able to wed into the esteemed families of the Qin? Ultimately, it is due to the illustrious reputation of the Northern Guardian King. The new emperor's urgent desire to eradicate the Qin family stems from a need to demonstrate to the world who truly holds dominion over the Qin. To make it clear whose surname governs the land, Jin Jinjin turns to gaze at the deceased Lu Tiangang, his brow furrowed in silence. Feng Weilong, momentarily distracted by the flickering flames, suddenly hatches a plan. Since their position has already been compromised, this band of refugees must not be allowed to remain. Jin Jinjin glances back, his tone now tinged with surprise. Chapter 72. An ambush. The refugee group has entered Lingdong City, amidst the throng of people. How does one go about eliminating them? Is it truly necessary to massacre the city, to annihilate hundreds of thousands of innocent souls? When Jin Jinjin initially suggested bringing people to Lingdong City, it was merely a casual remark, intended to intimidate Lu Tiangang, so that no conspirators within the city lord's mansion would aid in the escape of Qinzhua and others. Now, hearing that Feng Weilong is genuinely contemplating a massacre sends a shiver down his spine. In the next moment, Feng Weilong turns to him. The flames flicker uncertainly, casting a shadow over the countenance of the military leader. "It is not I who wishes to slaughter the city, but you." "What? Me?" With a single statement from Feng Weilong, Jin Jinjin nearly breaks into a cold sweat. Feng Weilong solemnly declares, "This is merely a last resort. I am instructing you to eliminate the Qin family refugees." "So it is." Jin Jinjin exhales deeply. After all, a citywide massacre is no trifling matter. Though he may be frivolous, he cannot bring himself to commit such an atrocity. If it truly comes to that, he would prefer to avoid provoking the Qin family's refugees altogether. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Jinjin extends his hand. Let me do it. But you must lend me some troops. Feng Weilong, not one for frivolities, responds directly, choose freely from those outside. There are enough to assist you in your endeavors. However, Zhang Jinjin shakes his head. Among the Qin family refugees, there are 2 exceptionally skilled women. I fear that your 100 or so men may not suffice. Upon hearing this, Feng Weilong's expression swiftly turns hostile. Young Master Jin, do you truly believe my subordinates are mere idlers? Allow me to be candid. These individuals are meticulously chosen elites. Zhang Jin knew full well that her words might provoke Feng Weilong's displeasure, yet she deemed it a necessary precaution. Observing his reluctance, she refrained from pressing the issue and cheerfully turned to select her team. Under the cover of night, they departed from the city lord's mansion with their chosen cohort, while the remaining individuals, under Feng Weilong's orders, ruthlessly eliminated every living being within the mansion. Arriving near the relay station in Lingdong City, Zhang Jin easily dispersed the station personnel after presenting Feng Weilong's token, having already arranged for this in advance. Once her people were in place, they awaited the arrival of the refugee group in silence. Meanwhile, on Qinju's side, Hudaji seemed blissfully unaware of the impending challenges, continuing his idle chatter with those around him. Indeed, Lingdong City was prosperous. Even the ordinary citizens led a life of leisure and comfort. Wang Zhu was glancing about, unable to contain his anticipation. Captain, where shall we go for drinks later? You only think of drinking. Hudaji shot him an exasperated glance. First, we must escort the refugees to the relay station, and only after the handover shall we discuss drinking. Perhaps the thought of drinking stirred an impatience among the group, as they unconsciously quickened their pace. At that moment, Qinzhou began to survey his surroundings. Although the citizens appeared unremarkable, he was plagued by a foreboding sense. Logically, the relay station within Lingdong City would be the ideal location for an ambush, but who could guarantee that assassins would not emerge along the way? Were the citizens behaving this way due to an arrangement by the city lord Lu Tiangang? If that were the case, the citizens' situation would be perilously precarious. As they continued, particularly as they neared the relay station, the number of citizens on the streets dwindled. It was not that there were no people nearby, but those who lingered appeared somewhat peculiar. Their gait suggested they were not ordinary folk. Frowning, Qinzhou abruptly halted. I want meat. I want meat. He plopped down onto the ground, causing a commotion. The others clustered around Hudaji, fearful that he might go drinking without them, leaving Wei Yong alone to guard the refugees. Upon witnessing Qinzhu's antics, Wei Yong's expression darkened as he approached. Get up and keep moving, or do not blame me for being unkind. Even in the face of the whip, Qinzhu remained obstinate. I want to go. I want meat. At that moment, Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu approached. The 2 girls, fearing that Wei Yong might indeed strike, attempted to assist Qinzhu in resuming their journey. However, at this moment, Qinzhu showed no regard for his sisters-in-law. As the 2 sisters-in-law approached to assist him, he unexpectedly embraced Jiang Lingxiu, rubbing vigorously against her bosom. This scene startled Jiang Lingxiu, eliciting a delicate gasp from her, and her fair complexion flushed crimson at a visible pace. Brother, what are you doing? She instinctively attempted to push Qinzhu away, but in the next instant, a voice, audible only to the 2 of them, reached her ears. Sister-in-law, there is an ambush. Jiang Lingxiu's expression froze as she hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Yet, after a thorough glance, she discerned nothing out of the ordinary. The crowd was merely a tad sparse. Where was the ambush? If you won't let me eat meat, then I shall drink milk. Concerned that Wei Yong might catch on, Qinzhu resumed his nonsensical chatter. Upon hearing this, both sisters-in-law blushed profusely, while those around began to murmur and point at Qinzhu. Shameless. That's your sister-in-law. Li Qifeng instinctively shifted aside, and Jiang Lingxiu attempted to do the same, but Qinzhu held her tightly, rendering her unable to move. Had she not known that Qinzhu was deliberately feigning ignorance, trying to buy time by plunging into her embrace, she might have already slapped him. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Yong's expression darkened. Dismounting, he pointed his riding whip threateningly at the back of Qinzhu's head, hissing ominously, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I shall take action." At that moment, a little girl approached, holding a piece of untouched dry bread from earlier, her face beaming as she offered it to Qinzhu. "Your Highness, please eat. I'm not hungry." Smack. Wei Yong struck the back of the little girl's hand, causing her pain and making the bread fall to the ground. Li Qifeng's gaze turned icy at this sight, and without hesitation, she delivered a kick that sent Wei Yong flying. The force of the kick was not severe, its intent more intimidating than harmful. Consequently, Wei Yong quickly regained his footing, his face a mask of anger and humiliation as he shouted, "What do you think you're doing? I am the heir of the Northern Protectorate. I can eat what I want. Who are you to criticize?" His face turned a deep shade of anger, wishing he could draw his sword and slay the three before him. However, when his gaze fell upon the long swords at Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingshuo's waists, he was compelled to suppress his rage. "I was merely concerned that the little girl's bread might be poisoned. I never said Qinzhou couldn't eat." Chapter 73. An unexpected turn of events. Unfazed by the situation, Qinzhou picked up the fallen piece of bread, now covered in dirt and dust, and ravenously devoured it. As anticipated, he found a small note hidden within. Seizing the brief moment while Wei Yong and the two sisters-in-law were poised for confrontation, he unfolded the note, took a glance, and then swallowed it along with the bread. When Wei Yong approached again, Qinzhou resumed his act of feigned ignorance. Arriving a moment too late, Wei Yong found himself unable to locate any substantial evidence, even amidst his suspicions. The sight of Qinzhou's foolish grin filled him with a profound sense of disdain. With an impatient flick of his whip, he urged, "You've had your meal. Let us hasten our journey." Qinzhou promptly rose, casting a few glances toward the crowd before feigning nonchalance and obediently proceeding on the path ahead. The inn within the city was already set with an ambush, leaving only a dead end upon entry. Yet, in the present circumstances, Qinzhou had no choice but to move forward. While he possessed the strength to reveal his identity, eliminate all but Hu Daji's escort, and escape from Ling'ang City, what of the innocent women? To prevent their tragic demise, Qinzhou could only comply and head toward the inn. Not far off, hidden in the shadows, Shaoqi watched anxiously as Qinzhou and the others, despite having received his message, continued in lockstep toward the inn. "My lord, what shall we do now?" One of the subordinates could not help but ask. "The inn is filled with Feng Weilong's men. If the Qin family refugees enter, we would be helpless to save anyone, even if we perish." Shaoqi was acutely aware of this fact, yet he found himself without any recourse. After a moment of silence, he sighed inwardly. It seemed they could only wait for the Qin family heir to take action. Without a signal from him, they could not afford to act rashly. Upon their arrival at the inn, Hu Daji and his men began handling the handover. However, intentionally or not, Hu Daji and his companions refrained from entering. A soldier responsible for the transfer could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "Aren't you going in?" Hu Daji chuckled, "We're too weary from the journey. My brothers and I are off to enjoy a bit of wine." During their exchange, the members of the Qin family remained behind Hu Daji, similarly refraining from entering the inn. Many onlookers were intrigued, standing at a distance to observe the unfolding scene. In such a crowded setting, it was not an opportune moment for action. As Hu Daji did not enter the inn, Feng Weilong's men could not press the issue. Just as both parties engaged in subtle probing, Qinzhou began to stir trouble. "You rascal, what audacity you possess. At such a tender age, you've strayed. I shall strike you down, you lecher." The conversing parties turned in unison toward the commotion, witnessing two citizens of Ling'ang City suddenly assaulting Qinzhou with fists and kicks for reasons unknown. Nearby, a woman clutched her chest, sobbing with a face full of grievance and embarrassment. Hu Daji frowned slightly, concealing his thoughts, yet internally recognizing that this uproar was undoubtedly orchestrated by Qinzhou. The farce was not without purpose. After speaking briefly with the soldiers at the inn, he strode over decisively. First, he separated the two citizens and glanced at Qinzhou, pinned to the ground, before inquiring, "What is happening here?" A young man pointed at Qinzhou, who was sprawled on the ground, covered in footprints, and exclaimed, "This scoundrel has bullied my wife." The sobbing woman, still wearing a look of grievance, rushed to stand behind the man. Under Hu Daji's probing, the truth of the matter gradually unfolded. It turned out that Qinzhou had taken advantage of the crowd's distraction to inappropriately touch the woman's bosom. Had it ended there, it might have been overlooked, as most would not bother to hold a fool like him accountable. A few slaps would suffice, and it would not escalate to the current relentless pursuit. However, after the inappropriate touch, Qinzhou had the audacity to rip off the woman's waistband, nearly exposing her to the public gaze. The woman's fear prompted her to weep, inciting her husband's wrath, which led him to confront Qinzhou with fury. Upon understanding the full story, Hu Daji promptly offered his apologies. Unexpectedly, the husband remained unyielding, insisting that he would not relent until Qinzhou's hands and feet were broken. In desperation, Hu Daji found himself negotiating with the irate man. Just then, the clinking of chains resonated nearby. Turning his head, he was astonished to see the station guards had shackled Qinzhou. Throughout their journey, Hu Daji and his companions had only bound the ankles of the prisoners with ropes to maintain their pace. After realizing Qinzhou was feigning ignorance, Hu Daji had even omitted this step. Now, witnessing the soldiers fastening chains on Qin Zhuo, his expression shifted dramatically. "What are you doing?" Wei Ve arrived at the station. "Why still the shackles?" The guard glanced at him disdainfully. "This is a notorious criminal of the Northern King's manor. He certainly requires special attention." As the words were spoken, others approached to shackle Jiang Lingxiu and Li Qifeng as well. Hu Daji's complexion fluctuated, and he sensed impending trouble. Despite being shackled, Qin Zhuo maintained his guise of foolishness, oblivious to the looming danger, his eyes darting around. In truth, he had already noticed the hidden figures of Shao Qi and others, which was precisely why he had dared to act so brazenly towards the woman, seizing the moment while her husband was distracted. He hastily inscribed a few blood characters on her clothing. Such an act could not have been accomplished by Qin Zhuo alone. Had it not been for Hu Daji's timely intervention, he would not have succeeded. By the time the guards approached to shackle him, Qin Zhuo had already managed to relay the message. Powerlessly watching as the guards placed shackles on Qin Zhuo and the others, Hu Daji felt an urge to assist, yet found himself utterly impotent. With a commanding wave, an order was issued: escort these refugees to the cells. In the next instant, the station guards moved to apprehend them. Hu Daji gritted his teeth. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to remain close to Qin Zhuo. He reasoned that if Qin Zhuo was indeed feigning ignorance, he must have a plan of his own. As long as he could provide even the slightest hint, a mere glance would suffice to reassure Hu Daji significantly. Yet, Wei Yong persistently followed closely behind, preventing Hu Daji from making any moves. In desperation, Hu Daji exchanged a glance with Wang Zhu. Their bond was strong, and Wang Zhu instantly grasped Hu Daji's intent, promptly engaging Wei Yong in conversation. "Wei Yong, we are heading out for drinks shortly. Are you truly not joining us? We've endured so much together over these past days, and having finally arrived in Lingang City, wouldn't it be a disservice to ourselves not to indulge in a hearty feast?" Nearby, someone echoed in agreement. "Indeed. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. We don't even know if we will return alive. We must drink until we are inebriated." Though Wei Yong had the desire to accompany Hu Daji, he could not withstand their insistence, and gradually, he found himself distancing from them. Observing two station soldiers confining Qin Zhuo and the others in a cell, he could not help but frown and inquire, "They are locked up. Why haven't the shackles been removed? They are merely commoners. What is the fuss?" The station soldiers held Hu Daji, the escort captain, in contempt, displaying a brazenly rude demeanor. Unfortunately, although Hu Daji felt discontent, he found himself unable to voice it. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, and he was certainly no formidable dragon. In such a situation, all he could do was proceed cautiously. "Are you not leaving?" The two station soldiers, initially intending to depart, turned back upon noticing Hu Daji still standing there. Hu Daji quickly forced a smile. "I worry these individuals might pull a fast one. I need to check for any issues before we leave." The two soldiers, not giving it much thought, were brought by Jin Jinshin and were aware that their master intended to eliminate these commoners tonight. Thus, they were unconcerned about Hu Daji's intentions and departed without further ado. Once they left, Hu Daji hurried to the cell door. Fixing his gaze on Qin Zhuo, he lowered his voice. "Your Highness, the situation is dire." At that moment, Qin Zhuo was rolling in the hay on the ground, occasionally chuckling foolishly, clearly attempting to maintain an act, wary of being spied upon. In between his foolish laughter, he whispered, "Don't look at me. There are surely other eyes watching." In his anxious state, Hu Daji had momentarily overlooked this caution, and upon hearing it, he hastily began to move about. Qin Zhuo lowered his voice again. "There is an ambush here. Tonight is a deadlock. They are clearly intent on resolving matters here." A chill ran down Qin Zhuo's spine. "Surely not? This is Lingang City. Didn't Your Highness say someone would be here to assist us? If there is help, why is it still a deadlock?" Hu Daji's conjecture was not without merit. His hesitance stemmed from uncertainty about whether Qin Zhuo could indeed lead them out of this perilous situation. Now, with an imminent crisis at hand, he had to carefully consider the choices for himself and his comrades, fully aware that he, too, was akin to a clay statue crossing a river. Precariously safeguarding his own existence, Qin Zhuo refrained from compelling Hu Daji to bind himself to him. Instead, he offered a well-intentioned caution. "If you wish to barter my denunciation for your survival, it is not impossible. But you must carefully consider who it is that offers a greater chance of survival." Momentarily taken aback by the revelation of his intentions, Hu Daji quickly regained his composure. "Your Highness, I do not aspire to great wealth or nobility. I merely wish for the safety of my brothers and family. Do not hold it against me." Qinzhuo abruptly lifted his gaze, his voice rising slightly. Do not forget, those who sent you here never intended for you to return alive. Hu Daji was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Qinzhuo lowered his head, feigning ignorance, yet remarked, nothing in particular, merely suggesting we take a gamble. After a prolonged internal struggle, Hu Daji could no longer concern himself with the possibility of being watched and approached the cell door once more. Your Highness, given the gravity of the situation, do not keep me in suspense. Qinzhuo nodded and began drawing patterns on the ground with his finger. If they intend to capture us all without leaving a single survivor, then you must prepare for the annihilation of your entire family. This was not a mere exaggeration from Qinzhuo. After all, Hu Daji and his companions were merely lowly escort soldiers, no different from cannon fodder. In the past, no one would have considered them worthy of attention, but their current charge involved the displaced populace from the Qin family of the Northern King's residents. Having offended numerous powerful figures, even the new emperor sought their utter destruction, let alone the other influential figures in the court. Having spent every day and night in close quarters with Qinzhuo and his companions, if Hu Daji and the others were to witness their demise en route, would those behind this scheme allow them to return alive? In this world, the only keepers of secrets are the dead. In a bid to prevent exposure, the orchestrators of this assassination would not only eliminate the Qin family's displaced persons and escort soldiers like Hu Daji, but would also spare neither their leaders nor their families. In such times, human life was regarded as less than straw, especially for ordinary people of their societal standing. Death was a mere inevitability. After listening to Qinzhuo's rationale, Hu Daji, with a grave expression, exited the cell. The weight of Qinzhuo's words bore heavily upon him, rendering him disinterested even in indulging in meat and wine. At that moment, Wei Yong, concerned that Qinzhuo and Hu Daji were conspiring, ventured alone into the cell. As Hu Daji watched him enter, he turned to converse with the two brothers beside him. Have you ever considered that while we toil and suffer outside, our families may have already encountered misfortune? Though Hu Daji endeavored to choose his words carefully, his utterance startled his companions. Captain, what do you mean by that? We are merely executing orders from the authorities. Our families must be safe and eagerly awaiting our return. Wu Go had only recently married and had joined Hu Daji on a mission, hoping to earn more money to provide a better life for his bride. Among the team, he longed to return home, especially after observing his naive brothers, Wang Zhu and Wu Go. Hu Daji's lips twitched, and he found himself at a loss for words. While others had families to cherish, he was burdened only by an elderly mother with mobility issues. If anything were to happen to her, he would be willing to risk his life to ensure those responsible paid dearly. However, he could not ascertain the situation at home, leaving him only half convinced by Qinzhuo's words. Should he take a gamble? Hu Daji recalled Qinzhuo's words and instinctively voiced his thoughts. Wu Go and Wang Zhu exchanged puzzled glances, not comprehending. Wu Go inquired, Captain, are you still considering gambling? Wang Zhu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Captain, our meager salaries can hardly withstand the whims of a casino. It would be best to refrain. But Hu Daji shook his head, resolute as he declared, it's not a gamble for money, it's a gamble for life. What? Both Wu Go and Wang Zhu were taken aback. Why would they wager their lives? Hu Daji pulled the two closer by their necks and revealed the ambush set at the post station, urging them to remain vigilant that night. Chapter 75. Conflict in the prison. After much contemplation, Hu Daji resolved to take a chance with Qinzhuo. If what Qinzhuo had said was indeed true, he would then know what choice to make. While the three conspired quietly, Wei Yong emerged slowly. Upon seeing his arrival, they immediately feigned nonchalance and dispersed. Wei Yong found their behavior peculiar, and an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. What were they whispering about? Had they discovered his true identity? His eyes darted, filled with apprehension, prompting him to test the waters. As Hu Daji and the others engaged in a battle of wits with Wei Yong, Qinzhuo lay amidst the weeds. Resting his eyes, Li Qifeng trudged in, weary, cradling his sword for a moment of respite. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxiu and Zheng Banyan were far less composed. Acutely aware that Qinzhuo was feigning ignorance, and they discreetly observed him from a distance. Since uncovering the truth, they had unconsciously regarded Qinzhuo as their anchor of hope. The course of action henceforth hinged entirely on Qinzhuo's decisions. Brother? Jiang Lingxiu suddenly called out without warning. Qinzhuo opened his eyes to see her. Just as she was about to speak, he resumed his act of ignorance, lamenting his hunger and desire for food. The siblings exchanged glances, immediately understanding that Qinzhuo was signaling them to be cautious of their surroundings, and they promptly closed their mouths, refraining from further conversation. On the surface, Qin Zhua appeared foolish, yet in secret, he tore a small piece of cloth, bit his finger, and inscribed a few words, which he discreetly tossed toward the cell where Jiang Lingxiu and the others were confined. Jiang Lingxiu reached out to receive the cloth, turning her back to read its contents. Patiently observing the situation, she remained calm. Once she deciphered the message, both women felt considerably reassured. As long as Qin Zhua maintained his composure, there was little for them to fear. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhen was pacing restlessly within his chamber, clearly agitated. Upon seeing someone return, he immediately inquired, "What is the status? Is everything arranged?" The soldier nodded in response. "Everything is set. She is confined in the station's cell." Zhen Zhen, however, impatiently retorted, "That is not what I asked. I meant her, is she well?" At the mention of her, a spark ignited in Zhen Zhen's eyes. The soldier hesitated before nodding. "Miss Lu is in good spirits, though she has endured considerable hardship during her journey and has lost much weight." With a stamp of his foot, Zhen Zhen muttered to himself, "I've told you to marry me, yet you refuse to listen. If only you had married me sooner, would you suffer so?" With a furrowed brow and a sigh, he turned back to the soldier, stating, "I cannot afford to fail this time after my last attempt was thwarted. Even if Lu Shishir finds me unworthy, I shall ensure that she becomes mine by any means necessary." As he spoke, memories of Lu Shishir's repeated rejections surged in his mind, igniting a furious rage within him. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "You think little of me, do you? What I crave is your insincere flattery. The more you disdain me, the more determined I am to make you serve me willingly, stripped of all pretense. I shall repay the humiliation I have suffered 100-fold." By the end of his outburst, Zhen Zhen's expression had contorted with anger. Though he was enamored with Lu Shishir, even his affection could not withstand her repeated disdain. Once, she had looked down upon him, but now that her protector had been vanquished, her very survival would hinge upon seeking his favor. With a cold laugh, Zhen Zhen envisioned Lu Shishir kneeling before him, compelled to ingratiate herself. The more he indulged in this fantasy, the more restless he became. "I cannot wait any longer," he declared, waving his sleeves dramatically. "Find an excuse and bring her to me. I desire her presence immediately." His subordinate, witnessing his impatience, felt contempt but dared not voice it, obediently complying with his command. As he approached the cell, the soldier kicked the door and called out, "Lu Shishir, come out." Hearing her name called, Lu Shishir was taken aback. Among her 7 sisters, she did not consider herself particularly remarkable. Aware of her own inconspicuousness, she was surprised to hear her name summoned. Upon hearing this, Li Qifeng immediately shielded Lu Shishir behind her. "What do you intend to do?" The soldier cast a fleeting glance at Li Qifeng and replied brusquely, "It's none of your business. Your turn will come." Noticing Lu Shishir's silence, merely staring wide-eyed in trepidation, the soldier's impatience grew. With a wave of his hand, another soldier rushed into the cell, seizing Lu Shishir's arm and pulling her outside. Li Qifeng, fully aware of the dreadful fate that awaited these women in the mortal realm, changed countenance and prepared to intervene. Yet, as she raised her hand, the chains binding her restricted her movements. Nevertheless, being exceptionally skilled in martial arts, she quickly devised a plan despite her limitations. In a swift motion, she lunged forward and, in an astonishing display of agility, wrapped the iron chain around the soldier's neck who was dragging Lu Shishir. "Release her." Seeing his companion's neck ensnared, the soldier frowned but remained steadfast. "This is an order from above. I cannot disobey." Li Qifeng retorted angrily, "I care not for your orders, though we are but wanderers. We are not to be subjected to your whims. Help me, help me." The soldier's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the tightening grip of the chain. He hesitated, fearing further retaliation, and ceased his struggles. Noticing that the leader remained unmoved, the soldier began to plead for mercy. "Please, miss, this is all at our master's behest." Li Qifeng furrowed her brow. "Who is your master?" The soldier hesitated, almost revealing the name, but caught himself at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity while Li Qifeng's back was turned, he exchanged a knowing glance with his comrade, who immediately darted off to relay the message. Upon witnessing this, Li Qifeng's gaze turned icy as she forcefully twisted the soldier's arm. A sharp crack echoed as his arm broke on the spot. Ignoring his anguished cries, she coldly threatened, "Will you speak? If not, I shall snap your neck." "I will speak. I will speak." The soldier finally comprehended that she was indeed capable of murder and, without further hesitation, divulged, "My master is Zhen Zhen of the Zhen family from the southern region." "Is it him?" Upon hearing this name, Lu Shishir's brow furrowed. She had thought their previous encounter would be their last, Yet it seemed that the man still harbored ill intentions, still fixated on her well-being. Chapter 76. Just kill him. Having learned the identity of their adversary, Li Qifeng turned to Lu Shih, preparing to release the soldier. However, at that moment, a light voice floated through the air. Just kill him. At this pronouncement, Li Qifeng was taken aback, instinctively turning to see who spoke. It was none other than Qinzhua. Li Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, what did you just say? Was Qinzhua truly this reckless? As Li Qingfeng struggled to comprehend the situation, Jiang Lingxiu, observing her disbelief, unsheathed her sword and pierced the heart of the soldier beside them. Feeling the force of the corpse tugging at the iron chains in her hands, Li Qifeng finally regained her senses. She cast a glance at the lifeless body in her grasp, her brow furrowing in dismay. Discarding the corpse, she redirected her gaze towards Qinzhua in the adjacent cell. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Li Qifeng, with her keen intellect, swiftly deduced that Qinzhua was feigning ignorance. Brother, Qinzhua shook his head, signaling her to refrain from discussing such matters for the time being. Nodding in understanding, Li Qifeng turned back to Jiang Lingxiu, her expression tinged with bitterness. Alas, we are but refugees, and now we have slain a soldier. Our crimes have multiplied. Jiang Lingxiu glanced at Qinzhua, noting his lack of response, and immediately adopted a more assertive tone. Even if we had to kill him, we would still face death today. Qinzhua interjected today. It is inevitable that we shall face ruin. Casting a complex look at Qinzhua, Li Qifeng sighed inwardly. Her brother was indeed remarkable. He had maintained his pretense of ignorance until now, yet in the face of such a seemingly fatal predicament, he remained composed and unflustered. At this moment, Jiang Lingxiu inquired. Brother, when you say we shall face ruin, do you mean someone will strike tonight? Qinzhua nodded. Those individuals do not yet dare to act recklessly. But the fact that they have laid an ambush within the city's relay station indicates that something has gone awry with the Lord of Linong City. If the Lord were still alive, he would never permit such lawlessness. Having previously meditated to gather his thoughts, Qinzhua finally felt he had clarity, though it weighed heavily on his heart. The presence of individuals secretly lurking outside the relay station to rescue them suggested that Linong City was far from the tranquil facade it presented. A moment's carelessness could spell doom not only for them as refugees but could also claim numerous lives in the process. It was undeniable that the predicament faced by Qinzhua and his companions was exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Hu Daji burst in hurriedly. Upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, particularly the corpse on the ground, he paused momentarily before hastily exclaiming, It's bad. Over 100 individuals have suddenly arrived outside the relay station. They seem to be bandits. After glancing at the corpse again, he lamented to Qinzhua, Your Highness, could you not have warned us before taking action? Jiang Lingxiu interjected in alarm. How could bandits enter the city at a time like this? After a brief contemplation, Qinzhua promptly provided the correct inference. Those are not true bandits. They are imposters, intended to frame us. If I am not mistaken, they are likely sent by Feng Weilong. Feng Weilong. Hu Daji's eyes widened, feeling the name was somewhat familiar. Qinzhua looked at him curiously and asked, Do you know this person? Hu Daji furrowed his brows in contemplation before shaking his head. I do not know him, but I have heard of him. Before the emperor ascended the throne, his family maintained a considerable number of retainers, among whom was a man by the name of Feng Weilong. It is said that he was once a butcher, known for his fierce and ruthless temperament, as well as his formidable skills. If it is indeed this individual, we are in grave trouble. Hu Daji sighed despondently, fully aware that Feng Weilong was a subordinate of the new emperor. The emperor was preparing to take action against the Qin family's refugees and had dispatched this man to do so. Upon hearing this, Qinzhua nodded in realization. It seemed likely that the emperor had first sought the assistance of the Zhen family from the southern domain to eliminate them, and once that was settled, he would lead troops to exterminate the bandits. It appeared he had no intention of leaving any survivors. What? Hu Daji's expression changed dramatically. Leave no survivors? During the day, many citizens witnessed our actions. Could it be that they planned to kill all of them? It was nothing short of a city massacre, a tightly woven snare of doom. If the new emperor could ruthlessly annihilate the family of a loyal minister, would he truly care for the common people of a city? Jiang Lingxiu, listening intently, felt a shiver run down her spine. She stamped her foot and cursed that heartless dog emperor. The Qin family had but one male heir left, Qinzhua, while the remainder were the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Little did they expect the new emperor to show such disdain even for these innocent souls. Summoning Li Qifeng to bring the prisoners over, Qinzhua unlocked his shackles and stepped out of the cell, subsequently releasing everyone else. After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea began to form. Since death was inevitable, why not fight back? Are you all afraid? The other Qin family refugees, witnessing the formerly Na'vi Qinghua suddenly become astute, were initially taken aback, but upon hearing his declaration of impending death, they cast aside their trivial concerns. Qinghua's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Hu Daji. However, Hu Daji repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Your Highness, please do not look at me like that. I am not prepared. Besides, what you speak of is merely conjecture. Who can say what is true? Regardless, we are still beneficiaries of the imperial court. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not betray the throne," he continued. Qinghua let out a hollow laugh. "Is that so?" Hu Daji deliberately avoided Qinghua's gaze, clearly unwilling to unite against a common enemy until the final moment. Qinghua did not press the matter further. He simply instructed the others, "Those without fighting capabilities shall protect the elderly and the young. All others will accompany me to confront the enemy." This time, Qinghua was resolute in his determination to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Since it was a fight to the death, bloodshed and sacrifice were unavoidable. Though Qinghua was loath to witness such scenes, he found himself with no better alternatives. Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu exchanged a glance, drawing their swords from their waists, fully prepared to face life and death alongside Qinghua. As for the elderly, women, and children who could not fight, they huddled closely together. With the little girl and her mother encircled in the middle, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. Qinghua was the first to step out of the prison cell, closely followed by Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu. As for the other women, although they were unable to fight like Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu, they had all managed to find stones and wooden sticks, hoping to use them to protect the other female relatives. Ultimately, they lacked exceptional martial skills, but were not afraid of death. Chapter 77. The beginning of the bloodshed. Witnessing this scene, even Hu Daji felt a stir of emotion. After a moment of hesitation, he stamped his foot decisively and murmured to himself, "I must have owed you in my past life. Forget it. No more hesitation. I shall go all out." In the next moment, Hu Daji drew his waist knife and strode boldly forward. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope that the assailants would think twice and refrain from exterminating the soldiers escorting them. However, given the current situation, that hope seemed nothing more than a fantasy. Outside the prison, Wang Zhu and Wu Go, unaware of the unfolding truth, rushed forward to report, "Captain, this is bad. Those bandits truly dared to kill in Lingdong City." Perhaps due to overwhelming panic, Wu Go suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. A soldier disguised as a bandit rushed up, aiming a savage stab at Wu Go's back. Fearing he might linger on with even a breath, the assailant twisted the blade with force. Wu Go didn't even have time to call out to his captain before he succumbed to death. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Hu Daji felt a surge of rage rise within him. Damn it, these scoundrels are determined to leave no survivors. Fueled by fury, Hu Daji charged forward, ignoring everything else. His eyes ablaze, Wang Zhu, who had yet to fully comprehend the situation, called out to his captain, only to turn back and find that the once vibrant Wu Go had already breathed his last, causing his eyes to redden with grief. The two men clenched their jaws as they engaged in a fierce struggle against the advancing bandits. Though Wang Zhu was stronger than Wu Go, he soon found himself outnumbered and was wounded. Fortunately, Hu Daji reacted swiftly, rushing to his aid. Otherwise, Wang Zhu too would have perished there. With a powerful swing, Hu Daji felled one adversary, his spirit soaring, yet the bandit soldiers remained undeterred, charging at him with renewed ferocity. When Wei Yong and the other soldiers arrived, sensing something amiss, they attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Enraged by the deaths of their comrades at the hands of Hu Daji and Wang Zhu, the bandit soldiers, blinded by fury, slaughtered Wei Yong and several other escort soldiers on the spot. Seeing this, Hu Daji spat a mouthful of phlegm in disgust. Wei Yong's death meant little to him. He was never truly one of theirs, and thus Hu Daji felt no sorrow. However, observing the ferocity of the attackers, it became clear that, just as Qinghua had previously warned, they were indeed intent on annihilating everyone today. With their own lives in peril, it was likely that their families were also in grave danger. The task of escorting the displaced individuals was, from the very beginning, never intended to allow them to return alive. The mere thought that his elderly mother might have fallen victim to foul play drove Hu Daji into a frenzy. Though he was no paragon of virtue, having served the imperial court instilled in him a modicum of reverence for the emperor of the Great Qian. Diligently laboring for the court, he found himself met with such a grim fate. After the ascension of the new emperor, the eradication of dissenters was to be expected, particularly in the case of the northern guardian Wang, whose merits were considerable, thus justifying the emperor's actions. Yet, what of his own group? They would not even spare the innocent. Could such a ruler still be considered human? I will slay you all. With eyes ablaze and a visage smeared with blood, Hu Daji wielded his great sword with ferocity, mercilessly reaping lives. Qin Shuo arrived with two sisters-in-law, exerting every effort to fend off the onslaught of enemies. Initially, they managed to remain united, but as the chaos ensued, they were compelled to separate. The bandit-clad soldiers clearly harbored the intent to dismantle them one by one, launching their assaults without the need for orders. After vanquishing the foes before him, Qin Shuo attempted to divert his attention to assist, prompting Li Qingfeng to shout, "Do not concern yourself with us. Ensure your own safety." Beside them, Jiang Lingxiu, the adopted daughter of the Sword Saint, displayed remarkable prowess with her elegant swordplay, often severing multiple heads with a single strike. In response to Li Qingfeng's call, she echoed without a glance, "Indeed, we can manage." Observing the formidable capabilities of the two women, Qin Shuo felt a momentary relief, yet he understood that their combined strength was still inadequate against the hundreds arrayed against them. At first, Qin Shuo and his companions held the advantage, but as time passed, the soldiers regained their composure and began to form tactical formations, making their situation increasingly precarious. On the battlefield, victory is seldom achieved through mere individual valor. Soldiers coordinate with one another, often forming rudimentary formations with just a few. Once a formation is established, both offensive and defensive capabilities are exponentially enhanced. No matter how exceptional Qin Shuo and his companions were, they could not hope to match such coordination. Before long, the four found themselves entrenched in a fierce struggle. To avoid being picked off one by one, they huddled together, back to back, yet simultaneously, the soldiers surrounded them. As they surveyed the restless enemies encircling them, Li Qifeng casually wiped the blood from his face and inquired, "Brother, what shall we do next?" Hu Daji, with a sorrowful countenance, lamented, "What else is there to do? We await our demise in battle." Wang Zhu, severely injured, struggled to turn and with a quavering voice exclaimed, "Captain, I am still young. I do not wish to die." Hu Daji gritted his teeth, remaining silent. "You do not wish to perish. Must I desire death instead? Is there truly no alternative?" Faced with dire circumstances, Qin Shuo maintained an impassive demeanor. At that moment, he suddenly noticed an object at Hu Daji's waist. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fire starter. A solution had presented itself. Qin Shuo's eyes sparkled with hope, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. He swiftly ignited the fire starter and cast it aside. The vicinity of the post station was rather desolate, surrounded by withered weeds and remnants left by passing animals. Though sparse, these were sufficient to convey a message. The fire starter landed among the dry grass, sparks flying forth, and moments later, a flame erupted. In the pitch-black night, even the smallest flicker of fire was exceptionally conspicuous, let alone this blazing inferno. Xiaoqi, who had been awaiting Qin Shuo's signal not far from the post station, observed the sudden illumination. Initially hesitant, he soon discerned that the fire was growing increasingly intense, realizing that trouble was brewing. As he prepared to rush in to rescue him, one of his subordinates abruptly reported, "My lord, the garrison leader Feng Weilong approaches with a large contingent." Chapter 78, The True Strength. Xiaoqi halted, instantly comprehending that the enemy intended to execute a cunning ploy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole awaited behind. Casting a glance towards the fiery glow at the post station, he fell into deep contemplation. The number of individuals within the station was limited. Qin Shuo and the others were already struggling to withstand the pressure. Should Feng Weilong lead his men to attack, their chances of rescue would diminish drastically. Confronted with such a precarious predicament, Xiaoqi, fueled by determination, tore a strip of cloth and bound it around his arm. "Brothers, we fight to the end. We shall not yield." His fellow soldiers echoed his rallying cries, each mimicking his actions by affixing a cloth strip to their own arms. This was done out of concern that in the chaos of battle, they might inadvertently harm one another. Having completed this task, Xiaoqi declared, "Our lord, the city master, values loyalty and righteousness, even at the risk of great peril to rescue the descendants of his benefactor. Such a noble man should not fall victim to the treachery of vile individuals like Feng Weilong and Zhen Jinchen. We must avenge our lord. Even if it means perishing here, we cannot allow them to pass. To the death! To the death!" The fervent shouts soared to the heavens. Though their numbers were but a mere handful, their resolve was overwhelmingly potent. At that moment, Qinghua, stationed within the post, suddenly heard commotion from outside, causing his heart to tremble. Shaoqi had not led a charge to save him. Instead, the echoes of desperate battle cries from outside suggested that the situation beyond was even more perilous than within. Could it be that he was destined to meet his end here today? As Qinghua pondered these grim thoughts, the soldiers surrounding him began their charge. Dozens of armed men surged forward, intent on slaughtering Qinghua and his companions. As Li Qifeng and his companions gritted their teeth, prepared for a fierce battle, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from within the prison of the post station. To Li Qifeng's astonishment, the women who had been under protection rushed out one by one. Though the women of the northern town prince's residence were not as fierce as the northern army, these seemingly delicate souls were by no means cowards. The soldiers, wholly focused on confronting Qinghua and his group, had entirely forgotten their defenses. Caught off guard, a dozen women from the northern town prince's residence, wielding stones and wooden clubs, bravely charged forth to launch their attack. By the time the soldiers realized what was happening, several of their comrades had already suffered grievous injuries. However, their advantage lay solely in the element of surprise. Once the soldiers regained their composure, their blades ruthlessly pierced the women's chests. Watching familiar faces stained with blood, Qinghua seethed with rage. He never imagined that he, a man of 7 feet, would one day rely on women for protection. You all deserve to die, he thought bitterly. Previously, Qinghua had held back, wary of the elusive Zhen Jinjin and Feng Weilong. Yet, witnessing the slaughter of the women, he could no longer conceal his strength. Too many had already perished for his sake. Now, he was determined to protect everyone. Like a charging leopard, Qinghua suddenly surged forward. With a thunderous crash, he barreled through the soldier blocking his path and made a beeline for the post station's room. Zhen Jinjin was already aware of Li Qifeng's murderous intent in the prison. The soldiers disguised as bandits had attacked solely on his orders. Only 5 elite guards remained by his side, silently observing the chaos outside from the window. As they witnessed Qinghua approaching like a frenzied leopard, Zhen Jinjin instinctively took a step back. With a resounding crash, the door was shattered by Qinghua's force. Zhen Jinjin had never encountered such a spectacle and collapsed to the ground in terror. Zhen Jinjin, I will have your life. The thought of so many women from the northern town prince's residence perishing before his eyes due to this man filled Qinghua with an intense, unquenchable fury. If he did not eliminate Zhen Jinjin today, he would not rest until it was done. Zhen Jinjin was merely an ordinary person, and faced with the overwhelming pressure of a master like Qinghua, he had long lost the will to resist. Yet, fearing for his life, he shouted, "What are you all frozen for? Attack him, kill him, and I shall reward you generously." As he scrambled backward, Zhen Jinjin simultaneously commanded his 5 men to fight desperately against Qinghua. Outside, the remaining women from the northern town prince's residence continued to battle valiantly against their foes. And just as one of them was about to be struck down, Qinghua's quick reflexes kicked in. He kicked a stone that shot forth with precision. With a sudden crack, the soldier's temple burst forth. From a distance of several meters, a mere pebble was sufficient to take a life, leaving the 5 witnesses utterly astounded. Not only them, but even in the midst of chaos, Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu found themselves momentarily frozen. One was a paragon of the martial sects, while the other was the adopted daughter of a renowned figure in the martial world. Their skills required no further elaboration, and their perspectives were equally profound. Earlier, when Qinghua had struck down Jin Xiong at the Northern King's manor, they had surmised that he had attained the innate realm of martial prowess. Now, witnessing his current display, their suspicions were further solidified. Yet, alongside their astonishment, curiosity began to seep in. Wasn't it said that the Northern King's grandson was frail and ailing, unfit for martial arts? Observing Qinghua's current demeanor, he was hardly the debauched scion of a wealthy family. Not to mention, his ability to kill from a distance could not possibly be achieved without extensive training. For Hu Daji, this was the first time witnessing Qinghua's full strength, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He had thought that Qinghua's insistence on dragging him into this perilous situation was merely a plea for protection of the women of the Northern King's manor. The age-old truth of the weak clinging to the strong seemed to apply. Yet, now, as he observed Qinghua's swift and ruthless strikes, especially against the 5 martial experts, he noticed that not a single movement was wasted. With sheer strength, he overwhelmed the 5 renowned fighters, leaving them nearly defenseless. If he were to be considered weak, Hu Daji felt he would scarcely measure up to an ant. Amidst his shock and contemplation, A surge of ambition ignited within Hu Daji. Regardless of whether Qinghua had been feigning ignorance, in this moment, all that mattered was to fight fiercely. If he perished, it would simply be a matter of misfortune. Should he survive, he would surely seek an explanation from the young lord in the future. Within the inn, Qinghua had effectively repelled the 5 martial experts. As he steadily advanced towards her, Jinjin truly began to grasp the taste of impending death, nearly losing control of herself in fear. "What are you all doing standing there? Charge at him. Whoever manages to take his head, I shall reward them with 1,000 gold." 1,000 gold was no trifling amount for these brawlers who earned their living through perilous means, such as some could provide for their families for decades. The adage that great wealth breeds valor rang true, as the 5 men, who had initially considered retreating, were reinvigorated upon hearing the promise of gold. Exchanging glances, they moved in unison, encircling Qinghua. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Li Qifeng cried out in alarm, eager to assist. However, just as she took a few steps forward, her path was obstructed by several soldiers. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to address the immediate trouble at hand. Jiang Lingxiu and Hu Daji found themselves in a similar predicament, both equally overwhelmed. The 3 individuals fought with great difficulty. Yet they were all apprehensive about any potential mishap befalling Qinghua. The moment they witnessed Qinghua in peril, they would unhesitatingly rush to his aid, even at the cost of their own injury. However, while Hu Daji was preoccupied with observing Qinghua's situation, an adversary suddenly charged at him. Engrossed in facing the imminent threat, Hu Daji neglected to guard against an attack from behind. Caught off guard, an assailant raised a blade, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Meanwhile, Qinghua was equally vigilant, acutely aware that his companions could not possibly contend with such a multitude of trained soldiers. For whatever reason, Hu Daji must not perish. As he prepared to replicate his earlier tactic of employing stones as weapons, the 5 skilled martial artists unexpectedly roared in unison, admonishing him for his distraction. These seasoned fighters, having emerged from the tumultuous world of martial arts, quickly recognized Qinghua's moment of inattention and surged forward, intending to overwhelm him with their numbers. Jiang Lingxiu, Li Qifeng, and Hu Daji all turned their gazes toward Qinghua, with the 2 women exerting every ounce of strength to vanquish the foes obstructing their path, eager to rush to his rescue. At that very moment, however, Qinghua remained remarkably composed. As the 5 martial artists advanced, he raised his right hand and effortlessly sent one of their weapons flying. The weapon, seemingly guided by an unseen force, hurtled directly toward Hu Daji. Confused, Hu Daji assumed Qinghua sought to strike him and instinctively raised his blade to parry. Yet, in the next instant, the weapon arced past him, producing a sickening thud followed by a cry of anguish from another adversary. Turning around, Hu Daji was astonished to find an enemy had stealthily approached him, resulting in his fingers being severed. It was only then that he comprehended that Qinghua had saved his life. Meanwhile, the clash of weapons echoed, a sound laced with urgency and a sense of impending doom. Sparks flew, and all present instinctively held their breath, gripped by the tension of the moment. Facing 5 of the most formidable fighters in the martial world, neither Hu Daji nor Li Qifeng believed Qinghua could possibly survive this onslaught. As the 5 adversaries launched their assault, Qinghua defended himself with a long knife seized from one of them, successfully parrying their attacks. However, even the strongest fists cannot rival the combined force of multiple opponents. As the 5 skilled fighters relentlessly pressed their advantage, the inferior long knife in Qinghua's grasp began to groan under the strain before ultimately shattering with a resounding crack. As the enemy's strikes threatened to descend upon Qinghua, both Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu's eyes widened in alarm, their hearts racing with trepidation. They would have gladly taken the blows themselves rather than allow even a scratch to mar Qinghua. Alas, they were powerless to intervene, caught in their own struggles. "Brother, Your Highness." As 2 completely distinct titles echoed, in the next moment, Qinghua astonishingly withstood the weapons of 5 adversaries with his bare fists. First, he struck one opponent's sword hilt with a powerful punch, momentarily stalling their onslaught, and then, with a swift kick, he sent another flying. Transitioning from a fist to an open palm, he seized the sword handle and pulled it towards him, using that individual's body as a shield against the fierce attacks of the remaining 3. Simultaneously, with astonishing speed, Qinghua pierced one opponent's throat. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 5 skilled warriors remained. If 5 could not pose a threat to Qinghua, 3 stood even less chance. All of this transpired in mere moments, a situation that seemed destined for failure transformed into an opening created by Qinghua, who then systematically eliminated 3 opponents, leaving the last 2 grievously wounded. Witnessing this scene, Zhen Zhen's eyes nearly bulged from her sockets. Outside, Li Qifeng and the others were equally astonished to see that not only was Qin Zhuo unharmed, but he had also routed his adversaries. If such seasoned warriors were taken aback, one could only imagine the reaction of Feng Weilong's subordinates. These men had encountered skilled fighters before, yet they had never seen anyone as formidable as Qin Zhuo. Unconsciously, those outside halted their assault, staring in disbelief at Qin Zhuo within. Some astute soldiers began to discreetly retreat, fearing that once Qin Zhuo had dispatched the 5 experts, he would turn his attention to them. Observing the 2 remaining martial artists struggling to survive, Qin Zhuo remained silent and crushed one's chest with a single kick. The other, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, was paralyzed with terror, scrambling to escape. However, Qin Zhuo merely cast him a glance, then kicked up a fallen sword, which pierced through the man's chest with a sickening sound. Such a bloody scene would likely terrify anyone faint of heart. And even those seasoned in the ways of carnage found their will to fight dissipating, consumed by an overwhelming desire to flee. Zhen Zhen, having witnessed the brutal demise of the 5 elite fighters she had once prized, was so frightened that she forgot to escape, staring blankly at Qin Zhuo. She could hardly fathom that the so-called masters of the martial world were so easily vanquished in his hands. As Qin Zhuo turned to face her after dispatching the 5, Zhen Zhen, without hesitation, fell to her knees and began to plead for mercy, entirely shedding the demeanor of a member of a prominent family. Please spare me. I will give you anything you desire if you let me go. Oh, by the way, I have a banknote for 100,000 taels on me. If you release me, it's all yours. Indeed, the Jin family from the South Domain was quite wealthy, and Zhen Zhen promptly produced a banknote. Had this been a greedier individual, they might have been swayed. However, Qin Zhuo did not even glance at the banknote. Coldly posing a question, can 100,000 taels buy back a life? Zhen Zhen contemplated the possibility of acquiescing, as he had indeed used this money to purchase his own life. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that if he agreed, how would he face the resurrection of those deceased women at Qin Zhuo's behest? In an instant, Zhen Zhen fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Chapter 80. The rescuers. Qin Zhuo gazed at him with an icy stare. The thought that so many familiar faces had perished because of this very man pierced his heart with acute pain. He was a master of the innate realm. When had he ever needed a woman to safeguard him? It was his own excessive caution that had led to this tragedy. Had he unveiled his full strength from the outset, those innocent women would not have met such a grim fate. His gaze shifted to the banknotes Zhen Zhen had produced, and a sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Qin Zhuo's mouth. Did he think he could barter his life with money? How naive. Today, I shall end your life. And even the mightiest of deities cannot intervene. With a heart brimming with murderous intent, Qin Zhuo advanced towards Zhen Zhen. This movement sent Zhen Zhen into a frenzy of panic, and he hastily cried out, I have more money. Just spare my life, and give me a moment. I can procure even greater wealth. Zhen Zhen was gripped by a paralyzing fear of death. If it were possible, he would gladly exchange all the riches of the Zhen family for the mere preservation of his life. However, Qin Zhuo had lost all patience for his futile pleas. When you dispatched your men to slay us, did you ever consider granting us mercy? Now that I seek to end your life, you suddenly feel fear? With each step forward Qin Zhuo took, Zhen Zhen stumbled back, until his back met the wall, prompting him to kneel and beg for mercy. In a desperate attempt to appease Qin Zhuo, he began to slap his own face. The resounding slaps echoed through the air, causing his once handsome, fair visage to swell and redden. Yet, Qin Zhuo showed no sign of relenting, continuing his advance. Qin Zhuo, having exhausted every means to gain favor, Zhen Zhen finally broke under the weight of the palpable menace radiating from the man before him. He cried out, I have already spent money to buy my life. I have even knelt before you in supplication. What more must I do for you to grant me mercy? Just name your desires, and I shall do everything in my power to fulfill them. Even if you desire the moon from the heavens, the Zhen family will find a way to retrieve it for you. With an impassive expression, Qin Zhuo continued his advance, taunting, Am I to believe that the Zhen family possesses the ability to pluck the moon from the sky? I speak the truth. The Zhen family has ample wealth. We can procure anything. Crouching before Zhen Zhen, Qin Zhuo extended a blood-stained finger to hook under Zhen Zhen's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. At that moment, Zhen Zhen trembled uncontrollably, his trousers already reeking with filth. Please, spare me. Do not kill me. Crack. Zhen Zhen's desperate pleas were abruptly silenced as Qin Zhuo swiftly snapped his neck. Not only that, this fellow committed numerous abhorrent acts and met his demise so easily. It seems rather unfair. Qin Zhuo grasped his hair with one hand and pressed his foot against Zhen Zhen's chest, methodically pulling his head away. With a dull thud, as the severed head rolled away, Qin Zhuo finally exhaled a breath of rancid air. To all those nameless sisters, I have avenged you. Silently murmuring to himself, Qin Zhuo turned to confront the soldiers waiting outside. Most of the 100 or so soldiers brought by Zhang Jinjin had already perished at Qin Zhuo's hands. A portion fell to Hu Daji, Li Qifeng, and Jiang Lingxiu, with only a handful managing to escape. The bloody methods employed by Qin Zhuo sent shivers down the spines of those present. Yet, none felt fear as he approached. Upon reaching them and surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, Qin Zhuo felt an unexpected tightness in his throat. So many lives lost. What was the purpose of it all? Your Highness, Hu Daji, noticing the sorrow etched on Qin Zhuo's face, sighed softly and cautioned, we should not linger here. It is best we depart swiftly. Li Qingfeng stepped forward, gently patting Qin Zhuo's shoulder, and added, indeed, Captain Hu is right. So many have perished here, and Feng Weilang, lurking in the shadows, will likely arrive soon. We must leave. Qin Zhuo nodded, fully aware of the peril of remaining in such a place. Yet each time he laid eyes on the corpses of the noblewomen from the Northtown prince's residence, his heart ached unbearably. Following Qin Zhuo's gaze, Li Qingfeng's eyes also reddened. There was no time to bury them. The priority was to escape. Once the dust settled, we shall certainly erect memorials for them. Quietly nodding, Qin Zhuo prepared to accompany his sisters in arms away from the scene. They needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, when Feng Weilang's main force arrived, none would escape unscathed. Just as they were about to leave, however, Hu Daji suddenly halted the group. Wait, allow me to take you somewhere first. As they turned to him, Hu Daji explained. Feng Weilang has cavalry at his disposal. We cannot outrun them on foot. With that, he turned and headed in a specific direction. After walking a distance with him, the group soon realized Hu Daji had led them to the stable of a relay station. Given the establishment of relay stations throughout the Great Qin territory, which often required urgent travel over 800 miles, nearly every station housed several exceptional steeds. Upon seeing the fine horses, Qin Zhuo felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a frown. While having horses was certainly advantageous, it was still insufficient. Aware of the urgency, Hu Daji leaped into the stable to untie the reins, declaring, these are indeed not enough. However, on our way here, I discovered a horse ranch not far from this location. As long as we have prepared the horses and provisions, today's deadlock shall be broken. Li Qifeng stared in astonishment at him, nodding in agreement with Qin Zhuo, Captain Hu makes a valid point. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden neighing of horses echoed from a distance. Immediately thereafter, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. Qin Zhuo and the others, already on high alert, swiftly readied themselves for battle. Yet, as the hoofbeats drew near, Qin Zhuo recognized that it was a soldier from beside Shaoqi. Although they had never met, Qin Zhuo had seen him from afar. Raising his hand to halt the weapons of the group, Qin Zhuo bellowed, is that someone from the Lord's residence? The soldier paused briefly and shouted back, indeed. Hearing this response, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they lowered their guard, the soldier approached. Observing the group, he spoke gravely, the horses and dry rations are prepared. You must leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Lingxiu, eager to mount a horse, was pulled back by Li Qifeng. Qin Zhuo studied the soldier's face, unable to restrain his curiosity. What of your lord? At the mention of this, the soldier suddenly choked up. Chapter 81, The Path of Escape. Seeing the soldier's expression, Qin Zhuo's heart plummeted. The lord has met with an untimely fate. We followed Commander Xiao to rescue the young master. But Commander Xiao has been engaged in fierce combat with Han Weilong and others for some time now. He is unlikely to hold out much longer. The soldier cleared his throat, his resolve returning. Young master, you must depart with your family from Lingdong City swiftly. We cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. Upon hearing his words, the group fell into a solemn silence. They had not anticipated that the Lord of Lingdong City would sacrifice his life to save them, nor that Commander Xiao and the others would find themselves in such a dire predicament. Qin Zhuo clenched his teeth, speaking with a heavy heart. It is we who have brought misfortune upon the people of Lingdong City. We owe you all an immense debt. However, the soldier shook his head. There is no talk of burdens. Were it not for the Northern King's valiant struggles years ago, we would not enjoy the peace we have today. Our lives are indebted to him. Sacrificing them today to assist the young master is merely our way of repaying that debt. You need not feel troubled. You must leave at once. With his repeated urgings, Qin Zhuo and the others swiftly mounted their horses, following the path provided by the soldier. The remaining group hastened their flight toward the city outskirts. Before departing, Li Qifeng turned and asked, "Will you not come with us?" The soldier shook his head. "My brothers are still engaged in fierce battle. I must return to assist them." Li Qifeng gazed deeply at him, his eyes misty, momentarily at a loss for words. Knowing that turning back would lead to certain death, the soldier remained undaunted. Qinghua solemnly clasped his fists and bowed, declaring, "Brave soldiers, should I ever have the opportunity, I vow to repay your kindness." The soldiers reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Your Highness need not utter such words. If we can overthrow the tyrannical new emperor and restore peace to the realm, that is sufficient." Internally conflicted, Qinghua could offer no assurances, thus he remained silent. The soldier, unperturbed, smiled before striding away. Qinghua and his companions spurred their horses and departed, while the soldier hastened back to the site of the fierce battle. Upon his return, he was met with a chaotic scene strewn with countless bodies, where Shaoqi was valiantly resisting. "My lord, the refugees from the northern Duke's Manor have all safely left Lindong City. I have fulfilled my duty." Hearing his comrades shout, Shaoqi turned to look. In the next moment, Han Weilong's blade pierced his chest. Despite the blood gushing from his mouth, Shaoqi managed to smile. "My lord, did you hear? The refugees from the northern Duke's Manor are safe, and I can." With a swift stroke, Han Weilong severed Shaoqi's head. After vanquishing all who resisted, he immediately issued a command, "Pursue them. They must not escape." At that moment, Han Weilong was consumed by fury. He had prepared meticulously, his forces outnumbering the enemy by several times, yet Qinghua and his companions had managed to flee. Why was this so? With a darkened expression, he spurred his horse to give chase, but it was not long before he received word from a scout. "General, they have escaped through the city gates." "Damn it!" Han Weilong seethed with rage, yet found himself powerless. Qinghua and his companions rode with remarkable speed, outpacing Han Weilong's troops, who were encumbered by their armor and weaponry. Most critically, they had already left Lindong City. With the sky as high as the birds could fly, how could they pursue? In his frustration, Han Weilong resorted to striking his subordinates in anger. Meanwhile, Qinghua and his group, fearing pursuit, hastened towards the nearby desolate lands without regard for the dangers. Following the map provided by Hudaji, they aimed for Ninguda. Though harsh and barren, it was a place far removed from imperial scrutiny. Historically, the prosperous Jiangyan region had been the court's favored treasure, while places like Ninguda received naught but disdain. After all, it was inhabited by ruthless criminals and impoverished souls unable to change their fates. The court held no interest in such economically barren lands. If given the choice, the new emperor would eagerly welcome a calamity to cleanse these wretched places. In silence, Qinghua and his companions rode on, not stopping until dawn broke, when they finally discovered a relatively dense thicket to conceal themselves. As they paused to rest, Hudaji and Wang Zhu, the only surviving escort soldiers, assumed the responsibility of safeguarding the group. Observing the exhausted faces around him, Hudaji let out a sigh. Initially, he had hesitated, uncertain whether to follow Qinghua into a gamble, but now he found himself committed to a singular path. "Your Highness, it is by your grace that both Wang Zhu and I have narrowly escaped death. From this moment forth, we shall follow you faithfully." Hudaji and Wang Zhu approached Qinghua, kneeling on one knee to pledge their loyalty. After enduring such harrowing experiences, Hudaji had come to wholeheartedly respect this seemingly youthful yet remarkably capable individual. Were it not for him, their lives would have been lost at the relay station. Bowing in gratitude to a benefactor has never been a source of shame. Qinghua remained silent, extending his hand to help them rise. Hudaji expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to your Highness, I have now gained clarity regarding the true nature of the new emperor and the court." He lamented the fate of their brothers and families, fearing they might have met dire ends. Qinghua shook his head, his voice hoarse. "What I mentioned earlier was merely speculation. Perhaps they are still safe." Hudaji's lips quivered, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. He knew this statement might only serve as self-comfort, yet he could not bear to shatter that fragile hope. After a brief silence, Hudaji exchanged a glance with Wang Zhu, then declared, "Wang Zhu and I have reached an agreement. Given our circumstances, our only course is to pledge our loyalty to your Highness. Should you be able to lead us back to the capital, we may yet have a chance to reunite with our families." Wang Zhu interjected, "If our families are still alive, then all is well. If they have met with misfortune, the captain and I will fight with all our might to avenge them." Both Hudaji and Wang Zhu were sensible men, and this experience had dealt them a significant blow. Recognizing that the enemy of their enemy could be their ally, they swiftly chose to submit. Qinghua gradually took a seat, retrieving some provisions from his pack and offering them to the two. Chapter 82. The frigid town. Once the two had settled beside him, he spoke. I had thought that the lord of Lindong City, being an official of the court, would not face direct aggression from those seeking our heads. I never anticipated their utter audacity. The thought of Lu Tiangang and Shao Qi losing their lives because of him pierced Qinghua's heart. Amidst his anguish, he also realized that the orchestrator of last night's events was undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, Han Weilong from Lindong City might still be relentlessly pursuing them, and the journey ahead would only grow more perilous. Qinghua urgently needed to prepare some supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, should Han Weilong catch up with a large force, their group would suffer even greater losses. Contemplating this, Qinghua turned to Hu Daji and inquired, Captain Hu, how much money do you have on you? Despite Hu Daji's lack of comprehension regarding Qinghua's intentions, he promptly produced his money pouch without a moment's hesitation. Inside, apart from a banknote of 100 taels of silver, there were only a few pieces of loose silver, evidently insufficient to support Qinghua's forthcoming plans. After consuming their rations, Qinghua rose and instructed the others to inspect the straps on the sides of their horses for any items beyond the provisions. To their astonishment, a thorough search uncovered several banknotes of 500 taels affixed to one of the horses, summing up to an impressive total of 3,000 taels. Holding these banknotes in his hand, Qinghua could not help but admire the meticulousness of the city lord. Standing beside him, Hu Daji and the others looked on in confusion as Qinghua silently tucked away the silver notes. Before they could voice their inquiries, Qinghua spoke up. Captain Hu, how far is the nearest village from here? After consulting the map, Hu Daji replied, if we set off now, we could reach the next town before nightfall. With his chin resting on his hand, Qinghua fell into deep contemplation. Hu Daji glanced at him with concern and asked, Your Highness, we are in a dire situation. Are we really going to enter the town? Qinghua nodded. Of course we must enter the city, but not everyone needs to go in. Just the two of us will suffice. Entering the town with a large group would undoubtedly draw too much attention. Aware of this, Qinghua planned to take Hu Daji into the city to procure the necessary supplies. Although Hu Daji was unaware of Qinghua's precise strategy, he had witnessed Qinghua's extraordinary martial prowess firsthand. Having escaped from what seemed to be certain death, he was confident that Qinghua would devise a way to evade any subsequent pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Daji had unconsciously begun to view Qinghua as their pillar of strength. The group rested briefly in a location that concealed their presence before hastily resuming their flight. They hurried along, finally catching sight of a town's outline just before dusk. For safety's sake, Qinghua initially instructed Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu to lead the remaining women and horses into a nearby grove, while he prepared to venture into the city with Hu Daji. Before departing, Qinghua gently admonished, Sister-in-law, please wait for my return here. If danger arises and we must flee, we will regroup at the nearest town. Qi Hongstin grasped Qinghua's hand anxiously, saying, Brother, you must exercise caution as well. In the city, with so many people around, remember to cover your face. Unlike elder sister Li Qifeng and sixth sister Jiang Lingxiu, third sister Qi Hongstin was the most tender-hearted. Even knowing that Qinghua had not lost his wits, she still regarded him as her younger brother, fearing for his safety. Faced with her incessant worries, Qinghua felt a sense of helplessness. As twilight deepened, he ultimately had to interrupt her concerned chatter. As dusk approached, Sansa remarked, The city gates might close soon. If that happens, we would have to wait another night to enter. Qi Hongstin bit her lip, reluctantly releasing the hands of Qinghua. After giving instructions to the others, Qinghua and Hu Daji turned to enter the city. This town appeared to lack any night curfew, even as the sky darkened. It remained remarkably lively. Initially, Qinghua fancied he had stumbled upon a prosperous utopia, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was far from such. The harsh reality of the common folk was evident, as many toiled late into the night to earn a meager living. Walking along the cobblestone streets, the two men led their horses, and the townspeople paid them little heed, merely glancing up before returning to their labors. Hu Daji surveyed their surroundings and whispered, It seems relatively safe here. The lives of the common folk appear unaffected by political strife. Qinghua remained silent, a furrow forming on his brow. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. If this place truly resembled what Hu Daji described, why were there no smiles among the populace? Throughout their journey, whether among the street vendors or the laboring poor, each face wore a frown. Something was undeniably wrong. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Hu Daji inquired, Your Highness, what exactly are you intending to purchase? Now that we are in the city, surely you must share your intentions. Yet, Chinjo remained cryptic, simply instructing. You need only handle the payment. No further details are necessary. Although puzzled, Hudaji recognized Chinjua's resolve and continued to follow him, leading the horse. After a while, Chinjua abruptly halted. Hudaji glanced up to see a general store ahead. Entering the shop, Chinjua procured a haphazard assortment of items and prepared to leave, leaving Hudaji filled with questions yet still without answers. Thus, they silently traversed the entirety of the city, just as Chinjua was about to lead Hudaji out. A piercing scream erupted nearby. Murder. Help. Perhaps due to his past experiences with officials, Hudaji instinctively moved to investigate, only to be restrained by Chinjua, who cast him a look that communicated a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. The terrified screams drew closer, revealing a woman sprinting towards them, pursued by a menacing man. The woman's small feet could not outpace her assailant, and she was soon caught. Chinjua watched helplessly as the brutish man dragged the woman by her hair, while many bystanders witnessed the scene yet offered no assistance. Hudaji's brow furrowed in dismay, contemplating the state of the world. How had humanity grown so callous that, in the face of violence, no one stepped forward to help? Chapter 83. Simplified Grenade. Your Highness, shall we truly turn a blind eye? Although Hudaji had departed the town alongside Chinjua, he remained preoccupied with the plight of the woman they had encountered. Without turning his head, Chinjua replied, We can hardly ensure our own safety. It is best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. We could be ambushed at any moment, and in such circumstances, the wisest choice is to remain close to one another. Though Chinjua spoke in this manner, he was not devoid of compassion and did not genuinely wish to ignore the situation. He simply had yet to devise a plan to confront Han Weilong's pursuers, and it was imperative to act with caution. Upon hearing Chinjua's reasoning, Hudaji sighed and fell into silence, understanding the concerns that plagued his companion. Although he was troubled by the woman's fate, he recognized that he could not recklessly place his own people in peril. Upon successfully returning to the grove where Li Qifeng and the other women were concealed, both parties breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering each other's safety. Chinjua urged everyone to make haste in their preparations, leaving only one person to stand guard through the night. After a day filled with trepidation and the lack of rest from the previous night, the group was utterly exhausted. Following a simple meal, the women gathered around the fire and drifted into slumber, with the assortment of items he had purchased in the town in hand. Chinjua turned away to find a quiet spot to engage in his endeavors. Hudaji, feeling an unsettling unease regarding the town, found himself unable to sleep and ultimately sought out Chinjua. When he located him, he discovered Chinjua engrossed in some task involving a piece of bamboo. Your Highness, what are you doing? Earlier, during their time in the town, Chinjua had scoured every shop to procure all the necessary components for creating gunpowder. Although the Great Qian was still in the age of cold weapons, and gunpowder was primarily used for fireworks, no one had considered its application in weaponry. As a time traveler, Chinjua possessed knowledge of firearms. After meticulously measuring and combining the ingredients in precise proportions, he successfully crafted a grenade with considerable explosive power. Despite the shell being composed solely of bamboo, this did not diminish its lethality. Due to the scarcity of available materials, this rudimentary grenade was created for emergencies. While simplistic, it was certainly preferable to confronting cavalry with nothing but human flesh. In addition to bamboo, Chinjua had also acquired several ceramic jars of moderate size, which could serve as containers for the gunpowder, albeit with the drawback of being less easily thrown. Noticing Chinjua's unwavering focus on his eclectic assortment of materials, Hudaji chose to sit quietly beside him, observing intently. The bamboo tubes and ceramic jars were filled to the brim with black powder, and when Hudaji attempted to reach out and touch them, he was met with a sharp reprimand from Chinjua. Fireworks were not a rare commodity. Many individuals enjoyed crafting colored gunpowder into signal flares for various purposes. Hudaji originally possessed such signal flares, but unfortunately lost them during a series of unexpected assaults. Although he remained uncertain about the exact nature of the device crafted by Chinjua, the anxious expression on Qin's face led Hudaji to deduce that it must be some extraordinary treasure capable of achieving remarkable results. If you are not too occupied, kindly assist me in placing these ceramic fragments into the jars and bamboo tubes, Hudaji requested. He complied without hesitation. Once Chinjua had completed the assembly of the first batch of rudimentary grenades, he sought a suitable location to test their efficacy. Though they were merely makeshift grenades, the gunpowder within was genuine, and their potential power should not be underestimated. Given the late hour, creating a significant commotion might attract the attention of enemies. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Qinzhou decided to conduct the experiment in the water, since they would need to forage for food the following day. It seemed prudent to utilize the rudimentary grenades to catch some fish. Hu Daji followed closely behind Qinzhou as they silently approached the stream. Observing the spirited demeanor of the young lord, Hu Daji felt a sense of confusion. Qinzhou ignited the fuse of the grenade, which had been drenched in kerosene, with a fire stick and promptly tossed it into the water. Hu Daji remained perplexed by Qinzhou's actions, utterly unaware of what would transpire next. Even leaning closer to the stream out of curiosity, startled by his proximity, Qinzhou quickly grabbed the collar of Hu Daji's shirt and pulled him back. As Hu Daji fell to the ground, the grenade detonated with a thunderous roar. Despite the water's muffling effect, the explosion's sound was still immensely powerful. Accompanied by the resounding blast, a column of water soared over a meter high, and numerous fish were propelled onto the shore. By sheer coincidence, a slightly larger fish landed directly in Hu Daji's arms, flopping energetically and slapping its tail against his cheeks. This scene struck Hu Daji as miraculous, leaving him speechless in awe. At that moment, Qinzhou had rolled up his pant legs and, noticing Hu Daji's dazed expression, teased him with a smile. "What's the matter? Have you been stunned into silence? Come over and help me catch some fish." United in purpose, the two swiftly captured dozens of fish, both large and small, sufficient to satisfy everyone's hunger. As they returned to the camp with a bag full of fish, Hu Daji finally regained his composure. Turning to Qinzhou, he stuttered slightly, "My lord, what exactly was that just now? Could it possibly have been a divine thunderbolt? Its power was astounding. If it had struck a person, wouldn't he have obliterated them completely?" Without turning around, Qinzhou nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, that was a divine thunderbolt." Hu Daji gasped in astonishment, left momentarily speechless, his mind flooded with images of the water column soaring over a meter high from the stream. Returning to the warmth of the fire, Qinzhou gathered all the fish together before turning to Hu Daji. With a smile, he inquired, "If I possessed such a treasure, could it fend off Han Weilong's pursuers?" Hu Daji, tucking his chin in and chuckling, replied, "So, your excellency is preparing for the pursuers. Now I understand. With such a treasure, not only Han Weilong's pursuers, even if the new emperor sends 1,000 troops, we shall prevail." Time passed swiftly, and soon dawn broke. When Li Qifeng and the others opened their eyes, they were astonished to discover dozens of fish beside them, while Qinzhou busied himself with scaling and gutting the fish. He announced to the group, "Today, we shall feast on grilled fish. Sisters-in-law, you are in for a treat." Curious about the source of such an abundance, Li Qifeng and the others looked on, but Qinzhou merely smiled in silence. As Qinzhou took charge of the fish, Hu Daji set about kindling the fire. Chapter 84. The sensitive territory of the sixth sister-in-law. Wang Zhu wished to assist, but found himself hindered by injuries sustained in the previous battle. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the forest. The little girl, having gone a long time without meat, squatted by the fire, eagerly swallowing her saliva. Occasionally, she glanced up at Qinzhou, who was tending to the fish, her mouth practically watering. Noticing her eagerness, Qinzhou smiled gently. "Just a little longer, my dear." After sprinkling some coarse salt purchased in town the previous night onto the fish, Qinzhou added a selection of wild herbs and fruits. As the flames licked the fish, the myriad of flavors melded together, making the scent of the grilled fish increasingly irresistible. Even Qinzhou's sisters-in-law, accustomed to delicacies, found themselves salivating at the aroma. After a brief wait, when the fish was perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, Qinzhou finally handed a piece to the little girl who had been patiently waiting by his side. Her eyes sparkled with desire as she snatched it up, heedless of the heat, and stuffed it into her mouth. Surrounded by the warmth of the fire, everyone indulged in the grilled fish, while Qinzhou continued to prepare more for them. Although the coarse salt enhanced the flavor, it could not compare to fine salt. If given the opportunity, Qinzhou contemplated finding a way to produce a batch of fine salt, which could very well lead to a lucrative fortune. With this thought in mind, Qinzhou suddenly turned to Hu Daji. "Captain Hu, is the sea far from here?" With his mouth full of fish, Hu Daji nodded, mumbling, "It's not far. But the land there isn't suitable for farming and is prone to earthquakes. It's hardly fit for habitation." Clearly, Hu Daji misunderstood, thinking Qinzhou intended to lead the group to establish a camp there. Qinzhou nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The notion of relying on the mountains for sustenance or the waters for seafood was promising. An abundant catch could be easily secured. Moreover, Qinzhou could utilize the sea to produce fine salt. If this plan succeeded, The day when he would become the wealthiest man in the Great Qian would be within reach. Regardless of the era, wealth remains the most essential asset. With sufficient funds, what concern is there in recruiting forces to overthrow the Deqian? Qin Zhuo is not one to merely utter slogans. Once he resolves to act, he will undoubtedly take decisive steps. As the saying goes, prolonged nights breed many dreams. And Qin Zhuo must cultivate a formidable force capable of overwhelming the Deqian army before his adversaries initiate their plans. Only in this manner can the Northern King's residence clear its name. Only thus can those around him live in peace and security. Only in this way can the tumultuous world be set right again. Everyone, please eat more. Afterward, I shall teach you some self-defense methods. Qin Zhuo refrained from elaborating on his plans, for he was accompanied predominantly by women of delicate constitution, and the precise circumstances warranted a step-by-step approach. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, Qin Zhuo prepared several bamboo tubes and jars filled with earth, personally instructing the women on how to throw grenades. Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu, both adept in martial arts, understood the task at hand and effortlessly achieved impressive distances with their throws. However, as Jiang Lingxiu scrutinized the bamboo tube or ceramic jar in her hand, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What use could this possibly serve?" Hudaji, having witnessed the power of such devices firsthand, promptly interjected, "Madam Sixth, do not underestimate this object. When thrown, it can summon thunder from the heavens." Thunder? Jiang Lingxiu scoffed, clearly skeptical of his assertion. Li Qifeng, equally puzzled, brought the bamboo tube to her nose and immediately detected the scent of sulfur. Looking up at Qin Zhuo, she asked with uncertainty, "Brother, are you intending to pack gunpowder inside?" "Indeed, my sister-in-law is quite astute," Qin Zhuo praised, raising his thumb in admiration. He continued to elucidate. "I indeed plan to fill it with gunpowder. The moment the gunpowder ignites, it will produce a violent explosion. And when combined with the shards of the bamboo tube and ceramic jar, its lethality will be magnified to a terrifying degree. In fact, while gunpowder is effective, the impact of oil would be even greater. However, such materials are elusive, and for now, I can only make do with what I have." Li Qingfeng, being a person of the martial world, had witnessed the Deqian army besieging cities. In the face of imposing walls several meters high, even a small quantity of gunpowder could create a significant breach, and she instantly grasped Qin Zhuo's intentions. Although she understood the principle, having never seen a grenade before, she couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Jiang Lingxiu, lost in confusion, chose to disregard the explanations and casually tossed the grenade aside. Qin Zhuo, having observed this scene, immediately interjected, "Sister-in-law, this device is called a grenade, and it is not to be used in such a manner." With that, he naturally moved to stand behind Jiang Lingxiu. With both hands encircling the slender waist of the young woman, Qin Zhuo demonstrated, "Sister-in-law, when you throw it, you must do it this way, or you might accidentally injure yourself." Jiang Lingxiu, being a lady, had initially entered into a union with the Qin family merely out of gratitude. In truth, she had scarcely exchanged a complete sentence with Qin Zhuo's elder brother. Now, with Qin Zhuo's arms wrapped around her waist and his hands touching hers, her face instantly flushed crimson, her heart silently admonishing him for his boldness. Qin Zhuo, intent on teaching his sister-in-law how to handle a grenade, only grasped her hand throughout the process, oblivious to the changes in Jiang Lingxiu's expression. "Sister-in-law, you must hold the grenade in one hand and the fuse in the other. Once the enemy enters the attack range, ignite the fuse and throw it with all your strength." As he spoke, he guided Jiang Lingxiu's hand forward with a vigorous motion. This action unavoidably pressed her back against his chest. Despite the barrier of clothing, Jiang Lingxiu felt a rush of heat coursing through her heart racing uncontrollably. After meticulously instructing her through the entire process, Qin Zhuo prepared to release her. However, still dazed from the encounter, Jiang Lingxiu's body weakened without his support, nearly causing her to fall. Quick to react, Qin Zhuo exclaimed a warning and swiftly caught her again, preventing her from embarrassing herself in front of others. Yet, this only solidified his embrace around her delicate waist. The woman blushed deeply, while the man, now intimately holding her waist, evoked thoughts in Li Qifeng that were far less innocent than those of Jiang Lingxiu. She hastily turned away, though her earlobes betrayed her, flushing with a telltale hue of embarrassment, revealing the shyness of the elder sister-in-law within. Momentarily taken aback by the softness in his grasp, Qin Zhuo instinctively squeezed, only to realize the inappropriateness of his actions when Jiang Lingxiu pushed him away, her face a mix of shame and indignation. The moment their eyes met, filled with her fury, Qin Zhuo felt his own cheeks heat with embarrassment. Jiang Lingxiu glared at him, having always regarded Qinzhua as a younger brother. Although she had previously assured the Northern King of her willingness to marry him, she was far from prepared for such an intimate encounter. Now, being held by Qinzhua, her feelings of shame and anger were at their peak. Recognizing his fault, Qinzhua deemed any explanation futile, fearing it would only exacerbate her embarrassment. Thus he fell into silence. The air was thick with awkwardness, leaving even Qinzhua unsure how to navigate the situation. Just then, someone stepped forward from the crowd, offering, "Let me handle this," providing Qinzhua with a much-needed escape. Turning in gratitude, he realized it was his sister-in-law, Zheng Banyan. As Zheng Banyan playfully winked and approached Qinzhua, he felt a twinge of embarrassment upon observing the graceful silhouette of his fourth sister-in-law. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he began to instruct Zheng Banyan in the same manner as he had with his sixth sister-in-law. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Lingxiu pouted and let out a huff. Qinzhua, with keen ears, naturally caught this subtle expression of discontent. However, he found himself at a loss for words, as matters of romantic affection were delicate and difficult to navigate, especially given their ongoing escape, which would likely involve numerous improprieties and physical contact with his sisters-in-law. Perhaps it was best to initiate such interactions now, as he had no intention of being disrespectful. When Qinzhua drew nearer, Zheng Banyan whispered in a tone barely audible to the two of them, "But she is your sixth sister-in-law." Qinzhua's cheeks flushed crimson, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I understand. It was not my intention to offend." Before he could articulate his thoughts, Zheng Banyan continued, "You must be gentle with her." Qinzhua replied, "Gentle? What have I done? Was I rude before?" He instinctively sought to clarify, yet Zheng Banyan had already placed her hands in his. As their bodies drew close, an indescribable scent enveloped him, causing his thoughts to waver and momentarily forget his intentions. With Zheng Banyan leading the way, the other sisters-in-law lost their reservations and approached him as well. Unbeknownst to Qinzhua, the trials they had endured on their journey had imparted a profound understanding to these women, irrespective of their noble lineage or formidable capabilities, once married. They all desired the protection of their husbands. Unfortunately, they were born into turbulent times, and their once promising matches had all perished prematurely, leaving them to hope that Qinzhua, their younger brother-in-law, could assume the role of their lost brothers. Women are inherently emotional beings, and although Qinzhua had feigned ignorance throughout their journey, his unintentional acts of protection had not gone unnoticed by the female contingent, especially during the recent battle outside the station in Lingdong City. His image as a warrior had left an indelible mark on their hearts. People are drawn to strength, particularly women. Who wouldn't he wish for a husband to be a grand hero? Though societal norms still dictated scrutiny over a younger brother marrying his sister-in-law, it did not breach ethical taboos. In this context, the sisters-in-law eagerly clamored for Qinzhua to instruct them on the proper technique for throwing grenades. Clearly understanding the implications of their desires, Jiang Lingxiu, initially irritated by Qinzhua's self-absorbed embrace and the playful pinch to her waist, soon cast aside her indignation upon witnessing her peers of equal standing rushing to Qinzhua's side. It is simply unacceptable to let someone else seize the opportunity, after all. He is the man I have set my sights on. Jiang Lingxiu abruptly pulled Qinzhua away from the throng of women. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she grasped his hand. "Brother, I didn't quite grasp it earlier. Could you teach me once more?" Qinzhua observed the sudden shift in demeanor of his sister-in-law, who had transformed from shy to boldly assertive, and the earlier awkwardness resurfaced. "To be honest, sister-in-law, you have already performed admirably. Enough with the pleasantries, just teach." Without waiting for Qinzhua to finish his sentence, Jiang Lingxiu pressed her back against his chest. Not stopping there, she boldly placed his hands on her waist. Such a direct and fervent gesture was undeniably audacious. The other sisters-in-law, witnessing the scene, blushed and hesitated. They harbored thoughts akin to Jiang Lingxiu's, yet none possessed her audacity. "Sister-in-law, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" As he felt the warmth emanating from her body and inhaled the delicate fragrance that lingered, Qinzhua's heart began to race. However, Jiang Lingxiu paid no heed, urging him, "No more dawdling. Hurry up. Are you suggesting that you have ulterior motives towards me?" Qinzhua was momentarily speechless, never having anticipated that he would find himself so tantalizingly teased by his sister-in-law. He initially sought assistance from the other sisters-in-law, but upon glancing around, he was met with either flushed faces or averted gazes. In desperation, to reclaim his masculinity, Qinzhua tightened his grip. Feeling the pressure on her waist, Jiang Lingxiu gasped, "What are you doing? The previous motion is not suitable for a sister-in-law skilled in martial arts." Allow me to teach you another method. With determination, Qinzhua grasped her waist and lifted her effortlessly. You wished to provoke me, did you not? Let us see who cannot withstand this. Jiang Lingxiu had never encountered such a situation, nor had she ever experienced such intimate contact with a man. The defenses she had painstakingly built began to crumble. Especially as Qinzhua lifted her, she held a fire starter in one hand and a grenade in the other. At that moment, even if she wished to escape, it was impossible. As they shared this intimate connection, the atmosphere became palpably charged. Just as Jiang Lingxiu was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Qinzhua exclaim, "Now, sister-in-law, throw it." With little thought, she hurled the grenade away. Remarkably, this throw surpassed the last in distance. Yet, Jiang Lingxiu was too preoccupied to notice, merely wishing for Qinzhua to set her down swiftly. However, she never anticipated that when he finally lowered her, they would end up in a full embrace. Facing each other. Chapter 86. Where is the wound? Sister Lu, how about this throwing technique? It's quite good. Jiang Lingxiu's face flushed crimson. Even her neck bore the hue of embarrassment. Just as she intended to depart, her gaze inadvertently met Qinzhua's enigmatic smile. Naturally, Jiang Lingxiu possessed an indomitable spirit. Despite feeling utterly shy, she refused to cower. Thus, suppressing her urge to flee, she gently brushed her hand across Qinzhua's chest, attempting to allure him, and said, "This method is even better. Next time, you'll have to teach me properly." Now it was Qinzhua's turn to be momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Sister Lu's retreating silhouette. He swallowed hard, internally lamenting, what a temptress. Truly, a temptress. Had it not been for his remarkable self-control, he might have succumbed to temptation. After the mischievous Jiang Lingxiu departed, the other sisters-in-law and numerous female companions once again encircled Qinzhua, taking a few deep breaths to quell the tumult within. Qinzhua finally commenced the formal training. The sisters-in-law demonstrated commendably, while the remaining female companions quickly followed suit, mastering the essential postures in no time. Observing this scene, Qinzhua nodded in satisfaction. He had merely informed them that the grenades contained gunpowder and ceramic shards, without disclosing that the shards were tainted with poison. Earlier, while procuring miscellaneous items in the town, Qinzhua had realized that iron products in this era were exorbitantly priced. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea of mixing iron fragments into the gunpowder and opted for the more affordable ceramic shards instead. However, ceramic shards ultimately lacked the lethality of iron, and Qinzhua worried that they might shatter into powder during the explosion. Therefore, to enhance their destructive power, he decided to add poison. It could be said that in his effort to fend off Han Weilong's pursuers, Qinzhua was leaving no stone unturned. Yet, whether these grenades would prove useful remained contingent on their fortune. Since the woodland where they concealed themselves was relatively secluded, Qinzhua resolved to linger there a while longer. Once evening descended and all had succumbed to slumber, Qinzhua, Hu Daji, and Wang Zhu took turns keeping watch. By the time it was Qinzhua's shift, the hour had grown late, and everyone was deeply asleep, leaving him alone at the campfire. His mind incessantly churned with thoughts of their pursuers. If it were within his power, he wished to spare anyone from meeting an untimely demise. At that moment, a faint sound reached his ears. Qinzhua instantly awoke. Turning sharply to see someone rising from among the female companions, it was third sister, Qi Hongstian. Upon noticing Qinzhua's gaze, Qi Hongstian hurriedly approached, clutching her abdomen. "Brother, I'm not feeling well. There are plenty of weeds over there. Shall we go there? This place is truly remote, as long as Qinzhua is not deliberately spying." Qi Hongstian need not be on guard at all. However, after listening to Qinzhua's words, Qi Hongstian shook her head, hesitatingly murmuring, "No, I'm just afraid to be alone." Understanding her apprehension, Qinzhua nodded and then stood up, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you, third sister-in-law." Qi Hongstian realized that Qinzhua was indulging her, yet the thought of him standing watch while she attended to her business made her cheeks flush. If given the choice, she would prefer not to be in such a situation, but nature's call was imperative, and one cannot afford to wait. After much reluctance, she ultimately conceded to Qinzhua's suggestion. As Qinzhua forged ahead, Qi Hongstian followed behind, shyly moving forward. This wilderness was unlike the modern city, once the sun set. In the absence of torches, it was nearly pitch black. Tonight, the clouds obscured the moon, and the ground was uneven, making her progress quite cumbersome. She stumbled several times. Fortunately, Qinzhua was quick to react, turning back each time to catch her before she could embarrass herself. Eventually, he led her to a relatively clean spot and, after a brief moment, prepared to turn away. Suddenly, Qi Hongstian grasped his arm, her face flushed as she stammered, Could you possibly stay? Qinghua, feeling helpless, remained with his back turned to her. In the stillness of the night, the sudden sound of rushing water behind him would make any person's imagination run wild. Pressing his lips together, Qinghua resolved to strengthen his composure. Without third sister-in-law's permission, he would not dare to look back. Fortunately, this trial was short-lived, and after about 10 seconds, Qi Hongxian's voice broke the silence. I'm done. For reasons unknown, she suddenly shrieked. Startled, Qinghua turned sharply, fearing she had spotted pursuers. To his astonishment, a slender snake was attempting to slither away. With swift reflexes, he lunged forward and captured it by the tongue, tossing it away into the distance. In that fleeting moment of contact, he discerned that it was not a particularly venomous snake. Even a bite would not cost a life. Third sister-in-law, are you all right? After dealing with the snake, he turned to Qi Hongxian. Perhaps due to the fright or the effects of the venom, she had slumped to the ground. Qinghua hurriedly rushed to her side and lifted her into his arms. Despite the warmth and fragrance enveloping him, his mind was solely focused on her well-being as he repeatedly inquired, Third sister-in-law? Third sister-in-law? Brother, am I going to die? Qi Hongxian's voice was barely a whisper, almost imperceptible. Qinghua shook his head, reassuring her, No, it was not a dangerous snake. I was bitten by a snake, and your words seem merely a consolation. In the next moment, Qi Hongxian's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned her gaze away. Qinghua wore a look of helplessness. Sister-in-law, you shall not perish. Let me examine the wound instead. Although I lack the medical prowess of second sister-in-law, I can assist in extracting the venom. As long as the poison does not attack your heart, you will not succumb here. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Qi Hongxian indeed began to regain her composure. Yet, the instant Qinghua offered to extract the poison, she fell silent once more. The snake bit me. Qi Hongxian lowered her head, avoiding Qinghua's gaze. Her voice dwindling to a barely audible whisper, even for Qinghua, who possessed innate strength. Sister-in-law, where exactly is it? Right here, Qi Hongxian pointed to the inner thigh, her shyness nearly causing her to bury her face in her chest. Chapter 87, Sister-in-law, this cannot be done following the direction of her finger. Qinghua was momentarily taken aback. His throat bobbed rapidly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The location was indeed rather special. Sister-in-law, I must proceed. Should the poison attack your heart, it could pose a grave risk to your life. Grandfather entrusted me with the care of the 7 sisters-in-law. I am bound to protect you, Qinghua declared, thumping his chest with righteous fervor. Qi Hongxian, already frightened, felt a surge of urgency upon hearing the potential danger to her life. There is no time to lose. Hurry. Brother. In an instant, she rolled up her trousers, exposing the wound. Suddenly, a glimpse of smooth, fair skin appeared before Qinghua's eyes. Just one glance nearly caused him to falter in his resolve. Fortuitously, he possessed remarkable self-control and managed to restrain himself. In such a situation, losing control would render him less than human. While he appreciated beauty, he was certainly not a lecher. As Qinghua resolved to assist his sister-in-law in extracting the snake venom, he looked down to find the bite mark in a rather peculiar location, far beyond his reach. It would require her to remove her trousers entirely. This posed a dilemma for Qi Hongxian, after all. She was a respectable woman and could not simply disrobe in front of a man, especially when that man was her younger brother-in-law. Fortunately, an idea struck Qinghua, and he swiftly removed his outer garment, draping it over her hips. Although it could not cover all her exposed skin, it at least concealed her modesty. Seeing Qinghua's considerate gesture, which contrasted with her initial assumptions of him as a rogue, Qi Hongxian felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Her younger brother was indeed a paragon of virtue, and she could not continue to regard him as a lecher. Thus, she made a decisive choice and removed her trousers. When Qinghua beheld the pristine wound on the inner thigh, he could not help but gasp in shock. The skin around the 2 puncture wounds had begun to take on a faint bluish hue, indicating a venomous invasion. Observing Qinghua's face, which was etched with concern, Qi Hongxian could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Brother, tell me the truth, am I truly going to die? As long as I am here, nothing will happen to you. After saying this, Qinghua took a deep breath and buried his head down. Snake venom can cause paralysis, yet it is often recoverable. Feeling the warm breaths radiating from the inner thigh, Qi Hongxian's face flushed with an unusual expression, and she could not help but tremble slightly. Qinghua earnestly assisted Qi Hongxian in extracting the snake venom, inadvertently taking some liberties in the process. Just then, a woman's voice pierced through the air. Oh, what are you two doing up at this hour? Jiang Lingxiu, who had a habit of waking up at night, had resolved her physiological needs only to realize that Qin Zhuo was missing. Upon closer inspection, she found that even Qi Hongxian was nowhere to be seen. Concerned for their safety, Jiang Lingxiu ventured out to search for them, only to stumble upon their intimate moment. From her vantage point, Jiang Lingxiu could only see Qin Zhuo crouched between Qi Hongxian's legs, seemingly engaged in some act. Meng Lang, shameless, was the immediate thought that sprang to her mind. Though curiosity soon followed. She had not observed such closeness between them before. When had they developed such a relationship? After a brief moment of shock, her anger surged forth. Taking a few steps closer, she placed her hands on her hips and demanded, "You two, hiding here to indulge yourselves." Caught up in his own world, Qin Zhuo had momentarily forgotten to be cautious of his surroundings. Hearing the voice, he sensed trouble and instinctively attempted to rise, but as he lifted his head, Jiang Lingxiu's hand came down heavily upon his shoulder. Both he and Qi Hongxian were startled, with the latter hurriedly explaining, "Lingxiu, it's not what you think." "We didn't." Jiang Lingxiu was not interested in their explanations. She only trusted what her own eyes had witnessed. Grasping Qin Zhuo's shoulder, she pressed him down against the ground. Her delicate face clouded with frost as she interrogated, "What did I tell you last time? How could you be so forgetful, Qin Zhuo? Speak. Have you been eyeing our sisters all along?" Qin Zhuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he possibly respond to such an inquiry? To admit it would brand him as a scoundrel, while denial would only lead Jiang Lingxiu to dismiss his words. Faced with this dilemma, he chose silence. Jiang Lingxiu scoffed. "You think staying silent will absolve you? Think again. Aren't you fond of taking advantage of our sisters? Today, I'll make sure you get your fill." Jiang Lingxiu proved to be far more assertive than the others. After scolding him, she reached for Qin Zhuo's belt. This time, Qin Zhuo dared not feign ignorance, letting out a yelp as he jumped to his feet. "Sixth sister, you mustn't. Please, stop." In a swift motion, Jiang Lingxiu appeared beside Qin Zhuo, seizing his belt and yanking it with force. Before he could react, Qin Zhuo found himself bound to a tree. Having accomplished this, Jiang Lingxiu disregarded the stunned Qin Zhuo and turned to Qi Hongxian, saying, "Sister Hongxian, do not be afraid. I shall summon the eldest sister and the others. This scoundrel will certainly face consequences for his actions." Jiang Lingxiu was convinced that Qin Zhuo had taken advantage of Qi Hongxian's gentle and accommodating nature, thus tarnishing her virtue. Now, with Qin Zhuo tied up, she was determined to seek justice. As the situation escalated, Qi Hongxian stomped her foot in frustration. Realizing she had no time to free Qin Zhuo and hurried after Jiang Lingxiu. "Lingxiu, it's not what you think. I was bitten by a poisonous snake, and my brother was helping me extract the venom." "Sister San," Qi Hongxian rushed to explain, but Jiang Lingxiu interrupted her with a fierce gaze, exasperated. "What on earth is so appealing about that scoundrel? What do you see in him? Why are you still defending him at this point?" After saying this, Qi Hongxian turned to leave. Anxiously, she called out, "I truly was bitten by a snake. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." Without caring for her modesty, Qi Hongxian pulled Jiang Lingxiu over to reveal her wound. Lifting her clothing, the unmistakable marks of the snake's fangs were clearly visible. Jiang Lingxiu faltered, the aggressive demeanor she had displayed evaporating. Realizing her misunderstanding of the situation, she began to hesitate. Yet, upon reflection, she thought about the private location of Sister Hongxian's bite. Even if that scoundrel had indeed been extracting the venom, he must have taken the opportunity to exploit the situation. Chapter 88. Could it be that she has feelings for him? Humph. All he thinks about is taking advantage of women. He is indeed a scoundrel. If he wanted to see legs, why not come to me instead? Clearly, he prefers the softness of Sister San, as she is easier to manipulate. Ugh, shameless. As Qi Hongxian attempted to reason with her, Jiang Lingxiu was initially inclined to release Qin Zhuo. However, fate intervened, and just as she was about to free him, another poisonous snake fell from the treetop. Seeing this, Qin Zhuo summoned his strength, breaking free from the bindings and pulling Jiang Lingxiu into his embrace. The snake landed harmlessly on the ground, hissing ominously as it turned to launch itself at Jiang Lingxiu's ankle. Fortunately, Qin Zhuo reacted swiftly, crushing the serpent's head beneath his foot before kicking its lifeless body away. After encountering two snakes in quick succession, Qi Hongxian screamed and fainted on the spot. When Jiang Lingxiu found herself unexpectedly in Qin Zhuo's arms, her eyes widened in surprise. Ready to resist, but upon realizing he had saved her, her anger dissipated once more. Regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxiu felt a flush of embarrassment. "You rogue. Will you not let go?" Upon glancing down, Qin Zhuo realized, in his moment of urgency, that his grip had become rather inappropriate. Once Jiang Lingxiu freed herself from his embrace, she shot him a fierce glare before turning her attention to Qi Hongxian. What should we do? Sister Hongxian has fainted. What else could they do? They had to carry her back first. After all, they had just managed to extract the snake venom, and her life was safe for the moment. Without hesitation, Qinzhuo bent down and lifted Qi Hongxian into his arms. Jiang Lingxiu observed Qinzhuo's hands with a serious demeanor, deeming them acceptable enough to refrain from further comment. As the trio returned to camp, they had hoped to remain unnoticed, only to find that everyone else had awakened. Upon inquiry, they learned that Qi Hongxian had screamed as she fainted, startling everyone into consciousness. What has happened to Hongxian? Qinzhuo explained. She was bitten by a venomous snake, and then another snake appeared, which frightened her into unconsciousness. Li Qingfeng furrowed her brow. Let her rest. Since she has been bitten, she likely won't be able to travel tomorrow, which means we must remain here for another day. Jiang Lingxiu shrugged nonchalantly. We've already been here for 2 days. What's one more? One would think that Qinzhuo would take into account the well-being of his sister-in-law and agree to stay longer. But before Jiang Lingxiu could finish her thought, he decisively interrupted her. Noticing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Qinzhuo clarified, we have already squandered considerable time here. The journey from Lindong City to the capital can be completed in just a few days on horseback. If news of our escape from the ambush leaks, the new emperor, with his temperament, will surely send people to hunt us down again. This was not mere alarmism. Many harbored a deep-seated desire for their demise. For the safety of all, Qinzhuo could not afford to linger any longer. The women exchanged uncertain glances, while Li Qifeng cast a worried look at the fainted Qi Hongxian. At that moment, Hu Daji interjected, unable to contain himself. Your Highness, if we proceed further, we will encounter a vast expanse of Gobi Desert, which is not only desolate but also devoid of any shelter from the elements. We may even face bandits. The bandits of the Gobi are notoriously ruthless. In such harsh conditions, they may resort to cannibalism when starvation strikes. To traverse the Gobi under the watchful eyes of such individuals seemed nearly impossible. However, Qinzhuo nodded resolutely. I am well aware of that, but we have no other options and cannot afford to waste any more time. This is not a sustainable refuge. If we are discovered, the situation will become dire. He cast a deep glance at his sister-in-law, Li Qifeng, and then turned his gaze to Hu Daji and Wang Zhu, the 2 escort soldiers. At this juncture, if they wished to survive, they could only rely on themselves. Should the pursuers catch up, their fate would be sealed. The Gobi Desert is perilous. Venturing there could lead to one's demise. Why not seek refuge elsewhere? Wang Zhu could not help but inquire. Yet, Qinzhuo responded with unwavering conviction. We must traverse the Gobi and ultimately reach Ningguda, for it is our most promising option. While there are undoubtedly other fertile lands where life can be sustained, they are fraught with immense risks. Although the Gobi is dangerous, it is relatively more secure compared to other regions. After all, such desolate and inhospitable territories attract little attention from the officials of the court, and the new emperor is even less inclined to concern himself with them. It is in such easily defensible yet hard-to-attack locations that Qinzhuo may find the opportunity to rise again. Long before this, he had meticulously planned everything. In these harsh lands, countless impoverished souls, trapped in a cycle of despair for generations, exist alongside many ruthless criminals. Such individuals are undoubtedly the ones most desperate for hope, and they harbor deep-seated resentment towards the Deqian court. Qinzhuo is determined to reach such places, to instill hope in these people. If he can indeed offer them a glimmer of hope, he shall swiftly gather an unparalleled force. At that moment, Qinzhuo will turn back to strike at the new emperor, ensuring he is firmly pinned to the dragon throne. Hu Daji pondered deeply, unable to comprehend why Qinzhuo would make such a poor choice. If they ventured into the Gobi, how would they defend against their enemies? It is merely a case of the strong preying on the weak. Qinzhuo narrowed his eyes slightly, softening his tone considerably. He was prepared. Although his sisters-in-law still did not grasp his reasoning, seeing Qinzhuo's confidence silenced their objections, everyone present understood one crucial fact. As the last remaining bloodline of the Northern Town King, Qinzhuo would never gamble with his life, with his confidence. The others felt a sense of security. They could only hope that Qinzhuo would not disappoint them. As dawn gradually brightened the sky, they hastily packed their belongings and set off at first light. Due to her hesitation from a snakebite, Qi Hongxian could not ride alone and had to share a mount with Qinzhuo. Along the way, Jiang Lingxiu frequently cast glances their way. Her eyes fixated on Qinzhuo's hands, fearful that he might take advantage of Qi Hongxian. Li Qifeng naturally noticed her unusual behavior. Initially, he intended to ignore it, But seeing Jiang Lingxiu's persistent gaze, he had no choice but to slow down and voice a reminder. With that look in your eyes, could it be that you have developed feelings for him? Jiang Lingxiu's sharp gaze softened instantly as she turned to reply coyly, Sister-in-law, what are you saying? How could that be possible? Despite her words, a blush crept onto her cheeks, betraying her true feelings. Chapter 89. The bandits prepare for action. Li Qifeng sighed quietly. Just as he was about to speak, at that moment, Hu Daji, at the forefront of the group, suddenly shouted, wait a moment, something is amiss. Li Qingfeng's expression changed, and he quickly reined in his horse. Upon hearing the call, everyone halted their mounts. Qinzhuo inquired, what is it? Have you noticed something unusual? With a grave demeanor, Hu Daji surveyed his surroundings and after a brief pause, remarked, Your Highness, do you not find this place excessively quiet? Previously, while they were concealed within the woods, the air was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds. Yet here, an eerie silence prevailed. Not a single bird nor even the faintest sound of insects could be heard. Such an anomaly must indicate a lurking danger. There may well be an ambush ahead. Upon hearing this, Qinzhuo frowned and immediately tuned his ears to listen intently. Suddenly, a voice among the women behind them lowered conspiratorially, Your Highness, there are many people over there. Qinzhuo turned to see that the speaker was none other than Yin Dongxiu, the least conspicuous among the sisters-in-law. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Qingfeng asked, Dongxiu, your sense of smell is the keenest. Have you detected something? As the air of the Medicine God Valley, Yin Dongxiu had honed her ability to identify herbs from a young age, making her sense of smell the most acute among those present. At this moment, she had spoken up to alert them because she had caught a whiff of a subtle, yet pungent scent of sweat carried by the wind. Positioned downwind, the odor naturally drifted from the upwind direction. Qinzhuo, not daring to be negligent, hastened to Yin Dongxiu's side. Following her gaze, he noticed several small mounds of earth nearby. If he guessed correctly, an ambush was indeed lurking there. The confrontation had arrived sooner than anticipated, causing a ripple of displeasure within Qinzhuo. Their foremost objective was to reach Ningguda with utmost expediency. This journey was destined to be fraught with peril, and thus Qinzhuo had intended to swiftly gather his forces and seek a defensible position to confront the pursuers. Now that the adversaries had presented themselves, he had no reason to retreat. In fact, he had been vexed by the lack of a solid base, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he would certainly seize it. As Zhao Yang revealed a cold smirk, Hu Daji was taken aback. Your Highness, surely those concealed over there are bandits. Do you intend to engage them in conflict? Not only do I intend to engage, but I also plan to seize their territory. Hu Daji shuddered at this proclamation, feeling that the young lord was excessively audacious. Surely, their foes outnumbered them. Could they possibly prevail against such odds? Unless you possess a better strategy? Hu Daji replied, shaking his head at Qinzhuo's gaze. Although he remained silent, he was still shaken by the audacity of the young lord. Goodness, this air was indeed reckless. While others would wish to distance themselves from bandits, Qinzhuo was deliberately provoking them. Truly, he was the pride of the northern king's estate, exhibiting remarkable valor. Qinzhuo summoned everyone to gather closely, forming a protective circle as best as they could. In Qinzhuo's vicinity, the ratio of women to men was decidedly skewed, especially with the presence of captivating beauties like Li Qifeng among their ranks. It was inevitable that the bandits would cast envious glances. Furthermore, the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert suggested that there must be more than one group of marauders. After a moment's contemplation, Qinzhuo turned to Yin Dongxiu and said, Sister-in-law, your keen senses could be of great assistance. Could you help lead us to the bandits' lair? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxiu's expression shifted dramatically as she rebuked him sternly. Have you lost your mind? These bandits are ruthless and dangerous. The only ones among us capable of fighting are you, elder sister, and Captain Hu. If the three of us confront the bandits, what will happen to the other women if another group attacks them? Qinzhuo offered no lengthy explanation but simply inquired, Sister-in-law, can you find it? You. Jiang Lingxiu was on the verge of exploding at Qinzhuo's disregard for her concerns. Fortunately, Li Qingfeng, who had unwavering confidence in Qinzhuo, intervened and restrained her. Otherwise, Qinzhuo would have found himself embroiled in an unnecessary dispute. Observing Qinzhuo's resolute demeanor, Yin Dongxiu, though anxious, refrained from further protest. She promptly closed her eyes to discern the sense in their surroundings. Before long, she identified 4 potential directions. There are many people several miles that way. It seems to be a bandit stronghold. Over there, in that direction is Yin Dongxiu, a true descendant of the Medicine God Valley. Could not only detect direction through scent but also gauge proximity. However, When she mentioned the last location, uncertainty flickered across her face, and she sniffed the air once more before stating, "The bandits over there are approaching us. They are likely on horseback, and their scent is particularly foul." "How far off?" "Approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea," she replied. Chinjua chuckled coldly. "Perfect timing. Let us allow them to engage in a battle of mutual destruction." "What do you mean by mutual destruction?" Yin Dongxiu inquired, puzzled. Chinjua merely smiled without elaborating, and then signaled for everyone to follow him as they proactively advanced towards the incoming wave of bandits. The bandits, who had been lying in wait nearby, quickly realized that Chinjua and his group were heading in a different direction and sensed something amiss. They hastily pursued. Meanwhile, the other bandits, having learned of the arrival of unsuspecting prey, galloped eagerly to their destination, delighted to find that this group had unwittingly delivered themselves into their grasp. "It seems we shall feast well today," the leader of the bandits shouted, rallying his comrades as they urged their horses to sprint toward Chinjua and his companions. Chinjua and his group came to a halt before the bandits, who, in their excitement, surrounded them with wild cries, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger, as if they had never laid eyes on women before. The leader of the bandits raised his whip, pointing it at Chinjua and Hu Daji, threatening loudly, "Those who are wise will obediently surrender all their wealth and horses. In doing so, I might allow you to keep your bodies intact. Otherwise..." He let out a cold chuckle, leaving the rest of his ominous message for Chinjua and his companions to ponder. After delivering this warning, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Qifeng and the other women present. One of his lackeys, grinning mischievously, leaned closer and remarked, "Boss, look. There are quite a few women among them, and they are all rather attractive." The bandit leader returned the grin, fully aware of his own desires, and called out, "Brothers, perk up. Let us take these women back to the lair for some evening amusement." With the leader's assurance, the eager bandits erupted into laughter. Chapter 90. The Clam and the Bird. The fisherman profits. While Hu Daji remained vigilant against the bandits, he lowered his voice to inquire, "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" With both overt and covert bandit forces now fixed on them, he feared that another wave would spell their doom. However, Hu Daji's apprehensions did not resonate with Chinjua. Even surrounded by so many bandits, Chinjua maintained an air of calm. "Just follow my lead. There is nothing to fear. Hey, tonight we'll have women to warm our beds." The bandits shouted excitedly, moving closer to Chinjua, observing the unfolding situation. Another group of concealed bandits could no longer contain themselves. Just as they fantasized about the pleasures of the night, they were startled by the sound of galloping hooves behind them. Turning around, someone exclaimed, "It's Jialong and his crew." The bandit leader squinted into the distance, a cold sneer forming on his lips. "Daring to oppose me, Jialong is courting death." He did not bother to lower his voice, and thus the bandit named Jialong overheard the exchange, erupting in a furious retort. "To hell with you. Kania, do you still have any shame? These plump sheep were clearly marked by me first. You barged in midway, and now you brazenly accuse me of seeking death? Marked first? Where is your proof? These sheep fled to us in a panic upon discovering us, otherwise would you have found them?" The two groups of bandits, Kania and Jialong, exchanged heated insults, escalating tensions as the potential for violence loomed. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through the clamor. "Enough. What good does bickering do? If neither of you will back down, why not settle it with a fight? Whoever is stronger can take us away." This statement, delivered with robust conviction and a hint of provocation, instantly captured the attention of both factions of bandits. Who the hell is speaking?" After signaling Zhang Lingxiu to provoke the situation, Chinjua fell silent once more. The two groups of bandits surveyed their surroundings, but failed to identify the speaker. Just as Kania was about to turn around and continue cursing Jialong, the latter unexpectedly spoke up. "I find this method quite agreeable. How about we engage in a genuine contest, weapons drawn? The victor shall claim these plump sheep. What say you, Kania? Are you brave enough? What is there to fear? Let it come." Indeed, Chinjua's suggestion proved effective, igniting a competitive spirit between the two factions. However, it was evident that the bandits had long harbored disdain for one another. Chinjua's instigation merely provided them with a pretext for internal strife. The two bandit leaders exchanged heated words, quickly solidifying their decision to turn against each other. The clash erupted with thunderous shouts as Kania and Jialong, accompanied by numerous comrades, collided fiercely. Amidst the cacophony of clashing weapons, Chinjua discreetly urged the women nearby to provoke further. "Jialong, are you truly capable? I had thought you were a genuine hero, yet it appears you were rather mediocre." Upon hearing a woman disparage him, the bandit named Jialong became infuriated. Kania, have you not eaten? Do you require a woman to teach you how to kill? If you continue like this, do not expect to take me home. Kania, mistaking the taunt as coming from Jialong's side, was instantly enraged. Thus, the skirmish intensified, resulting in numerous casualties in a matter of moments. Qinzhua observed for a while before signaling to his companions. As if awakened by a shared understanding, the non-combatant women retreated to safety, while the capable fighters, Li Qifeng, Hu Daji, Jiang Lingxiu, and Qinzhua stealthily dispersed amidst the distracted bandits. Apart from Qinzhua, who had targeted the two engaged bandit leaders, the others plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc without concern for misidentifying their targets, for all were bandits, none innocent. Kania and Jialong, blinded by rage, were completely unprepared for the counterattack from those they had deemed mere lambs for slaughter. By the time they regained their senses and ceased combat, their numbers had dwindled to less than half of what they had begun with. Although the two factions harbored mutual disdain, they ultimately united against a common enemy. Realizing the shift in dynamics, Kania and Jialong promptly aligned their efforts against Qinzhua and his companions. Qinzhua was not taken aback by their swift change of tactics. After all, these bandit leaders commanded dozens of subordinates and could not be devoid of cunning. It would have been surprising had they continued their internal conflict at this juncture. Despite the awareness of their predicament, facing the innate prowess of Qinzhua left them with little hope of victory. After effortlessly dispatching a bandit, Qinzhua seized the fallen man's curved blade and charged toward Kania and Jialong. With merely one individual and a horse, an overwhelming aura emanated. The two bandit leaders, seasoned as they were instantly taken aback upon witnessing Qinzhua's fierce approach. However, with no opportunity for retreat, Qinzhua closed in swiftly. Reluctantly, the two leaders raised their respective weapons to confront him. The sound of clashing metal rang out as their weapons were effortlessly knocked aside. In the next moment, Qinzhua's curved blade traced a graceful arc, striking Jialong on the shoulder with the back of the knife. With a resounding thud, Jialong was sent sprawling sideways. The sheer terror of such might left Kanaya in a state of utter astonishment. Before Kanaya could even comprehend the situation, Qinzhua delivered another strike, sending him flying as well. By a cruel twist of fate, Kanaya collided directly with the recovering Jialong. Both men fell to the ground in succession, with Jialong instantly losing consciousness. Kanaya, too, was in dire straits. Having just been struck by Qinzhua, his arm was already broken. In a mere exchange, the two bandit leaders were dispatched, extinguishing any desire to fight among the other bandits. If their strongest leader was no match for this formidable figure, what reason remained for them to engage in a desperate struggle? Without hesitation, the remaining bandits discarded their weapons, fearing for their lives. Anticipating this outcome, Qinzhua was not surprised. The assassin felt no astonishment. He instructed Hu Daji to bind the surrendered bandits, then dismounted to approach the fallen leaders. Upon seeing Qinzhua advance, Kanaya recoiled in terror, resembling a man facing a grave threat. Qinzhua merely cast a glance at him, saying nothing, before lowering his gaze to the unconscious Jialong. Chapter 91. Subduing two men. Reaching out, Qinzhua roused Jialong, who, upon seeing him, reacted as if confronted by a ferocious beast, eyes wide with instinctive desire to flee. Qinzhua did not impede him. Instead, he spoke. There is no need for alarm. We merely seek passage through your territory. As long as you do not hinder us, we certainly have no intention of exterminating you. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged uncertain glances. Kanaya tentatively inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Arriving in this desolate expanse with a retinue of women, and with a leader of such formidable prowess, they must be extraordinary. Qinzhua offered a faint smile, remaining silent. At that moment, Hu Daji interjected, "Before you stands Qinzhua, grandson of the Northern King. These individuals are all kin of the Northern King." The Northern King? The revelation left everyone present in stunned silence, particularly Kanaya, who, after a moment of shock, scrutinized Qinzhua's face closely, as if recognizing something familiar. Suddenly, he fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming in reverence, "Benefactor. It turns out to be His Highness the Young Master." It is indeed a case of the flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, where one family fails to recognize another. A family? Qinzhua raised an eyebrow and inquired. Kanaya looked up and vigorously nodded, saying, "The King of the North is our benefactor. Had he revealed his identity sooner, these troubles could have been avoided." Qinzhua, perplexed, scrutinized the other individual, yet he could not recall when he had encountered him before. Had these bandits perhaps ventured into Bailiang? Just as Kanaya was about to explain, he turned to find Jialong had already dashed a considerable distance away, and he sprinted after him, delivering a firm kick. "What are you doing? Come back. The benefactor's grandson has arrived." Jialong, who had been kicked, glared at Kanaya in anger, but upon hearing Kanaya's explanation, he began to grasp the identity of Qin Zhuo and his companions. Returning to Qin Zhuo's side, Jialong's expression darkened as he said, "Not long ago, we heard that the new emperor confiscated the king of the North's estate and exiled his family to Ningguda. We thought it was just a rumor. Yet it appears to be true. Does that new emperor possess any sense? The king of the North has devoted his life to loyal service and great contributions to Deqian. How could the new emperor treat such a loyal minister in this manner?" Hearing these words, Qin Zhuo was increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that Jialong, a bandit, would possess such insight, nor did he expect that these brigands would have any connection to the king of the North. However, with the misunderstanding resolved, and with the need to evade pursuers, Qin Zhuo could not afford to linger any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the two bandit leaders, he took his leave. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his urgency to depart, the two bandit leaders exchanged glances, and the next moment, they knelt on one knee. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. "What are you doing?" Jialong clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, if you do not mind, we wish to follow you as a way to repay the general's past kindness." Kanaya echoed sincerely, "This desolate wasteland is rife with bandits, and the deeper we go, the greater the danger. Even if you are reluctant to let us accompany you, at least allow us to escort you out of the Gobi." At this moment, troubled by his own lack of power to contend with the court, Qin Zhuo could not refuse the allegiance of the two bandit leaders. If he could keep these individuals by his side, his strength would undoubtedly grow. However, Kanaya and Jialong's decision was evidently made without consulting their men. For while they were willing to pledge themselves to Qin Zhuo, their comrades were far less enthusiastic. "Boss, you want us to align with that guy? He has slain many of our brothers. Only now am I realizing that those provocative words were surely theirs. If not for them, we would not have suffered such losses." In this moment of crisis, the two groups of bandits found common cause against a shared enemy, unwilling to follow Qin Zhuo, with some harboring thoughts of revenge. Kanaya and Jialong exchanged looks of helplessness, first apologizing to Qin Zhuo before turning their attention to their brothers. "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, we shall follow His Highness the young master and depart from this desolate wasteland. Should any among you wish to accompany us, I shall not hinder your choice. However, if you prefer to remain, then may fortune be with you." The two bandit leaders expressed a unanimous and resolute stance. Shortly thereafter, the bandits present divided into two factions. One group perceived that staying here to continue their life of banditry held no promise. Each day was a struggle for survival, and they would ultimately face the threat of the imperial forces hunting them down. Therefore, they deemed it wiser to leave with their leader. Conversely, the other faction, reluctant to embrace risk, resolved to return to their life of banditry. Although the number of those willing to follow Jialong and Kanaya was scant, they expressed their readiness to escort Qin Zhuo and the others to safety. Thus, a resolution emerged. Qin Zhuo's party grew considerably, finally gaining some capacity for resistance. However, they had barely ventured far when Jialong suddenly halted. Noticing Qin Zhuo's puzzled gaze, he gestured ahead and remarked, "There lies the territory of a formidable band of robbers. To pass through safely, we must prepare ourselves in advance." Kanaya nodded in agreement. Unfamiliar with the area, Qin Zhuo could not ascertain what lay ahead. Yet his keen instincts allowed him to discern movement in the distance, suggesting the presence of another group of concealed bandits. Rather than pursue the bandit who had gone to relay information, Qin Zhuo inquired, "Is there no alternative route?" Jialong replied, "Indeed, there is another path. But it is known as the Land of Death, fraught with ferocious beasts and vast swamps. It would be wiser to brave the risk of this route than to venture there." Thus, it appeared there were no better options available. On the other side, the lookout bandits of Huangfeng's sensed something amiss and promptly dispatched a brother to inform their comrades, while the remaining members lay in ambush, fixated on the unsuspecting prey before them. However, to their surprise, the intended targets seemed to have sensed danger and halted their advance, leaving the concealed bandits perplexed. One of them turned and asked, "What are they doing?" Another, more composed bandit chuckled and replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? Once the boss arrives, we shall know how to proceed." While these bandits continued their surveillance, Qin Zhuo and his companions had already begun to rest. Kanaya and Jialong, puzzled by Qin Zhuo's decision, could not help but voice their concerns. "Your Highness, ahead lies the domain of Huangfeng's. Even if we do not intend to force our way through, we must prepare ourselves in advance." Chapter 92. The bandit who understands warfare. Kanaya nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, those ruffians are far more ruthless than we are. Should they arrive, it may not end well for us, and we must be prepared. Nevertheless, Qinzhou remained unperturbed, simply asserting, "What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall resist. When the waters rise, we shall build dikes. Do not fret any longer. Take a moment to sit and rest. It is merely a small bandit den." Qinzhou is not so troubled that he cannot proceed. The reason for pausing here is solely to consider the safety of the women in his company. This place may appear ordinary, yet it is a strategic locale, advantageous for both offense and defense. Should those bandits come charging in with ferocity, if they find themselves outmatched, they would still have a route of retreat, would they not? Kania and Jialong were oblivious to Qinzhou's thoughts. Seeing him exude an air of maturity and composure left them somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, within the Yellow Wind stronghold, the bandit leader Zhang Kai was in discussion with several of his subordinates. When an anxious underling burst in, Zhang furrowed his brow and admonished, "What is this haste? Speak. What has transpired?" The subordinate, visibly intimidated by the leader, knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "Boss, there has arrived a group of plump sheep outside. They do not appear to be mere passing merchants. Should we seize them?" Zhang Kai, unhurried, inquired, "Approximately how many are there?" "About 20, mostly women, each one remarkably beautiful." Upon hearing this, before Zhang Kai could respond, the other leaders perked up with interest. "Is this true? Are they coming to deliver brides to our Yellow Wind stronghold?" "Boss, we lack nothing in this stronghold except for women, which has hindered our territorial expansion. If we were to capture these women, it would ensure our lineage continues." "Silence!" Zhang Kai snapped irritably, cursing their lack of ambition inwardly, before turning back to the messenger. "What do we know of their origin?" "I am not entirely certain, but I could discern that there are several stunning beauties among them, suggesting they are not of ordinary descent." "Oh?" Zhang Kai responded, his eyes narrowing as he began to ponder deeply. Despite being a petty bandit, he was not uninformed. He had long heard of the northern town prince's estate being raided and the family exiled to Ninguda. Calculating the time, it seemed likely that they would pass through this desolate expanse within the coming days. Could it be that these are indeed the refugees from the northern town prince's household? It was said that several of the prince's grandsons had met untimely deaths, and their fiancées were all breathtakingly beautiful. Furthermore, the backgrounds of these widows were equally impressive. With a devious thought crossing his mind, Zhang Kai couldn't help but entertain ulterior motives. It is worth mentioning that he had once been a legitimate court official, holding the esteemed title of a third-rank Hanlin Academy scholar. In those days, he was in his prime, never lacking for female companionship. Yet, Zhang Kai was plagued by a penchant for excessive drinking, which led to a fateful night where he inadvertently took a life, resulting in his demotion and exile to this forsaken place. Zhang Kai, unwilling to languish in a desolate place like Ninguda, chose instead to remain in the Gobi Desert, leading a band of soldiers and ultimately becoming the chieftain of Huangfeng's High, gathering a formidable group over the years. In earlier times, ignorance was bliss, out of sight, out of mind. However, upon hearing from his subordinates about the arrival of beautiful women, Zhang Kai's interest was piqued. After all, they had come willingly to his domain. Rather than allowing them to squander their lives in Ninguda, he might as well seize them to serve as his consorts. The once mighty king of the north had been so exalted, had he not refrained from overshadowing his master, he might have already reached the ranks of the illustrious. Now, with the king of the north's residence destroyed and his kin exiled to this very place, the thought of having the king's family at his mercy filled Zhang Kai with a wicked delight. Observing his fellow leaders eagerly awaiting his decision, Zhang Kai wasted no time. He slapped his hand on the armrest and declared, "Brothers, it is likely that we have the kin of the king of the north among us. Let us seize this grand opportunity." The mention of the king startled the others momentarily, but greed swiftly supplanted their fear. As the sun dipped low, nightfall approached swiftly. The temperature in the Gobi Desert varied drastically. The heat of the day left one drenched in sweat, while the night brought an unbearable chill. Fortunately, Qinzhou had prepared everyone in advance, or the night would have been excruciating. The women huddled together for warmth, while Qinzhou donned an old fox fur coat he had purchased in town. Despite this, he still felt insufficiently warm. At that moment, Hu Daji and two recently surrendered bandit leaders approached Qinzhou. "Why has Huangfeng's High not made a move yet? Could it be they're entirely unaware of our presence?" "Impossible," Qinzhou replied confidently. "It appears the leader of Huangfeng's High is a strategist. Their inaction is likely a ploy for a surprising victory. If they were to act as recklessly as you did before, I would have underestimated them." Jialong and Kanaya blushed, hastily shifting the topic. "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but Huangfeng's High is not like us. Though they engage in similar acts of plunder, their leader is utterly ruthless, demanding not only wealth from travelers, but also their lives. As Jialong spoke, his expression darkened. The leader of Huangfeng's High, named Zhang Kai, had established a reputation for ensuring few lived to tell the tale after entering his territory. Suddenly, Qinzhou turned to look behind him. "They're coming." Jialong, Kanaya. And Hu Daji's expression shifted at his words, grasping their weapons and standing alert, as if facing a formidable foe. However, Qinzhou calmly raised his hand, assuring them, "There is no need for such tension, simply follow my lead." Having faced countless life and death battles, Hu Daji had developed unwavering trust in Qinzhou, promptly relaxing at his command. Kania and Jialong remained vigilant, their muscles taut as they gazed into the darkness. During the exchange of words among the group, the distant sound of hooves gradually approached. Before long, a band of brigands emerged into view. It seemed that Qinzhuo's speculations regarding Zhang Kai held a measure of truth. When the adversaries chose to strike, they did so with a formidable force, surrounding the group under the veil of night. Qinzhuo surveyed the menacing bandits, his expression stoic. In contrast, Kania and Jialong, well aware of the Yellow Wind Stronghold's modus operandi, began to perspire with anxiety. Chapter 93. Do you even deserve it? Casting a glance around, Qinzhuo appeared to be conversing with the brigands, though it felt more like he was speaking to himself as he murmured, "It seems the leader of the Yellow Wind Stronghold is indeed well-versed in military strategy, choosing to strike when we are weary and beleaguered." Fearing that Qinzhuo might underestimate their opponent, Kania quietly cautioned, "Your Highness, the leader of the Yellow Wind Stronghold, Zhang Kai, was once a third-rank court official, serving the crown prince. He is a ruthless character. Having turned to banditry over the years, he has honed formidable martial skills. We must tread carefully." Qinzhuo merely smiled faintly, responding with an air of indifference that only makes it more interesting. Kania was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the apparent arrogance of the young noble. Unbeknownst to him, Qinzhuo believed there were few in this world who could rival him, even against foes of innate realms and above. As long as he had yet to ascend to immortality, there would invariably be weaknesses to exploit. Zhang Kai, having turned to banditry, must have amassed considerable wealth. Qinzhuo was in urgent need of funds to recruit soldiers, and this opportunity seemed quite fortuitous. As Qinzhuo assessed the enemy's formation, the brigands parted to create a path, allowing one horseman to advance slowly. Zhang Kai, seated majestically upon his steed and wielding a crimson spear, regarded Qinzhuo with an air of arrogance, inquiring, "Are you the family of the Northern Protector, Qin Fang?" With a smirk that was neither a full smile nor a frown, Qinzhuo replied, "I am Qinzhuo." Despite revealing his identity, Zhang Kai showed no intention of dismounting. "I am Zhang Kai, the leader of the Yellow Wind Stronghold. By the way, I was once a third-rank official in the Daqian court, and I held your grandfather Qin Fang in high esteem. The old general dedicated his life to guarding the realm. I have no desire to trouble his descendants." After a moment of faint contemplation, Zhang Kai, appearing magnanimous yet harboring ulterior motives, proposed, "As you traverse my territory, not leaving behind a toll would invite ridicule upon me." Zhang Kai, "Therefore, let us strike a deal. You may keep your lives if you relinquish all your horses, wealth, and women." Qinzhuo remained silent, merely offering a cold laugh. Along this journey, Hu Daji had exerted considerable effort to protect the women of the Northern Protectorate, fostering a bond through their shared experiences. At this moment, hearing the blatant theft of people and money, one could not help but curse aloud. What nonsense is this? These individuals are the kin of the Northern King. How dare you take them away? Zhang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. "It seems you have no intention of cooperating, do you?" "Cooperate? Not a chance." Hu Daji, realizing reconciliation was impossible, decided to escalate the situation to its utmost intensity. His words sent shivers down Kania and Jialong's spines, wishing they could stifle Hu Daji's voice with their socks. Qinzhuo, observing coldly from the side, made no effort to intervene. Noticing his indifference, Zhang Kai abandoned any pretense and shouted back, "Brothers, do you want wives?" "Yes." Countless bandits erupted in fervor, responding in unison. Zhang Kai continued, "If you desire wives, then muster all your spirit." With his red-tasseled spear pointed at Qinzhuo and Hu Daji, Zhang Kai grinned maliciously. "Eliminate all the men, and the women shall be ours. Charge." At his command, a throng of bandits, screeching like wild beasts, surged forward. Hu Daji, momentarily intimidated by the opposing force, quickly turned to Qinzhuo. "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" Qinzhuo remained as composed as ever, understanding that panic would resolve nothing. The adversaries were resolute in their intent to seize both people and riches. Even if he groveled, he would gain naught. Instead, it was wiser to contemplate their next steps. Casting Hudaji a reassuring glance, he suddenly stepped forward and addressed Zhang Kai. What was that you said? Eliminate all the men and take our women? Zhang Kai scoffed. What good is feigning ignorance? Brothers, let us deal with this brat first. Qinzhua, ignoring the restless bandits, merely pointed upwards with a scornful expression, saying, Do you believe you are worthy of coveting the women of the Northern King's residence? Zhang Kai frowned, ready to unleash a tirade, but the next moment, an explosion echoed from above. Fireworks erupted simultaneously from the 4 cardinal directions. Zhang Kai's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his mocking demeanor. Looking at Qinzhua, he remarked, You don't think that by signaling the other bandits with fireworks, indicating that there is a fat sheep passing through, we would hesitate, do you? Let them come. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he displayed his disdain. A bunch of timid turtles, always hiding, only daring to show their heads when there's a benefit. What great feats can such individuals accomplish? The more, the merrier. I'll ensnare them all at once. By eliminating this lot, my Yellow Wind stronghold will become the most formidable bandit group in the Gobi Desert. Jialong and Kanya exchanged glances, both wearing grim expressions. They had heard of Zhang Kai's ruthless nature, but they were taken aback by his audacious ambition to monopolize the Gobi Desert. As Zhang Kai indulged in his grand dreams, Qinzhua leaned towards Hudaji and whispered, There is no need to conceal your strength. Unleash your full power. Hudaji was taken aback, but the commotion here is bound to attract numerous bandits from the surroundings. If they all arrive, we will be unable to contend with them. Qinzhua waved his hand dismissively. I have told you not to fear. Have you forgotten what I taught you in the woods? However, despite understanding the formidable power of the so-called Thunderbolt, Hudaji remained apprehensive about being outnumbered. If Hudaji was worried, one could only imagine the trepidation of the newly allied Kanaya and Jialong. They were unaware of Qinzhua's lethal hand grenades and assumed he had lost his mind and was courting death. The prospect of attracting so many bandits was perilous. If they were surrounded, they would all perish here. Exchanging glances, unable to suppress their anxiety, the two resolved to seek clarity from Qinzhua. At that moment, Zhang Kai, unable to contain his impulsiveness, charged ahead towards Qinzhua and the others. Clearly, he aimed to subdue them before other bandits could arrive. However, Qinzhua would not allow him to have his way. He bellowed, Do not rush. We cannot use them until the final moment. This was directed at Li Qifeng and the other women, intended to prevent them from wasting the precious hand grenades he had painstakingly created. There would be no further opportunities for shopping in the city for quite some time. The gunpowder had been entirely expended, and each grenade used was one less in his arsenal as he could not forge more. Chapter 94. A step back for all as Zhang Kai drew nearer. Li Qifeng and Jiang Lingxiu approached Qinzhua's side. Both were martial artists, making them his most capable allies at that moment. Qinzhua glanced at them and accepted their presence. He mounted his horse, snatched the curved dagger from Kanaya's hands, and galloped towards Zhang Kai. Observing this, Zhang Kai raised an eyebrow in intrigue. In such dire circumstances, instead of fleeing, one seeks to engage me in combat? Fascinating. He certainly bears the blood of the Northern King. Zhang Kai spurred his horse, feeling a surge of excitement. The two were not far apart, and with a full sprint, they almost instantly closed the distance. Zhang Kai wielded a red tassel spear, enjoying a distinct advantage in reach. In their first encounter, the spear lunged directly at Qinzhua's forehead. The onlookers held their breath, fearing for Qinzhua's life. Yet, he remained impassive, as the lethal spear aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Qinzhua bent low to evade the attack and seized the moment to slash with his blade. It must be said that Zhang Kai was indeed formidable. Qinzhua's strike yielded no advantage. In the blink of an eye, they separated after their initial contact, and the following exchanges mirrored the same intensity. After several charges, neither side managed to inflict harm upon the other. The bandits, witnessing this stalemate, erupted in cheers. The womenfolk of the Northern King's residence were equally spirited, vociferously rallying behind Qinzhua. Particularly, Jialong and Kanaya were astonished to see the 15-year-old Qinzhua able to exchange blows with Zhang Kai. This remarkable parity indicated that Qinzhua was no lesser than Zhang Kai, a revelation that Jialong and Kanaya had not anticipated. Observing the fierce exchange, and realizing that Qinzhua was holding his ground, Jialong and Kanaya felt emboldened, tightening their grips on their weapons in preparation to join the fray. However, just as their excitement peaked, Zhang Kai, who had been engaged in a fierce contest with Qinzhua, was suddenly struck and knocked from his horse. Hudaji, witnessing this, cheered loudly, aware that losing one's weapon in mounted combat often heralds imminent demise. Clearly, Zhang Kai had not anticipated Qin Zhuo's formidable prowess. And in that moment of shock, he stood frozen. Qin Zhuo swiftly dismounted, placing a foot upon Zhang Kai's chest while deftly tossing the red tassel spear to Kanaya. Having completed these actions, he looked down upon the vanquished Zhang Kai, declaring that if he possessed the ability to kill him, he would certainly ensure Zhang Kai's utter obliteration. Is that so? Qin Zhuo sneered dismissively, uninterested in the oblivious Zhang Kai. He nodded towards Hu Daji, who promptly understood the cue, igniting a grenade and hurling it into the throng of bandits. The bandits, unfamiliar with the devastating power of grenades, mistakenly approached to investigate the object, only to be met with a thunderous explosion. Countless bandits perished in an instant, limbs and body parts flying amidst their anguished cries. Some bandits, though outside the blast radius, were still struck by shrapnel. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that Zhang Kai stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the carnage around him. At that moment, Qin Zhuo shouted, "What are you waiting for? Charge! Time is of the essence. We must swiftly resolve this predicament." His commanding voice roused the group, and Li Qifeng, Jiang Lingxiu, Hu Daji, Jialong, and Kanaya rushed forth to seize control of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo remained poised, his foot on Zhang Kai, gazing into the encroaching darkness. The commotion had surely attracted other bandits, and he resolved to confront them all at once. As Li Qifeng and the others fought fiercely, Hu Daji suddenly broke away from the fray, returning to Qin Zhuo's side. "Your Highness, be cautious." Just as Hu Daji issued his warning, an arrow shot forth from the shadows, aimed directly at Qin Zhuo's back. With quick reflexes, Hu Daji threw himself upon Qin Zhuo, nearly becoming the target of the lethal projectile himself. Fortunately, in a crucial moment, Qin Zhuo discerned the peril and, with Hu Daji's body in tow, fell backward, narrowly evading the lethal arrow. The arrow soared through the throng and disappeared into the darkness, a scene fraught with danger. Yet, Qin Zhuo had no time to confront the archer. "Quick, find a place to hide," he shouted. In the next instant, a multitude of arrows rained down upon them. With a sharp whistle from his lips, Qin Zhuo summoned his faithful black steed, which neighed loudly, prompting the horses of Li Qifeng and the others to gallop toward safety as if commanded by an unseen force. Zhang Kai, struggling to regain his composure, turned to witness this astonishing spectacle, momentarily rendered speechless. Who on earth was this individual, capable of commanding even the mute beasts? Thankfully, Qin Zhuo's warning allowed Li Qifeng and his companions to notice the incoming arrows and hastily seek shelter from the deluge. Zhang Kai, intending to seize the opportunity to slip away while Qin Zhuo and the others were preoccupied, was unexpectedly spotted by Qin Zhuo. In an instant, disregarding his own safety, Qin Zhuo pursued with his long blade drawn. "Your Highness, be careful," Hu Daji shouted in alarm. Yet, Qin Zhuo did not look back, merely calling out, "Don't mind me." Zhang Kai, obstructed in his path, glared furiously at the young man before him, gritting his teeth in frustration. If only his teeth were made of iron, he could have sparked flames with his anger. "You are not Qin Zhuo. The last surviving grandson of Qin Feng has become a fool, so you must be the impostor." In response, Qin Zhuo smirked derisively. "Are you merely taking hearsay as truth? I had overestimated you." The next moment, Zhang Kai, who had been seething with rage, stood frozen. When did he become one to believe every rumor? He shook his head, still unwilling to accept the truth. A prodigy like himself, who had never encountered a rival since turning to banditry, could not possibly have been bested by a mere youth. Especially that thunderous explosion moments ago. What was it? It had claimed the lives of so many of his brothers. If more followed, would they not all perish here? As Zhang Kai pondered in disarray, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from all directions. "They're coming." Qin Zhuo and Zhang Kai turned in unison, and sure enough, the shouts of bandits soon rang out. Zhang Kai's eyes darted, and suddenly he addressed Qin Zhuo. "I do not care whether you are truly Qin Feng's grandson. We have no grievances with each other. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. You have slain many of my brothers. Yet I am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you. Why don't we each take a step back?" Chapter 95. Look at your ambitions. Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Do you take me for a fool? It is because I have triumphed over you today that you were able to speak of retreating. If the situation were reversed, and it were I who had been pierced by your blade, would you spare my sisters-in-law? Enough of the idle chatter. I have set my sights on your yellow wind stronghold. How dare you?" Zhang Kai, filled with fury, pointed an accusing finger at Qin Zhuo and exclaimed, "Until this moment, I have shown you mercy, yet you have slain so many of my brothers. A mutual retreat would only serve to disadvantage me, On what grounds do you refuse? You have witnessed the bandits encircling us from all sides. Do you truly believe you can vanquish them single-handedly? Qinzhua, disinterested in further discourse, merely scoffed in response. Very well. Zhang Kai, now seething with rage, laughed derisively, gesturing towards Qinzhua, and declared, I did not anticipate your audacity. If that is the case, I shall stake my life alongside yours. He retraced his steps back to the site of their previous fierce battle, retrieving the red tassel spear from the ground, and rejoined Qinzhua. At that moment, several groups of bandits had approached. These individuals were merely an unruly mob, lacking the discipline of trained soldiers, although they possessed arrows. Their supply was scant. Realizing their concentrated fire would yield no results, they promptly ceased shooting. The leader of the group, a rough-looking man, bellowed, Where is the promised fat sheep? At this juncture, Hudaji, sensing the impending danger, had already led the women and horses to hide behind a mound. Qinzhua glanced back to see that everyone was safely concealed before he voluntarily called out, Right here. Zhang Kai stared in disbelief at Qinzhua's actions, utterly perplexed. In a scenario of numerical disadvantage, why would one squander the opportunity to escape and deliberately reveal their position? Are you tired of living? However, this thought was fleeting. As Zhang Kai soon regained his optimism, as rivals, he would take great pleasure in Qinzhua's demise. Observing the leaders of other factions of bandits approaching, Zhang Kai proposed, This is fortuitous. We have indeed encountered a fat sheep, albeit a tough one to chew. Why don't we join forces and share the spoils afterwards? Oh, is that not Zhang, the notorious leader? The newcomer, unfamiliar with Qinzhua but recognizing the infamous Zhang Kai, first expressed surprise, followed by a loud expectoration. Bah! Before even approaching, the bandit leader began to hurl insults. Zhang Kai, you son of a bird without an anus, you only know how to deceive me. In this vast Gobi desert, who is unaware of your lack of ethics and morality? Joining forces with you, I fear I might end up sacrificing my own life. It was evident that this individual harbored a deep disdain for Zhang Kai's actions, nearly branding his forehead with the word disdain. Following him were 5 more groups of bandits, while Qinzhua remained rooted in place, silently observing. Noticing that the 6 factions of bandits had seamlessly positioned themselves around him, Qinzhua immediately deduced that these individuals had undoubtedly crossed paths before. When everyone had finally gathered, Qinzhua interrupted the insults hurled at Zhang Kai by the bandit leaders and spoke up, Esteemed leaders, while we outsiders may indeed appear to be easy prey, is it not the case that Huang Fengjai is an even more lucrative target? Despite being subjected to a torrent of abuse, Zhang Kai restrained himself from retaliating, determined to engage these individuals in a civil discussion about cooperation, with the ultimate goal of annihilating Qinzhua and his companions. However, after enduring their taunts for an extended period, he was met with Qinzhua's divisive tactics, which nearly drove him to the brink of fury. What in the world are you thinking? He seethed, glaring at Qinzhua. Do you truly believe they would dare to strike against Huang Fengjai? He continued, gritting his teeth. Regardless of the circumstances, you are the outsiders. We would never turn against our own, would we? Would we? Zhang Kai turned to the 6 bandit leaders, seeking affirmation from their lips. To his dismay, they exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice a response. Clearly, they were swayed by Qinzhua's words. Observing this, Zhang Kai's countenance darkened ominously. Over the years, he had leveraged his geographical advantages and formidable combat prowess to impose his will upon his fellow compatriots. Any opportunity for gain had invariably fallen into his hands, leaving little for the other bandits from nearby strongholds. While they resented his dominance, they remained too intimidated to voice their grievances openly. Now, hearing Qinzhua's insinuations, they were inevitably tempted to consider rebellion. After a prolonged silence, one of the bandit leaders finally spoke up, asking, Kid, you are merely a transient. What gives you the right to incite us against Huang Fengjai? This remark was met with agreement from others. Indeed, we won't take unnecessary risks. Zhang Kai, upon hearing their words, recognized that while they harbored treacherous intentions, they lacked the courage to act upon them, and his expression brightened slightly. Did you hear that? These individuals are as timid as mice. They wouldn't dare oppose Huang Fengjai. With a triumphant smirk, he turned to the restless bandit leaders and began to weave his grand vision. Listen closely. If you assist Huang Fengjai in eliminating these intruders tonight, the treasures of gold and silver will be yours. As for the women, once I am finished with them, I shall ensure they are delivered to you. In truth, Zhang Kai's plot to ambush Qinzhua and his companions that night was not driven by their meager horses or scant remaining funds, but rather by his desire to possess the exquisite women he had heard so much about. He believed that if he could claim them as his own, his life would be well worth living. After hearing his words, the 6 bandit leaders began to whisper among themselves, seemingly deliberating the feasibility of his proposition. Upon seeing them waver once again, Chinjua shook his head and sighed, "Look at your meager aspirations," though he did not finish his sentence. The sarcasm and disdain in his tone were palpable, unmistakable to all present. One of them, hot-tempered, immediately retorted with a glare, "Hey, how dare you speak to us like that? You, a mere rabbit fallen into the wolf's den, dare to look down on us? Seeking death, are you?" Chinjua, however, resumed his silence, ignoring the insults as if he found no merit in engaging with them. At that moment, someone with a semblance of sense finally spoke up. "This is not right. The people from Huangfeng village arrived here before us. Why haven't they slaughtered this lot?" The utterance sparked a realization among the bandit leaders. Chapter 96. The Loyal Bandits. One person gasped, pondering aloud, "Indeed, it has always been Huangfeng village that reaps the rewards, leaving us to scavenge the leftovers. Why are we the ones benefiting today?" As these words resonated, all the bandit leaders awakened to the truth. Chinjua, witnessing their newfound awareness, nodded with satisfaction. However, Zhang Kai grew anxious, fearing that these individuals might truly turn their hostility towards him. He hastily exclaimed, "I only wish to provide you with an opportunity, after all. We are comrades, and we see each other often." Bang! In his fervent defense, Zhang Kai inadvertently neglected the presence of Chinjua beside him. With remarkable speed, Chinjua snatched the red tassel spear from Zhang Kai's grasp and hurled it away. The 6 bandit leaders gasped in shock. Isn't that Zhang Kai's weapon? How easily it was taken by that youth. It seems Zhang Kai has been lying. They speculated that his talk of fortune was merely a ruse. A desperate attempt to seek their aid against the formidable youth. Zhang Kai's eyes widened as he desperately attempted to salvage his dignity with further excuses. Yet, Chinjua denied him the opportunity to deceive, placing his blade firmly against Zhang Kai's throat. "You have one chance to rephrase your words." Rendered speechless, Zhang Kai could utter no more. Having already tasted Chinjua's prowess, he knew that should he defy him again, he would be humiliated in front of all the bandit leaders. At that juncture, even if he spoke eloquently, no one would come to his aid. Witnessing his silence and unwillingness to resist, the 6 bandit leaders exchanged glances, finally grasping part of the truth. At that moment, Jialong and Kanaya approached slowly. These two, also outlaws in the Gobi Desert, were well known to everyone present. Upon reaching the bandit leaders, Kanaya and Jialong proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed leaders, the young man on horseback is the sole heir of the late king of the north, Chinjua. The king guarded the borders for our great Qin dynasty throughout his life, rendering us immense kindness. Do you dare to lay hands on the grandson of our benefactor? I can attest that he is indeed Chinjua, the grandson of the northern king. We have previously pledged our allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince, and I urge you all to hasten and pay your respects. This is the only path to survival." What? The grandson of the northern king? Is that true? Wasn't it said that the grandson of the northern king had become a fool? I see no foolishness in that lad. Upon hearing Jialong and Kanaya's words, the bandit leaders could not help but feel a sense of doubt. One of the bandit leaders boldly declared, "The court and the emperor are not virtuous. If the emperor truly governed with benevolence, how could we bandits exist? The emperor is of the same ilk. How much better can the northern king be? He may have repelled the barbarian tribes, but our lives remain in turmoil. Indeed, after the war, how many of our people perished? What losses did we incur? In the end, none of those in power are virtuous. They all deserve death. These bandits must have suffered at the hands of the court and the officials, and thus their grievances have now been directed at Chinjua." Seeing them ready to strike, Kanaya grew anxious. It was utterly unexpected that these bandits could be so unreasonable. Chinjua, witnessing the situation, sighed helplessly and spoke, "Enough. Reason is lost on them." Kanaya turned back and said, "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but there are 2 groups among them who are virtuous. They never plunder ordinary citizens, only targeting corrupt merchants and officials." Jialong nodded in agreement, pleading, "Your Highness, the others may deserve their fate, but those 2 groups are truly wronged." Chinjua glanced at the 2 and silently nodded. In these times, human life is worth less than straw. Anyone who has a way to live decently would prefer not to turn to banditry. Understanding this, Chinjua reassured, "Do not worry. As long as they do not harm me, I shall not take their lives." "Thank you, Your Highness." The 2 expressed their gratitude with a fist salute before stepping aside. The bandits, however, were unconcerned and were already preparing to strike. Zhang Kai, seeing the unfolding scene, delighted in their plight, even encouraging, "Brothers, Whoever helps me slay this little brat shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, several bandits instantly grew excited. Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Those who turn to banditry are even more so. With Zhang Kai's promise, these bandit leaders quickly rallied their men to surround Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo, with an impassive expression, advanced on horseback, his long blade eager for action. Just as tensions peaked and both sides were on the brink of conflict, suddenly, two groups of riders charged forth, directly positioning themselves between Qin Zhuo and the bandits. The leader bellowed, "I dare anyone to lay a hand on His Highness." Qin Zhuo was slightly taken aback, squinting as he looked over. Upon encountering the newcomer, Jialong suddenly became agitated and turned to Qin Zhuo, explaining, "Your Highness, the speaker is named He Jinmin. He is indeed one of the individuals we previously mentioned to you." Qin Zhuo raised an eyebrow, gazing over with keen interest. The two groups of bandits that had arrived were significantly outnumbered by Zhang Kai and the other factions, totaling no more than 50 individuals. Nevertheless, their presence was sufficient to instill fear in the four bands of brigands. One individual, brandishing a blade, confronted He Jinmin with a question. "What do you intend to do? Do you seek to monopolize?" The two groups of bandits that had emerged unexpectedly paid no heed to this inquiry. Instead, they turned to Qin Zhuo and spoke. "We pay our respects to Your Highness. The Grand General once saved me. Even if this matter were unknown to others, I cannot be ungrateful." At these words, the leaders of the four bandit factions erupted in scornful rebuke. "He Jinmin, spare us your pretense. What of the Grand General? He has ascended to nobility and power. Has he ever cared for us, the wretched?" They spat. "You are all thieves now. Why masquerade as noble? If you truly valued loyalty, how could you engage in murder and plunder?" The four factions looked down upon the actions of He Jinmin and his companions, perceiving their conduct as nothing short of absurd. Having already stained their hands with blood, how could they speak of brotherhood? Was this not a jest? Yet, despite facing adversaries far more formidable than his own group, He Jinmin stood undaunted, arguing fervently, "These two matters are unrelated. Were it not for the Grand General shedding blood at the borders, we would have long been slaughtered by the barbarian tribes. Even now, as we resort to banditry for survival, we owe our existence to the Grand General." Chapter 97. The dust settles. It must be said that He Jinmin was indeed astute. His arguments were cogent, swiftly rendering his opponent speechless. Observing the two figures retreating, Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, recognizing the potential in He Jinmin. Such a person must be retained by his side. Enough of this nonsense. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall be my enemy. A voice suddenly boomed, prompting others to echo in agreement. Indeed, I shall claim Zhang's riches. These bandits were hardly righteous folk, under the lure of a substantial bounty. Their consciences were easily cast aside. Several bandit leaders rallied their subordinates and charged towards Qin Zhuo. Zhang Kai, initially feeling apprehensive, found his heart finally at ease upon witnessing this scene. He even discreetly sought a weapon, hoping to launch a surprise attack on Qin Zhuo while he dealt with the bandits. Qin Zhuo, having lost his patience, had intended to settle accounts with this cunning individual at a later time. However, since Zhang Kai was courting his own demise, there was no reason to spare him any longer. Without even glancing back, Qin Zhuo swiftly wielded his blade, and in a sudden strike, Zhang Kai was pierced through the chest. Zhang Kai's face was one of sheer terror, but blood quickly filled his throat, and before he could utter a single word, he succumbed to his fate. This scene truly astounded the bandits, for while others remained oblivious, they were acutely aware of Zhang's formidable prowess. The notorious bandit of the Gobi had met his demise with but a single strike, and the youth named Qin Zhuo was indeed a force to be reckoned with. He Jinmin was the first to regain his composure from the shock. He turned and shouted, "Zhang Kai is dead. If you do not wish to follow in his footsteps, lay down your weapons and surrender." The multitude of bandits hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Yet, within the throng, there always existed a rogue element. A voice called out, "Zhang Kai is dead. We must act, lest the vast Huanfeng stronghold fall into chaos." "Indeed," echoed another, inciting a fervor among the bandits, who were all too eager to seize the opportunity. With Zhang Kai slain, the expansive Huanfeng stronghold was left without a master, and they were desperate to claim it for themselves, emboldened by the prospect of unrestrained violence. Seeing that he could not persuade them, He Jinmin had no choice but to lead his men into the fray. However, the disparity in numbers soon took its toll, and before long, He Jinmin's side began to suffer losses. Qin Zhuo, uninterested in such chaotic skirmishes, merely cast a few glances before instructing Jialong and Kanaya to withdraw. Kanaya was perplexed by Qingjua's actions, momentarily frozen in place. Yet Jialong, displaying greater decisiveness, promptly led his men off the battlefield. He shouted to He Zhenmin and his group amidst the melee, urging them to regroup, before Zhao Yang, unhurried, produced a homemade grenade and hurled it into the fray. A thunderous explosion ensued, and in the ensuing blaze, several bandits fell lifeless to the ground. The gruesome spectacle, accompanied by the deafening blast, sent the remaining bandits into a panic, some abandoning their weapons in a frantic bid for survival. He Zhenmin and his companions were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. Observing the bandits, now paralyzed by fear, more concerned with fleeing than fighting, Qingjue let out a cold chuckle. Would you care to continue? In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The crowd fell mute, none daring to take the initiative. They had never encountered such devastating weaponry, which had so easily shattered their ranks. If more were to follow, they could very well be reduced to mere remnants. A myriad of terrified expressions surfaced among the bandits. Although He Zhenmin and his companions were equally astonished, their admiration for Qingjue outweighed their shock. Truly, he was the grandson of a great general, exhibiting remarkable prowess. As the bandits relinquished any ill intentions, Qingjue turned to He Zhenmin. With a smile, he remarked, "You are to handle these individuals. Whether to recruit or eliminate them is entirely at your discretion." He Zhenmin hurriedly clasped his fists in salute, exclaiming, "I shall faithfully obey your command, young master." With Qingjue's display serving as a lesson, the subsequent proceedings became considerably simpler. He Zhenmin, Lania, and Jialong convened with the bandit leaders to discuss the next course of action. It was only when Hudaji observed the situation had stabilized that he cautiously approached, accompanied by the womenfolk of the northern king's residence, drawing near to Qingjue. Indeed, His Highness the young master is truly formidable, commanding immense admiration. As Hudaji begins by flattering Qingjue, the latter remains remarkably unperturbed. In his perspective, this is merely a minor skirmish involving a handful of grenades. Had he the capability to craft tanks by hand, it is likely the entire continent would bow before him. Through the trials of numerous battles, Qingjue has come to a profound realization regarding the significance of military equipment. Should stability be attained in the future, it seems imperative to seek out valuable materials. Considering the tragic fate of the King of the North and the notorious reputation of the warlords, the endeavor to assemble an army as a grandson appears not to be an insurmountable task. Yet, the count of soldiers is of little consequence. What truly burdens Qingjue is the military gear of these individuals. While Qingjue was deep in thought, Kania returned. With cupped fists and a respectful bow, he articulated, "Your Highness, after deliberation, over 200 bandits are willing to follow you, while the remaining 100 or so refuse to yield. The leader, he, expresses that those willing to follow may remain, while the others must perish." Qingjue nodded. "Let the 100 be retained, eliminate the rest." "Understood," Kania replied emphatically, turning to convey Qingjue's orders. Yet, as he turned, he suddenly halted, bewildered. "Your Highness, what did you just say?" Kania's mind struggled to comprehend, thinking he had misheard. Why would those willing to follow be slain, while those who would rather die than follow remain? What reasoning lies in this? Qingjue waved his hand dismissively. "Just do as instructed." Kania dared not inquire further and promptly departed. Gazing at the throng of bandits, Qingjue's expression turned icy. Before long, He Zhenmin and others escorted several bandit leaders to Qingjue's steed. Facing the elevated Qingjue, the bandit leaders displayed a surprising bravado. "You may kill or maim us as you wish. There is no need for insults. If my head falls, I shall still be a man after 18 years. You would do well to kill me now, for one day I shall return to exact vengeance." Observing their fierce demeanor, Qingjue's demeanor softened considerably. Once their tirade subsided, he spoke slowly. "I shall not take your lives. Rather, you must follow me." "Preposterous. We have grown accustomed to our freedom. We are not suited to be subservient." Though their lives rested in Qingjue's hands, the bandits exhibited an audacious lack of fear, earning them a measure of respect from Zhao Yang. Chapter 98. Assault on Huangfeng's stronghold. Dismounting with a smile directed at the bandit leaders, Qingjue continued, "Your discontent is understandable. I offer you an opportunity. Let us engage in a contest. If you win, I shall let you go. If I win, you will follow me without protest. What say you? Do you dare accept?" The bandit leaders were taken aback by Qingjue's proposition, exchanging glances of disbelief. They were merely individuals with their heads caught in their own belts, exchanging fleeting glances before resolutely charging towards Qingjue. To muster such a formidable force in this desolate place, It was evident that these individuals possessed considerable skills. Moreover, their disregard for martial ethics, as they all rushed in unison, could indeed pose a challenge to Qinghua. However, they clearly underestimated his prowess. The group attacked from various angles. Yet Qinghua moved with an agility akin to a phantom, evading their strikes effortlessly. After a prolonged struggle, they found themselves exhausted and drenched in sweat, having failed to even graze Qinghua's garments. This left them astonished and helpless. Ultimately, they were soundly defeated by Qinghua until they yielded. Not far off, Hu Daji listened to the wails from the skirmish, chuckling disdainfully. Could these ragtag miscreants truly dare to challenge the young master? Had they witnessed the scene where the young master single-handedly vanquished 5 renowned martial artists, they would have thought twice about confronting him, even if they had 100 times the courage. Moments later, Qinghua returned with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling considerably uplifted after the altercation. Hu Daji, Li Qingfeng, and others craned their necks to peer behind him, filled with curiosity about the events that had transpired. Shortly thereafter, the bandit leaders returned, their faces bruised and battered, requiring each other as support to walk. Zhang Lingxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Settling back by the fire, Qinghua inquired of them, "Will you follow me?" Having personally experienced Qinghua's formidable abilities, the bandit leaders, now thoroughly convinced, nodded vigorously in agreement. The memory of their recent defeat at his hands caused their legs to tremble involuntarily. Satisfied with their submission, Qinghua chose not to press them further but turned to Hu Daji and the others, stating, "Since the matter is resolved, we ought to find a place to rest." Li Qingfeng, puzzled, asked, "Shall we not stay here for the night?" Zhang Lingxiu chimed in, "Sister-in-law, with the leader of the Huangfeng bandits gone, why don't we head to Huangfeng village for a comfortable night's sleep?" What was assumed to be a sensible suggestion was met with unexpected dissent from the 2 newly joined bandit leaders. No. Although Zhang Kai of Huangfeng village met his end at the hands of the young master, there remained dozens of ruthless bandits within. It is said that over the years, Zhang Kai devised numerous traps and mechanisms, making it difficult for outsiders to breach. Another chimed in, "Indeed, we had contemplated attacking Huangfeng village ourselves. But before we even encountered Zhang Kai, we suffered significant losses along the way." Qinghua smiled faintly. "I never imagined that such a humble bandit lair could present itself as a veritable fortress, easily defended yet difficult to assault. The more the situation unfolds, the more my interest deepens. Qinghua finds himself in need of a stronghold, and with newfound allies, the Huangfeng stronghold becomes a necessity. Otherwise, when Feng Weilong's pursuers arrive, what means of resistance will he and his companions possess? If the stronghold is indeed as defensible as the 2 bandit leaders claimed, it could serve as an excellent refuge." Noticing the worried expressions of those around him, Qinghua reassured them, "Do not fret. It is merely a bandit lair. Watch how I carve a path." With that, he began to rally the group to gather their belongings for the journey to Huangfeng stronghold. However, before they could properly prepare, the night air suddenly resonated with the sound of a bullhorn from a distance. Jialong listened intently for a moment, and his expression shifted abruptly. "This is troubling, Your Highness. It seems the inhabitants of Huangfeng stronghold have sensed something amiss and are sounding the alarm." After exchanging glances, they realized that by the time they arrived, the stronghold would likely be on high alert. Qinghua swiftly mounted his horse and called out, "Brothers, follow me." With that, he galloped ahead. Hu Daji and the others exchanged looks before hastily mounting their steeds. After instructing Wang Zhu to look after Qi Hongstin and the other women, Hu Daji led the main force in pursuit of Qinghua. Seeing even the likes of Li Qifeng and Zhang Lingxiu joining the chase, Jialong and Kanaya were unwilling to lag behind. Thus, a grand procession surged toward Huangfeng stronghold. Observing the retreating figures, one of the women remarked, "Our young master truly is an extraordinary presence. I wonder when they will successfully seize Huangfeng stronghold. I hope nothing befalls him." Meanwhile, Qinghua, leading the charge, was merely 2 miles from Huangfeng stronghold when he suddenly heard a series of piercing sounds overhead. Instinctively reacting, he shouted, "It's projectiles. Everyone scatter." The group, already trailing behind Qinghua, halted their horses at his call. They sought refuge in places where they would not be struck by the incoming stones. Squinting into the darkness at the bandit hideout, Qinghua was astonished. It was merely a bandit stronghold, yet they had siege engines. Zhang Kai was indeed a formidable figure. If he could be persuaded to submit, he might prove invaluable. Alas, the fickleness of human nature left Qinghua lamenting the potential of such talents. The bandits within Huangfeng stronghold were evidently aware of their leader's demise, and thus had no intention of allowing anyone to approach easily. A relentless barrage of stones fell for a quarter of an hour before finally ceasing. When Qinzhuo looked closely again, the already uneven path was now obstructed by an array of stones, large and small, making it impossible to approach on horseback. Yet, approaching on foot posed the risk of being turned into a pincushion by the stronghold's archers. Hu Daji sidled up to Qinzhuo, unable to contain his curiosity. "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" Qinzhuo remained silent, merely gazing blankly at the pile of stones. Although there were catapults within the Yellow Wind stronghold, the quantity of stones appeared limited. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that they could sustain a prolonged barrage. If one could discern the timing of their stone throwing, a gradual approach might not be impossible. Just moments ago, Qinzhuo had assumed that the seemingly impregnable Yellow Wind stronghold was solely the handiwork of Zhang Kai. However, upon calming his thoughts and reflecting more deeply, he suddenly felt that with Zhang Kai's treacherous nature, it would be quite improbable for him to orchestrate such a scheme. If this were indeed the case, it could pose a significant challenge. Qinzhuo and his companions would have to contend not only with the stones raining down upon them, but also with the cunning strategist lurking within the Yellow Wind stronghold.